Thank you very much, everybody. You know, just trying it, you know. That's a fun one.
Seeking, I think a taste of what's mellow. Come away to something better. What I want is what I've not got. What I need is all around me. I reach and search and never stop. And I say, sometimes I tell me things slide my way and keep me swinging. Like to show you what's inside, but that's not okay if you do but don't like it. But okay, I should only about. Well, sometimes I walk there, but yes, God knows sometimes I think I'm upstairs. So done, yeah, I'm so done. Gone, I'm on my back, staring up at the ceiling. I take a drink, sit back and relax, smoke my mind, they make me feel high for a time. What I want, that's what I've not got. What I need is all around me. Reach and search and never stop. And I say, if you could keep me floating just for a while, till I get to the end of this tunnel of me. If you could keep me floating just for a while, like about you, well, sometimes I tell me things like my way and keep me swinging. Like Sometimes I tell me things out my way and keep me swinging. Like to show you what's inside. But that's I don't care. Lord, if you do, I don't like it. But I slowly about. Well, sometimes I walk there. Yes, got low. Sometimes I dig out a steer. So done, yeah, I'm so done, yeah. I read that I'm feeling.
All right. Let's see. I'm excited to see how this stage looks right now. Not that I believe that there's any sound on my clean feed. But this is the first day of playoffs, and I'm kind of excited. I'm hyped here. And first day of playoffs happening on a patch. We are at the bottom of the ski jump. This is awesome. Holy hell. All right, I'm actually hyped. Introducing first, LG. Clap, please. Yay! Yay! LGD! Woo! I love LGD! Hell yeah! Shiro, Echo, Niu, PYW, Y Innocence, and Zhao 8. Introducing. Next. Nigma Galaxy. Clap, 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 clap. Ghost, Sumail, FBZ, GH, and 1J. Please clap. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Clapping, clapping, clapping. I'm clapping. Pretty cool setup, honestly. Bali Major venue. This is at the bottom of a ski jump, which is so wild to me. I find it to be really cool. But upper bracket, round 1, Nigma Galaxy against LGD on a new patch. One that they haven't exactly had a lot of time to do anything with. You've got the return of Ironwood Tree. You've got the return of Iron Talon. Changes to neutrals, removal of neutrals, new facets, new innates. Changing to the way blocking and reflection happens. Honestly, really a lot here. I don't know what any of this says. So LGD finished with a 50% win rate, I'm going to assume at the top. Their average game time is 29 minutes, while Enigma's is 35 minutes. And their average kills is 26. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew. I have no idea. There are like 3.5 people in the arena. To be fair, it's not sad. It is technically a Thursday. How are you, Only Tees? It is a Thursday on the first day of playoffs. So, who are the OP heroes of this new patch? Maybe support Earth Spirit, I was thinking. Average age. That doesn't make sense. KDA, okay, that was quick. KDA, XPM. Sumail much more involved KDA-wise. Much better XPM and GPM. But these heroes don't matter anymore. The top heroes don't matter anymore. Because things have changed. The patch has changed. Everything is different now. We are completely and utterly changed. What can you do? What can you do for a Klondike bar? That's some free advertising right there. Sorry about that. I was thinking about it, and I said it. But game 1 should be fun. We've got content. Okay. You can kind of watch the content. This should be kind of fun. We can all read, so we're all set. Possible to invite Kuro to cast with you? I mean, I don't have a contact with Kuro. I've never spoken to Kuro. If he wanted to join me, then yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I've literally never spoken to him though. Yeah. Pulling an all-nighter on Eastern time. That's how we do it here at the BCOP channel. Has been this way. Always will be this way. If you had to pick 4 players from other teams to be your teammates, who would it be and why? Position 1, because I'm familiar with him. Position 2 is nothing to say. I'm trying to read. Also because I am familiar with him. Position 4, I will pick Planet. Uh-oh. Wait. And Pichu. Okay. Captions are going too fast. Enough. More on how we play. Are you used to living in Hangzhou? In Hangzhou? Hangzhou is a good city. To be honest, I feel I am pretty good there. Great answer. Thank you. Well, I'm Sumail. I play for Enigma Galaxy. My volume is up. They're just not playing this for us. I play for Enigma Galaxy too. Thank you. Is this your first time in Zhengzhou? Oh, God. How am I supposed to read that quickly? We've been to China many times, but the city specifically, it's the first time. I enjoy the place. Oh, my God, dude. Wait, but other than that, it's pretty nice. I missed the first part. I looked away at chat. Yeah, so for me, it's the first time in this particular city. I enjoy the scenery, a lot of green pastures. A lot of nice nature to walk around to. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I like it. Do you have any preparation? What? Come on, man. Yeah, we changed the captain. I'm drafting. We have 2 new players. One guy's 18. It's been a while since we played with a young player, so there's a few changes for sure now. I'm feeling pretty optimistic about this tournament. We will see what happens, but I have a good feeling about this one. Let's see. Do you want to talk trash to someone for any reason? No. We have no trash talk. I think we're pretty trash ourselves. As a world-class club/players, your recent tournament result... Oh, come on, man! Basically, being part of professionals is discussing what went wrong and how we are to fix it. We didn't have the best last few years, even though we tried our absolute hardest. But we believe that with the proper fixes and proper changes, we might be able to have better results in the future. If you reach the grand final, what do you want to play? Who do you want to play against and why? I want to play against XG. Okay, I read that one quickly enough. Against XXS, because I played with him on Aster. So I just want to play against him. Does any player have any special hobbies? Yeah, GH likes to eat a lot. Yes, I love eating. He likes to eat a lot. Yeah. Also, actually, Kuro likes to eat a lot. Yeah, I love pizzas and cheesecakes. Ha 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 ha. XSS to Samael. How is the food here? Come on, man. How am I supposed to read all that so quickly? I think the food is a bit of a struggle right now. Oh, my God. Yes, it's a bit problematic. But that's all right. We have bananas. Okay. XSS cares about... When you play against us, you should throw the series. Thanks, XXS. Pichu to Samael. Who's better, Pichu or Kuroki? Kuroki. Because Kuro speaks English, Pichu doesn't. How are you? How are you, PTP? Andrew, I miss you. I have one question for Team Spirit. Can you ask Yataro? Yeah. Who's the best player on Team Spirit? Yeah, ask Collapse what is 2 plus 5.
I made it worse. I made it worse.
Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you with the prime. I miss you. Yes, fist bump. Okay. Whoa, why are we hating Kuro? What do you mean? Just read like Ben Shapiro, damn it. I don't know what that means. See, more people are showing up. Dude, this is at the bottom of a ski jump. This is so cool. This is so awesome. Look at that. People used to land where they're sitting. We've got a draft. Hell yeah. That's right. First draft of the patch. And it's all the same bands, but Bristleback is a first phase band. That's super hype. Bristleback did seem pretty interesting in terms of where he was at in the changes for 737. Morning, Lenneth. Crowd so hype. Ricky crowd? No, it's crowd so hype. It's clap, 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 clap. Clap, clap, clap. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. Clap in the chat. Are they using the new patch? Yes. So I'm interested to see how this goes in the winner's bracket. Match 1, round 1. Clap now. Thank you. If you're not clapping, I'll know who you are. First pick Timbersoft into SF. Sheesh. All right. Starting it off. And Nick's Assassin Band. Yes, new patch. It is on 7.37. Yes, it's 7.37. Okay. Copy it up. Is Kuro at the venue? I don't think so. I have no idea. I'm not at the venue. I'm here in New York. Literally, it's 10 p.m. So I have no idea. All right. Primal ban. Darkseer is still there. Brew's still a ban. I'm interested to see how they ban. I'm really not even going to guess too much. I think Earth Spirit might be the play here. Earth Spirit feels very strong with the changes. But let me look up Timber and SF changes, because I really have had barely any time to look this up. So, Timber changed the Shredder one. Splinter slow duration increased from 0.75 seconds to 1 second, and then exposure therapy, mana per tree destroyed increased from 3456 to 4567. And then for Shadow Fiend, his Necromastery, his Facet Lasting Presence now also improves Necromastery. Every hero kill increases the max souls by 1 until Shadow Fiend dies. His Necromastery hero kills no longer increase max souls by 1 by default. It's now a part of Lasting Pressure. Shadow Rays, stack duration from 8 to 7. Mana cost increased from 75 to 80. Requiem, max align with decreased from 350 to 300. Fear duration decreased from 0.7 to 0.6 per soul hit decrease. Level 20 talent, Requiem Fear per line increased by from 0.25 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Any changes to Clockwork? Clockwork, his expanded armature went from cog push duration decreased from 0.8 to 0.6. His ability, armor power, damage increase per armor decreased from 0.3% to 0.25%. Keeper of the Light. No changes. Elder Titan. His facet momentum, movement speed, his attack speed decreased from 30% to 25%. There was a lot of changes to Beastmaster, so I'll get to that in a second. But the abilities tip the scales. New innate ability, passive, can't be leveled up. Allied creeps and buildings affected by Glyph of Fortification or Roshan's Banner deal 100% bonus damage. Astral Spirit is no longer an innate ability. Bonus speed per hero rescaled from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8% to 5, 6, 7, 8. Bonus damage per creep rescaled from 3, 3, 7, 11, 15 to 3, 7, 11, 15. Basically cutting out the first number on all these, so you know it. Beastmaster, because there was a lot of changes to Beastmaster. Beastmaster's Wild Hunt Inner Beast facet. Bonus attack speed per unit rescaled from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2, 3, 4, 5. Beast mode now has Inner Beast active bonus attack speed rescaled from 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 to 20, 30, 40, 50. And then his new innate ability, Rugged, is a passive that can't be leveled up. Beastmaster's melee hero damage block chance is increased from 50% to 100% versus non-hero units. His mana cost on Wild Axes is from 50 to 50, 55, 60, 65. Inner Beast no longer is an innate ability. Bonus attack speed rescaled from 5, 10, 25, 40, 55 to 15, 30, 45, 60, so better at later levels. Drums of Slom, shortest drum interval increased from 0.4 to 0.5 seconds. And the damage has been lowered from 90 to 85. No longer increases stacks when attacking buildings. Is Sumail the one who's drafting? He did just say that, didn't he? They basically just removed level 0 from everyone's innate passives. Yeah. Basically. Thanks for the information. Of course. Ursa... Was there Ursa changes? There might have been Snap... Ursa's... The only change to Ursa was the Bear Down facet. Bonus duration decreased from 20% to 14, 16, 18, 20. It now scales with an Enrage. Snapfire's Fire Snap Cookie impact damage increased at later levels. So 70, 140, 210, 280 to 70, 145, 220, 295. Little Shredder attack count lowered from 6 to 5. And then level 15 talent Little Shredder attacks decreased from 2 to 1. And then level 25 talent Little Shredder attack damage decreased from 70% to 60%. I want to see Earth Spirit. I truly do. I think that hero could be very strong. Clock nerf too? Yeah, what did I say? I said it wasn't that bad, though, right? Witch Doctor. Holy hell. Witch Doctor's Voodoo Fastration self-heal increased from 25% to 25, 30, 35, 40%. And then Maledict base damage increased from 15, 20, 25, 30 to 18, 22, 26, 30. Damn. Did Tiny get gutted? Let me take a look. Tiny, crash landing radius decreased from 450 to 400. Bonus landing damage decreased from 2530 3540 to 2025 3035. So it's worse, but not bad. Toss damage no longer pierces magic resistance granted by debuff immunity. And then grow toss bonus damage decreased from 100, 250, 400 to 500, 550, 175, 300. So it's actually worse on grow, which is pretty solid. And then level 15 talent avalanche damage decreased from plus 80 to plus 70. Also a faceless void getting picked last here. Will be interesting to see. Crash landing in the bin. I don't know if it's in the bin, but it's definitely way worse. Biggest thing is the no more bonus damage through magic. Yes. Is Ghost playing in for Miracle or is Kuro playing? It's Ghost playing position 1 for Nigma and 1J playing position 5 with Sumail, FBZ, and GH. So Miracle and Kuro did not go. Sounds fairly hefty. I sound hefty? Or do the patch sounds hefty? I don't think I'm that hefty. What the hell? What the hell, man? No BKB Pierce is massive. That's true. But it was also like without BKB Pierce, it felt really strong. That was the thing. It felt strong regardless, I guess. Is it time zone time? Are you guys time zoning? You out here time zoning? Kuroki isn't casting for the series. If I knew how to contact Kuroki, he could join me at any time. I'd be super down with that. Oh, let me look at Faceless Void changes. I didn't look at that. Chronosphere renamed from Temporal Impunity to Chronosphere. Time Walk no longer prevents damage for a short duration after time walking. Okay. And then level 25 talent, time zone AoE increased from plus 140 to plus 200. Okay. The tiny nerfs Lamau. Bra, you're fit and look like you would whoop some ass. Hell yeah! Give this guy mod status right now. This guy's a VIP in my eyes. What a baller. Thank you, Rap, by the way. Appreciate the support. Thank you guys all on YouTube as well for being here. So, Nigma, they ended second in their group, in Group B, with IG, Nigma, Extreme, Azure, and Talon. And LGD finished third at 4-4 with Spirit, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, and Zero as the other teams, by the way. What the they have curtains so we can't see the players? Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? That's weird. Interesting. I didn't even realize the curtains. Do you want the curtain with or without? You guys aren't allowed to see anything. That's it. Are they just like, what's happening behind? What's happening behind the curtain? Somebody open the curtain. Who won the draft? Oh, let me give you guys predictions. My bad. Enigma Galaxy. Gaming. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Is there no in-game sound? There will be. There will be. It's just the clean feed when there's no game on, it doesn't have the sound. Curtains because of the sun. Privacy is important. I need money for rent. Who will win? I need money for rent, my guy. I need money for rent. Is this an outdoor tournament? Yes. Will they kiss? I will. An audience, negotiations behind the curtains. Yeah. All right, well, we're getting into game 1 in just a second, guys. Remember to use your points. I like seeing when people spend their points. I feel like you guys are involved. I feel like it's cool and fun, and everybody's here, and it should be exciting. And I appreciate all you guys. It's something I talked about a lot. I know I'm not breaking down the draft or anything. I'm waiting for Rojo to be here. Can I just say, by the way, and the dude on the left, his outfit has an Aegis on it, and it looks so cool. I would love to wear something like that. I wish I could look nearly as awesome as this dude. Like, it is crazy how good this dude looks. Everybody hydrate, by the way. Okay? Like that it looks so good. And her dress looks great. I don't want to take anything. They both look amazing. But that is so cool to have the Aegis on the shoulder like that. Sorry, B-Cop, no VP win the other day, but if Nigma win, you'll get a sandwich. Hell yeah. I love sandwiches. You're all we got on the panel. Tell us which draft you like more and why. Thank you. What was the draft again? It was the Void and everything. I mean, it's hard to say with the patch, but late game, and with SF, I feel like Nigma feels like a better draft overall. I just think with SF and Void, if your lanes are good and Sumail's been winning his lanes so far in this event, you should be in a decent spot. I'd have to lean Nigma. Solo casting, Rojo's just eating, and I told him not to rush, so. Speaking of which, is this him? Is this the man, the myth, the legend? It's ringing. It's ringing. Hold on. Uh-oh. It's ringing. No. It's ringing. Guys, it's ringing.
It's ringing.
Oh, let's go.
On a stork.
Did you see
baby Rojo?
Do you need the clean feed? Oh,
I do.
Okay.
We're still clean feed gamers.
Yes, we were still clean feed gamers. Otherwise, you would have missed the lobby. They already drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. That's the wrong. That was in the Discord. Let me give this to you. Okay. Why I feel like you can't say B-Cop without Lacoste? So, okay, they're having sound issues. This shouldn't. I'm assuming that things are going to be a little bit. They've gone to the bottom of the ski lift jump now.
Oh, that's so sick.
So, somebody said Legend 2 cast is God tier. Thank God I've upped my rank recently. Otherwise, I don't know if they'd be saying that.
Oh yeah, that'd be really embarrassing.
How was your dinner?
In my mouth. Sorry. Since there were sound issues, I was like, oh, I can take another bite here.
Oh, whoops.
No, it's okay. It's pretty okay. I think it's like Olive Garden. I'm not like a huge Olive Garden person, but my mom really wanted it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm like, my mom just got out of the hospital today. Be like, no, mom.
We're not having Olive Garden. The commercial may say family, but but we are not. That's something I would say to my mom, even though my mom would know I'm 100% joking. I actually saw her tonight as well.
Nice.
I met up with them in Chinatown. Me, my brother, my nephew, and my mom.
Did you see? Did you tell them that you're a Snow Ruyi caster?
Did I tell them that I'm a celebrity caster?
A Snow Ruyi.
Oh, Snow Ruyi caster. Well, they wouldn't believe me even if I said I was a celebrity caster, but I did say that I had Snow Ruyi things to do. I talked about the venue a little bit.
The venue is very cool.
Rojo's volume is too low. Okay, I'll raise your volume.
Nice. I like these drafts here.
How much of the patch
I
did
did
you
not
even
look
get a chance to read?
Almost none. I was trying.
Same.
I was trying to, and then I was like, I don't know if I can read this without taking my medication.
I feel that.
There's way too much on here. Let me see.
Up more in-game sound. Okay, I can do that as well.
I do like. It seems like they generally got rid of heroes with, like, their innate was their level 1 ability. I didn't like those, so I'm glad it seems like they got rid of most of those, if not all of them. Because there's like Brewmaster. I feel like on like Troll it kind of makes sense, but like Brewmaster had his dance, like Ember had Flame Guard and stuff like that. They felt like either underwhelming or really OP, so I feel like they kind of shouldn't really exist that much, honestly.
All right, I'm going to run a short ad break for you guys because I don't want the game to start and then us to, you guys to miss things. I have to take advantage. I'm sorry, guys. And chat is egging me on.
Hey, Charlie Brown.
Hi, Charlie Brown.
He's
Do you hear that?
trying to like, might have.
Aw.
He's currently trying to like grab the lids with like a tiny bit of sauce on them and be generally a nuisance. Let me see. Let me look through some brief points on this patch. So they nerfed Hoodwink Q slightly, moderately, not the craziest amount. They didn't nerf the bounce talent, or like the bounce facet. It's interesting. Jakiro is very, very untouched relatively. This is one thing about like Dota patches, is sometimes you just scroll to a character and it's like, oh, less track, duration decreased from 7 to 6 seconds, so just like more damage on Split Earth, or less damage on Split Earth. Okay. And then you go to like Kunkka and there's like a fucking textbook that you have to like look through.
Yeah.
There's formulas and like advanced calculus. And
New
it's just,
innate
my God.
ability. And Torrent Storm is removed. By the way, they added Ironwood Tree as a tier 1 thing again.
Yeah, they put Iron Talon back in the game.
Yeah, that one's
incredible.
crazy.
I love Iron Talon. I've always really liked that Iron Talon is like it's also like a Quilling Blade, so you can break trees with it. I always thought that part was cool. I mean, it was, like built out of Quilling Blade initially, but yeah, I mean, lots of cool things. Especially at the very start of the patch notes, where there's like, I don't know, half, like 2.5 pages of text, and it's all really condensed. I couldn't bring myself to read all that or understand it. I'm waiting for a condensed Reddit post. Might be one.
Somebody said, "Is there a way to speed up the stream?" No. This is the clean feed I got, so it may be. It may be behind a little bit. Kato mid though, and SF mid. Nothing changes.
worse.
Oh shoot, people are subbing a lot. I keep. Hold on, let me turn those off. Let me turn off those.
Yeah, stop subbing, guys. It's so.
No.
annoying.
Don't stop. Stop that. Don't say that.
What? No, well, now they're gonna be like, oh, we really want to annoy this B Cup guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get real mad.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Witch Doctor being in this one?
Witch Doctor is cool. I think I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen him at all, but they did nerf primarily the strengths of the hero a little bit.
Right.
Taking away the heat, like mostly the damage and like the mana cost on the restoration talent. They also initially nerfed the cast talent, which I thought was quite good. It's the one that he has this game. I still think it is strong, but not at the point that it was. So he's lost a lot of power over time as GH. Gracious.
He's standing his ground though. BYW is actually the one in trouble. Time walk in. Ghost gets first blood. GH gets traded. And it's an off lane, by the way. Timber. We've seen a lot of mid Timber before this patch, so I'm interested to see how that changes and how Witch Doctor's gonna do. They changed the Little Shredder attacks from 6 to 5.
That's good. That's really good. That being said, this hero I think is still very strong. I mean, assuming that there wasn't too many other changes I didn't catch. Snapfire's still very strong. I didn't think that I saw very many changes to Beastmaster overall. Looks like... So they did. Let's see. So active, reduce, so nerfing the talent, or the facet that people normally take, but not by that much. Don't remember what his innate... Oh, so his innate was his passive. So slightly nerfed. And mana cost on axes as well, which is nice. You actually have to level your aura. Nerf to Ags. So a little bit of power taken out of the hero, but I feel like a Beastmaster at 90% of what he was in these games is still going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. So, you know, I don't think it's that surprising to see, especially these are two heroes that lane well together. Like the Beastmaster Snapfire, you just have so much poke. The minus armor goes well with the, you know, the boars and whatnot, so you can keep them in place for Snapfire.
Right.
And Witch Doctor used to be a lot better against the Beastmaster, and that you can like stun the boars, but nowadays Beastmaster isn't really about the boars as much. We've even been seeing people laning against like Chens or Enchantress on this hero, and they'll level their summons, but they don't summon them, and they just pretty much play the lane without them. So it speaks a lot to what's most powerful in the hero's kit right now. Samael is doing very well in this mid lane as well, if we take a look at that.
Alright, I raised your volume as well again. I'm hoping that's okay.
I think it's okay.
So let's see. 1-1 right now. I want to. What did he take the cast bounce facet?
Yes, he did. So
because they know that they changed Voodoo Festoration to make it better for yourself.
Yes, so
up the self heal.
Yeah, so it doesn't really do the same thing, because you were taking it mostly just because it's so good for trading. You're healing and dealing damage. Mm-hmm. Now the cast one is specifically nice for farming on Witch Doctor, and gives you a little bit of power in the laning phase, if you can get it to bounce, which let's see, isn't always the case. Shiro gets very low there. So definitely not an easy lane for Witch Doctor Ursa is kind of weak into this kind of like poke heavy.
I want to say, even with the changes to Drums of Slom and all that, I still feel like Beastmaster is very strong. Like, his axes got a little bit more expensive at later levels, which I really thought was needed, as GH is going to die here before PYW falls. But the Time Walk, Ghost, that is not the right spot. Actually missing out on killing PYW.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous, but overall, this lane phase is going very well for Ghost. Definitely what you want to see. I think the scariest thing about picking Faceless Void, in my opinion, is the laning phase, because he just generally offers so little. And you would assume that Elder Titan into this kind of Clockwork Timbersaw might struggle a little bit, but considering that they're melee, Elder Titan just does so much overwhelming damage that it kind of doesn't matter. And they end up, they got First Blood on the Ghost. He's sitting at the top of the net worth at the moment, so this is my ideal situation whenever I have a Faceless Void, because, I mean, this hero is very hard to keep checked in the late game, especially if he's ahead in net worth. Has a pretty good time dilation game as well here, just a frustrating spell to deal with, and there's so many active spells on the side of LGD.
Right.
So you could definitely be getting a lot of value there. They have Kisses and Chrono as well, so they've I think Nigma's got a really nice start to the game. They're ganking Shiro. Hard to believe if he lives here.
Yeah, no chance to live, but at least there's a rotation to get something out of it, right?
Yeah, Caudle, as we've said before, this is kind of the big power of this hero, at least in my opinion, in the mid lane. So good at rotating at this level 6. Generally quite good at doing, just kind of always going even in the lanes. You can see Sumail is ahead by a decent margin, but not the biggest deal. Caudle's gonna keep farming, keep illuminating, wait for that next ulti timing to probably get another roam in. So not unplayable by any means for LGD. It's a little too early in the game for that, but it's a very solid start for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, all three of their lanes going so well. PYW?
Oh, he's going for the Wisdom Rune, but he's gonna have to check his ego on that one. GH on the other side doing the same, but does not have a point in the stomp, so it's just gonna be a click battle here. Yeah, GH. And the Wisdom gives him the stomp. He's gonna try to run away. Could be hard.
It's just taking I mean, he'll die, yeah, eventually, but took him a while. Innocent's in some trouble. FBZ cookied forward. There's axes, there's a little shredder, and there is one more attack needed to get the kill.
Yeah, it feels like Shiro can't really do anything here. I mean, he's pretty much just surviving. This is this is hard for them, is that Echo's rotated up here. If he can't get anything off this rotation,
such a
and
waste
he
of
probably
time.
won't be able to, because Sumail is walking up here, does have the Iron Branch, or the Ironwood Tree in his inventory.
Looking for the sleep to
Shiro's
follow
on
up on
level 5.
Shiro. Yeah, does not have that ult, but Sumail slowed up. Soulbind, they've got the Maledict. Requiem charged up. They illuminate hits, and there's a Fear on 2, but that's just Sumail going the other way with this Maledict on him. Chrono on the Echo, but there's no follow-up damage just yet. Full bore. Scatter Blast, still not getting the kill. Primal Roar, down goes Echo. Sumail died, by the way. Run down by PYW as the Mortimer's Kisses come through to kill off Niu, so it's a 2-for-1. As Y's got a cast bouncing. Scatter Blast once again. Lil Shredder, and the axe is coming back. Shiro hit with the Blood Grenade, running away, but eventually dying here to Ghost. So it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Enigma Galaxy. Somebody asked me to be their stepdad and also said you're very handsome. And smart.
Nice. Wait.
Wait. Smart, wait.
I was looking. I mean, really good engagement from Enigma Galaxy. I think the recognition to bring all their heroes up on this timer was really good. Getting the 2 Wisdom Runes just made this fight like unplayable for LGD because their supports are so much lower level. You see, I mean, Mortimer Kisses this early in the game is really, really difficult to fight into. GH is level 5. FPZ getting the Primal Roar right at the end there. So the levels just made it pretty much impossible to win that. Now you're looking at a Faceless Void at 9 minutes who's almost broken 5k net worth. GH is going to give away a freebie.
I was
Very
surprised to
generous
see
with
that
him.
Sumail died there, though. I would have liked to see how FBZ got around to doing that. Meanwhile, ooh, Cookie on the boar. But that just
Nicely
means
done.
Cask is going to bounce back and
It did
forth.
a lot of damage.
Did a hell of a lot of damage.
So that's, if you can get 2 targets isolated there. They do now have the 6, so they've smoked on... Well, they smoked on PYW and Echoes looking for a kill. Might connect to the Witch Doctor, who's now level 6. A very powerful spike for that hero, but generally hard to get the damage off.
Solarbind.
They see it
Oh,
in the
wow.
board.
Scatterblast just hit all 3. Illuminate connects the TP attempt, but the ulti is used.
Oh.
And they will get that kill. But meanwhile, New down low. Timber Chain avoiding that sleep. Sumail is here with Ghost, and eventually they just run down this Timber Saw. FBZ, Primal Roar, but the Vessel's on him. One more right click from Echo gets the kill, and no trade for PYW post F.
Interesting movements here. It's pretty weird that both teams decided to like have these separate engagements on the other side of the map. Usually you don't see teams that split up like that. Yeah. Kind of interesting that they went for like similar things, but still I feel probably generally quite favorable for Enigma Galaxy. You can see they're still pretty dominant in where they are on the map. Sumail is hitting this mid tower with a catapult. Feels really hard to contest him if you can't get some kind of hook shot, especially with this shield rune. I mean, yeah, I said it before that the Faceless Void getting a good start is going to be a bit difficult to deal with, and now he's only gotten more kills and more time to farm since then. He already has the Mask of Madness, and he's quite close to the Maelstrom here. So I'm curious to see how you respond. Echoes has been doing a good job on the Coddle. I think he's been playing well around the Spirit Vessel timing, got at a pretty good time. Farming stacks nicely here, but he's honestly not that great into Faceless Void for a little bit before he gets like some kind of lockdown. You can just jump away with the time lock, so don't care as much about the slow.
Right.
And I mean, if you ever get caught in a chrono on a hero like Coddle, it can be pretty terrifying. The scan does land onto their smoke, so could be wasted from LGD, unless 1J here.
They break the smoke, they have the vision. So they should be able to go after this. Scatter Blast, thinking about the chrono, but these cogs are placed down. Hookshot back to his own Keeper of the Light. Ghost was thinking about even going further for that. He went up those steps for a second. Definitely gave it some thought.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to throw it away there, which is definitely fair. We can see as well, not only is Faceless Void incredibly farmed, Ursa is also sitting quite low on the net worth. Only about 600 away from PYW, which is quite interesting. So pretty farm supports actually, all things considered, from what we normally see. But just an extremely underfarmed Ursa at the moment, so Shiro is probably not going to be able to really accomplish anything on the map for quite some time. Only one component of the Battle Fury.
So far away from it. Ooh, he might get caught here if he's not too careful. If they roam down after going through this twin gate and they just happen to find him, they're instead looking for Niu.
Yeah, Niu could definitely go down here. Looks like Ghost, they're a little bit too far away. Ghost doesn't want to commit the chrono. Still managed to scare them a little bit away from their side of the map. Shiro is unwavering. They did I did also see they did change bracers slightly.
Hook shot
as they go on FBZ here.
Maledict, the cast, not bouncing, not gonna matter. Got that ult from Innocence, the turnaround. Ghost comes over. They've got to sleep if need be, but a bash and then another one for good measure as they get the kill into Innocence. One grenade hits on a PYW. They need a way to stop this TP, and they'll just use Chrono. So basically confirming a second kill for himself. Ghost gets that one there too. But now Chrono offline, and it makes Shiro feel a little bit safer around the map.
Yeah, in my opinion, very worth. I am a big fan of Faceless Void. Using the Chrono spell in the early game whenever he gets a good chance. They try to go into Shiro. They don't have the Chrono though, so not able to catch him, but Shiro wouldn't be playing in that position if they did. As I was saying though, they did change Bracer slightly. It doesn't give damage now, and instead gives flat HP, 50 and then 100 at 25 minutes. Doesn't seem to have changed the way that people value it very much. There are 2 on the Timbersaw on the offlane hero New, and then 1 on Shiro, so maybe a little bit less powerful for some of these universal heroes, but very effective stat-wise, nonetheless. And this is Beastmaster.
Yeah, still Ags early.
You walk into the Roche Pit. A nice part of this as well is having the SF with the minus armor, the stacking raises, is pretty good actually at doing early Roche if you have somebody to tank it. No Chronosphere means that there's maybe a potential to try and fight this, but there's pretty much no way I think LGD would have expected this. It's before even the 15-minute mark, so on the bot side, they end up handing it over to Sumail, which I think is also a pretty good decision here from Enigma Galaxy. Means that he can't get bursted. He's probably at the biggest risk of it at the moment. and he's probably the hero that needs to get to his item the most, his next item. So it's going to give them a huge safety net on Enigma Galaxy to just keep expanding this lead. That being said, LGD...
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I was literally just like, the net worth lead is going down, despite the fact that they got a couple of kills on Enigma Galaxy. They moved over and got Roche, and net worth going down before Battle Fury on Ursa is never the best sign.
That is true, but you still look at... The cores are still so dominantly at the top here.
It's a lot of farm cores, that's for sure. Especially the clockwork behind the Elder Titan.
PYW is a decent part of it, which... I like net worth on Clockwork, but he's going into Solar Crest, which is going to be buffing his other heroes, which are not quite ready, I think, for fighting, especially against the Drums of Slom here on FPZ and an Aegis. For Smail, it's also... I mean, Shiro is still a decent bit away from this Battle Fury. And, let's see, is it Ghost? Yeah, Ghost is a... Was he playing on... Was it RNG before? Is he the Chinese player?
Yes,
okay.
So Ghost is the safe laner. He played off lane for Enigma for like a split second, but he also played safe lane for RNG and Extreme.
Yeah, that guy's pretty good. I did not know that he was on the Enigma Galaxy roster. I haven't been able to catch many of their games. Big fan of his. They are walking on to FPZ here, but Smail is right nearby. This could be dangerous.
FBZ hit with a Spirit Vessel. Earth Splitter flying through. Not going to land. They'll still get the kill in the FBZ. Sumail with the Requiem going after Shiro, trying to get a kill, but now surrounded by 5 heroes. Mortimer Kisses is out, but Ghost gets the kill on a Shiro looking over at Niu. The Illuminate hits on a Sumail. Still has this Aegis to work with. Changes to Shadow Amulet, showing its face with this PYW Clockwork as the ulti from the high ground from Innocence. They'll get the kill on a Ghost. They'll take out the Faceless Void. And now Neo looking for more. 1J with the Scatter Blast. They go and throw the Chakram and the Timber Chain forward to get the kill onto this Snapfire. And Sumail on the run with no Timber Chain connecting will be safely away. But a good fight overall from LGD.
Yeah, they fought. One nice thing that LGD did right here to actually try and get an advantage as they smoke back to try to go in. Oof. He could die a second time here if they're not careful.
Definitely could, and they will get this kill onto Sumail. Nowhere for him to go.
I don't like that decision there by Enigma Galaxy. Kind of being a little bit overconfident here. I was also going to say one of the biggest mistakes that they're making, and they couldn't quite have known because LGD played really well around it, but they walked right into Pipe from New on the Timbersaw and right into Orchid from Echoes, which is the really big one. Ends up getting a kill onto Ghost, which did not think would happen. He did know he had the Orchid, but Ghost is being a little bit overconfident there, didn't think he could die. And now Echoes is sitting on the top of the net worth. They're 2k ahead on LGD. A really poor engagement there from Enigma Galaxy. I feel like they felt a little more pressured to fight than they had to.
Yeah, once they lost Ghost, I think it should have been a full-on retreat, but LGD continuing to find targets. They get the kill here onto the Snapfire, and Sleep just not in time.
Yeah, PYW, I mean, seeing how the net worth can be useful on him, I feel like he's playing... I mean, New and PYW really are both playing super well around just catching Enigma in these weird places. Snapfire was not expecting to get gone on there. I mean, oof, yeah, I think you got to coordinate your spells a little bit better here on terms of Enigma Galaxy, because they're losing a lot of the value they have in their heroes. I mean, there was the Roar came out with no Requiem, the Kisses came out with no Chronosphere, so they're still strong in a team fight, but the pickoff potential is really high here from LGD.
And they're showing it for sure. They're all of a sudden up 5,000 net worth. They felt so close, but look at where Sumail is in the net worth. He's behind this Ursa. Things were going so well for him. Oh, God. PYW almost losing his courier to a boar. But all of a sudden, Sumail's the lowest farmed core, and the supports on the side of LGD have 2,000, 3,000-ish net worth higher than their counterparts. They blink in with the Roar, but Shiro able to get the ult off.
You gotta wake up pretty early for that one. Shiro, really nice reaction there. He's still struggling a little bit on the Ursa, but catching up about to where Ghost is, which is not what you wanted considering the state that this game was in. 5K for LGD, and
Now 6K.
again a little bit of disrespect on PYW and New, showing you how strong they can be as just an offlane duo.
Really starting to clean up.
And this is one of the, when you lose kind of one hero over and over again to like this hook shot, you know, a smoke from Witch Doctor, whatever it is, if you lose kind of one hero on the Stigma Galaxy side, or in general in Dota, it can be really hard to sync up your map movements and to actually like go make something happen, because you don't want to run into an engagement right now when you don't have, you know, a timing to play for and you're missing your Elder Titan, so they're pretty much just keeping them off the map all the time by getting these, you know, even though they're just like a support kill, it's really forcing Enigma Galaxy to have to, you know, play respectful and give a lot of space on the map to LGD, which they're certainly taking. You can see these ward setups, very aggressive on the side of LGD. This one on the triangle here could prove useful.
Oy. A rocket flare gets some information.
Doesn't look like they'll be able to punish it, but Enigma Galaxy is quite scared of it either way.
Cheech gets that shard, and these rocket flares still coming through. Ghost looked like he was going to be quicker on this Manta, but now finally getting there, and all this time spent ahead of this Ursa without his Battle Fury, and he's now behind.
Yeah, and they're taking a late smoke towards the Tormentor, which I don't think I'd expect on Enigma Galaxy either. Looks like he just catches the edge of that Timbersaw facet, hitting the low ground, so gives away a little bit there. Thankfully don't get caught. Not yet, at least, on the side of Enigma Galaxy. They've smoked up themselves to try and hopefully get something, but no BKB yet on FPZ or Samael.
Dust used, Cask, Silence, that's with the Orchid from Echo. Illuminate thrown, ooh, immediately stopping that ulti from Innocence. Will get the sleep on a 2, drop down the Earth Splitter. Ghost is going to come in with a Chrono. They've got the Requiem to follow it up. They get the kill into Echo. They'll look over at Innocence. They'll get themselves a second. No, not yet at least. Voodoo switcheroo with a raise afterwards. 1J dies to Neo while that's going on. But it ends up being a 2 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of, I mean, I think the idea was totally fine by LGD there, but they just kind of blunder it a little bit. That Witch Doctor ulti not quite getting vision, which led to the kill being so much slower, and they both get stomped. Really nicely played from GH. The Earth Splitter right before he dies lands for this nice Chrono. So this is one good thing about the Enigma Galaxy lineup, is sometimes even if you fall behind, you have good ways to get back into the game with these crazy teamfight spells. But if you aren't able to sync them up like they did quite nicely down here, can feel a little bit hard.
Yeah.
Ag's almost on Echo, so he's got a pretty interesting build on the Coddle this game. Definitely deviates from what we've seen typically. I really like the Orchid. I would have gone the same, I think. Does really nicely into the Faceless Void. Has given them a pretty considerable lead, I think, just this item decision on its own. Felt really impactful. But the Ags is a little bit strange. We haven't seen a Coddle, I think, in any of the games we've watched actually build the item itself. It's usually from Roshan, if it's that late in the game. Coddle gets a lot of value from, I mean, you know, anything that has cast range or like Octarine to keep his ulti up longer. And we've seen Dagons before. I really, really love Scythe, but he already has the Orchid, so it's a bit redundant. I don't hate the Ags, but I think the reason that people sometimes don't go it on the Coddle is because it's 4,200 gold for this cooldown that can also be destroyed. Like, it's specifically as well into the Snapfire, right?
Right.
It can just kind of instantly get deleted. So I'm a little bit curious to see if this works out well for them, but sometimes just those few moments that they get flickered before it goes away can catch somebody off guard.
Ghost does not have Chronosphere right now, and well, he needs to be a little bit careful. They do have the Requiem, Shiro on the run, while the rest of the team is still sitting down there bottom. As it's a 7,000 lead. Yeah, it's going to be pretty important. Ags is going to be finished in just a second for Echo, but they backed off the lane.
Yeah, I mean, they assert dominance a little bit on Enigma Galaxy, but to not much avail. 30 seconds left until the Roshan, so LGD comfortably set up in this top side. we're hoping to make sure that Enigma Galaxy don't sneak it on the bottom side, which they did manage to do successfully. Smoke up from Enigma Galaxy, trying to catch them off guard. But I think LGD is probably aware something might be happening.
They might know, and Ags is finished. Jumping into this may not be so easy. If you don't catch the Coddle, you got to be careful if you're the Void of just getting hit with a Will-O-Wisp. Blink up into the high ground, breaks the smoke. Chakram thrown over to FBZ. They know sort of where everybody's at with the idea that they saw FBZ.
Yeah, and FBZ blinks right back into them, so I think LGD has a pretty solid idea of what Galaxy wants to do.
Blinking on a Sumail, pop of the BKB, the cookie to try and get some distance, but now the cask bouncing around back and forth onto the Snapfire. They get the kill on a 1J. Ghost hit with the Maledict. He needs to be careful. They are using that area denial of the Coddle Will-O-Wisp. But so far, just snapped down for the BKB of Sumail. Enrage was used. Will-O-Wisp is down.
BKB on Ursa as well is a pretty massive one. Now you can maybe look to get a Chrono onto Shiro if you want to try this fight, but LGD, I don't think they're that scared. They're walking right into Roche, playing a little bit apprehensive, don't want to get Wombo comboed, as Enigma Galaxy can do that in this game.
Blink on FBZ, hook shot to follow it up. Primal Roar came through. They've got the sweep into the Earth Splitter into the Requiem. That saves FBZ for a moment, but eventually dying the Chrono on Niu only. The Will-O-Wisp is there, and Ghost has to run, and that's exactly what I was thinking when you talk about area denial, and the entire time this is happening, Shiro takes the Roche and gets the Aegis.
Yeah, so Ghost ends up going, rather than going for the early BKB, he goes for a Manta, which I do understand, because you don't want to have to BKB because Coddle Orchids you, and Manta is slightly nicer for farming, but it means that Echo's going into these Ags, even if it can be awkward if it gets killed, just placing it in the Chrono can be really annoying for this, you know, no BKB Faceless Void.
Hook shot.
You don't have a good way to turn around and... Oof.
Cogs and a time dilation. Cask doesn't bounce anywhere.
Looks like they don't get anything. They also, the auras are, I mean, up and running from LGD, so a Faceless Void who had such a good game is now quite far behind. Can't really fight into Solar Crest and Crimson Guard on PYW, with a Gossamer Cape on top just to add insult to injury. And Niu is sitting on Guardian Greaves Pipe, with a Witch Doctor behind them, with Illuminate Heal from Coddle. Feels like you're running out of damage.
Yeah, it's a lack of damage. It's when you don't really have initiation other than the Roar now, the Chrono's down. Banner placed on the ground, and high ground might be pierced. Trying to cut the creep wave
as well from Shiro, which is pretty terrifying if you're Sumail here. You can pretty much get jumped on and have no way out of there. He does have his own blink on Sumail, which will prove quite useful considering how difficult it's been to get into these fights.
Has BKB, gonna use it, look for the Requiem. Will-O-Wisp is down, some raises. They'll get the kill on a PYW eventually, or will they? He somehow gets out of this one. They kill Sumail. He jetpacks out. He's not even dead. Primal Roar on the Timber chaining out Niu. They get the kill on a Ghost. Shiro absolutely just ripping him apart. It's a 2-for-1 right now, and it's not looking good for the side of Enigma.
Not looking good at all.
Oh,
PYW,
God, FBZ's dead.
It's now full HP Shiro. Just a few hits to...
Oh, the cask and the Illuminate in your own base.
I mean, I think a voice line is only appropriate from PYW here. That felt downright disrespectful, what LGD is doing to them. And their own base too, and it looked so nice, the initial cookie into the Requiem. But this is I mean,
how does he live?
Walk into the Will-O-Wisp here, and then Shiro, all it takes is one bash.
Seriously,
really nice
how does he live?
Here. And Ghost, he goes in thinking, you know, I'll just use my time walk out of there. He gets chain stunned by the Will-O-Wisp by perfectly timed bashes, and the cask, and he's not able to get out of there either. So, I mean, if the game was looking tough before, I think dying in your fountain might be a bit of a bad omen for Enigma Galaxy.
Definitely.
building into now. After going to Ags, he is going into the Scythe. So playing pretty much full disable on Echoes, but it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like this Coddle's utility because he's still doing so much damage. They have pretty much no way to deal with him outside of getting a Blink Roar onto him, and even then, we've seen how difficult it can be to kill a hero through Solar Pipe. What was it? Glimmer, Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves. You can give pretty much any hero, 1500 HP.
I'm not really sure if they can kill anybody on the side of LGD after they couldn't kill PYW there.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
That rocket flare.
I mean, he was doing so well, and now he's only 1600 gold off of PYW on the Clockwork. This hero, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be had, but it needs to hit its
Oh,
own
no
timing.
fear from Shiro. A little bit of disrespect there, knowing he's got an Aegis. They'll buy back on the Snapfire. Will-O-Wisp is down, which will eventually be killed as they start to retreat and go for the tier 2.
I mean, whew. Shiro walks into their base and then walks out. It's a little bit of a scary bear here.
A little bit. I mean, this is exactly what Goldilocks was scared of.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro's making it just right in this game. He did have, I mean, he had such a tough early game. At one point, he was the hero sitting next to PYW in the net worth. Now he's sitting pretty confidently at the top here. Feels like you have no answers for not only the auras, but on top of the auras, a hero that can mitigate damage on his own. Chakra Magic also plays really nicely with Ursa. You give that second Earth Shock, that second wave of Overpower. Lotus Orb finished on new, so I really like the way that LGD has itemized this game. It's just so defensive on defensive on almost all their heroes, and then utility on Echoes, pure damage on Shiro. And the few fights that Enigma Galaxy gave away just meant that they hit these items in such stride. It feels like every time that they click on a hero, there's a new one. Echoes, Scythe, that is terrifying. Smoke up. How are you going to deal with this?
It's wild to me how much this game is just going so LGD favored. You know, both these teams obviously having to deal with the fact that a patch came out like 2 hours ago. But they're doing well right now. Ghost in some trouble. Time walk away. They go to the Requiem. Still doesn't kill anybody. The Primal Roar is going to be there on to Shiro with a Chrono to follow it up, but he had to take care of the Will-O-Wisp first. Earth Splitter Blitz. Shiro goes in with the Abyssal Blade. They turn it around on Ghost. Time walk the other way, but Neo's right in his face. FBZ, he's going to be killed off. So is 1J. 2 heroes dead at the side of Enigma Galaxy as they have nothing to kill off anybody on the side of LGD.
That feels really bad, because considering that I don't see how you get much of a better fight than that on the side of Enigma Galaxy. The Requiem was really nice, and they got a roar onto the Ursa, but thankfully Shiro just able to pop the Enrage before the Chrono comes out. I don't think he would have died anyway. But I mean, it feels like no matter how well these fights go, no matter how well you place all these teamfight ultimates, at the end of the day, the auras are kind of, they're rock to your scissors. It seems really hard to play this one out.
It's just not happening for Enigma Galaxy at all.
Not at all.
Hook
Jump
shot
on this mail.
all the way through. Sumail is dead. Doesn't have buyback. Maledict down on the 2. Ghost trying to fight. Basically 1v5. As they'll buy back on GH, they'll start to go after the tier 3 mid, and this should line up to be mega creeps if all is just going to continue this way. FBZ on this Beastmaster unable to really make an opening as blink in from New. Primal Roar reflected with the Lotus Orb. Quick enough on that. Fire Snap Cookie, but Shiro goes in. Manta going to be popped. Yule's up into the air onto Shiro with a Jetpack Battery Assault combo. Well, he's just a flyby, allowing LGD to leave, and, well, Flyby used to be a member of RNG.
Look how disrespectful PYW plays. Walks up into their face, taunts them, throws a few cogs in their face. Feeling pretty good on LGD here. I mean, I feel like the Gs are an inevitability at this point.
Definitely seems that way, and They are looking to make one last hold maybe when Sumail is alive, but I don't even know how much Sumail is going to be given in terms of damage.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, LGD here. You know, let's not even risk it. We can just go Roche. I mean, no harm in doing that when you're on these kind of games. I feel like teams before, they used to get a little bit overzealous. Maybe want to just end the game right there, but no reason to on LGD here. They give a little bit of space to Enigma Galaxy, so that can feel awkward, but I mean, clearing Mega Creeps is not going to be easy, especially for, you know, the likes of somebody like GH or 1J on the Snapfire and Elder Titan here. Feels like you're kind of shackled to your base, unable to get that much net worth out of the map, which you desperately need.
Roche.
I commend Enigma
now
Galaxy for trying at least.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you got to go a little bit far with the new patch. Just try and talk it out, maybe.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well how much the new patch even changed this match specifically. I feel like this is a lot of heroes you've already seen.
That's true. I mean, maybe the Witch Doctor's different. Other than that, everything's pretty much the same heroes. Faceless Void may be one of the different heroes to pick from.
Does seem SF was nerfed, so SF and Beastmaster received a few nerfs, but I don't think that was the issue looking at the game and the way it played out.
Just grabbing an Aegis, waiting for their moment. Should be able to jump in at any time.
Pretty much any moment is their moment at this point. Shiro, if he wasn't unkillable before, now he has an Octarine core with the shard, so gonna be constantly ranged here, especially, I mean, if the Ursa Coddle wasn't already a strong matchup, or a strong, like, combo, especially once he starts getting that shard, starts getting Octarine on Shiro, I mean, you can barely kill him without the enrage, and now he's gonna be 80% damage reduction, probably at least 60% of the fight. FBZ's just trying to power farm, and the enemy triangle oh, sorry, I was watching your stream. We're a little bit behind, but anyway, in the base, what are we gonna do here for Enigma Galaxy? You're gonna jump onto FBZ, Shiro.
Oh god, every time.
Unpunishable here on these LGD heroes. Will-O-Wisp is just insult to injury.
Yeah, it's just area denial. You're looking for a jump in, but it's almost impossible to go. Well, you kill Shiro with Chrono, and then what? He has another life.
Look how far Echoes plays back on this Coddle. How are you supposed to ever get onto this hero, even with the smoke? They're just frontlining Shiro new. Jump in onto Sumail.
Time walk in, time walk out. Baits out the Voodoo switcheroo, but that's really not a big deal overall as they start to... And by start, I mean they are clearing out the tier 4s in just a moment. Blink Abyssal Blade with the Whirling Death. FBZ going to use that cookie. They go to the backline with the Chronosphere. They're trying to get the kill on the Coddle. That's a way to start it. The Earth Splitter hits, and Echo is dead. He'll buy back, try and get back into this one as quickly as he can. He can TP over to the outpost. And now they've got him back, ready to go, as Shiro jumps in once more, looks at Ghost, kills him off. 1J's dead. Primal Roar, it gets used onto Echo, who will die a second time, but Sumail, even in his own base, can't survive. They'll call GG, and LGD take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, I mean, it was quite convincingly from LGD, but Enigma Galaxy had a really good opportunity at some point in this game. I mean, they had Roche before 15 minutes, and then sometime during their Aegis timer, it just felt like they went for this fight that did not work out at all for them. Net worth swings pretty heavy into LGD, and from that point on, they just didn't have the damage to deal with the itemization here and the picks from LGD. Yeah, feels like they kind of built Exodia with this LGD team here.
It really was. They got to a point where they just couldn't do anything at all on the side of Enigma Galaxy. And truly, I don't know what they were expected to do at a certain point in that game. Like that one fight that they lost when they were all of a sudden behind, it went from like a 4,000, 3,000-ish lead for Enigma Galaxy, and then right after it was like a 6K lead for LGD, and it felt like no coming back.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it too was, I mean, LGD just played so seamlessly around their item timings. Every time I saw an observer like click on a new hero in LGD, they had this new extremely powerful item, PYW, hitting Solar Crest and Crimson at like 20-ish minutes on a clockwork. New had the pipe, I think around the, like 16, 17 mark where they took that fight. Echoes, really nice Orchid to kind of increase their tempo. I mean, it was nonstop from LGD. Felt like after that one mistake from Enigma Galaxy, it wasn't really as much about their play. It was just, is LGD going to be consistent and just stick together here and kind of slowly choke you out? And LGD had no problem doing so.
This is one of the big fights here that, Shiro ends up going down, and this is where they end up finding FBZ. You could see slowly but surely Echo was starting to get out a lot of damage, and FBZ wasn't really able to do too much. The Orchid showing to be so strong, and Sumail, it felt as if he was very fragile.
Oh yeah, I mean SF is a fragile hero in general, but part of it too is they were fighting around really nice here. You can see from this was honestly one of the biggest turning points of the game was the Orchid that came out from Echoes there. Felt like that was one of the biggest defining moments in this game 1. But yeah, I mean the Shadow Fiend, this hero, it's strong right initially when it gets the Kaya and Yasha, but it honestly feels really difficult to play between your Kaya Yasha and the next item. Usually it's Blink if you're having a good game, but Sumail was forced to go into the early BKB, so it wasn't able to quite, initiate onto heroes for a big part of the game. And by the time he had BKB, Shiro had matched it, and usually with a basher about, I think, 2 minutes later. At that point, there's, kind of nothing you can do as SF. Shiro blinks in, presses BKB, bashes you. Pretty much have to hope that your team force-staffs you or somehow manages to get locked down onto him.
Yeah. You could see they're getting farmed in their own base. This cask bounces, and then the Illuminate comes through, which is just awful and unfortunate, and I'm sorry for your existence. It's just not much you could do there.
Yeah.
But you could see early on, too, supports really fell behind on the side of Enigma Galaxy. And that was, in place of the fact that, yes, the cores on Enigma were getting farm, but then the supports never really got anything, and the cores fell off.
Yeah, and I think it was more of just, I think, this was kind of like, when you look at LGD, it's kind of a masterclass of how to play around item timings. And on Enigma Galaxy side, how, difficult it can be to play the game when you aren't able to get to your item timings or you aren't able to capitalize them. Because LGD, I mean, they got their pipe in the Orchid for that crucial fight. Right around the exact same time, they smoke immediately into an Aegis from Enigma Galaxy, and it made all the difference. That Orchid is probably one of the biggest, points in the game onto the Faceless Void there. Because it turns the game so much on its side. They lose so much map pressure on Enigma Galaxy. They lose so much presence. They lose so much farm. And from there, it just kind of gets out of control. And at that point, playing around item timing is a little bit easier because they just keep coming out one after another. The Ags as well. I was skeptical at first on it from Echoes, but being so far behind, they weren't really able to just stand and hit the Will-O-Wisp like you might do in, a different game. They had to run away constantly, and they weren't able to do so against PYW with the hook shot, Innocence with the cask. It really did feel impossible at some point.
Yeah, it really did, and that's going to be MVP is PYW. I don't disagree with that. His hook shots were insane. His movement was insane, and 5-3 and 22 feels pretty freaking good. And Ags, Crimson Guard. He's the one who actually gets Crimson Guard in this game. Solar Crest, 4-staff. This is a position 4, just getting a whole bunch of farm. And
yeah, I mean, looking at his inventory, that looks like, I think that's like an offlane clockwork.
That could be an offlane Beastmaster's inventory if you really could ask somebody all of a sudden, and that's pretty insane when you're doing it from the 4-position clock. So, really good job there, and I don't know if the casters are going to send it to a break real quick, but we could take a break, get some water, get some hydration, Stretch a little bit if you need to. Maybe consider subbing in the meantime. Who knows? I'm just spitballing here. I'm spitballing.
Yeah, just throwing things out, seeing what sticks. You know.
Yeah, we'll
Twitch
say
Primes,
anything.
sick.
Twitch Prime sticks, donation sticks, subbing sticks. Who knows? Or just sitting there while ads are being played. That also is some revenue, and that sticks. As all you guys know, this is a good stream. So we'll be back in a little bit.
PayPal.com/bcop.
Exactly. And we'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to play some music, and I'm going to go get myself a little seltzer, a little bubbly water.
Ooh,
I'm treating myself, you know. Water with
should.
bubbles. Yes, I'm treating myself right now. So we'll be back in, I don't know, 2 minutes, it says.
Roger Dodger.
We could be here while it says 2 minutes anyway, but I'm going to grab a seltzer. It's the excuse to leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be back too.
Spring sweet rhythm dance in my head and slip into my lover's arms. Kiss me, won't you kiss me now? And sleep I would inside your mouth. Don't be asked to shy, knowing it's no big surprise that I will wait for you. I will wait for no one but you. Oh, please never lay down. Spend this time with me together. Share this smile. Never lay down. Walk with me, walk with you. Hold my hands in your hands. And so much we have dreamed. When we were so much younger. Hard to explain that we are stronger. A million reasons I'd to deny. Let's toss them away. See you and me, we're laid down. Let's say she and he by my lover's side. Together share this smile. Each other's tears to cry. Together share this smile. Never lay down. Oh, please, never lay down. Oh, please, never lay down. Do we never lay down? 'Cause it's over. Never lay down. Say love, say love, say love, say love, say love. And I'm moving. Could I love you? Could you love me? Could I love you? Could you love me, darling? Could I love you? Could you love me? Could I love you? Could you love me, darling? It's all the same. All the same. All the same. All the same. Till we dance away.
I'll have to make coffee eventually. everybody. We should all hydrate, though. No audio at the moment. The Queen feed doesn't have audio for the casters. I asked them not to include it so it didn't overwhelm us, but let me see if I can... No. I was trying to see if I can make the quality better. Can't hear me. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Y'all very generous to us, you know. Because we just up here having a good time. I hope y'all having a good time too.
It is currently 1-0 LGD.
I just gotta say, see Tucker and hold on.
Shades open, guys. Curtains open. Curtains open.
See now Tucker.
The curtains are open. I don't think the players are out yet. I wonder how hot it is out there.
See? Anyway, so Tara and Tucker, they got married yesterday.
Their ACs are set to 25.
This is from Tara to Tucker.
Let's see. Heat at Snow Ruyi. Or temperature. Jesus. It's 32 over there? That's crazy. It's a Thursday. That's why it's so empty. Got ourselves a draft. Who do you think is the biggest winner of the patch? Potentially Death Prophet or Earth Spirit. I would like to see either of them in this next game. Is that a Dota TI umbrella? It's pretty cool. So, all typical bans so far. Sven first pick. We're still not changing our drafting up that much. Cool. Sand King. Still nothing different. Big fan, big fan. Oh, man. I want to see some different things here, for sure. Also, I don't know if those are clouds. And it's getting potentially rainy out there. But banning Storm Spirit. Speaking of Storm Spirit changes, the Shock Collar facet. Electric Vortex debuff now grants that the next attack of the enemy is redirected onto themselves and triggers the overload charge. Watch out, PAs. You could be next.
I see that the patch has really
changed everything. Yeah. The only difference is Winter Wyvern ban, Storm Spirit ban, and a Bristle ban.
Yeah, let me go ahead and press Control F on this patch. Wyvern ban. Looks like she didn't get any changes.
Oh, it's sunny again. Now everybody's waving. Hey, it's me on camera. Woo!
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 Sven's Warcry was nerfed. The talent too. So, seems like carry Sven is still relatively very, very strong.
Sandstorm AoE
I feel like Sven is
got
strong.
upped during the facet of Dust Devil.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry.
And PYW back on the clockwork. Oh boy.
Innate.
Shocker, Niu smiling. Show me something I've never seen before. This dude literally never isn't smiling. He's like never frowning. It's just straight smiles.
Cute. You love to see that. Name of Galaxy, they go back to their tried and true Elder Titan, which I can definitely respect. I think this hero is still quite good, and GH is a pretty good player on it. For 1J, might be able to flex it as well. But you go back, you know, they have Elder Titan, you have Clockwork. I feel like with PYW's performance, ooh, no reason not to.
Rubik.
Was it the Rubik? I wonder who is going to play this. I mean, always it's a treat generally to see GH Rubik. But he did look quite good on the Elder Titan.
Are you saying that he might have Rubik on Sumail?
Oh. I mean, I was just thinking between the two supports, but mid Rubik, we have seen it. Laurel played against the Shadow Fiend. So clearly it is playable. Can be a bit tough into the likes of Clockwork, but seems like it's generally just meant to be a lane counter. Although no confirmation yet from LGD that this actually is a mid Shadow Fiend, and there's still potential to play it in the safe lane if they would like.
What's next for Enigma Galaxy?
Well, I guess ideally you're probably keeping this flex open, so I wonder if they're looking at a carry. I would almost consider taking the Ursa here. For Ghost, I mean, it looked very good in Shiro's hands, and it's quite a good game so far for it. But I wonder if there's any high-value offlaners they want, considering that this might just be a mid Sand King as well. FBZ, though, is a pretty notorious Sand King player, even when this hero is really weak. So I could definitely see him taking it to the offlane, which we haven't... I think we've seen maybe one game of it, but generally it goes mid. Kind of just depends on what they want. If they want to keep the flex open, then it is a carry. I'm a big fan of the Ursa. But maybe there's potential for something like a CK. Juggernaut did receive a few buffs. It'd actually be kind of like a Juggernaut game. From Weaver. That's one as well. I don't know. I didn't see if he got any changes. Let's do a little Control F. Weaver. New innate. So they did get rid of the Geminate attack on level 1, which probably reduces this hero's level 1 effectiveness by a decent bit. Let's see, every time Weaver casts an ability, he gains 50 attack range. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. I mean, this makes carry Weaver, I think, actually stronger, for sure, as the game goes on, but is going to decrease the kind of impressive lane that this hero can have. Quite good into Clockwork in the laning phase, and quite good against Shadow Fiend if they want to, for some reason, play it support. I like this. I like the Weaver. I'm assuming it'll be carry based on these changes. I is already quite good in that role. And it's going to be a little bit harder to play it in support now that you have no Geminate at level 1.
You don't do as much damage as a support, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Pango, still existing. Let me guess, no changes.
Pangolier.
Actually, not that many changes. Actually, a bit of a rescale and that's it on his ult damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so probably... I mean, this is probably relatively a nerf for sure, but not meaningfully. Doesn't change what the hero does in most capacities. A little bit weaker at level 6. So still going to do Pangolier thing. It's still quite a good game for it. They're also still keeping the flex alive on LGD. Sure that this can be played in the off lane. New, I think, is quite confident on his Pangolier. Could be decent into whatever lane is down here to get away from the Weaver. What is Enigma Galaxy going to cook up here is the real question. We have seen Sand King mid into the Pangolier do quite well. I believe it was 7E on the Sand King who had a really nice performance on it.
Right.
Can interrupt the shield crash with Burrow Strike, which is a nice little benefit. let's see. LGD is gonna have to 23 pick, so I'm curious what hero they want for it. Generally, the best thing that you can get in this position as LGD is a hero that no matter what Enigma Galaxy picks, they're going to be able to throw it in kind of any of the lanes. They end up just going with Enchantress, so they kind of lock their draft. I mean, not really, I guess. Going for a support kind of keeps the flex open in the sense that you don't know if this is going to be... I mean, I guess, it kind of does have to be SF mid then, I suppose, carry Sven. Unless you want to do some really dark tech, like a Sven offlane. Doesn't sound very good into Weaver. So Enigma Galaxy, I assume actually that they're just going to be looking for a mid or an offlaner here. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking.
It could be a mid, it could be an
game, though. It was a good Ursa game.
If they throw it mid, you're back. You're fine.
You're so back. Definitely, I think the likelihood of a mid Ursa is not very high. I think it's going to be the Ursa carry, Rubik mid, probably Sand King in the offlane with Weaver. So they do end up playing it support still. Enchantress, I believe, was changed very slightly. I know they changed her innate, which is going to be a buff no matter what, because it was so bad. So unbearably bad. Yeah, slight buff. Not a huge one. It just makes enemies take more damage from neutral camps. Kind of a weird one, but I guess will be annoying. Anything better than neutral tokens.
Oh. You don't like... I like neutral tokens.
Oh, I love neutral tokens, but getting, like, Enchantress just getting neutral tokens, like, oh, it gets 2 instead of 1. It was so lame. Felt so weak in comparison to so many of the nates, but her new one isn't really that... I mean, I don't think it seems that strong either. Either way, it's Enchantress. It's going to do Enchantress things. They didn't nerf her laning power at all, which is why you pick the hero in the first place.
No longer grants a guaranteed neutral drop token. It's just so sad.
You think so? You think they've really done a devastating thing?
They've ruined it. They broke it. It's over. What can you do?
It's so over.
Yeah.
We're not back.
We're not back with Enchantress. Although we are back with Enchantress because it's in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be interesting to see if we get any pauses or anything like that. I think he's holding a fan in his hands. By the way, I don't know if you were here when I was fawning over his outfit, but he's got an Aegis on his left shoulder, which is awesome.
And this, like, kind of like, well, I mean, I'm gonna sound stupid. I don't know what his, like, what you would call his garment.
Yes, neither do I. That's why I just said
it's
outfit.
like admiral kind of.
Yeah, it is very admiral-ish.
But I mean, it looks really cool. I like her dress as well.
That's what. Yeah, I said the same thing. What I was thinking now that you said admiral stuff, if Sven had pauldrons in game that were just Aegises like that.
Ooh.
That would be a good cosmetic for all you art cash enjoyers.
Cash.
Get on in there.
Cosmetic maxing.
Yeah. You guys cosmetic max over there?
Wasting money pilled.
Exactly. And if you're not, you should.
It's funny to think of probably what, like, interesting professional things are going on in this, like, Chinese cast that we're talking, and how degenerate it is over here.
Yeah. They got what they paid for.
Yeah. Or didn't.
Exactly.
or lack thereof.
Lack thereof pay. They got what they paid for. Oh, man. So who has the better draft?
Couldn't tell you. I like the Ursa in this game. I would say LGD. In terms, I mean, you have, like, PYW back on his clockwork. We're so back, and then you have this Enchantress as well on Innocence. So I feel like there's gonna be a lot of power in the support duo. If they're able to make moves and get ahead in the early game, which they weren't able to last game, can only imagine how difficult the game might be for Nigma.
I will say the point prediction has it 53% LGD, 47% Nigma Galaxy. It's pretty close.
I mean, you'll take 47. You will take 47.
Does Gaben think the same way? Who knows? But yeah. It's actually getting closer. 48-52. It might end up 50-50 in this last minute. Who knows?
Point predictions are notoriously a pretty good indicator.
Yes. Very not biased based on teams you like or who won game 1 without looking at draft.
His chat is completely unbiased and also 14k MMR and Cup.
Yeah, that one guy told me so. And then he called me soft, and I was like, you know what's awesome about this being my stream? You're banned.
You're banned.
You're banned.
You're gone.
You're gone. It's over for you.
Out of here. Yeah, I mean, Twitch chatters notoriously, don't want anybody low MR to speak in the chat, so please be Legend 1 or above.
Oh, thank God. Glad you brought it out that way. I feel better about myself already. While we get this a little bit of a delay, I am going to play some ads.
Oh, yeah. If only there was a way to not have to watch those ads.
By subbing, you could avoid all the ads for the rest of the event. I know, crazy. And get access to some decent, awesome emotes that I think exist on my channel. I'm the dictator of this stream. I don't know if I would say dictator. Now Enigma Galaxy 56%. I'm going to press that ad button now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Quick ads during delay. Don't leave. Love you. XOXO. Who is my co-host? I'll type that because if he's watching ads, he probably won't hear this.
He could be seeing something about America's favorite boneless wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Ad blocker ready. What the? How dare you?
My ad blocker stopped working. I kept doing
months
a new
ago.
ad blocker every week to try and keep up, and then I just gave up. I couldn't do it anymore.
Same.
I really couldn't.
Same.
The corporation, they beat me out. I'll be honest. Which is why I sub to twitch.tv/bcop.
And that's I mean that's
I
really.
don't, actually.
I was gonna say.
Let me see.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Is
No,
this
it's fine.
7.37 or 7.36? This is 7.37. Ah, it did come through. You used your Twitch Prime, and my alerts are off, so they won't interrupt the stream.
Wow.
That's
so
how
easy and
professional
simple.
I am. That's right, folks. That is how professional I am. Game? I don't know. Casters, start the game.
Casters, start the game. It's interesting because famously, there's never any pauses or issues at events.
Especially at LAN events.
At LAN events in Snow Ruyi, in clearly an area that was not necessarily designed for esports.
Maybe they couldn't close the curtains.
Could be an issue here.
Your $20 ad blocker's working? This guy pays for ad blocker? Doesn't that defeat the purpose?
Some people have that money. Now I'm sad.
I feel like that would defeat the purpose.
He's not talking about. Is it a?
Twitch
Prime or Twitch
Nitro or Turbo?
Turbo, yeah, Turbo. That's it.
They're all this weird fast speed.
I know. They're kind of they're like Fortnite words, really. At the end of the day.
Ah, sorry, I'm too old for that. I don't know what that is.
Fortnite.
Flossing?
Yeah, Fortnite.
No, I do know Fortnite.
Travis Scott.
Travis Scott. Oh, is that the guy who killed those people at his concert?
Yeah, he did. It was
Allegedly.
Allegedly, pretty very much. Allegedly.
Allegedly. We keep it allegedly on this stream. I don't need to be sued. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Now the word's starting to sound weird. Oh, so this is a great emote. Let's see this raffle one. Wait, I thought this was your Twitch. No, it's a channel emote.
I have some decent emotes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Sad Kitty. I was using that one. Never can go wrong with Pop Cat. What was it? Is it
Pop Nemo? Yeah, I love Pop Nemo. It's my favorite emote. Speaking of Fortnite, I have a story about Fortnite.
I would have loved to hear your story about Fortnite. Biko.
It's actually so back when the Fortnite World Cup was gonna happen. I was gonna potentially work it as a secondary host, like a in-arena host. And because it was happening in Queens, and I like lived 30 minutes away by car. I was living in my house at the time. And I was like, dude, I'd love to do this. This is cool. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, I know where the tennis stadium is. Like, I could drive there, whatever. And I was like, how much does it pay? Because, you know, Fortnite World Cup, $300 million tournament. You'd think
$300 million?
Well, the like whole year was a $300 million tournament or some shit like that.
That's nuts.
The one that Booga won?
Yeah.
And so they were like, yeah, we'll pay you like $100 a day. And I was like, what? They were like, yeah, $100 a day. That sounds good. And I was just like, what? And I was like, do you guys cover parking? No. Do you guys cover food expenses? No. I was like, then I'm not going to make any money. What do you want from me? What are you talking about? Dude, parking at that stadium's like $35. And then I got to drive, and then I got to fucking $100 a day to be first working the event on camera? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that is absurd.
And I like, maybe in retrospect it would have been okay to like, I don't know, say yes and like take the exposure. But
getting paid in exposure, the biggest
at the biggest Fortnite event ever.
Yeah.
But I couldn't convince myself. I just couldn't. I couldn't take $100 a day and then like drive, pay for parking, pay for food, cover my own gas, and then go home with $0 in my pocket.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it also would have been a Fortnite event. What would you have been done, like interviewing?
I would have been like flossing in the crowd. Yeah. Actually, probably. How old was I? What year was this? This was 2019. I was 27. 26 at that point.
Oh.
There is a delay. I don't know why. Let me check the Discord. Maybe they'll let me know. Why delay? No way. Fuck exposure. Get that paper. Who is she? Instagram name, please. I don't know their Instagram or anything like that. I think that is if I had to guess, I don't want to guess who that is. I don't.
What? You know, I don't like the vibe of that comment. Let's keep Instagram out of this man's hands.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're right. You're right. $100 per day is bad. Yes, that's minimum wage minus expenses. They went to break, so obviously, clearly there is a tech problem.
I don't know. You're just a player. Like, it must just be someone who just sit at your desk and they just like you've already know you're drafting everything. Like, I don't know. You gotta talk with your teammates. Socialize.
Don't read chat. Someone said $100 is bad. Dude, what kind of better be having some level 10 Gyats for this delay? What are you saying? I can't play ads again yet. I want to. It says you recently ran ads too recently.
Yeah.
I have
He's
no
a Lee Sin main for sure.
I have no mods.
But he's not good.
They're not here right now. I mean, they're here, but like, shut up.
They go to a different school.
Yeah, you don't know them. My girlfriend's from a different school. You wouldn't know her.
Yeah,
Who's
you
that
know.
girl? Name, please. That take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes to reevaluate yourself right
Reflect,
now.
yeah.
Reflect.
Yeah, that's
After expenses, $400 is enough for one day. Yeah, like I would have done it for. Honestly, I probably would have done it for like $400 a day. It was
yeah.
it was Fortnite
yeah.
World Cup Grand Finals, but for $100 a day for me to walk home with no money, I would have been like whatever. I can't. Oh, I can run ads right now. I'm running ads. Got you.
Put them in timeout. They're kind of feral today, become something. I think
feral.
something about Enigma Galaxy really gets the Twitch chatters like going, makes them like. I just feel like every time Enigma Galaxy is playing, like they come out of the woodworks, you know.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Oh man,
My game is not starting.
Skibbity Sigma Gyat Nigma Fisting Maxing. What the fuck is that? No, take 2 minutes to take a minute. Take like 60 seconds to evaluate life a little bit. Just please.
How about we turn the PC off? Okay? How about we get off our phone real quick? Maybe step out. Maybe step outside. Well, let's see what fresh air smells like. Why don't we?
Fresh cut grass, please. No ads in the middle of fights, please. I would never play ads in the middle of a.
That is the entire purpose of playing ads now.
Yeah, come on, guys. Who's
We're
PM?
doing this for you guys.
Who's PM chat with you? Nobody DMs me like that. Nobody thinks I'm new patch, bro. Oh, maybe they. Oh, maybe an update hit the game.
Oh, could be it. Could be it. Could also not be it.
I can only play so many ads. I mean, they already drafted. Right? So.
Yeah, they did, in fact.
Panama forfeited today against Colombia. Who is talking? Hot voice. Please send me $2,000. No. Why would I do that? Who on chat here with you, B-Cop? Who's the other guy? Oh. Sorry. I didn't know what you meant. It's at. That's who's with me.
I ain't changing my thing too. My bio on Twitch is outdated. People are gonna think I'm 19 and I'm only 8K.
Oh, we're just in the game.
Oh, we're good. Oh, nice.
Okay.
Wasn't surprised. So FPZ is going to be playing the Sand King specialist. I tried to make it sound fancy and failed. Ghost on the Ursa here. Pretty expected. New playing the Pango.
The ads ended just in time. All right, so let's see how this goes, because it's 1J on the 5-position Weaver?
I believe so, which I actually don't hate, although I do have a... well, I guess it could be... Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, you have kind of an awkward lane somewhere. The, like, Sand King Elder Titan can be a little bit weird. Ursa Sand King can be a little bit weird. A little bit of damage there. And 1J. Looks like it is going to be position 5 Elder Titan, as it was last game. 3 runes go to the side of LGD.
Position 4 Elder Titan.
Is it?
Well, it's GH, right?
I think GH was playing 5 last game.
Was he?
When Jay was on the Snapfire in the offlane.
Sorry, they have GH listed as the 4, so they must just be swapping prio.
Yeah. Good support players sometimes do that. Some teams don't like to do that. Some teams love to do it. Smell taking a lot of damage already from the raises. Oh, wow.
Oh gosh. Yeah, how's this matchup, Rubik against SF?
I mean, we saw it before with Aro playing it. Generally, if you don't tank 4 raises, level 1 is quite good for Rubik, just because you have kind of like, you have nice damage, you reduce the SF1, you're generally not in much fear of getting hit by too many raises. You can steal Shadow Raise at level 6, which will actually deal a lot of damage at that point in the game. Nice for wave clear. So generally a good matchup. If any hero that has kind of long range, can't get ran down too much, is going to be good into SF.
Looking to see and predict who gets first blood in this game. Pango, no matter the changes, if ever the changes, never nerfs enough to get out of the meta. Because why would we ever want to get rid of this hero?
Yep. Beep beep.
Did you just say all beep beep?
Yep.
Oh my god. Isn't that one of his voice lines or something like that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think it's like his Grandmaster one or like his Master tier. Beep beep.
Yeah, that one's very good. Big fan, big fan.
Big fan. Air conditioner almost.
8-2 now for Sumail, so at least CSing well enough after eating those raises.
Yeah, just managed to heal back up. Top lane is Shiro on the Sven carry, so Sven carry is relatively untouched in regards to... I mean, Warcry is a little bit weaker, so it does hurt carry Sven, but not by a lot, since that's not what you're primarily playing around. Mainly a support to the Sven nerf, which is also very strong, or the support Sven, which is very strong. Should be a decent game for Shiro if he can get off to a good start. We've seen... Honestly, I don't know if we've seen a bad game from Shiro. I mean, there's that one troll game that was kind of awkward I think we saw from him, but it felt like a whole team thing there.
Yeah,
he's been playing very well this tournament. I feel like a lot of the games that they're winning on LGD2, it just feels like he's kind of unstoppable.
Man, this lane up top, Sven's still getting a good amount. This is similar to the way Game 1 started, where like the lanes went well for Enigma Galaxy, but you gotta wonder if they can make it through that initial phase, right? Because this has been a little bit tough for them.
Yeah, it's nice that they're not doing too poorly in this top lane so far against the Enchantress. Usually Enchantress gets a little bit stronger into level 3, but it doesn't feel like they're too horribly upset so far in Enigma Galaxy. I was mostly worried about potentially this offlane and safe lane from Enigma Galaxy in the early game.
Are you surprised that, maybe Sand King's not doing a little bit more here to the Sven with Caustic Finale and all that?
So they did end up, I think they touched the numbers on Caustic Finale and Stinger a little bit, so I think the hero lost some power in laning phase. Plus, Sand King generally needs kind of some levels before he starts actually doing a pretty significant amount of damage, especially if they're gonna nerf his numbers like that. So I think it makes sense that Shiro, especially with a Enchantress, like one of the strongest laning heroes in the game, is gonna do pretty decently. I think he's gonna be pretty happy moving forward in this game. It is, although a... Oh, GH.
Could be first blood, will be first blood,
Yeah.
and Ghost actually down to half health, so even he needs to be careful losing that courier. So many couriers dying in the moment. All of a sudden, Enigma Galaxy just lost 3 couriers.
And they're diving him with Glyph.
Yeah, Ghost.
Who with Twin Lace on PYW?
This is a little bit tough. Blood Grenade thrown out. GH trying to save him, but cannot save this Ursa. And I said the lanes were going well, and I immediately jinxed it because they lose both GH and Ghost. PYW, one more right click. Oh, is he fast enough? No.
Yeah, he's got the Win Lace
Damn.
on PYW. So good deal here for LGD. PYW. I mean, I wouldn't have given them Clockwork this game after that first one. Seems that it is coming back to bite them. I did also think that it would be kind of awkward to play this like double melee lane in the bot lane. Still having a pretty decent time in terms of CSing on Ghost, not quite where the Sven is by any means. But those 2 kills are a really big deal. You never want to give Pango anything. Never. Don't let this hero anywhere near his first item if you can help it.
Meanwhile, mid's going okay for this Rubik. CS, when we were looking at it, made it seem like it might be more of a lead here for Sumail, but right now just a 400 gold lead, which is significant when you think about it.
Yeah, it's really nice in the mid lane. It also, especially, LGD ended up getting 3 wisdom, or not wisdom, 3 bounty runes at the start of the game, which can be quite annoying for the mid lane. Generally kind of offsets your bottle tempo, but Echo just walks up, finds himself an amplified damage rune. Nice and easy. So to help him a little bit here, he's also Shadow Fiend, so worst case scenario, Enchantress goes and clicks a few jungle camps on the minute mark. Have pretty good stack taking potential on both teams here, but it looks like they're just fighting in the lanes.
And PYW again going for GH, taking a lot of damage here, but the TP over from Sumail. If there's something he wants to steal, he does have this raise, and will just get this kill with Ghost, and good rotation, good first rotation from this Rubik.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Sumail hasn't taken a point in telekinesis yet. He put the 2 points in his passive. Not incredibly crazy, but I think telekinesis is a super value point. Innocence is walking on to the Ancients here. It's going to stop the stack, but can't take the Wisdom Rune. Doesn't die either for it, so not much of a loss there.
As long as you're not dying for it and you know you can't take it, you're in a decent spot. And Ghost ends up hitting that level 6, FBZ. He's getting close to that point. Ironwood Tree taken for the Sven. And back when Ironwood Tree was originally available, it was a very strong
I love the
tier
little
1
GG.
neutral. And yeah, now it does plant a GG tree, so we are seeing those again. I like them.
Love seeing those.
Stormhammer.
Yeah, really nice for FBZ isn't
And
God
God
Strength. He has
Strength.
phase boots.
One day's coming over. If they could get the sleep, they might be able to turn this, especially with the help of Sumail. They get the kill into Innocence. They lose GH. They don't want to fight into Shiro. And we'll just let him leave. But Sumail is the one who swipes that kill. That Fade Bolt doing a good amount of work.
Yeah, always nice to get net worth onto the Rubik. That being said, always nice to get net worth onto his Sven. Sitting very comfortably on Shiro here. But Ghost isn't getting that kill from Sumail. Sumail, who he's rotated twice, gotten kills, has helped Ghost out a lot by just having the level 6. He feels like he can actually sit under this tower.
Rolling Thunder, but avoiding the initial roll. Well done by Ghost. Cogs trying to give him some area denial. Jumps with that Enrage. Earthshock as well. Echo taking a lot of damage. There's the sleep, but last bit of the Rolling Thunder lands on to Sumail, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Echo is in some trouble. They'll drop the Swarm on him. Look for the Requiem, but he does die to Sumail afterwards.
Yeah, nice snipe there from Sumail.
Ghost can jump back in, and they've got Cogs around him. Cogs stolen by Sumail. Not the best spell to steal when you're the mid Rubik. And Telekinesis on a Neo. They don't get the kill on the Innocence. They're still chasing for this Pangolier, looking for the damage. Ghost needs to be a little bit careful. They do finish off the Pango. And Sumail's got himself a killing spree.
Yeah, Sumail playing this early game really clean. It's quite impressive. He's sitting at such a high net worth for having not really been in the mid lane that much. This is part of the power of this matchup as well as SF generally, one of the nicest things about playing the hero is that you're gonna press raise on the wave twice and then you just get to walk away. Rubik does essentially the same thing once you steal them.
Bro Strike, Epicenter with the sleep. Well done by GH to get that follow-up sleep, and they will get this kill. Back-to-back deaths on Echo.
Really, I mean, I would not have expected that. That was a really nice rotation coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They just walk him down between his tier 1 and tier 2. Nobody on LGD feels like rotating. Feels like they don't have much weight to. I will say one nice thing that Echoes has been doing is, instead of giving up the raises, he's been pressing the spell that I don't know the name of because it's so incredibly useless. But it's actually very good against Rubik. Most people don't level it. I think in this last game, Sumail didn't level it at all because it gives attack speed, but it eats up your souls. Against Rubik, however, it allows you to stop him from stealing Requiem, allow him to, or stop from stealing Raise, give him pretty much a dead spell. So feels good on that end, but does not feel good on Echoes when you're 3.6k net worth. PYW gives another kill away to Smail, but trades for GH. Phylactery fully finished on Rubik once he gets it to the secret shop here.
Damn. That's
Sure
fast.
hits hard.
That is very fast, man.
Yeah, they're gonna have to combo quite well, I think, onto Shiro though to bring him down. He's sitting at almost 11 minutes in the game, and Shiro's got around 1600 HP. Mask of Madness to his name. So still got a bit of a Sven problem, even with Rubik.
Innocence level 6, Neo over here. They're farming the enemy's jungle, just trying to get a lot out of the map. And this is something we saw in the first game as well. Supports for the side of LGD, getting a lot of farm and knowing where to get it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, PYW especially. I don't know what he just kind
Hook
of
shot.
makes up a
Cogs and a Rolling Thunder. Neo's
well.
here farming, so like the fact that he's here is kind of wild. And coming from behind Sumail, but look at the damage on a PYW and Innocence. Ghost comes in, Burrow Strike Epicenter, Earth Splitter's down. New gonna try and get away, but 3 heroes dead on the side of LGD, and despite the fact that the positioning was interesting from LGD coming around the back and having their heroes here, they're unable to get anything out of this fight, and they smoke and look for more. They might just catch Sven.
Ooh, he could be a little bit wiser here on Shiro, but probably just gonna walk into his own ancient camp. They can read this from Enigma if they want. Seems to be a little bit too deep without the ulti, so they're gonna go ahead back off. Shiro narrowly escapes it. But Sumail is, I mean, he's doing a lot here. That hookshot looked really good, but there's a little bit of a shield room left here.
And he just gets
Isn't
bursted
quite
so
able to get enough
fast.
damage. Yeah, he actually uses the cog pushback to get further away from them. Really nice. You can see kind of as well, in this last game we were talking about how Caudal had really nice area denial on the side of LGD as well with the cogs and whatnot. But the other Titan is kind of the king of area denial, and they used it really well on Enigma Galaxy there. Sand King as well, one of those heroes with the, Burrow Strike range, potentially killing somebody or just sitting in that sandstorm.
Quick Blink Dagger, and he's got the double bracer. We're still not seeing too many people change that out, despite the fact there's just that HP change. And no more damage, it's just 50 and 100 HP at double. But Telekinesis, New, running, hookshot in, landing, Rolling Thunder able to come through, but that gives Rolling Thunder to Sumail. And that could be a bit of an issue in a later fight.
Definitely. They did, thankfully at least, for the side of LGD actually, they nerfed the damage on level 1 roll. So Sumail might not be able to reach the damage threshold he needs. That being said, still an incredibly strong spell for him. It's also, notably, this is really funny, Sumail has gone for, rather than taking the mana facet on Rubik, he's taken the AoE one. AoE does affect Rolling Thunder, so if he can get, if he can cast a few spells, he'll be hitting people from way further than the range of what it looks like.
Or
And
Splitter.
just use it here on this Wisdom Rune. Doesn't even have to.
And gets the kill. Where are you at time, by the way?
Oh, 57.
All right, we're just about even. Oh, Burrow Strike a little bit late.
Yeah, kind of a rare mistake. Innocence getting away with murder here, but
He should still be
he
dead.
is gonna be murdered.
That'd be center, last
You
one.
think-
Ooh.
Oh, he had wand. I wonder actually if he lives almost, but I think his E would have ran out. Ursa looking pretty decent on the farm, so Ghost had quite a bit of farm last game, but kind of fell behind. That can happen for sure on Faceless Void. Ursa is a hero that can go Battle Fury, and I'm sure he has it as of a little bit ago.
Rolling Thunder from Sumail. Shiro, ooh, good Storm Hammer. Now Requiem and follow it up. That hits on the edge to Sumail, who's getting low. Might die here to the God Strength and the Echo Saber. They will finish off this Rubik. The rest of these heroes may be looking for an initiation as the swarm flies through. But Ghost, I don't know if he's comfortable going for this. The blink, the raises. Oh, Echo, that was dirty. Oh,
I mean,
my.
The offense on the SF here, remnants at least of it.
That was
really well played.
Oof.
Really well played. I also think Sumail here making a really crucial mistake. He wanted to get the chain stun onto Shiro, try and get this kill if they could. Cogs came out, which were really nice from PYW, but he, in stealing the Stormhammer to try and catch Shiro, ended up ending his own Rolling Thunder, which left him super vulnerable. Don't think he expected the blink from Echoes. So this last game we saw Sumail, like many SFs, go for the Kaya Yasha first. Helps you farm, helps you get out the ulti faster, helps you raise faster, so generally very useful item on this hero. But Echoes, he skips it entirely, doesn't go Kaya, doesn't go Yasha, doesn't go anything first, he just goes straight for the blink, ends up getting really nice raises onto these heroes.
Real big stack here for Ghost.
Whew. I would be careful of Enigma Galaxy, you don't want a repeat of the last game, that's for sure. Ghost is keeping up pretty well, though, in terms of farm.
Keeping up well, again, it still worries me, but the support's not really getting anything on the side of Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be a little bit of a worry here. At least PYW, it doesn't seem like he's hitting his stride as much in the last game. Not quite as definitive of a game for, you know, let's say the Crimson that he went last game. So they aren't able to do kind of what they did this last game. No early Roches from either team as of the moment, but with Swarm and with Ursa, you're always going to have to watch out for that. Shiro's right in front of their face, Sumail doesn't even know it.
Ghost looking blink, Echo coming through with some raises, immediately getting some pings as there is an SK nearby. But FBZ going to be spotted and won't go for this jump.
They didn't think that Echoes would do that without having somebody behind him. He certainly would, and he certainly did. Runs away unscathed. What is the timing I'm wondering they're playing for? So it looks like they do have Pipe on new. That's going to be a big one here, mitigating a lot of damage.
Rocket Flare, hook shot misses. Not the symphony of skills that LGD were hoping for, with the Requiem charged up for a second.
Quite close. Enigma Galaxy get out of dodge with this one. They do end up rotating all 5 heroes into the top side, but this could actually be a good thing for Enigma Galaxy if they get onto PYW.
They at least find PYW for a second. Earth Splitter flies through, but not really taking much damage there off that Earth Splitter. They do get the kill on a PYW anyway. Rolling Thunder is used. Shield Crash stolen by Sumail. Not re-engaging on LGD just yet. And with an Ursa in the game, you can take Roche at early timings.
Yeah, especially too. The Weaver is a really big part of this. So gonna press Swarm here in a second when he has it. Pretty much uncontestable on the side of LGD. No Rolling Thunder means that this one is going to be way too difficult. And this is one of the awkward parts, again, about SF and about this magic variant of SF. It feels strong on that first item timing. Got a really nice play out of the Blink Dagger, but now in this time before Blink Dagger to Yasha Kaya and before the BKB, it's going to be hard to make things happen. And he's just barely getting away. The Atos could actually catch him, but 1J is not quite fast enough.
Seems like the SF's finding similar results to what we saw SF in the last game, where he's just kind of a touch. 1J. I say that. Oh, got the time lapse off.
Yeah, Sheer wasn't quite able to make it there for the chain stun, so they do have good chain stun in a sense in LGD, but it kind of takes a second to line up. You can see also if they miss any of their skill shots from far range, the hook shot earlier, the Rolling Thunder means that they can't get Requiem off. I don't...
Gosh, Mew just getting
I didn't think they had the damage
apart.
from Mew, but as soon as Ghost comes in, this first item Pipe doesn't quite feel like the same impact. I also really like this adaptation from Sumail on the Rubik. He goes for 4 staff, so rather than going some kind of like Blink Dagger or some, you know, early Ags, any kind of Kaya, anything like that, no Dagons, no silliness, he goes for 4 staff. He's playing into Enchantress, the Sven, Pango. I mean, really any of these heroes, it can just be really nice to get away from them in that actual cast range on Rubik. Means it's very useful on your teammates as well. I really like this decision from him. Makes him feel that much harder to kill.
There was a change in Bloodstone. I know they were just showing that. Obviously, I can't read any of that, but Bloodstone did have a change. And Bloodstone spell lifesteal bonus decreased from 30% to 20%. Blood Pack spell lifesteal multiplier increased from 2.5 times to 4 times. And the Blood Pack duration decreased from 6 seconds to 5 seconds. So I assume that means the 4 times makes it stronger, but for shorter, but the spell lifesteal means you don't heal as much?
Yes. I mean, it means that you aren't healing as much on your own without the active as they go on to Innocence here. He's not living past this one. Ursa, a pretty classic counter into Enchantress in the days of old. So ends up ripping him apart. Shiro is still absolutely gigantic, but it feels a little bit harder for him this game, specifically the Ursa matchup for Sven. Nerfing the Warcry is fairly relevant against this matchup. And that being said as well, Ursa is, I mean, pretty much one of the hardest heroes for anybody to 1v1 in the game, barring maybe a Fed Troll Warlord. So it's going to be hard for Shiro to actually, I think, properly accomplish anything without, of course, having the BKB first and maybe even another item after that. PYW.
PYW not being the thorn in the side that he was in that last game. I will say that. Clockwork not exactly having the best game now, sitting bottom of the net worth.
Yeah,
and
he
something different.
Fuels this game, so it makes sense. I think his itemization is actually quite phenomenal here from PYW, but doesn't. I mean, he's just not able to quite do as much into these heroes, especially too. I was already talking about it. I think Samael's Force Staff has meant that kind of the weakness of this hero generally, especially if you're going to pick it into something like Clockwork, is you get on top of it, and it's hard to, you know, survive, especially in the mid lane where you're usually trying to have a little bit more stats and tankiness. But in this case, you just have Force Staff. It gives him nice HP, and then of course the added benefit of not dying to Clockwork Hook. They also have only this game. They have the Pipe on New, but the biggest threat that you're facing on Enigma Galaxy is actually Ghost on this Ursa. So the Pipe isn't feeling like this kind of big game changer as it did in this past one. Mm-hmm. No Guardian Greaves is coming out from New in the same time. He's also quite low net worth. Just waiting. I think BKBs and this Aegis running out are going to be the big thing, but by the time that you get BKB on Sven or on Shadow Fiend for LGD, it's going to be coming out from Ghost on the Ursa. He already has it, in fact, in PYW. Oh, Thorn in his side.
Hook shot away, attempting the TP, and is safe. So now they're going to look over for Niu. They've got the Swarm, Burrow Strike to follow it up. And you see that right-click damage coming out from Ghost. Now there's that Ags finished off for Sumail, so he might find something to steal. That might be nice. Sproink, probably not the spell to steal, but...
Can we have a Sproinking category at the Olympics?
Oh, I love a Sproink. I thought you were going to say Sproink emote or something like that.
Ooh, I mean, I could work with that too. 1J has no mana. I wonder if Shiro just turns around and deletes him.
I think he's got to try and leave, but what was the TP situation on that? I guess Rod of Atos is always available, but...
He tried TPing and 1J caught him with Atos is what happened there.
Yeah, I didn't see the initial.
Now
he's got Stormhammer.
Has a very early Ags. But he also, so first of all, he has certain Ags, which is funny. I think Samael is good enough to recognize to turn it off so he doesn't have to travel with it. If he wants to, he can. It is upgraded by the Ags, which is nice, but he has it so early in the game. This is another really nice thing about the Rubik Facet that increases AoE, is once you get this Ags, you start casting more spells, and you get more value out of that AoE. These are two nice spells for it. You're going to get more shield, you're going to be getting more slow and a higher AoE, and of course the Sven Hammer could definitely catch you off guard.
Definitely need to grab yourself some mana in the meantime, because it's going to be very costly.
Definitely is, but he's clearing up. 1J has also finished the Gleipnir, so one of the general benefits of it.
General
Give me
benefits.
one quick second here.
Yeah, no, take your time. Smoke used here. Gleipnir comes through. Burrow Strike lands onto the Clockwork. Right clicks with a Yule's attempt to leave. And Sumail with the Fade Bolt. As they do finish off that kill. So they get that one, and at least for right now, it's a 4,000 net worth lead, which isn't exactly the most, but they're working with it as best they can. They've got Ghost on top of the net worth. Innocent's able to eat an entire epicenter, eventually dying, of course, but man, that is quite the way to just eat all that damage.
Yeah, I bet LGD is kicking themselves a little bit for not getting rid of this Ursa. Felt so strong on the first game in Shiro, especially. It feels really nice into the SF, going that BKB blink, going eventually into the Basher. It feels like Magic SF has no counterplay to this. That being said,
Their splitter. Shiro. Oh, Burrow Strike hook shot coming through. Requiem. Shiro. He's alive. Oh, Ghost. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Ghost. Oh, the 4 staffs. Starting to feel like Punisher there for a second. Everybody's turning around and chasing him. Wait.
Also, I do have to step out for a moment.
Sure.
My mom needs me to help her.
Sure.
So I'll be back probably around, I'd say, 20, 30-ish minutes. So
that's
sorry
fine.
After mid-break here.
Nope. As they go in, Sumail chased up, looking for the raises. Stormhammer flowing through, hits on a 3-1. Jay's going to be dead, but the right click's coming on the Echo. They get the kill on this SF. Hookshot lands on a Ghost. Ghost turns on a Shiro. Some bashes. The Stormhammer stolen, landing. Ghost still in. Shiro again with a sliver of health surviving. Ghost this time will die. Sumail will shield crash. He's got Stormhammer if need be. They got the sleep coming in from GH, but they do not kill Shiro. That is so close, but yet so far. So much damage being done there by the Ursa, but never fully getting the ability to get that kill. Shield crash down onto Sumail. 4 staff away and some raises. Another 4 staff to back up, and you see Ghost gets the kill on Echo. But Shiro just somehow able to skirt by with a sliver of health. I mean, that is... God damn. That was really close. And Ghost giving up a lot of gold there to Niu. Sumail ends up surviving, able to run away, which is quite nice for him. But just a 1k net worth lead that splits the teams for now. Ghost trying to get it done there, and that will be some gold there for 1J. You've got the Harpoon ready with the Sanjin Yasha and BKB of Shiro. Looking for the AC next. And this still feels okay for Nigma if they can get this next Aegis. Just need to be able to withstand potential pressure coming in from LGD. Epicenter. Oh, breaking the smoke. Burrow Strike. Earth Splitter. Neo and Echo are already dead. They will go for this Clockwork. PYW. Yule's up into the air. They've got Innocence in trouble. They'll dust him up. Fade Bolt lands. Burrow Strike again. And this is going to be 4 heroes gone while they chase Shiro. Should be an Enchantress dead eventually. But look at that. Ripping through Shiro. Full team wipe for Enigma Galaxy. Right back up to 7,000 net worth ahead. And what a great fight there from Enigma Galaxy. Fighting right into that smoke. Not afraid to make that initiation move. Getting those kills. Earth Splitter right there with it. Just a perfect Wombo combo we are yet to see in full impact until that point. And it works wonders for the side of Enigma Galaxy. Man, FBZ doing so much work in that last fight. And also Ghost able to just run down this Sven, so can't be too upset with that. All of a sudden, it's a net worth lead of 9k. They can get this tower. You can get yourself an Aegis next for this Ursa. They'll have the Abyssal Blade. They're looking for the Ags on SF, but it doesn't look like it's going to be what they get quickly enough from Shadow Fiend. Crimson may help out to deal with Ghost, but Ghost now going to have an Aegis. Going to have that Abyssal Blade. He'll have that extra bit of lockdown. And these heroes are going to be in so much trouble on the side of LGD. And they actually try to smoke. And they get in the range for hookshot. They are blocking it. And there's the Aegis picked up. They're still smoked around. This feels like a last-ditch effort. If LGD could get anything out of this, they're going to go the long way around. GH, that Astral Spirit kind of giving up positioning. They've got the Rocket Flare. Sumail's in an awkward position. Force Staff, oh, hookshot used, and it was blocked. Rolling Thunder's coming through in an FBZ, but it doesn't quite matter. They've got the Abyssal. They'll get the kill on Echo. He's dead with ease. This LGD team needs to leave now. As Ghost gives that tip up, and the tip's right on back. But seriously, that was a hookshot blocked. A little bit of a blunder here from PYW, and now it leaves Shiro vulnerable. The right clicks are in. The Stormhammer is used. Shiro trying to run, but will die here to FBZ and be dead with no buyback. So, Innocence slowed up. 1J looking at PYW and Neo. Stealing Swashbuckle and keeping these creep waves pushed in, and they'll eventually get Ursa here with this Aegis. Still 45 seconds without Shiro. Burrow Strike, Telekinesis, Force Staff back, Yules. That's on the Ursa. SF's back in 2. They're trying to get Neo out of this one. Her Splitter flies through, doesn't really do anything except some area denial. Swashbuckle Ghost trying to take a tier 3. Burrow Strike lands. Cogs are down. That hits. But Ghost going in into these Cogs. Telekinesis with a Fade Bolt, but now stealing Cogs, not the best spell to steal, and they don't get anything from this in terms of getting the tier 3 or getting any extra kills. So Sumail 11, 1, and 11. Should be able to take the Tormentor if they want, and Ghost should be able to just clean it up himself, honestly. But they'll split the damage, they'll take the Torm, they'll get the Shard onto Sumail. Telekinesis, oh, Shiro, Abyssal, Warcry stolen, Gleipnir used. He's got BKB, and he's holding it. Now Ghost without any mana. $17,000 net worth lead. Haven't gotten through the high ground just yet. But eventually they should be able to get there, but we'll see if it's with this Aegis. 98% win probability there for Enigma Galaxy over LGD. Just grabbing themselves another shard. This one for the Weaver. This 1J has the Gleipnir, has a decent amount of farm, almost the same as Neo. So smoke out of the base again with an Aegis still in the hands of Ghost. A little bit of a circling there from 1J. He's got a BKB with this Gleipnir, man. This Weaver is no joke in terms of support Weaver. Stealing Warcry again. So Warcry and Cogs, not the best spells. Really not the best spells, but they're smoked up on the side of Enigma Galaxy. They might be able to find something. Sumail moving forward. Maybe they can find Shiro. Warcry for some Speed and missing Shiro, trying to find him. Ghost looking to make the jump, never finds anybody. Will jump onto Innocence. They should be able to get the kill on the Enchantress, but Sproinks over to the side. PYW's here with the cogs. God Strength right clicks onto Sumail. They've got the harpoon to pull him back. The BKB's going to be popped. They're trying to get the kill. The cogs actually get the block, but the race is in from Echo. PYW's dead. Now they find FBZ. He's got to be careful. The Requiem, the BKB, but do they have the damage? Buyback here from PYW. Burrow Strike lands onto 2. They go after Shiro. They go after Echo, but FBZ, he's in this sandstorm. Ghost off to the side. He doesn't have an Aegis to work with. FBZ's going to die without buyback. And all of a sudden, Enigma Galaxy need to run. Swashbuckle connects on a Ghost. Blink in a second, just gets away. The Gleipnir was thrown over by 1J, who will Shikuchi to safety. As they only lose 2, but that's a buyback forced out on the Clockwork. So some baby steps potentially for Enigma Galaxy in closing this, while also some baby steps for LGD in bringing it back. So you can see Ghost kind of getting kited here, doesn't have an Aegis, and Shiro just sticking onto Sumail, and eventually this Raze gets the kill onto Sumail, and Ghost off to the side, looking for an entry point. FBZ taking a lot of damage. That Requiem flies in. Finally, Ghost makes the jump, but the Abyssal, the Force Staff, and the Burrow Strike, the fact that he was slowed up with the enchant coming out from Innocence just means he can't go on a Shiro. He's just too far away and too slow to get on top of the Sven. So, getting it to 94% and 6%. And Roche up in a minute and a half. But are Enigma willing to fight before that? They had an OBS there, but not going to be able to jump on it. In the beginning of that fight, Sumail didn't exactly have the best spells either. He had Cogs, which was whatever. He had Warcry, which is good, but not amazing. Not similar to the previous times where he had Stormhammer or he had Shield Crash. As you can see, Weaver building into this 4-position core position, trying to get into a Daedalus, now has this Chrysalis. So 1J is going to start really farming up, bulking up, and maybe adding enough damage, being that 4th core where LGD, they start to crumble over the pressure that Enigma Galaxy put on them. FBZ looking for a Wind Waker. That'll help them buy some time. A ping to defend bottom. Shiro thinking about jumping in. FBZ needs to be very careful about his positioning. They've got that ward down. Rolling Thunder, BKB, 1J on the run. And it's a BKB from a Weaver, so it's not the worst thing in the world to lose. You can see FBZ, one shot clears up creeps, but while this is happening, they're pushing the bottom lane. They've got Ghost. He's trying to take a tier 3 tower, but still can't get it with the time that he was given.
夜眼下塔正受到攻击。
So Roche up in 15 seconds as Echo pauses the game. That gives us time for sponsorship awareness. We have none, so if you are feeling like supporting and subbing, go for it. Smoke from LGD as they start to trend towards bottom, about to hit this 40-minute mark. Roche is now up, and Roche is top. But LGD looking to make their move and find themselves in a very good spot. BKB on cooldown for 20 seconds there from this Weaver.
夜眼军团正在扫描。
They see PYW, they go to the Gleipnir Ogre Seal Totem that was now up to tier on its neutral area. Or neutral tier. And here comes Roche coming in. They've got the vision with the Watcher, but the Burial Strike lands at a Shiro. They've got the Telekinesis to follow it up. The Rolling Thunder flies in from Niu. Shield Crash is going to be stolen by Sumail. He's got that Ag, so he does get that Swashbuckle with it. Rolling Thunder. BKB's going to be back up in a moment for 1J. You got to remember, he's got that Chrysalis to try and get the damage, but they go to the hookshot. They look for the Requiem, but the Abyssal Blade is there. Echo going to be bashed up, never getting the Requiem off. They'll get a kill on Echo, looking over at Shiro. That's going to be 2 dead without buyback, and all of a sudden the sleep from GH is on a 2. They get the Burrow Strike to follow it up. Full team wipe here for the side Enigma Galaxy. They clean up with losing nothing on their side, and that is LGD full wiped, in trouble of being pushed to the brink, and on to a game 3 we might be going. Thank you, Azo21, for the Prime sub. Kisses. Stopping that Requiem was huge. Just a split second away from getting that Requiem off, and we're going to see you've got the live portion in the lower left of your screen, but the BKB, Abyssal out, Earth Splitter lands. Echo never getting that Requiem off, only in death. Shiro also in a little bit too far, has Aviana's Feather, but can't fly away. PYW killed off by 1J, who's doing so much damage with this build now. And it is a 32,000 net worth lead, and looking like mega creeps for the side Enigma Galaxy. SF going to be 0 for 2 on the main stage if this result holds up. So into Roche, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Banner. Goodbye, Clockwork. Cheese, Refresher Shard. Just leaving a whole bunch of goodies on the ground. Stormhammer. Telekinesis, Burrow Strike, in trouble. Oh, no. Forced to pop that BKB. The Epicenter doing a lot of damage here on a Niu, though. 1J comes in with a Glaive near the Burrow Strike. Follow up. The Stormhammer's going to be thrown over by Shiro with the God Strike. The hook shot, but the Stormhammer thrown back the other way. Niu, PYW both dead. They go after Shiro with Aviana's Feather. You'll be higher up to crash down to Earth, but just escaping. Not going to be the same news here for Innocence. They bought back on Niu. Rolling Thunder, rolling up, trying to do his best, looking for the sleep. Not going to land, but Ghost going in. Right clicks in the fountain. Uh-oh. Requiem coming through. GG is called. Enigma Galaxy even the series up at 1. And we will be going to a Game 3 with this first series of the playoffs. So a good game there from Enigma Galaxy. It looked like they were throwing it a little bit back towards LGD, but at the end of the day, they hold strong and get this victory looking pretty solid and getting themselves to a Game 3 and 1 game away from moving to the next round against Team Spirit, the upper bracket semifinals. Sumail looking real good that game, and we'll keep it on the stats. We'll throw some ads as well. Trying to, like I said, make some cash. Trying. But, yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Remember to get some water while we're going to this semi-break. Kind of in between games. Appreciate y'all for the follows. Thank you for the Twitch Prime subs. And kisses. Mwah. Go to some ants. I do have long hair. I do. I actually have really curly hair. It's me on the right. That's me on the right. It looks so good without Miracle and Kuroki. Do you think they were the problem? Obviously. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Miracle, please. Kuroki, chill. I'm sorry. I'm only kidding. I was only kidding. I swear. I would never say anything with seriousness. Don't worry. Where are the haters at? They left with the funds going to the bank. La banque. Thank you for the sub, TZ Verubin. What do you think? Who do you think the winning team will do with that $152,000 in prize money? Give it to me, of course. Yeah. This is why Kuro refused to cast on this channel. Did he refuse or did he just not answer? I never even messaged him. I could if I would. Or would if I could. Could if I would? I would if I could. I would totally cast with Kuro. He has my Discord. It's in my bio. It would be crazy. I would be hyped. Coffee break? I'm probably going to make coffee in between series. Who's drafting for Nigma? I think Sumail said he was drafting. You are canceled from the internet for saying that about Kuroki. Which team will be the Radiant side next? I have no idea. I'm going to play some music. So, hope I could cast with Kuro. Dude, stop getting these thoughts in my head, because I would love to cast with Kuro. But he would never cast with me. Come on. I am just simple guy. He is legend. He is a cool, amazing person.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring Jimmy Herring from the Aquarium Rescue Unit.
Great itemization from 1J. Yeah, he looked really good. Young kid, too. Looks really strong. Am I going to cast TI? I have no idea. I hope so. Kuro is German, so how cool can he really be? Don't be intimidated. He's pretty chill. Man, 40 to 12. Here's your kill counts for everybody, by the way. No, I would never want to cast with Toby-Wan. Ever. That's a deleted message. Don't mention that idiot. Sorry. I know you guys are big fans of him. Probably no Ringmaster before TI. Not looking that way. Is your initial? That's interesting. Yeah, it's just my initial. That's it. Just first name, last name. Is this new patch? Yes. Yes. Rojo said he'd be back soon, so I told him not to rush or anything. Anybody watch any of the sumo wrestling recently? The most recent Basho? I hope so too. I do hope so. Wait, Endo's... Oh, no. I'm thinking of somebody else. I was watching a little bit. But my favorite sumo wrestler doesn't wrestle anymore, so... And Aiyama, he's now in a lower division. Shishi, though, did really well. So Shishi, I've been watching. Shishi is... similar to Tochi. Casting my first games Enigma this tournament. Yeah, John had the other group. But Tochi was Georgian, and Shishi is from the Ukraine. And he's a great sumo wrestler. I know you guys really care about my sumo wrestling knowledge. But Shishi went 11-4, so... Stop watching Mongolian Sumo Champion. Sad Enho fell off. Enho was the smaller dude, right? I mean, how much can you really do being that light and being that small as a sumo wrestler? It really is tough. Shinja? Like, Tochi Nishin was... one of my favorite sumo wrestlers. He's just a very charismatic person. His story is really cool. And there's not really many like him out there, I would say. And it is one of the reasons I am a fan of Shishi. And 11-4 might put him up a division. Good sir, can you explain something to me? Maybe it's a cultural thing, but I didn't get it. Why did he ban me? Who asked for the Chinese panelist IG or name? Just don't ask for IG. I gave you a little timeout to think about it. Just don't be asking for I don't have their IG anyway. Yeah. Akinori was really good. There are places where you can go wrestle and train with sumo wrestlers in Japan. Do I think Hakuo is the GOAT? He beat Shishi, right? Or are you talking about a different Hakuo? Oh, I truly won. Yeah, the Hakuo who beat Shishi is only 21, so not the same person. Does TI pay more than big tournaments? I didn't ask about the actual salary. I have no idea, dude. I never worked TI like that. Toshinishin's story was so sad. He had potential to be Yokozuna. Yeah, his leg never recovered. I mean, that's also a problem with the style of wrestling that he did, right? You know, he's always trying to go for the lift, always trying to pick up bigger guys. And his leg gave out. He was never really the same. Do I watch WWE? I used to watch WWF back in the day of the Attitude Era. Where do you watch sumo, and what's a good place to learn about it? I watch it on Midnight Sumo. It's a Twitch channel. Do I think I might co-stream with John X for the finals? He said he's busy for some of the event, but I asked him when he wants to join. Yes, this is my own stream. You can sub here if you want. You don't have to. Do your thing. Yeah, just going back to Toshi Nishan, his leg never recovered. Do I watch Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Sometimes. Not straight up competitions of Jiu-Jitsu. I watch a lot of 1FC, UFC, that karate event that they have. That's like on YouTube or whatever is always interesting. Get some pro players to co-cast with you if possible. If I knew any, I would, more than the ones I've already messaged, but some are on vacation, so I didn't want to bother. And I also get super nervous about asking. But yeah, if you want to watch sumo, Midnight Sumo streams it. They're really good about streaming this sumo wrestling. And Bashos are every other month, so the next one's going to be in September. What are your thoughts on Generation Alpha's brain rot? I mean, my brain rot's probably similar at this point, honestly. All I know is Dota. Do I watch the NFL? Who's my team? Houston Texans are my team. Big Houston Texans fan. I do not like the Bills. Just cast with your peers. Who cares about pros? I mean, if pros wanted to join, that'd be cool. I get nervous talking to people who are like pros and stuff like that. They're just, you know, you grow up watching these people, or not grow up, I guess. I mean, I'm 31, whatever. But you grow into Dota watching these pro players. I like casting with them. Like the first time I met Lizard and Lacoste and Black and all them, and anybody who's ever cast as well. Like first time meeting Owen and Cap and all those guys, I was nervous as hell. I still am nervous talking to those guys. Miss Arian Foster, same. Could you explain to me how to win in Dota and if the map changes or only characters? Who's the UFC GOAT? Right now, Alex Pajeda. But all time, I mean, there's definitely like a list. It's not like one singular person. But I feel like Aldo was the GOAT for a while. GSP was the GOAT for a while. As much as I hate to say it, John Jones. If you were to give advice, give a choice of dropping the soap, who would you... I'm not answering that. You had me, though. Hope I get TI panel. I don't think a Legend 2 is going to be on TI panel. But if they want me on TI panel to give my awful analysis of this game, I'm in. Alright, we're in. Look at this. I love this arena, and I'm going to say it every time we show the arena. I'm also going to start predictions for y'all. But this is at the bottom of a ski jump from the Beijing Olympics, which is so dope. We could do marbles. In between series, we could do marbles. You're a pro caster. You don't need to be a pro player. Yeah, but for an analyst, I don't know. I'd be so nervous being an analyst. Yeah, I forgot Silva. Khabib. Nurmagomedov. Sorry, I always botch that name. Have I gone through the whole patch? Not really. But Primal Beast getting picked up. He's been getting some first phase bans. I want to see Death Prophet. I want to see Earth Spirit. I want to see Bristleback. Bristleback has been first phase ban. Unfortunately, in all 3 of these games so far, though. Stop. That's a ban. I'm a professional spectator. Yes. What do I think of Avery and Cap? I think they're the best, if not tied with like Owen and Fogg as the best duo right now. I think they're very good. I think they've got a real good chemistry going on right now. I think that they're witty. They're both high MMR. They're both very good off of each other. And I know that's just extending the word chemistry, but I think they're amazing. I think they're really good. Finally getting that clockwork out of the way. Still banning Tiny. I mean, the changes were okay on Tiny. I think Toss is still pretty strong. I'm ready to see what Sumail wants to play. Khabib was a beast. Yes, I agree. I think Dustin Poirier is one of the top guys in my eyes, too, even though he hasn't won a belt. MX Holloway. Jakiro, back in the mix. Okay, so what are the Jakiro changes? Better than Cinder and Sunsfan? Let's see. Oh, back to the Rubik. Maybe Rubik mid again. No real changes to Jakiro. I think Jakiro is really strong. I think Liquid Frost works with Blood Grenade. And it makes him pretty strong in lane, which is always nice. And I love Dual Breath as well. I feel like he's very abusive in lane. I like Sunspan and Cinderin too. I mean, I like a lot of talent. I like a lot of casters. It's just... it's so hard to rank duos and friends. You never want to be, like, mean as well. Because I don't think anybody's bad. You know what I mean? We're all good. We all deserve to be at this job. So ranking just... And I know I already said that I think that Cap and SVG are at the top. And I still agree with that sentiment. But I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And I don't think that anybody is like... I think that everybody who does our job, who's getting like invites and whatnot, are still great. I think we're all great. I don't know why I said we. I think they are all great. I'm doing whatever. Gripstroke's change was to his fine art facet. Stroke of Fate, bonus damage per target increased from 20, 35, 50, 65 to 20, 40, 60, 80. So higher at later levels, which is always good if that's the facet he decides to take. And he leans towards this Rubik being mid. It could just be a 5 gram for Rubik. Lacoste is fun too. I love that guy. With which duo caster you believe you got the most out of you as a main caster? I think Lacoste gets the most out of me. There's always a point in every event we do where Lacoste has to sit me down and say, "You're making too many jokes," and I go, "Okay, you're right." And then I feel like about 2 or 3 days into the event, we hit our peak and we're doing really good, and we hold that. He keeps me level. Lacoste is my good friend who keeps me level. DK, okay. The only change was to his Corrosive Dragon, Worm's Wrath. Corrosive Breath Armor reduction decreased from 1234 to 0123. Hoodwink's still in the mix. As Hoodwink's changes where the Facet go nuts. Scurry bonus cast range increased from 50, 100, 150, 200 to 100, 150, 200, 250. So it gets 50 plus to the cast range on all levels. Bonus attack range increased by 50 at all levels as well. And then Acorn shot mana cost increased from 70, 75, 80, 85 to 85, 90, 95, 100. Bonus damage decreased from 55, 90, 125, 160 to 40, 80, 120, 160. So same at last level, but lower at previous levels. Level 15 talent Acorn shot bounces decreased from +2 to +1. Level 20 talent armor corruption decreased from -4 to -3. And Ursa again for Nigma, for Ghost. What were the bristle changes? Seeing red is... Sorry, you can tell that I'm clearly typing, just to remember, because it's been a bit. But Bristleback had a new facet, Seeing Red. Warpath can be activated to grant Bristleback 50% bonus attack damage and 50% bonus movement speed per stack, but limits his vision to a 90-degree cone in front of him for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Cooldown of 45 seconds. So, seems pretty strong. Yeah, they decide first pick, second pick, and all that, and decide before drafting. So, what are they banning? They're banning mids. Probably thinking that this Rubik is not going to be played by Sumail. But I mean, I like the spells that he can steal. It could be mid Rubik again. Trying to definitely get rid of some carries from Nigma. Or at least their bans. Wonder if they just straight up ban Sven again. I always wonder what the admins are thinking. Could be 4 position 1J Rubik. Yeah. They ban the Ember. They go Void Spirit. Ooh. Okay. So, Void Spirit, the Symmetry facet was removed. For Sanctuary facet, the Resonant Pulse barrier amount per hero hit was increased from 40, 60, 80 to 100 to 50, 70, 90, 110. And then his new facet, Call of the Void, is with his Dissimulate spell. Upon exiting Dissimulate, Aether Remnants are created at the 3 portals furthest from Void Spirit that last 4 seconds. No effect if reassembling from the center portal, but remnants face towards the center portal and have reduced pull duration and damage of 60% remnant effectiveness. Aether Remnant watch distance endpoint is always fixed, meaning that increased watch distance will spawn the remnants further away from the center portal. And then Resonant Pulse now grants physical damage barrier. Base damage barrier 25, 50, 75, 100. Barrier amount per hero hit is 35, 50, 65, 80. And that's Brewmaster to finish off the draft for the side of LGD. And Brewmaster's innate ability of Belligerent. Whenever Brewmaster respawns or comes out of the Primal Split, he gains 20% attack damage bonus. Duration when respawning 30 seconds. Duration after coming out of Primal Split 15 seconds. His cooldown increased on Thunderclap, radius decreased as well until the last level, and Drunken Brawler is no longer his innate. Am I getting paid for this? No. So, you guys got 4 minutes, 50 seconds left on who you think's going to win the game with your points if you want to put some predictions in. I'm going to go grab another seltzer while I wait. I need something cooling for my body. It's not because I'm attractive or hot or anything. It's just because I'm thirsty. Ah, so funny. That's so funny. All right, game 3, guys. Guys and gals, how to remove the translate overlay. It's if you hover over your screen, there should be a button that looks like 2 C's. It takes out the closed captioning. Oh, chilling. Delicious. All right, so 5-minute smoke from LGD. Vision already placed down by Enigma Galaxy, and a pause. Okay. Be a man. I need a White Claw. It's not a White Claw. I can't be drink. It's already 1 in the morning, man. And I have 3 more series after this. It's actually a LaCroix or LaCroix. I don't know. I'm not French. Mango flavor. Everybody tipping Ghost. I don't know what happened, but maybe something happened. Who knows? What are my predictions? I like the Ursa. I like the Inkswell. I'm interested to see how this Void Spirit. I would click the screen, but this is a clean feed. How this new facet works. But there's a lot of tankiness here for LGD. I'm a little worried if the damage isn't going to be there for Enigma. Have I seen Deadpool yet? No. Am I paid for casting series? No. Am I still in New York? Yes. Spindrifts instead? Spindrifts are good. My friend had drank like 10 Spindrifts. He comes out during a bachelor party. He goes, dude, I've had like 10 of these and I don't even feel drunk. And we're like, yeah, because they're non-alcoholic. Do I drink water? Yes. Try to hydrate as much as I can. Simex91, thanks for subbing. Mutinix, thanks for subbing with your Twitch Prime. Appreciate you guys. Acorn shot thrown the way of Sumail. Nothing really doing. Ghost hitting away at New, who's going to be on this Brewmaster. One of New's best heroes. So when New first came out on the scene, into the eyes of the public, it felt as though that this was one of his best heroes. Always smiling, always playing it. You know, he was from Blaze. Blaze was the iterations of teams where it was like an OB team. It was academy rosters basically, and so Blaze was made along with Ocean. Ocean had players like TZY, if you remember, or ZC. Blaze had Acts. Blaze also had a moment where they had beaten LGD in the ESL 1 Los Angeles qualifiers. So New was there. He had gone by the name Poe at that point and played for Vici afterwards. Blaze and Ocean would eventually combine to become Magma, if you guys remember Team Magma. And New then really jumped into everybody's eyes, I would say, around the time when he played for LGD more so than Vici. But he's a very fun player to watch. The dude is always smiling. And I love watching him. He's truly just an impressive offlaner in a region that I think at times seems like it's struggling for offlaners. GH getting run down here with the Cinder Brew activating, but PYW also in a little bit of trouble with Ghost chasing. And 2 more hits. Nope. Fairy Fire. Acorn Shot, and Ghost wasting a little bit of time here. Yeah, the sound may not sync due to the clean feed, so I think it's just a split second off, but it's very obvious. And Dota sound is very important, so you're not wrong. Eric Souls, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you, VF up. Yeah, DK carry is one of those carries that it feels like it could put out a lot of disgusting damage here. And it will be Timber mid, DK safe lane, not this Rubik mid. We've talked about it. It's the Void Spirit, which I wish we were watching a little bit more of. I want to see how this hero does. All right, Bushwhack with the Cinder Brew, activating, Ghost jumping in on the PYW as well as New. Excuse me, just trying to keep GH alive. Yeah, very unlucky miss. Sheer and Innocence. Breathe Fire and Dual Breath. That's going to be annoying. Clarity Pop there by Jakiro in the lanes. At least for right now. Sumail's doing well. Ghost is being aggroed on a little bit. He's doing fine. He's 15-1. His CS is there. He's going into the Battle Fury. You know what he's going to give you. You just got to open up that space for him. I've been watching B-Cup since university. Now I have 2 kids and he's still with Dota. That's very funny, actually. A lot of time. Funny in the sense that time has happened. Templar Knight, thank you for subbing with Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. I like LGD's draft. Just to answer again, I think this is going to be a very tanky, tough draft. I assume this is going to be an Aura build coming out for the Brewmaster. With the way that I see this game going. And DK with some time, man. He's a problem. I just don't know if the damage is going to be there for Nigma. But you can see FBZ, you know, there is damage to be had with Trample and Onslaught, some control to be there, Pulverize as well. Maybe it allows Ghost to swipe in and get some kills. But it's always interesting to see against these tankier lineups how much damage there will be come the mid to late game. And Hoodwink actually dying here for first blood. Ghost getting it on PYW. He's been trying a couple times and finally grabs it. Not much you could do there to protect. You activate Cinder Brew, you try to Thunderclap, but not much going in the way of getting that control. And interestingly enough, this is a 4-position Grimstroke over Rubik, and I feel like Rubik's one of those heroes that without priority struggles. Did you go weird? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. There's Ursa's infinite damage. All that infinite damage, yes. Yeah. We'll see what 1J's build is, too. Interested to see that. And mid is getting beat pretty hard like last game. This is about where they were with the Rubik up against the SF. Interested to see when Sumail comes off the lane as well with this Void Spirit. Now hitting level 6. Can we click on Sumail? No? Okay. Greetings from Cuba. Oh, hello. How are you? Insignia plays 5 Rubik. I'm not saying it's bad. I rather Rubik with a little bit of prioritization. Sometimes it seems like he could be lacking. NDRWH, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
So giving some solo experience here to FBZ up against Shiro with this Dragon Knight's not a bad idea. I mean, 1v1, I don't think he's going to be dying. As the Bushwhack Acorn shot with the Cinder Brew igniting does end up bringing Ghost down to about half health. GH comes down towards bottom. That is true if they do get this Ags. And that's why 1J is probably taking the priority here. I would assume to see an earlier Ags, but also Grimstroke, the combo Ink Swelling with honestly all 3 of his cores and having some farm prio should be pretty good. GH looking to swipe this. They do have Bushwhack, Acorn shot, Bushwhack connects, and not only getting the stack, but also getting the Wisdom Rune. While they don't get the kill on GH. Ooh. Damn, that was close. That really was insanely close. But stacking as well as getting that, pretty spot on. For right now, though, Enigma Galaxy just, other than First Blood that was there for Ghost, strictly farming. They have themselves a 1,000 net worth lead, and you can see Sumail queuing up the Ags first. They are playing from a LAN environment. It's a stadium, not an stadium arena. It's the same verbiage. Level 6, and Ghost having a very good time. He's sitting top of the net worth by a good margin, having himself all in the open space. Sumail still trying to make a move here. Elder Dragon form was popped by Shiro. Maybe they can go get a kill on Innocence, but they need to be careful about what they do with Shiro. Inkswell, Astral Step, Ice Path down, Aether Remnant lands, and that's an Astral Step to leave because everybody's TPing in. 1J looking dead to rights on his screen already. And he will fall. So LGD get on the board. Have I ever casted in China? No.
天辉中塔正受到攻击。
But first aggressive move from Sumail doesn't really net them anything. It is taking eyes off of Ghost. They're going to see these stacks being made as well. Really need to protect these stacks. Shiro coming over with a little bit left in his Elder Dragon form, so you'd like to see them protect the Ancient stack. But Cinder Brew and bringing over Echo. Inkswell, Aether Remnant, but everybody's here. Sumail's got to be careful. Astral Step across the bow of Echo. They'll go for 1J again, and he is this sacrifice that Sumail is willing to take. That sucks for 1J.
夜眼下塔正受到攻击。
He comes over. He's like, oh, Sumail, what can I do to help? Oh. Thanks, dude. Twice? Really? Okay. Fool 1J white. 1J once. Shame on you. Fool him twice. I don't know where we're at yet. Simulating and Resident pulsing to take that stack there as Sumail sits ahead of the Timber Saw. Ursa's still top of the net worth. When is TI? I think September?
Did I hear you say shame on new?
No.
Oh, okay.
That would have been very funny if I had thought that. If I was that punny. But that's what I need Lacoste for normally.
I can try my best.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
go
quite,
for it.
Well, that was my best.
Oh.
I'm a auto deuce.
I liked it though.
I
But
was gonna make a joke about you making all the funny jokes while I was gone, but
I tried.
didn't make a joke.
Onslaught in. Sumail's behind. Pulverize. Slamming down this Jakiro. Finally getting a kill. Ice Path is stolen by GH and thrown on a Shiro. Sumail with the Assimilate. And now Ghost is here too. But yeah, 1J had been fooled twice.
I see. Well, we did end up getting a game 3, so was the Was the Ghost Ursa as scary as
烈焰上
it
塔
seemed it
正
would be?
受到
That and Sumail obliterated.
Yeah, he was having a really good game even at the time that I left, so I can only imagine it got better.
Definitely did. For all you
And he's
guys
playing
who are
Bo3.
new here,
夜眼
no, I didn't say new, but all you guys are new here.
烈焰上
This is
塔
my
正受到攻击
good friend Roho joining us again.
正受到攻击
Hello.
So say hi, chat. Be nice.
正在扫描
Keeping my eye
Can they
on
do that? Is that
Yeah,
a- is
they've
that a
been
feature
really
they have?
nice.
正在扫描
They've been
Really?
really nice. I've been loving chat so far. We've been talking. We've been chatting it up.
Oh, you're repairing your relationship with them.
Yeah, me and chat go way back.
奥数的力量
Understandably so. I'm really excited to see Sumail on Void Spirit here. We don't see Void Spirit a lot. I don't think we've seen him in any of our games.
No, but the change in facet I thought was what was going to bring him into this situation, but I don't think he took that facet. He took Sanctuary, not Call of the Void.
Sanctuary is quite good, and they did buff it as well. So not
Oh,
that
GH.
surprised.
烈焰上塔正受到攻击
Well, that will.
No, they're also-
Oh, Ice
they're
Path.
awesome. Good Ice Path. I don't think they have the chase here. Unless Ghost walks back trying to dodge. Should be fine.
He does have ult, yeah, to use eventually. This is a quick Battle Fury, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, thankfully, DK we've seen a few times in the position one has his own Battle Fury from level 7, so it feels nice for him. And as I was saying, Sumail, this guy's good at Dota. I think generally people kind of tend to think that. I think he won some kind of events some time ago. Don't remember which ones, but he's really good at Void Spirit. He's even though he's like kind of a classic pro player, has been in the scene for a really long time. I would say he's one of the best players for this hero. He kind of goes in and out of meta Void Spirit, but for quite a while he's been one of the weaker spirits. I'm kind of struggling to find his place. So I'm excited to see Sumail on it this game. Seems like he's been doing pretty well in terms of keeping his farm up, going straight into the Ags. Definitely one of the strongest timings on this hero, with this Sanctuary facet even stronger.
Jumping in onto Innocence again, who is trying to stack, but will lose their life instead. Also, are they about to steal the Wisdom Rune? Yes, they are.
Ooh.
烈焰下塔
Neo actually
good
getting it,
Neo.
and Ghost is going to be a little upset, perturbed, if you will.
Oh, definitely, because he also, I think, on New there managed to block the Ancient Camp. So it's a twofer.
Damn.
Ghost kind of just walks around like looking at him, walks away with a little bit of swagger on the Brewmaster. But Ghost is still in an incredible position here. This, I mean, if Ghost ends up doing really, really well and winning this game as well, then this series Ursa would just be undefeated.
Gonna have to start thinking about banning this hero, that's for sure. Ooh, dual
Yeah,
breath, that's a
little
good
bit surprised when
steal.
he made it through.
Fade Bolt, dual breath, but dead 1J once again. I think that's his third death.
Third time's the charm.
Honestly, it might be his fourth death now that I think about it.
That would be a little bit funny if he
No,
was
no,
every
okay.
kill off the round.
GH did die once, okay.
I see, yeah. I mean, a nice swap movement by LGD to kind of just open up this tower. It's a little bit later than you'd like. Enigma Galaxy has had this top one for what seems like a little bit here. But opens up the map nicely.
正受到
Try to get some farm onto Shiro, because these, again, Ursa made it through not only in, having been so strong in these past two games, but also in a pretty decent Ursa game, all things considered. Once he gets the BKB, it's very difficult for the supports to live through the jump on from Ursa, and he'll be getting that one quite early considering his net worth. And Dragon Knight, I think nowadays, I mean, you're playing Dragon Knight carry, so it's going to be a little bit more manageable, bearable, if I want to try and be funny.
烈焰中
but
塔已被摧
Timbersaw as well, like once you have BKB, Timbersaw becomes, I mean, during the duration of your
烈
BKB,
焰中
Timbersaw is
塔
quite
正
literally
受到
useless.
攻击
Can't deal damage to you outside of maybe right clicking. Brewmaster has a decent matchup into Ursa, all things considered, with the Primal Split, but again, struggles to do anything into the BKB of Ursa. Smail as well, just at this Axe timing, really nice initiation with 1J. This is a classic combo as well. I think Void Spirit, Grimstroke, they're kind of new, so I guess it's not super classic in terms of Dota heroes, but it's been a while that they've been around, and they've always been strong together. Good initiation with Grimstroke, feels quite nice.
So, what I was thinking about when I was trying to analyze as an idiot by myself was, do Nigma have the damage to break through the tankiness of this LGD roster?
They could struggle for sure. I think that would be one of my initial thoughts as well. If Ghost wasn't 10,000 net worth, about to get an Aegis. Ursa just can output so much damage. And doesn't, I mean, Ursa doesn't necessarily have that much versatility in terms of items, but I mean, levels on this hero do a lot on their own. And then anything that you get after that in terms of items, the BKB, the Blink, the Basher, even this game, I could definitely see him considering like an MKB. You deal a lot of damage because they overpower, giving
Primal Split.
They are going on to 1J.
Astral Step all the way across, and good bushwhack on a 2 with the Acorn shot. All of a sudden, Sumail has to dissimulate, and not getting a kill on anybody. Literally nobody has died. Ghost 5v1. Why, dude? That is a crazy bear.
Did you see what they just tried there? That was really
with
cheeky
the Ironwood
me.
tree and the bushwhack. That was kind of cool.
Did they try that? Does PYW have one?
I'm not sure.
Because
who
New
has
doesn't
it,
have
but...
one. New doesn't have one. I thought it was him. He doesn't have one in his inventory. There was also an Iron Talon. I think it might have been on Shiro. So excited to see that one back in the game.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Iron Talon and Ironwood Tree. What's crazy is I saw it get put back in the game, and we were just having a conversation about Ironwood Tree.
It was
about 7E.
Yeah, 7E with the Shackle Thoughts.
Yeah.
FBZ.
Double Astral Step. Jesus. Onslaught, Trample. Niu still super tanky. Dissimulate lands, but Niu still alive. Thunderclapping, and the rest of Nigma Galaxy, even GH TPing the tier 1 tower to make sure that he can steal this kill.
That is in true Rubik fashion. That's how you know this guy is good. Because he takes all the kills on the Rubik. Sign of an incredible Rubik player there. I mean, they do take a lot of resources up to kill Niu on the Brewmaster, but considering that Ghost isn't really much actual danger because of the Aegis, you would think, it doesn't feel that punishing. They also have the Shard Dispel on 1J.
Damn, absolutely ripping through Echo. That is pretty nuts as 1J dies again. Pulverize onto the Hoodwink. PYW trying to run. Innocence is dead to Ghost, who's on a killing spree. PYW dies to neutrals. Somehow,
some way. Mitigates a little bit of the losses here, but it does not feel good for LGD here. Losing a lot of kills. They also, I mean, they kind of thought they might go for something. It looked like they were feeling really indecisive, and gives Nigma Galaxy time to come back through. Samael is,
Niu again.
I was talking about how good he is on this hero. Catch after catch.
Seriously, they are just not stopping. But Niu is pretty tanky. We saw how long it took to kill him the last time.
Yeah,
you know,
thankfully he is Brewmaster.
Yeah, and Sumail's going to need something a little bit more, maybe Ghost in his bare hands.
Ooh, bare hands.
Yes. Dual breath. And PYW getting the shard. Ghost.
They're trying to punish on it. Aren't quite able to do that. Also, this we haven't seen Grimstroke much either. For a while, he was like one of the best heroes in Dota. They took him down a peg. I think the introduction of facets was also not incredible for him because they just moved the function of what his E had onto a facet. So he didn't really gain much from his facets. That being said, still the Shard Dispel is incredibly strong, and that spell in general can do a lot in terms of initiation for a team. They don't have much that pairs with the the ulti from Grimstroke, but I think that it, it feels fine. Really, this hero is giving you a ton of move speed. It's giving you a dispel, giving you a silence. So no reason to complain there. And actually, it is quite good against Dragonite. So I guess, I mean, it's annoying the silence and all that, but he's going straight into the Aghanims on 1J, which actually I think used to be slightly better because he would slow all the time and his illusions were crazy. They're going on to, well, attempting to go on to new.
It's quite difficult. Not that easy for them to kill Niu, and they continue to show that.
Yeah, it's funny what a brewmaster can do in a game. He just kind of, he really doesn't have that much net worth, but he just kind of walks around, feels good about himself, walks up, throws a barrel, gets a little drunk.
They just fall back. 4,000 net worth lead has been pretty much a stable point for right now.
Mm-hmm. Going into the BKB on Shiro, that'll be a nice timing, but another nice part about Ursa is that, I mean, you feel so strong once you get the BKB, right? But other carries don't feel like they can fight the same way into your BKB as you can fight into theirs. We saw that with the SFs and Ursa. You just, Ursa gets on top of you and you both press BKB, and Ursa does so much overwhelming physical damage that it can be really hard to really feel like anybody can deal with him outside of kiting that BKB duration.
Astral Step. I wonder if the Bushwhack tree, if you're holding Ironwood tree, is the GG tree.
I don't think so. I think he is just placing it, which is actually very strong. That's unironically really strong. Snail is probably going to get innocence here.
Trying to, has the silence. Another Astral Step will eventually kill him. Also, PYW's courier with Rod of Atos was killed.
Ooh, that does not feel good. I mean, you're already struggling so much in this game. He ended up stealing reactive armor on GH, which I think is funny because Echoes has the Ags. But you can't use the active without Ags on Rubik, so he just had a passive stolen. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, that spell for GH doing the bare minimum.
It's like the poor man's version of stealing attribute shifts.
Yeah. GH still living here. Astral Step, Aether Remnant, and then another attempt at the Bushwhack once again. Fade Bolt thrown over as Echo throws the Twisted Chakram their way.
I wonder if... Ghost...
Primal Split, Ghost doesn't have an Aegis. He needs to be careful. Void Panda pulling him back. BKB, the turnaround, trying to get the kill here onto the Pandas, looking over at Innocence as well as Shiro. Echo in the face of FBZ with the Chakram right on top of this Primal Beast. They'll start to run as the Sharpshooter lands. Force Staff back into a Guardian Greaves pop. Sumail off to the side and nobody dead on the side of Nigma. And I was talking about the lack of damage from Nigma earlier, but now it feels like, honestly, there's a lack of damage here from LGD. Soulbind on to 2, and they've got the silence, but there's the Dragon Tail on a Sumail. Dual Breath comes in from Innocence. Hunter's Boomerang from PYW hitting on a Sumail. But the Timber Chain, the Twisted Chakram, as well as the regular Chakram still can't get any kills.
They're kind of looking to chase this. He does have a Basher onto Ghost on Ursa, so very terrifying, but they actually, I mean, nothing really happens in that engagement.
Which is a little bit surprising because it felt like LGD were close enough to getting these kills, but the survivability of Enigma showing itself, and now with some open map space, anything is possible for Sumail and that Inkswell combo.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail actually doesn't have the most net worth, but Void Spirit is a hero that can struggle to farm at times. But he's getting so much pressure on the map, and he's high in levels. He has decent items. FPZ doesn't have to worry about much here, except any stun on him.
Inkswell, uh-oh. All of a sudden, this is problems here for this Dragonite, but they've kind of looked over at Niu. They've got the BKBs popped from both sides. Soulbind, Telekinesis on a 2, Stroke of Fate, but these BKBs are about to run out on everybody. Trying to leave and raging and looking to TP, but unnecessary as they continue to run. 1J might be the one left here as the acorn shot bounces off the tree over to 1J. Dragon Tail, Twisted Chakram, and Echo gets the kill. But after all that, like, these heroes just can't hold anybody down on either side.
I know. It's pretty funny. They're just like, they're walking at each other. It's kind of like a, it's like if you see like a, some kind of wild animal, sometimes people are like, oh, you need to make yourself look bigger, scarier. Because like that's what both teams are doing, is they're just trying to look scary. And then once they like pop the BKBs, they're like, oh, actually, I don't think we can do this, and they run away. I guess Ursa is a bear, so would make sense.
It's usually, yeah, I was going to say, it's something that you do with bears.
Yeah, so.
But I think the right thing...
Actually, kind of working.
It is kind of working, but the right thing to know is if you do that with brown bears or black bears, because I'm pretty sure one of them you're supposed to run, and the other one you're supposed to make yourself bigger.
From what I understand, black bears are pretty, like, docile, actually. I think they're the ones that... I think brown bears are kind of...
I really don't want to be giving out wrong bear information. Sumail jumping in, has the Dissimulate, gets the silence with that Ags, of course, with the Resonant Pulse. Astral Step, double step. As Innocence ends up dying, they go to the Primal Split. They look over at 1J. The Void Panda is going to be pulling him back. Aether Remnant's down. Echo, Timber chaining across, and they finally get this kill on a 1J while Ghost takes the Aegis and kills off Roche.
I mean... This time, Enigma Galaxy doing it to pretty strong effect. Ghost is just hitting the Aegis this whole time. I think they're walking backwards thinking we might get jumped on by Ursa at any second.
Niu.
That being said...
Yeah, they are getting jumped by Ursa at any second, but the problem is all 5 heroes are here. You need to be careful. You lost your Grimstroke to Macropyre. The Ice Path is down. Sumail taking a lot of damage. Forced to try and jump away as they lose this Aegis. Uh-oh. The GH also Primal Split. He cycloned up Niu. And they're able to at least get out on some potential. It was Sumail and FBZ running away. Ink Swell, Sumail jumping in. Buyback from GH to get the kill on Innocence. They'll look over at Niu. The right clicks are through. Sumail ends up dying with FBZ. And now this is the turnaround that Enigma were hoping wouldn't happen with the Enrage being popped, though. Niu's going to die. Soulbind trying to keep him away, but the Chakram's on a Ghost. They're going to buy back on FBZ. FBZ TPing into the tier 1 tower, looking over at Echo, has the Pulverize, gets the kill into the Timber, so finally it's starting to go the way of Nigma. Onslaughting, looking for Shiro. Oh! Landing that Rock Toss, trample on top of Shiro, and they will get this kill onto this DK. So at the end of the day, it semi-works here for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they don't have to actually end up committing too heavily. I mean, a buyback on GH and FBZ don't feel incredible, but I mean, overall, you end up getting a lot of kills off the back of it. Ghost just barely surviving. FBZ there feeding him, I think, a delectable fruit at the end there to keep him kind of topped up. So it ends up working out decently for Enigma Galaxy. Look, really scary for them there. Sumail, we can see here. A nice jump back in. He does die, but I think overall got a lot of uptime there for Ghost.
A lot of uptime for Ghost, and then FBZ, I like this buyback.
Yes, the buyback, I think, is very, very good. Gives Ghost the ability to go back in. It's also funny, they take it... Usually you don't see this top tier 1 still up at 28 minutes, so Enigma Galaxy having, you know, a decent chunk of the map up here, paying dividends in kind of a weird way. Gives them that nice spot to fight next to the Roche Pit. There is, so Ursa finished the Basher a little bit ago, feeling pretty strong there, but running a little bit out of damage, so he's opting, I'm kind of curious to see what he opts for. He had Octarine, which is nice for the sustain. Now he's looking at kind of Nullifier, which I think makes a lot of sense, into the Timber Ags. PYW.
Oh, God.
Just get a glimpse of him. Yeah, oof.
Oh? TP's out.
He does get away. Just barely managed to not get hit by the Remnant. It was really unfortunate that it just hit Day, otherwise he would not have been able to be seen there. Finishes Abyssal on Ghost. They're trying to seem big and scary, doing a little bit of damage here.
I think I'd be scared too if the bear all of a sudden just brings out symbols and starts crashing them at me.
Only in Russia.
This is not the forest that I thought I stepped into.
Yeah, a little bit of a circus here. Kind of feels like it in this game, everybody running around. There is a Nullifier now on Shiro. This item is really, really strong this game. Let's see if they can utilize it.
Rolling Death. And the Yules into the bushwhack now, looking for a sharpshooter. TPE. Oh, God, it's not quick enough.
Not quick enough.
That's awful, as 1J dies too.
Yeah, Ghost is, I mean, where is he playing? Where's the rest of his team at? It feels so weird that he's that far in the mid lane. Ugh. That gives a lot of space to LGD. They're going to try to take on this tier 2, but for the moment they have to be a little bit patient for the wave. Samael went for a Shadow Blade, which is super interesting. He is going to build into the break, which could be strong this game. It breaks a few of the innate, specifically the Dragon Knight one. Could be nice. The Timber Saw breaking the reactive armor, of course. Feels a bit odd, though. They're kind of, I mean, they are slightly running into the damage issues that you were worried about as a extremely smart and well-endowed analyst.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, Ursa does a lot, but you can see, like, Shiro, just by having the items that he does, when he's stunned as well, getting more from the Vindicator Axe, has around 40-50 armor. So even if you are able to Fury Swipe stack onto him, feels like it's not always enough. You have to spend almost the full duration of your BKB hitting him, Echoes, or New. Extremely tanky here, so ideally, Enigma Galaxy want to jump onto one of these supports, I think. PYW specifically, he's been landing a lot of really big bushwhacks. Actually using... I'm curious if he keeps the Ironwood Tree even to tier 3. Feels like he really likes that item, and I don't blame him.
Yo, Ghost.
But it's,
Ghost?
He just stops it. He's gonna go heal off his Ancient Camp. It would be nice as well if Ghost had the Shard on Ursa, just to have that little bit longer in Rage, but feeling that he needs these items first. The Nullifier could definitely help a bit with those damage issues. It also doesn't help. FBZ is quite farmed, actually. He has a lot on the net worth, but he's built into being a bit tankier, having the auras for his team, which isn't by any means, I think, a bad decision, but is kind of hurting them in sense of, you know, getting in these late game fights and actually being able to, you know, kill the primal split, burst supports in the time that you want to. Curious to see how they deal with it. There is also one nice thing for Ghost round 2. One nice thing for Enigma Galaxy here is 1J has the Aghanims, so we'll be able to create a copy of Shiro, who's a pretty strong hero. Did not mean to rhyme there at all. Shiro's very strong, and the AoE from his dragon form should work, I believe, in the Grimstroke Ags. It used to, but they've changed this here a little bit. Sitting around 4k HP, he has a ton of armor on the illusion, pretty good base stats. So that could be an issue, especially if you get that kind of walking on to Innocence or the Hoodwink, PYW. Because that is a magic immune Dragon Knight. Not easy to take down by any means from LGD's comp. Could cause some problems for them if they're not careful.
Scan not connecting. Niu coming up into the high ground. Silenced immediately with the Phantom's Embrace. Astral Step looking for Innocence. Goes in to dissimulate while Shiro's in the face of Ghost as well as FBZ. They need to be careful, but the Soulbind lands out of both these heroes. Now they've got the Pulverize on the 2, doing a good job of controlling them. They've got the Trample, but the Yule's up into the air. They go after Sumail. They'll get the kill on the Void Spirit. They'll look towards the rest. Inkswell popping, dropping him from the Cyclone. 1J in trouble. The Nullifier hits onto the Grimstroke. The chase is on for the side of LGD. The Void Panda pull FBZ as they kill 1J. Cyclone him up again. Inkswell is not there to save him this time, and they will get a third. No buyback available on FBZ. Dead for 100 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you're struggling for damage here. This is part of the reason that Void Spirit is something we don't see as often. Hype is quite strong at the moment. BKB is very strong. Glimmers, Force Staffs, what have you. I mean, Sumail gets a pretty ideal jump. You go onto Innocence first, and then on the backside, they're going on to Shiro, kind of a 3v4 situation. But Sumail actually loses the 1v2 to the 2 supports on PYW and Innocence here, so speaking to their testament of strength on their heroes, and Ghost has to pop Enrage and BKB at the same time. Not able to ever re-enter this fight on Ghost, and Sumail just isn't able to get those kills finished, partly due to the pipe especially. Ugh, I mean, one BKB is not enough here for Ghost.
Didn't feel as though the Dark Portrait was that amazing either.
I didn't even notice it. Maybe Shiro just turned around and killed it, because if anybody is going to be able to kill the Dark Portrait, Shiro is the one. I think as soon as it comes out, his best play is to just turn and hit the Dark Portrait. So probably what he did. That's generally kind of the counter to Dark Portrait, is you auto attack it. Shiro, I think he's good enough to auto attack, doing it pretty well this game.
So
hitting some pretty high level marks here.
Silver Edge for Sumail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about this item.
I don't feel very good about it. That being said, I do trust Sumail to some degree here.
You say that, but he's dead. Immediately dead. Your Caster's Curse is impeccable. They go in with the Soul Bind. They get the kill on a 1J. Ice Path lands. Ghost on the run. Popping that BKB. Leaving FBZ to BKB and attempt to leave with the Onslaught. With the Timber Chain following him. Echo with the Blink Dagger. They see him. They know where he's at. And they'll kill him.
I've been practicing my Caster Curse. Just la 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 la.
Easy. It's
Sumail
that easy.
Will die. Sumail will carry. La di da di da. I mean, this feels really bad for Enigma Galaxy. I mean, they definitely did run out of damage, you see. I love Void Spirit so dearly as a hero, but once it gets to this point in the game, it just feels like if you're not one of the highest net worths, you're not really able to get enough damage off to even be significant in these fights. I mean, your silence and your utility is so high, but you kind of need your team to deal the rest of the damage for you, and FBZ's gone for utility build as well. Really nice stun out from Shiro. Catches Sumail off guard.
You really, and I know that's the way you're supposed to play Void Spirit, but you, in a game like this, I just don't know at the moment if you can really jump first as this Void Spirit. They just do that to you every single time. I almost want to say you might have been better off getting some sort of defensive item instead of this Silver Edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option for sure that he went. I'm a fan of. I think Yules could have been good. I think BKB could have been great. Maybe some kind of Kaya Sange, like Meteor Hammer, Scythe, something like this. We've yet to see him really use the Silver Edge, so it's hard to know. But I mean, that's part of the problem, is he hasn't really been able to use this 5,000 gold item that he bought.
They got PYW.
They do. DD on or AD.
Actually, yeah, it's AD and Sumail under a century, so that's a little bit rough. They also have a chase on here from Echoes. Sumail has his own gem. GH is in trouble, and GH Ink Swell to try and get him out, but he's still dead.
Yeah,
his Dark Portrait was doing some work, almost killed Innocence.
Dark Portrait feels good until Shiro turns around. Daedalus now on Shiro. I mean, how do you deal with this hero? Sumail's trying to cut waves, trying to make anything happen. Feels like the Ursa has... I mean, generally I think Ursa scales quite well, but in this game it feels like he really has fallen off.
This Yules from Niu from Echo has done work.
Yeah, it is definitely a good Yules game. Yules is great into really all their heroes. It dispels something meaningful or kites some kind of enrage, BKB duration. Echoes is it feels like he's done... I mean, he doesn't have auras, but it feels like he's done a similar thing to FBZ, where he goes into more kind of defensive items, but Timbersaw does a lot more damage than Primal Beast with defensive items, especially if they're along the lines of pipe or whatnot. It's a lot of HP to break through on Enigma Galaxy, and they don't have really any... I mean, they're all kind of flat damage. There's no percentage max HP here. And Echoes, again.
Ghost. Oh boy.
No BKB.
Oh my god, Ghost. Where do you go? Ghost, where's your team, dude?
Ooh, Ghost looking a little see-through in this one.
Oh no.
Oh no. I would also say it's been kind of a quiet game from GH as well. Feels like feels just hard to make it past this like front line. They want so desperately to jump onto these supports, but they're lacking the damage to even kill them. And at that point, what do you have? A Dark Portrait?
I guess.
Ooh. It is really strong with the Zags, barring. It looks like the splash doesn't work. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no.
None of the Dragonite things seem to work with illusions, so that could be a deciding factor. Jump on a PYW is probably the best you're gonna get.
If you even get it, they're just going for the squirrel. It's the best they can get right now, but this BKB is about to run out. Yule's again, Aether Remnant, FBZ gonna try and run, but he's stunned up thanks to the Earth Pan, and the Nullifier is gonna be thrown at him. Fade Bolt, okay. Do you have anything going right now? You've got the Dark Portrait of a non-Elder Dragon form Dragonite, and they Cyclone up in the air Sumail. He'll dissimulate, Astro Step back into the base, as they are now down 2 heroes.
These heroes have fallen off so hard on the side of Enigma Galaxy, while it feels like LGD. Every minute they get stronger.
Yeah, Sumail is very, very, very much in trouble. But the right clicks, Ghost, can he do it? Can he get anything from this? The BKB, the Bushwhack, the control. There's just no damage. Oh, Ghost, you tried, you came, you haunted. But there are a bunch of exorcists on LGD. There's nothing you can do on Enigma Galaxy. It looks all over. LGD are gonna end up cleaning this one up. Nullifier, the control on the Ghost. The right click's coming through from Shiro to finish off this bear. He'll be his pallbearer. Into the grave he goes. As Sumail is dead as well. And GG is inevitable.
Oh, Innocence almost dies.
Rampage?
To the Dark Portrait.
Rampage?
I mean, Fountain certainly doesn't kill him.
Oh, they'll all right. Well, they were done showing that slaughter. And your winners are LGD. Look at that. As they're here on the snow cliff. At the bottom of the ski jump.
Super cool venue. And super cool stuff by LGD. Picking strength heroes and walking out the enemy team. Never ceases to work in Dota 2, that's for sure.
Always pretty hype.
I just, Enigma Galaxy there, it's, oof. You do so well in the early game. You have such a commanding lead. I mean, not super commanding, but you have a pretty decent-sized lead at some point. Sumail is getting kill after kill. Feels like all these smokes are landing. Unfortunately for 1J, the Aghanims was not nearly to the effect he thought it might be, so kind of felt like you were lacking a hero in the late game there. And not just one, Sumail, despite all his early kills, wasn't able to build into meaningful items to make up for the kind of lack of damage on his hero's kit. And Ghost, he tried his best too, but wasn't able to keep as far ahead as he was early on. Just ran out of damage on Shiro, who the entire game was, keeping right up with Ursa. At the end, just skyrockets past him, and it feels like you have no damage.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy, right? Like, the damage ran out. I think that's the perfect way to say it.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what happens when you go for like a draft like this. If you're playing against a team like LGD, who seems to so well recognize the holes in your drafts, what issues might exist, and they always seem to build around it. It's what made game 1 so commanding from them, and what made this game feel, honestly, quite a decisive pass, like this last fight from Enigma Galaxy. I mean, from this moment, it was only really downhill, even though they got this really nice fight. It just weren't able to make enough out of it.
No,
and
not really.
This moment, too, in the mid lane, Ghost getting caught out, trying to TP.
This was the turnaround point to me.
Yeah, I mean, this one was definitely massive.
Because
definitely can't be making mistakes like that.
Yeah. Because from that point, the timings worked out where every fight was an advantage for LGD.
Yeah, if They even the fights that are landing well are just not feeling good. And in this one that they're showing in the replay right now, I mean, Sumail jumping onto Innocence on the Jakiro is one of the best things that you can have, but it gets 1v2'd versus just the supports, which never feels good, and the rest of the team gets kited Ghost. I mean, after that first death in the mid lane, he isn't really able to do much. Sumail gets chain stunned on this play here, and it's just, it all kind of just falls apart. But it feels like even if they were to play these fights in like the perfect scenario, the best way they could, at this point in the game, it just, the draft is a little bit running out of steam, and especially the items they built here, FPZ with Guardian Greaves pipes. I don't think it was a bad decision to do that, but towards the end of the game, you kind of see the issues you can run into. And Sumail, this Silver Edge too, you kind of have to put a question mark on what it actually was accomplishing.
Right. It didn't feel like it was going to accomplish much, and he was going to the back lines trying to make something happen, but it never worked out. Like, they were just, even on their non-tanky heroes, quote non-tanky heroes, but they still felt tanky as hell. This Hoodwink felt impossible to kill, and it was disgusting how much they were able to survive.
I feel like in our experience in these past few days, the actual tankiest hero in Dota, the hardest one to kill in Dota,
is the friends we made all. Oh.
It's always Hoodwink. It's never your friends, it's Hoodwink. If you think it's something else, it's Hoodwink. That's why rent is so high. Hoodwink.
These goddamn squirrels in my goddamn attic.
But yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again, this Hoodwink hero, it just feels so hard sometimes to get on top of it. And when you do get on top of it, it has these random times that's evading, hits you with the stuns, runs through the trees, so annoying. A competent player on it feels like an absolute nightmare to play against, and PYW more than competent. I feel like he had so much impact in this game, but you probably honestly do end up, if you're going to give MVP to anybody, handing it over to Shiro. I feel like it was, he did the thing, it felt like he was kind of playing Sven, but a Sven that could turn ranged. And he's quite good at Sven as well, so seeing him do a lot in these games, this game specifically, though, he just felt like an absolute titan.
Yeah, he really did. And 11-1 and 15 for Shiro, 10-2 and 9. Echo's Yule usage was so amazing, by the way. I really was impressed.
Echo's definitely having a really solid game too. I mean, just looking at the scoreline there, 10, 2, and 9 on Echoes, but hard to beat that 42,000 net worth on Shiro, 11, 1, 15. 05, 22 on PYW. I mean, if there's a better way to tell the tale of this game, I think it's just to look at the scores here. 4 and 12 on 1J as well, 1 and 5 on FPZ.
Is Shiro holding himself up like a bully in this picture? Give me your lunch money. He's literally, give me your lunch moneying himself right now. Okay. I enjoy esports photos, man. I really do.
That one is a bit silly.
That one's very funny. That one is.
I wonder if he was telling them, like, only get the top half here. It'll be funny or something, or it's just the full picture.
Beat yourself up. Do it. You won't. Well,
stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Which is something
that's
that
what we would be saying. Yeah.
That Storm Spirit can do.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Storm Spirit. Hey, with is it the change to his
the shock collar? Looks pretty wild. It's pretty crazy. Oh my god, it's pouring. I have that tie. It is pouring right now. Oh my god.
That facet is really weird from the Storm Spirit.
All right, guys. I'm adding it to my treat stream. If you guys want to send me some nuggies. Because somebody said in chat, I'm going to McDonald's, what you nerds want. And I was just like, I don't know, some nuggies? Now I'm actually serious.
You're a diabolical beacon.
I am. Ooh,
Just a few Twitch Primes could feed this starving streamer.
that's not true. They don't pay out till next month.
Oh. Well, eventually. Use your welfare on McDonald's, guys.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, so now we have to... How do we do this? I proceed to checkout?
You sound like my grandpa trying to order Uber Eats.
It's difficult, okay?
We're gonna proceed to check. Actually, I felt this exact same way. My mom wanted Olive Garden really bad because when she was in the hospital, she kept seeing ads for Olive Garden. So I guess she was sitting there, they're just brewing, wanting this food. Especially considering hospital food is
Awful.
below subpar.
It's so
really,
bad.
truly slop.
I will never disagree with that. I have been stationed in hospital beds before. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the food is not great. So she really wanted it, and she started the order on her phone. Her phone's a little bit older. It doesn't always work the best. So I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to literally, all I want to do is just add a single item onto my order. It took me 5 minutes, and then I was I'm just gonna move onto my phone, and I'll take it from there because it's not having it. And even then, it was so I was trying to it was not obvious what any of the ingredients were or anything. It wasn't easy to see the portion sizes or blah blah. It was all just very, very vague, not very helpful. But honestly, it was for Olive Garden, it was Olive Garden.
Olive Garden's okay.
Yeah, I'm not particularly the biggest fan, but I think those first 6 bites you get into Olive Garden are pretty good. After that is kind of feels like a mistake.
All right. I'm not allowed to... Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna take a quick second as well and grab some more.
Yeah, I might do that in a second. I just gotta... I'm trying to... There we go. Add this treat. Nuggies. Add this treat. Okay, hold on. Is the restaurant open? No, it says the restaurant's closed. I can't even do it. Damn it. Grandpa B Cop. I am pretty old, I guess. Guys. What can you do? We got a 20-minute break. I'm going to play ads when I can and play some music. And if you guys want to support my nuggies, you can donate. I'm not a huge McDonald's apple pie guy. Marbles when? If I do marbles, y'all have to be good children and support the stream. I don't even know if I have marbles on stream downloaded right now. Oh, no, I do. I can do one game of marbles because I gotta wash up. I'm sweating. I don't really want McDonald's. It's probably the only thing that's open right now. It is 2 a.m. Oh, wait, somebody actually did it? Holy shit!
The
Wait.
bluegrass version. Let's do the bluegrass version. Let's get
Really?
the Reverend Mosier out
Why
here.
did this person do this? Hold on. Are they in chat right now? We're doing this, by the way. We're doing a random map. Noob from UA just donated. A blessing and a god. Rojo, are you here? Do you want any food? I can get us dinner. Some dinner. A little bit of dinner. You want some McDonald's? Exclamation point play for marbles. Now I've reached that age, I try to do all those things the best I can. Matter how I cry, so I say to the same old jam. Good times, bad times, you know I had my share. When the one left home with the brown eye man, well, so I don't seem to care. Well, the girl as sweet as can be. Oh, it took a couple of days till she was rid of me. Jollibee's better than McDonald's? Fair. Enigma did not win. All right, everybody. I'm going to start this in 60 seconds. Get in. Exclamation point play. Will Twitch get mad at 20 minutes of ads for B-Cop? I can only play 3 minutes like every 30 minutes or so. So it's not a lot of ads being played. I'm trying, but... Guys have 20 seconds. And they're off. Going into this race, it's going to be a 68 marble race. Aaron's going to be in the front, but they're going to be stopped up here. Sunny D Show looking to get over the block. Oh, we've already lost a marble. That's going to be one dead. Trying to break this record. Te amo. Te amo. I used to say that to my ex-girlfriend, but we don't talk anymore. Going down the funnel. Oh, I died! What the fuck? Dude, this game is so rigged. Fuck this game. I can't believe this shit. This shit is so rigged. Fuck this game. Stupid marbles. How is the streamer not winning?
Wild. All right. Oh, well, you're dead. Never mind. On to the next one. No, you're dead. Sunny D's show. You're out. Dead. Oh, boy. The casualty rate. It's kind of crazy on this one. Lazviet shot at the ramp. Surviving. Thriving. But missing the hole. We've all done it before. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Literally nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sorry. 20 people have died so far. There's still so much to this map to go. How are we 30 seconds past the time of somebody winning? Oh, bye. Scorn! Scorn! Pod? Oh! Hey! Holy shit. Oh, whoa. Oh, no. So close. Ooh. So many people dying. So many dead marbles. Only 2 have lived so far. Billions the TV show? Wait a second. Billions the TV... I love Billions the TV show. Are you guys in here right now? Billions, are you in here? Oh, the rest have just been killed. We're going again. I forgot how much I missed this.
Is this a marble stream?
Yeah, we're now a
Did I
marble
come
stream
back?
now.
Oh my god. Everybody type what's the people? It's like a
Boost?
exclamation mark and boost thing. That's my favorite part. I've just started getting into Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Is my recent thing.
Yeah, I
sure
saw
you've
you guys
seen them
playing
playing
that.
Yeah.
Did I fall asleep in the Discord yesterday?
Yes.
Did I
Yes,
have my
you did.
mic unmuted?
Not that I'm aware of. We didn't hear you like.
I must have left at
Making
some
any
point
noise.
because I picked up my phone when I woke up and I went, did I fall asleep in the Discord?
At some point you did get moved because they don't like to have like people sleeping just sitting in a channel for super long.
That's fair. Oh, 2 subs. Rest in peace and giggles. Thank you.
Ooh.
We're going to start in 60 seconds, which is now technically 120 seconds from... No, 90 seconds from when you heard that.
What?
Because I'm on a 30-second delay. Math.
We do that here and are good at it.
Well, second try. It's all good.
The children yearn for marbles. It really is.
Marble,
of the
100
best
people
activities.
playing marbles is insane. I feel like even when I used to do my massive streams for like other things, I never had this many people.
We get it. You're famous.
I just more so meant like
I'm kidding.
no. Now I'm self-conscious.
No. You deserve.
Don't
to be
worry, I'll
proud of
jump.
that.
I'll do it. In Minecraft. There's a staff member in here. In Minecraft.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
There is a nuclear reactor in our server somewhere. Probably.
That is true. That is actually true.
Look at all these marbles spinning. This is the perfect song on my stream for this.
You're behind, so I have to wait 30 seconds to figure out what the song is.
It's just a fish song.
Oh, nice.
My favorite band. Oh, only one person? Oh, no, never mind. Cannon! Oh, dunked right in. Guys, you gotta be saying exclamation point boost. If you're not doing that, I'm not getting engagement. I mean, you're not getting boosted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You also move faster if you subscribe. Allegedly.
Yeah, if you subscribe, you also move faster. Those are facts. And if you donate, you actually win more often. I know that for a fact. No. Wait.
Just for sure.
Yeah. Oh, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Where even am I? Am I dead? I think I am. I can't. I don't even live in my own races. High Lunt. Just one. Am I dead?
Oh yeah, I forget the live commentary from you because.
Oh yeah, I'm ruining it. You almost came in last.
No,
I had to ruin that for you. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, my neck. Come on, fall in there. There you go. Did I die? Did I DNF? Dude, I was one of 5 people who died. Fuck this game.
Yeah, that's impressive. You're a statistical anomaly.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I hate this game.
Yeah, it's pretty sad that you can't rig your own marbles games.
Seriously.
Allegedly.
I mean, I technically do sub my time to this, but I don't sub any money to my own stream, so I can't win. What the fuck is Gorgon's Grasp? Holy fuck. This Medusa spell looks insane.
I have not seen it. I really hope that in this next series we see some real cooks.
Heroes.
Yeah.
They've had an hour. Get with it.
Get with the times, guys.
When we hit 100, we'll press start. Not as easy as I thought it would be.
There you go on this one.
Alright, fine. 85 is fine. I can play ads.
Impatient with your own Marvel's game.
I'll play ads after this race. I don't want people to miss the race.
I don't want to miss the ads. Tuning into B-Cup streams simply to watch ads.
There are definitely people
Don't
who
want-
could get away with that.
Don't watch Dota. Don't care about these two idiots talking.
I'm here
Just
for
wanna
the
see
ads.
But I recently was looking at speaking of ads. I was recently like looking at like some car insurance stuff, whatever, blah blah blah. Annoying, but whatever.
Yeah, always, of
But
course.
it's been like like I've gotten called like 6 times from fucking Geico, and it's like leave me alone.
We got your phone
Leave me
number after you
alone.
signed up to get potential number on your potential insurance, and we're gonna call you 1,000 times now.
Yes. And I was like at work one time and I answered it because I thought my mom was calling from the hospital. And I'm at work like answering this call from Dan Cantalina or whatever. Like, oh my god, I was so mad. I didn't think that's actually his name.
Oh, thank God.
Also, there's probably
He's probably in chat.
He's Seymour 2092.
Where's my marble? Why am I still up there?
Oh, embarrassing.
Somebody said classic Dan. Who just did that? Wait, what? Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna come top 10. My own race.
You know, I've never been good at marbles.
Same. Never once.
I think one time I got like third in like an XQC stream one. It was like probably 5 years ago or something.
Was it
I
for like
haven't watched it.
$1,000 on stake or something like that?
No. And not third place. Also, I'm pretty sure he's just doing it because he's bored.
All right.
But it was a proud moment for me. There was like I don't know, like 4,000 marbles or something in that race.
Damn. All right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to answer this prediction and also type in exclamation point play while I play ads. Because you keep saying play, and I think I mean play ads, but whatever, it's fine. But just type it in.
Oh, I'm all in. I'm letting it ride.
This is how you really farm ad revenue. By playing ads while marbling.
You think if I never brought back the Dota stream, how long could I maintain all these viewers? Finesse
Maybe
them.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes 30 seconds. We're pretty boring, B-Cop. I'm playing Hearthstone's Battleground. And you're making a prediction of if you'll get top 10 in marbles.
What does the winner get? The opportunity to donate.
It's a blessing.
And a curse.
They get to personally drive to McDonald's that is open and deliver B-Cop nuggies.
Oh, gosh. That sounds so good. For me, actually. Oh, gosh. I just want to get top 10 so I take all these no-doubters points.
I went all in on no.
How many points do you have?
90 or like 9,200 or something. Yeah, I watch B-Cop stream.
What the fuck? He's the top fucking... You're the top person. What the hell, dude? No faith? That's so fucked up. Fuck this guy.
Whoa.
Who voted against me? I can't believe it.
All of my points, actually. It wasn't just against me, it was all.
Imagine I die immediately.
It's okay. I'm doing a solid for you, B-Cop, by being so against you. Your marble's gonna try harder. Your marble's gonna exclamation mark boost harder.
Did I even join this race?
Oh my god.
Where's my marble? Where am I? Did I die already? Where is my marble? I truly don't see me. Was I ever actually in this race?
Your marble is investigating for the CIA now. He's off doing bigger, better things.
I guess I didn't. I don't know if I was ever in this race. I died?
That's a win for now.
You're dead. When did I die in the first 2 seconds of the race? Did I actually?
I will say it was a doubter saying you were dead, so you gotta keep out. You gotta watch out.
All right, I'll pay the doubters, whatever. It's fine.
That's what we call insider trading, guys. It was rigged from the start.
I did die. What the fuck? When did I die? What the fuck? I was... What the fuck? That's actually so crazy.
This is the last race, guys, because I think the stream's coming back. The fucking Dota's coming back.
God, I fucking hate Dota. Why don't they do professional marbles? These people have no sense of business, no class.
You didn't all in against me, did you?
No. I'm focused on my oh, it's such a small return. I only got 800. I didn't game the system hard enough.
Let me just say, if you're in this chat asking about bets and you're winning, you better be donating or subbing. I'm going to win this one. I sense it.
Over under 5 seconds of B-Cop's marble being alive.
I'm still alive. So many people died. Was I one of them? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, I'm there. I'm there. No! No!
That was a good time.
If everybody dies, I technically did not finish top 10. I'm just going to say that. Oh my god, I may have actually technically came in top 10.
Technically?
Yeah.
And what's the technically here?
So the technicality, in my eyes, is since only 9 people finished, everybody who died technically took 10th.
Cope.
Is that the payout?
Cope.
Is that technically we all tied for 10th? I'm going to wait 30 seconds and hear what people have to say.
They're gonna say cope. That's fucking cope B-Cop.
Nah, you died before others. Easy top 10. So the points, pay me my points. Imagine not finishing. Hell nah. 10th, top 10, I won. Cope. Copium. That's a weird. Count it as a draw. I can't do that. I'm gonna have to just choose it as a win. I'm sorry, guys. That's just the way it is.
This guy.
Oh, did my stream stop? Oh no, wait. No, it's good. All right, marbles is done for now, guys. We'll bring back marbles later. We will bring back marbles later. You know what we can do? We can play some ads. Extreme gaming against Navi. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, that sounds really fun. We haven't seen any extreme gaming on our end.
Somebody said all DNFs technically tied, so I feel like I technically
Not cherry picking the Twitch chat.
I'm not.
Well, what were the other messages around that one, B-Cop? Let's hear him. Let's hear him.
No, chill. Wait. God damn it. B-Cop best Marbler streamer. He top won every game, so technically I'm still not wrong. I need my points. Easy 17,900 points. XD. Scam. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think everybody was in total agreement.
Yeah, I did see a lot of copiums. I feel like people were on the same page.
I mean, that's how it works in golf. If you have the same score, you're tied for that place.
Whatever you just said, I wasn't listening, and I'm glad I wasn't. Continue on.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sorry, recap.
Whatever. I'm listening to my favorite band, Vocal Jam, I Like Donuts right now. Making me really hungry for donuts.
I'm listening to an artist called Girl Puppy. No further questions.
Okay, fine. I was gonna ask, but... See, somebody agreed with me. Yes. Oh, shit. I almost dropped my phone. Oh, my God. That would have been terrible. But, yeah, but to finish top 10, you can't end with a DNF. Oh, shit. Okay, you might be right. Okay, so Are you watching the Queen feed right now?
No, but I can.
They're doing this interview thing, and I swear to God, last time I couldn't read. They were moving the words and everything so fast. Like, there's no way for me to read it quick enough. What do you do besides competitions, training, and ladder? Outdoor tournament. They will play Arc Knights. It will bring them good luck. I play Soul Hunters. I watch XXS play Soul Hunters. Okay. How do you feel about the current patch? Is GG's fat?
Oh my God, it is really fast.
I literally can't read this. I can't read it all. After the patch fixing, it seems there are a lot of playstyles. But when you're actually in the game, if you play Strange Bale, your opponents will get pipe and guard. Come on, dude! But actually, they... Fuck.
This is actually insightful. That's a good point.
Kind of boring. I suggest the game should have one... Why? Dude, this is at like 1.5 speed.
That is actually a good point, though. That's part of why people hate like aura meta so much, is because it really limits your options to play the game. Because they're gonna go auras, so you have to go auras. Otherwise, they're just so far behind in terms of like
Give you a chance to do an interview.
Fighting power.
Oh my god! I am not sure if you can get used to it. I want to ask, what is the difference between AR coached by him and other teams he coached before? What is the difference? As one of the host teams, do you have anything to say to the audience who will come to support you? Thanks for your support. We will do our best. Thanks for your support. Okay. What? Hi, I'm Uragi and I play carry for Navi. Okay, I'm trying to read. Hello. My name is Zayats. I am playing for Navi as captain and position 4. Interesting. Is this your first time? It's my first time in China, and I really like the mountains and the weather here. Dude, Zayats is a big dude. Like, he's very square shoulders.
Yeah, handsome fella.
I agree.
I love bald people. They're so brave.
What is your feelings to play in China? Because Bepum and Spirit are strong in your... Okay! Alright! That was 4 fucking lines of... Are you kidding me right now? That is so fucking ridiculous. That was not fair at all.
Whoever edited this is watching your stream and laughing so hard right now.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking for real? Is Zion secretly one of the most anime-looking people out there? He looks like...
He does. He looks like he'd be in like a cooking anime, you know?
That, or I feel like he's from like Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm not a super big anime person, but...
Somewhere in Neff's ears just perked up.
I miss Neff. The kids miss Neff.
That was not meant to be read. I know. I know it wasn't meant to be read.
Neither was your rash. Sorry.
What?
Red. Is it not red? Is it a different color rash?
It's red. It hurts right now.
I know, I'm sorry.
Don't remind me. I have to go take a Motrin in a second. This guy reminded me. I can't believe it.
Sorry.
No excuse.
I'll jump. Allegedly.
Oh, Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Dude, I could get Raid Shadow Legends. How many of you guys would sign up for Raid Shadow Legends?
It's not a lot. It's like 2.
If I accepted
It's like 2.
their campaign right now. I would need 50 of you to get to level 40. Oh my god. Why the delay? Slow patch download? I think it's because it's raining. How old am I? I'm 31. But it says I can make so much money on this Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Also, it's not even... Whatever. I spent like 1K in that game. Damn. If only I had that before. Honestly, no. That's fair. I would not get to level 40 for even my favorite internet people. That's fair.
Yeah, it sounds like what they do at Guantanamo Bay.
Just accept sponsorships and have all them
Make you play
get to level 40.
Raid Shadow Legends level 40.
They also have limited spawns for Honkai Star Rail sponsorship.
Interesting.
I heard that game's pretty dope. Get a Valve sponsorship?
The ones that they give out at Valve.
I mean, if you
Those are
guys all
worthy.
acted like Valve and sponsored me by subbing and donating, I wouldn't. I would call you guys Valve to your face. We're another 10-minute break, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play some music, get some water, take a Motrin, play more ads, farm your ad revenue, and continue to beg for money somehow. I don't know. I'm finding a way. Rojo, I'm gonna get it for us. I swear.
We'll make it. We'll get those nuggies.
I'm gonna get those nuggies for us. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. With all that I fucking care about, we will get that nuggies. I wish I could have put out like a battle pass for this. Hey, the battle pass is kisses.
Oh.
Mwah. So for each donation, you get a kiss. Mwah. I'll put marbles back on in a second. I gotta hold on. I have to play ads. You want a kiss? Okay, kiss. Mwah. I gave you a kiss. Mwah.
You really have healed your relationship with chat, B-Cup. There's so much respect.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm a sellout, guys. I give kisses for low amounts of support.
losing my mind, climbing up my waterfalls and swinging on my vine. So I try to hear the music, but I'm always losing time, cause I'm stepping on my rhythm and they're stealing on my line. Stealing on my lines, and I keep waiting for the time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, but now I'm on my way. When I think it's time to leave it all behind, trying to find a way to, but there's nothing I can say to make it stop, 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 waiting for the time when I can finally We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thanks. Take it easy. We'll be right back. Thank you.
You said it says they're updating the game. Music 0 out of 10. Why are you hating on Fish? That's crazy, man. Don't be hating. Let me start up Marbles again. I'm not sure when the match starts. They're updating and stuff, so I'm watching the stream. Making sure we don't miss anything.
It's always marbles.
Always has been, always will be.
Always has been.
Watch his stream, get points, and get scammed.
This is
Damn.
why I stopped voting after the first one.
Yeah.
Just got way too dramatic, way too rigged.
Sure.
Okay, so I generally, right, I don't have that big of interest in like most sports.
Yeah.
I just don't find them that entertaining to watch. But I keep seeing like these random things about shooting, like the Olympic shooting.
The Olympic shooting, yeah.
Have you seen there's the one like dude from Turkey. Have you seen that
Who's
guy?
51 and like, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's this one Kim Yeji.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she just like looks at the camera, looks back. That's so cool.
She looks
I
like
mean,
she's
they
in
both-
Ghost in
yeah.
the Shell.
Yeah, seriously. Unreal.
What's her name?
Kim Yeji. Yeji.
She's 31?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
She might be the coolest
Still a
person I
young
know.
buck. Well, that you know of.
True.
No, she looks so cool. I've just been like, well, I was talking with XS about it. Just like, oh my god, she just looks so sick. But I mean, you know, to be fair, when you're at the Olympic level of sport, you tend to look kind of cool doing it. But these people are like unmatched.
The Turkish dude was cool.
I keep seeing a bunch of like Twitter posts that are like they just told some random hitman to get on stage or you know, like retired hitman.
Oh, we have a draft.
Oh my god, that we do.
But I have to see the end of this.
Marbles first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
And I'm close to top 10. Go! No! Why are you getting... Oh my god, I just threw.
Classic B-Comp. Classic.
Alright, we don't need to see the rest of this. We can swap to the street.
So, in terms, or not that interesting, considering that, you know, a lot of teams have these things practiced, but we are still seeing tiny primal bands, or tiny Monkey King kind of bands. There's an Nyx Assassin band from XG here against Navi, which is a little bit new in the first phase. So it's, you know, you always think like immediately after a patch, especially one that like just came out before this tournament, or before like these games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, people are gonna, let's see what they're valuing, you know, what they've played and what they're trying. And then it's Sven. And then it's Jakiro. And then it's Hoodwink. But either way, I'm still excited. I hope that we can see something. I'm really curious how Kunkka is. Oh, there's Shadowfiend. Well,
Without his
Exciting
Torrent
stuff.
Storm?
Yeah, because his innate seems pretty good. It seemed like he just got nice kind of quality of life buffs for the hero. Also notably, a lot of heroes losing their like level 1 ability kind of brings them down a peg a little bit. Beastmaster and Underlord as offlaners, for example, not having that atrophy aura level 1. It's pretty meaningful. Having to actually put a point in your skills, pretty crazy stuff.
Ridiculous, if you ask me.
Let's see, Windranger wasn't changed very much. She's still strong. Seems like Weaver is still quite valued. Rubik? Oh, Zayat's Rubik. We're in for a treat, B-Cop. But it could also be Sanctity Rubik. I think this is actually a pretty nice response to the SF here, because we've seen this twice now, and it's done well twice. So people seem to think that Rubik is a pretty good response to this hero in the mid lane. That being said, you can always just hand it over to Zayats and let his big, strong arms carry you to the finish line.
Hell yeah, he is shown to be a very good Rubik player.
I was also looking kind of briefly, so we had a little bit of a break. I did my like 2 minutes of research on the patch. I'm interested to see if people think Visage is good at all. Because he does buy a lot of the like stereotypical items that people think are good right now. He's great with pipe, loves buying Vlads. I mean, people aren't buying a ton of Vlads, but still a decent item. He loves buying drums. He's a very good aura carrier in general, and they gave him this new facet, Death Toll, which basically gives him extra gold if he gets kills with Soul Assumption. Which feels, it can feel a little bit awkward in the sense of not every Visage likes to max Soul Assumption just because it costs so much mana, and maxing your, what is it, his Q, death something, chill touch, I don't know, whatever it is. Very strong when you get 6. Grave Chill, is that it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Grave Chill, very strong, but having Soul Assumption can be pretty strong in the lane. And, I mean, it gives you up to 210 gold on heroes. Gives you 15% gold from creeps. So I feel like this facet is really strong just looking at it at a baseline, and Visage does a lot of the things that we've been seeing. We do pick up Enchantress, so here that can kind of zoo. Enchantress vaguely buffed, but pretty much the same that we've seen for a long time. What are actually going to respond here? Jakiro is out of the pool. I wouldn't even mind playing an Ursa right here for XG. We've seen that hero do quite a few disgusting things, but I might go with a safer route. Something along the lines of maybe a Hoodwink for support, maybe some kind of strong offlaner, but you don't really want to pick Beastmaster into Rubik Enchantress, so they've kind of covered that. Clockwork. I think that's pretty nice. Maybe taking a look at the previous LGD games, thinking that PYW had a pretty good idea of what to do on this hero, and thinking they can replicate it and make it feel nice against this Rubik Ench.
A little frustrating that we're not seeing anything new.
It is. But to be fair, you know, these are... As a player, I feel like having these patches dropped on you can be a little bit frustrating. Just because, as much as you want to like try and test new things, you've put a lot of time and dedication into practicing the things you've been playing. So it makes sense that if if Valve isn't going to touch what's strong too much and not try to like go super crazy, that you're going to try to stick to similar things that have worked for you. SF Snapfire Clockwork is definitely like that. And Na'Vi, they kind of saved themselves from getting Beastmastered, so they decided to pick it up in their own draft. This hero still got knocked down a little bit, but still very strong. Still feels pretty good in the lane, pretty good at farming. Drums of Slom, a little bit weaker than they were, but not by a whole lot. What do you go for this 4th pick on Na'Vi? I think a carry could be nice, just to try and keep that Rubik Flex open if you'd like to. But if you see a good mid laner here, no reason not to pick it up. But I like giving Sanctity kind of this last pick if they are able to do it. End up going Lina, so potentially a flex, more than likely Sanctities from what we've seen. Does quite well into the SF, so not incredibly surprising if Sanctity wants to take his talents there, but Lina Enchantress sounds like a pretty decent lane to get that hero out of the safe lane, which can kind of sometimes be the issue with it. What was... I believe they buffed Magic Lina, or let's see. No, they just... So, kind of, in a sense, I guess. Let's see. Sapphire Soul is no longer level 1, but doesn't change things that much. It wasn't quite that strong of an innate ability. Now every 150 damage Lina does to an enemy hero causes them to overheat, and it does damage in a 400 radius. So it's good for both Magic Lina and
Right-click
Lina.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't really change much. Doesn't work on creeps, so this hero feels relatively the same that it was. And do you go, let's see, so they go Centaur on XG. I almost wish they just picked up the Ursa, but maybe they're scared of the laning phase. Feels like an Ursa that gets out of the laning phase would have been really strong for XG this game. Guess they could be scared of it getting kited. It is quite a good Centaur game, to be fair. Does relatively fine into the likes of Enchantress. Not that worried about Lina in the bottom lane if they do decide to put it there. And Stampede is going to be fantastic for running down all these kind of squishy ranged heroes. Goes nicely with the Kisses. Good initiation with the Requiem, so rounds out their draft nicely. And then you end up giving last pick over to Ame. Never a bad idea, I'm sure.
Seems like both teams need a carry for sure. I mean, unless you throw SF safe lane.
That is true. You do have slight flex potential here of putting Lina or like Lina carry or SF carry. I still think it'll probably end up being our mid matchup. I actually think so as well, so they ban Sven out from Na'Vi. Probably a good idea. Sven Enchantress is a very strong lane. Ensures that he's always able to get to a strong point. What are Na'Vi going to get rid of here? Clinks? I don't hate that. Ame is quite... that's interesting. Ame is quite good at Clinks, though. I feel like it is something that he would pick up. Potentially, I do feel like Ursa is still pretty decent for both these teams. Ursa wasn't touched a ton. I could see something like a Chaos Knight being potentially good for Na'Vi. Just something with a little bit of beef. XG, however, I mean, they don't need more frontline realistically. They've got some pretty tanky heroes of their own. Probably looking for more of just a damage dealer. Dragonite is still left in the pool. That could be a good one we could see for either team. A little bit surprised, honestly, how far he's made it.
Mm-hmm. God, Sven. Potentially having been made it there would have been rough.
It's true. Sven also made it pretty far. I almost, wonder if Na'Vi almost should have picked Sven instead of Lina on that pick there. Kind of forgot about that hero for a moment. But they're really thinking on this last ban. End up going with Coddles. I don't hate it. I think Coddle Maid would have been... These are kind of generally low HP heroes on Na'Vi. So the kind of massive burst that can come out from Coddle with such frontline... Actually pretty smart, I think, just to cover their bases. It actually does end up going for the Ursa, though, so no shenanigans here.
Ursa every game.
Ursa every game. Now, how do Navi respond to an Ursa? I would say that you'd love to play something like Naga Siren here for your Ragi or Terrorblade even, but you're just lacking that little bit of frontline here. Want to be careful about getting too squishy into Hookshot, Stampede, Mortimer Kisses. I feel like CK is something that your Ragi would potentially pick up here.
How good is Medusa these days?
Medusa pretty tough. They have a lot of ways to kite you, a lot of lockdown. Can get dove kind of easy under the tower. Not sure what they want. I mean, maybe there's the Pangolier still in the pool if you want to put this Luna bot. Do end up going for the CK. So I think they round out their draft kind of nicely with this CK, but I personally think that XG won this. I was thinking that the Ursa had been strong for their comp since the first 2 picks from Navi. Now has, I mean, it's not the best matchup into CK, but eventually it can be pretty hard for CK to deal with an enraged BKB Ursa. And this Lina, I mean, Sanctity is a really good player, so I'm sure he can do something interesting with it. I'm sure he can, you know, make me doubt worrying about it. But personally, I wouldn't have picked Lina in this situation, and I could definitely see him struggling into kind of the Stampede, Hookshot, Blink Dagger from Ursa, Blink Dagger from Shadow Fiend. Gonna need to come out of lanes pretty well from Navi, but I mean, ultimately you do have Zayat's Rubik, so maybe everything after that's invalid.
Yeah, he seems to keep games together and hold them in check. Like a madman. We've seen it twice before already in the group stage, if not more.
Yeah, I think it was 2 or 3 times. I like that Navi going into this game, they go, okay, we have Zayats on our team. Let's just first pick the Rubik. And it was a nice response to the SF. I would have really preferred that they picked a carry instead of that Lina, because they also could have kept flexing, or potentially flexing the Rubik to mid, making their draft a little less predictable. So ultimately, I think XG definitely came out on top here. I think if they're able to play a nice, consistent game, it could be one of those ones where it feels like we're running out of damage on Navi, which we see so often in this patch, even after the changes in this first series.
Mm-hmm.
No Visage, no Kunkka, to our dismay. No Anti-Mage. Actually, I never read. He has a lot of changes, oh my god. He's probably still so useless. Oh god, he's so useless.
Attacks slow enemies based on how much mana they're missing. I mean, that sounds kind of good. Kind of goated.
Just playing Anti-Mage into Aura meta is like... it's like waterboarding yourself. It's just like... Why would you ever do this? It's just torture. Anti-Mage players are truly masochists. And their teammates know it.
Fair enough.
It looks like people think that Bristleback is kind of strong. He did, from reading it, seems like he got some pretty decent buffs.
His new facet seems cool.
Yeah, his new facet is cool. Let's see. Can we activate again? I mean, it seems crazy. Those numbers seem crazy.
They do. That's what's wild to me, is those numbers seem out of control.
That was real. I'm gonna test this in the lobby. I can't.
2 seconds. Stun. Jesus, Yuragi just getting bounced all of a sudden. Chased. He might just die here. First blood could be coming, and another blood grenade, and that should do it. It'll be first blood for Zing Cutie.
Oof. So we were talking about Olympic shooters just a moment ago. Zin Q, I think he could make that list.
Definitely could. And a little bit good lucks have funds.
Always love to see it.
As in Extreme Gaming should be the favorites theoretically, but I mean Navi have just been playing on a whole nother level recently. Especially compared to where they've been at. Sorry for the yawn. It's been quite the delay.
Yeah, the seeing red one is definitely good. The numbers aren't quite as absurd as I thought they were, at least, well, at level 6, but they're going to scale up. Yeah, it seems really good. It seems really, really good. I can understand why people are valuing banning it.
First
Seems like the
phase
two
banning it too.
mid-waves- Yeah, I think, you know, pro teams, they probably got, they have people, you know, analyzing the patch for them, and they have a good sense of things that are overtly strong. It's in queue. Oh my god. So annoying on this clockwork, trying to mess up with the wave here.
Being pretty obnoxious, truthfully, in Uragi. He will just CS as much as he can.
Yeah, this is always annoying for the carry, because do you pick up the CS under tower? Do you go help your carry? Do you get bounced around like a little ping pong ball? Hard to know. Mid lane so far, going well for Sanctity. Nice trade onto XSS. Won't amount to much.
Now,
So Sanctity doing well, but XM not doing bad by any means.
I have a question, and sometimes I feel like people don't know this. But do you know how old XXS is, if you had to guess?
I do not know. I would assume he's been playing in Pro Dota for a while.
He's been playing Pro Dota since 2015.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen his name for quite a long time. I would assume that he's like 2015. Oh my god. I would have thought that he was like 23 or something, but what is it, like 28?
He's 24.
Oh, that is. I was gonna initially say 22, but since he's been playing since 2015, that is absurd.
Yeah, it's insane how long his career's been and how young he started. Like, it's actually so wild when you look at his career. The fact that he was playing with, like, DK as an org in 2015 and then played with IG for so long is just so nuts.
How was that? Was almost 10 years ago, so he was like 15, 16,
Basically, yeah.
14, 15.
It's so crazy. We've seen Sanctity have such great games with this Lina, but SF just it's been the same game every time we watch SF so far.
Yeah. Ooh, missing that final race hurts a little bit. It is also, I mean, like I said, I just worry about Lina. I as a player, oh my god, the Hellbear Smash are doing so much damage in the bot lane. I love Lina as a mid player. I think it's even when it's not that strong, I just love playing it. I think it's a fun hero. I think it does weird stuff. I think there's a lot of versatility in your builds. But it has a lot of weaknesses, and for quite a long time, outside of the, you know, that like one patch where Lina the Fiery Slayer was like #1 pick ban every game in TI.
Yeah.
Outside of that, Lina usually is, you know, kind of this weird mid hero, mostly based on matchups, but she struggles with a lot of things. I think specifically positioning is so important on this hero, because I mean, you die really easy to any kind of disable. Your spells, they aren't necessarily hard to land. I mean, LSA is a pretty difficult skill shot, just because of the short range and the cast time on there. XSS, no mana on Uragi. No,
Quick little pause.
I might be slightly behind you. Unclean feed.
What's your time at?
Don't ask that to me during a pause.
Oh, yeah. You're right. You're right. That's super valid, super fair.
I'll tell you when we get out of the pause, which should be seen here. I'm at 441, 42.
All right, so you're like a second behind me. I paused.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were like a second behind me. I next time we pause, I'll ask again.
No worries. Melody is having a nice little Ench game down here, pretty much doing just the stereotypical things Ench wants to do. Get a creep run at you. Jin-Q doesn't. He's opted to go for these cogs kind of, so hasn't been able to deal with the creep super well. Diving on top. Ooh. Beastmaster.
Beastmaster and Rubik potentially just getting first kill up here for the side of Navi, and they will. Zayat's
Gets credit for that.
Give everything to Zayats. I'm fine with that. Malady briefly
Cogs.
leaving Uragi exposed.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the lane, too, so getting over here is going to be a little bit rough. Blood Grenade, but a double-edge XXS gets that kill on Uragi. So you lose the Snapfire top, but you get a kill bottom on the carry, which feels really good.
Uragi should definitely not be that far up when Malady's holding. A little bit of a miscommunication, kind of a rare one that you see from safe lane duos nowadays. Sanctity. Mid laner's handshake, walk to the opposite side of the rune. He gets an amplified damage on the Fiery Slayer. Nice rune to have, is honestly mostly going to end up probably being a farm stimulant here. SF and Alina, pretty notorious at farming the jungle. And Sanctity's opted, so he is going into the right-click build, which I do like more this game. I think Magic would have been quite difficult to pull off.
Right.
Sleipnir pretty strong this game. Hurricane Pike is a nice benefit. BKB for the right-click Lina, so you get to build a little more defensive on the right-click Lina, and you obviously don't have to worry about early pipes coming out as much. I could potentially be worried about Crimson Guard, Solar Crest, these kind of items, once XG hones in on Lina being a right-click. Malady, trying to be annoying. Don't think they'll be able to get the Wisdom Rune here, but the creep pulling away could be annoying.
It's annoying, but once cogs are there, you're not getting that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, well played by Zen Q so far. Having kind of the clockwork game where, for some reason, this hero just has a lot of net worth when we watch it.
Yeah. And I've also noticed that... Sorry. I've also noticed that, like, the style has changed where so many people have protected their Wisdom Runes more aggressively, and going for Wisdom Runes has been more aggressive.
Mm-hmm. I think people have realized that, I mean, it's just so devastating if you lose both your Wisdom Runes because the support levels are so meaningful. So it makes sense. I mean, most of the time, I even think that bringing over kind of your mid laner or your safe laner to the Wisdom Runes can be a good idea. If you're scared of any of that. Uragi is going into the top lane. Malady here as well.
Yeah, trying to get Ame, and he is going to die. Not surviving 4 heroes up here, and DY looking pretty dead himself, so...
Super dead. Sanctity even comes up. He did get the Ironwood tree, so happy for him. They're going to actually trade, or going to attempt to trade these towers here. Doesn't look like Na'Vi has that much interest in defending bot lane, considering the resources they used. Going straight into that blink from XM, going straight into Gleipnir from Sanctity, so pretty normal builds from both the mid laners here. I think probably optimal builds for the game state that they're in. Just kind of depends on how fast they can get to those. Sanctity, I also like this. I think that getting no points in LSA, if you really intend on just hitting the creeps, is fine by me. And you know, it's gonna... This is one thing about Lina that can make her awkward as a mid laner, is that she requires so much farm before she is really effective. But when you go a build like this, it's not too hard to get that farm. That being said, XM, playing the Shadow Fiend, that hero farms incredibly quick, and XM is good at doing so.
XM, another player that has been playing Pro Dota since 2017. Guess that age.
XM, 2017. 25.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well done.
On the money.
Well done.
When I was 16, I hit 8K.
Yeah, well, when I was 16, I didn't really play competitive video games.
Yeah, when you were 16, they still use the carriages to get to school, so...
Yeah, I thought you were going to say cartridges for your video games is where I thought that CAR word was going. Oh, damn. So, Battle of Fury here for Ursa, not going to be nearly as fast as the ones we've seen earlier today.
Well, to be fair, one of the ones that we saw was really slow, and he ended up like completely 1v9ing the game.
True.
So sometimes, you know, it seems Dota's funny in the way that sometimes it just doesn't matter. Like, you can get so much gold, so much XP from one play, from one mistake from your opponents. Obviously, it shows a nice trend, but definitely there are times where you just see this Ursa, you know, TP to fight, get 2 crucial kills, be top of the net worth, or, you know, just get Battle Fury and decide never to show up to something and end up top of the net worth either way. This hero is quite good at power farming, can be pretty decent at TP rotating in, great at taking Roche. This game could be difficult. Na'Vi with the position they're in, especially PMA with this much farm, they might look for an early Roche themselves, have a really good team to do it with the Slums.
Hook shot in, and Melody's gonna be in a lot of trouble, but
Not healing.
this is an Enchantress, yeah, with a lot of levels in heal. Even the Mortimer's Kisses coming through that'll eventually get the kill on a Melody after losing Xingqiu. Laguna Blade and the Reality Rift, down goes XM, and this is going to be a big issue here for the side of Extreme Gaming as DY hit with the LSA and a couple more right clicks for Sanctity to get the kill.
Yeah, so sometimes Ursa doesn't get the kill. Sometimes it's PMA on the Beastmaster and Sanctity with a haste rune. I have been a little bit... I don't like that XG... I mean, they go onto this Enchantress, which is already a hard target to kill with the build the Melody's going, but they're not really contesting these mid runes. Sanctity's gotten every single one of them, and it's... I mean, they're not contesting these stacks on the side of Na'Vi, so accelerating much faster than XG, and XG honestly kind of wasting their time walking after Melody.
Yeah, you know how tanky he is. You kind of know what the heal build he is going for. And now it's just giving away a bunch of kills. It's given the fact that now this Ags is picked up here on Beastmaster. And Sanctity gets a big boost. He's into his Maelstrom at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's going to be pretty farmed on the Lina. Also, we ended up on XM switching from Blink into Yasha. So I think sensing that the game was going to be kind of slow, thinking, all right, I'll go with the item that helps me farm the fastest. But Blink helps you farm really fast on SF just because getting from camp to camp is really nice. And it also helps you fight a lot. It's pretty hard to fight into this team without Blink on SF. Helps you get cog or like hookshot kills. I think it just enables a lot of playmaking around the map if he had gone into this Blink instead of the Yasha.
Primal Roar top, Reality Rift, and a kill on XXS, and that did not feel tanky at all.
Not at all. He's going straight into the pipe on the Centaur War Runner, but not finishing it, so not tanky yet. Not to mention that PMA is sitting at 8.4k net worth at this point in the game. I mean, he took 2 massive Ancient stacks, getting freebie kills pretty much when he can. I think he's probably going to have either an Ags of himself or a decent number of components for the pipe. I'd be especially scared if this was a pipe coming out for PMA, but the Blink will make him that much scarier around the map. Smoke up from XG.
This smoke
Can't
almost
line
feels
things up
like it
here.
has to have results.
Yeah, I mean, it feels that way, and you can see the little manic drawing on the map from PMA says, don't go here, and absolutely correct read. So playing really nicely around the map here on Na'Vi. I think, ultimately, spending 4 heroes to get the mid tower here only feels vaguely worth it. It's how much Na'Vi's getting around the map. Don't care much about what that mid tower gives you. Almost Gleipnir for Sanctity. These timings are coming out quick from Na'Vi.
SF getting some farm and getting ahead of CK, but we've seen how much Beastmaster can be a problem, especially top of the net worth with that early Slum and that early Blink.
Yeah, I like the Blink too. I mean, I'm a big fan of either going straight pipe here or going the Blink. The Blink is nice if you think the game is going to continue at this slow pace. Just helps you get around to camps and farms similar to the way it does on SF. XM did finish his Yasha and Kaya, so opting to go for that item first. Helps him farm, get around the map, you deal more damage. But gonna make fights really, really awkward. You pretty much have no good way of engaging, especially onto this Lena, who is Gleipnir. I suppose Stampede Hookshot can always do some work for you. But almost Orchid on Yuragi is going to be a really hard timing to step into. I think they just take Roshan Navi here. Yeah, it's going to be relatively uncontested.
As it probably should be, but it does look as though XG are thinking about it.
They shoot the rocket.
I mean, it's already... It feels so fast. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't even really walk into it either. XSS isn't even really close to pipe. XM, not quite at the blink. And as I've said with Shadow Fiend, I think he's a hero who he probably needs his like 3 items the most out of almost any hero to function. Sometimes with just Yashikaya Blink, you can get some nice pickoffs. But if the enemy team is playing grouped, especially if they have a Piper, lots of disables, it feels, I mean, almost impossible to get in and deal damage without Blink and BKB, and the Yashikaya to actually make that damage meaningful. So trying to smoke, maybe thinking that Navi will get a little bit overconfident with this Aegis timing. But I don't know if there's such a thing with PMA sitting at almost 10,000 here. Solar Crest on Malady. Seeds of Serenity.
XXS just walking straight up. But now they go to the Requiem. They've got the raises to get the kill there onto the Beastmaster. Yuragi melts. Mortimer's Kiss is on top of PMA, and they will just jump and kill both these heroes. Stampede afterwards looking for Sanctity. Just hoping to grab a +1. Unfortunately, won't find it, but that was perfect execution from Extreme Gaming.
It really was. I mean, the Requiem, I think, and the cogs are honestly kind of the nicest parts of that fight. Area denial we've talked about in that last series can be quite strong. Those two heroes are incredible at it, and it just felt like... It felt like Yuragi and PMA, no matter how strong they are, they didn't have the supports behind them. I mean, the Solar Crest was on cooldown, I believe, still. There wasn't a mech on Rubik yet, coming out on Courier. And the fear pushes them so far away. Pipe from XSS is perfect timing. What do you do with Sanctity in this fight? Seems like pretty much nothing. He just sits on the sideline, so a little bit of overconfidence, definitely overstepping their bounds, but really just a nice ulti from XM. It propels him to the top of the net worth, and this is one of the ways that you make SF work without the BKB here, is a good Requiem from the tree. It's definitely the sign of an experienced SF player.
Right.
That spell is so strong if you can clip it onto all of them, and it was, I believe, a 5-man Requiem just on the edge there. Sanctity.
Making those team fights look pretty easy. Hookshot comes in from the side. They go to the Gleipnir Primal Roar. It's onto the Snapfire, though. DY's gonna cookie, eventually dying here, but Zayats gets run down by Ame. Zinkyu's in trouble. Laguna Blade there from Sanctity. And the side of Extreme Gaming are going to back away from this engagement. I think maybe thinking they were trying to go in, but didn't quite have everything.
It doesn't really benefit anybody, I think, too much here. It's kind of nice for Ame. A little bit of gold insertion from getting that kill onto Zayats. You end up losing the supports on XG, which hurts a little bit. But overall, not too bad. Ame is just going to keep power farming. Seems like 20-minute Tormentor is going to be on the menu for both teams here. Curious to see if either team wants to try any crazy smoke plays or anything, or happy to just trade.
And you could be expecting it, right? It's in Ursa. He takes it so easily.
Yeah, the question is if you can do anything about it. That part of the map is so awkward to get into when you haven't cleared these towers. So probably why neither team is going to attempt it. Sanctity also in this last engagement, it felt like maybe they could have tried something, but having that shield rune just feels so strong. Definitely negates some of the weakness I was talking about with Lena, and walk onto the same ward.
Interesting move. Host Stomp, healing and surviving. Hookshot comes through. Spirit Vessel's on Melody, and they will finally get this kill onto the Enchantress. But it ain't easy.
It's not easy, but I think it feels okay. End up giving more runes over to Sanctity, which doesn't always feel amazing, but XM and Ame sitting at the top of the net worth right now, pretty close behind with all the Na'Vi cores. These are two heroes we've seen do a lot. I think Xin Q as well, having this amount of net worth is going to feel great. We've seen these clockwork items always feel so impactful. This game he decided to go for the Spirit Vessel, which I think is an excellent option. Pretty annoying for all these heroes, but especially into the Drums of Slom, the Enchantress, they're buying mech, they're buying pipes. Feels like it's a lot of value, and you can't really easily dispel it on any of these heroes. CK's healing from his crit chance. Feels like Ruyi hasn't had much of a place in this game yet.
No, even with that early Orchid.
So, Ame solo takes the Tormentor. Yuragi's a little bit hesitant, so he's waiting for his Enchantress here. His Yumi, if you will. Looking at XSS. Ooh.
Not sure why my game just jumped.
I don't know. What time are you at?
I'm at 21:34.
Okay, we're pretty much on sync. I'm at 37.
All right, sorry about that.
No, you're all good. XSS ends up giving away a kill there, and a pretty crucial one, because especially he made a big mistake of trying to get out with this Stampede. So not only did he waste the cooldown on it, he gave it over to Zayat. So now you're looking at Team Na'Vi with a Stampede on themselves, a BKB on Sanctity, a pipe on PMA. This is going to be really hard to fight into, so they might elect to just not do it at all.
I was really
BKB
wondering
is
there
all
for a
on
second.
Ruyi.
I was like, wait a second. Did Beastmaster just sell his Axe? And then I like looked at his 5,000 net worth. I'm like, wait a second. What's happening? Well, they're going to... Whoa!
Orchid.
Ame? Oh my god, he just got blown up. Hook shot from behind him, though, and now they're going to go and get the kill on a DY. So that doesn't really work out. And Xingqiu trying to run. Primal Roar used. XXS is dead. 3 heroes gone.
I can't believe they made that. I mean, that's a huge blunder from XG. I didn't expect them to do that at all. They're walking into this double BKB timing from Na'Vi with a pipe on PMA. That feels completely unfightable. Especially Ame, just way too overzealous there. Can't give up net worth like that, especially to these heroes.
This is real time, guys. I didn't mess up this time and somehow send us back to minute 5 when Beastmaster didn't have an Ags yet, but that was crazy. I can't believe Ame died in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, not expecting the lift into the instant Orchid. Nice coordination from Na'Vi, but there's no reason to be a hero on XG. I mean, simply put, you're not winning this fight even if Ame gets some kind of nice poke. It's kind of... I've heard one of my friends, especially if I'm like playing League, ADC in League or whatever, he's just kind of like, you only did that because you wanted to seem cool and press your buttons on the enemies. And then I feel ashamed for a second, and then I do it again.
Oh, Ame again.
Ame, whew.
And
Damage from Yuragi, not enough.
I'm wondering if this Basher instead of anything else is a big issue.
It's feeling not very good, for sure. BKB is the obvious choice. You're playing into an Orchid, playing into a lot of magic damage. They are going to get Zayats, which is a really nice kill for them.
Could have probably helped Kisses, but there's no reason to... I don't know.
Yeah, so these things are feeling... There's some weird kind of uncoordinated parts of this game. I think XM was not showing on that bot fight at all. It didn't seem like he wanted to do that one, and Zayats is a little bit too far in the top lane, but overall his death is a little bit less meaningful. PMA, he's by himself, but I mean, Sanctity and PMA I think are afforded that luxury a little more than a Rubik. I also like SF is a very solid first pick. I think that we've seen XM play it quite well this game. The BKB timing is here, which feels amazing. That being said, I like Beastmaster a lot into SF just for the ability to roar him during that BKB. Either kite it out, stop his Requiem. Can feel really impactful because that's the part of this hero that starts to feel a little bit unfair at times. When you get all these items, it just feels like you can burst almost anybody, but BKBs, pipes, Yules,
DY?
telekinesis, roll DY.
Telekinesis. And stolen Scatterblast. That means a very dead Snapfire. Uragi going in for more.
Uragi. No fear.
3 seconds stun, but fine.
Didn't quite get it.
For now. I say that. PMA going under the tier 2 tower.
Olympic Flyer runs in queue.
Needs to be a little bit careful, though.
Jetpack is a fun spell. Annoying to play against for sure, but fun to use. Not sure what your timing here for XG is. I'm assuming it's BKB on Ursa, so I'm quite surprised how far Ame decided to delay it. Roshan is up, so he's not going to have BKB, or just barely will. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like Navi's walking towards it right now. Need to get this BKB on Ame before anything happens, and I think Rosh is pretty much dead.
Yeah, it's definitely gone at this point. You're not near enough, and you still need BKB. And they just take Rosh too quickly.
They are not, yeah, they're not anywhere near this. Melody even doesn't feel it necessary. Usually, Enches will go in and they'll tank the Rosh, but it doesn't feel necessary. Trying to break smokes. Maybe, yeah, they just go for the D ward, so XG kind of dissipate. Try to get out of dodge here if they can.
I think they should have left really already, but they've got BKB on Ursa, and they want to make a move. They'll go for X success, 2-second stun. BKB on the back line. Requiem. PMA is going to be the one who dies first. That's not a bad kill to get. Primal Roar was used on XM, but he already got the Requiem off, and the BKB is running out on Ame. So these right clicks are going to come through. 3-second stun. That is unfortunate. Ame melts the rest of the way. Meanwhile, DY next on the list for Uragi, and Zayatsu steals it with the stolen Scatterblast.
And fighting right into Aegis and double damage from Sanctity. So even though I was skeptical about this Lina, definitely negating a lot of the issues with this pick, with this hero, with really good positioning, getting all the runes, and a lot of net worth. Now an Aegis on top of it. So Sanctity is definitely feeling himself. I think rightfully so. And Uragi, I really like Uragi. He has been a little quiet this game, but I like his willingness to go in. Just, you know, feeling that they're so strong, knowing that this DD timing is going to be really hard to fight. 30 seconds without Ame, they're going to poke the high ground. Don't think anything significant will come out of it. XSS pops the Crimson Guard. That seems fun.
Kind of doing a lot.
Definitely doing a lot. So might end up getting the tier 3. Looks like they probably will end up breaking it. Malady is kind of a second Lina at this point in the game, with the Sprunk available, but very limited resources on Na'Vi. They go for the range racks. Well, Uragi's trying to go for the range racks. Sanctity is going for this melee one.
Luke shot into a reality rift. Never got the cogs out. 3-second stun with a Laguna Blade used, and now you don't have a clockwork.
Yeah, losing that kill a little bit just feels awkward from ZinQ. Nobody else is right behind him. XSS as well, electing to go with this kind of full aura build, so 12k net worth means that he isn't afforded the luxury of a blink. How do you get on top of these Na'Vi heroes? They're running a little bit low on resources in terms of mana on Sanctity and Malady, but not the biggest deal here. XSS still so far away from that blink dagger. Roshan's banner as well if they want to use it.
Which eventually they should just drop it down. And they'll use the Stampede. Ame looking for a jump target, but Sanctity's got 2 lives. Killing him is not going to matter. Killing Melody's not really going to matter all too much.
Yeah, you're not really able to break this formation here from Na'Vi. They want to go
shot.
on this edge. They want to go.
Requiem, and they get both. They got the Aegis out of their hands, but again, this is a BKB to jump in on 2 dead heroes.
Stolen Requiem on Zayats.
And now they've got the Stolen Requiem. That's going to be thrown back the other way. They'll go after XXS. They get the kill on the Centaur. They use these BKBs. It might force Na'Vi back, and maybe Extreme can hold on from just that exchange.
You'd hope so, but no Requiem on SF, no BKB. Makes him so much weaker. Zayats pretty much unchecked in this backline. So yeah, you get the Aegis, you get Malady, which feels nice. Malady got by straight back. Goes right back there from the outpost there. You can try and jump Sanctity, but it feels so much harder without the hook shot.
Now the hook shot's available. Cog's around 4 heroes, but it's just not the combination that they were looking for. They do kill Zayats, but it looks like they might lose XM. However, Iragi's dead. PMA drops. The damage is here. And Malady gets XM with his last right click. I don't know how that went so well for Extreme. It felt like initially they just did not have the damage, but holy hell.
I mean, we're going to have to put it out there. Ursa Warrior, I think, is a big contributing factor, but really, Xin Q with a 4-man cogs, getting a ton of vision with the rocket flare as well. That's definitely the biggest thing here, but Ame, love his willingness to just go in, same as Ragi earlier. I mean, this cogs just keeps him in such an awkward place. The roar is really nice from PMA to mitigate some of what they could have lost, but Uragi, kind of in no man's land. PMA thinks he's so much stronger against this Ursa than he is. At least they get XM on Malady there, so it doesn't feel quite as desperate, but you give up so much map space, so much breathing room to XG here. Almost Octarine on Ame, which is going to feel really nice when he can get it. That being said, is not particularly useful before he gets it. Sanctity building into a Scotty, has Enchanted Quiver, so probably the strongest hero on the map on Sanctity, but also one of the easiest to get bursted if you're not paying attention. That being said, Mech on Zayats, Pipe on PMA. Should be pretty hard to bring down this Lina if they're careful. But the burst from XG is it's easy to underestimate. Looks like Na'Vi did in this last engagement.
And now
twice.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, look at this graph as it just drops down to about an even net worth deficit.
Can you open it back up really quick? Or, oh, you can't. Oh my god, it kind of looked like it had like a cat face. Had little ears and... Sorry.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The net worth graph. It had like a little...
Oh, I can't
like up and down, and it looked like... Yeah, I know. Either way, kind of up and down. Na'Vi definitely didn't want to end up giving as much as they did there. Ame's going to be really content. There's no objective to play for, so he's just looking straight for that Octarine. Should be able to finish it before any meaningful fight breaks out. Just about 50 gold away. XM building into Refresher. Could be a pretty big deal. Thinking Scythe as well could be really strong if he wants to switch to that. Either one of them is going to accomplish something pretty good for him. Xin Q as well. We talked about Clockwork getting a lot of net worth. He has an Aghanims. Pretty annoying for anybody. I mean, Clockwork's kind of annoying. But it allows him to do some pretty crazy stuff, gives him good stats.
It seems like his rocket flare with Ags is just such an obnoxious spell.
It certainly is. If they can get a burst here onto Na'Vi from somebody, Blink Roar, could be a really good fight from them. The vision is really nice from Malady. Breaks the smoke.
LSA, enraging. 3-second stun, cookie away, XXS trying to run. There's the Gleipnir, another cookie. That one from the Rubik. And looking for the Requiem. Hookshot again. Cogs around 3. They'll get the kill to PMA as well as Zayats. They're going to look over as the blink forward on a Sanctity, on Iragi, stopping these TPs, stopping these heroes from retreating. Oh my god. Extreme Gaming again with a perfect fight.
Living up to their names. I mean, these...
Oh my god, they're on
If it wasn't Esports Olympics, yeah, these guys would be in team fighting Olympics. I mean, so beautifully played. I can't overstate how much Xin Q is doing, just finding the angles, and Ame as well just knows his limits so well at this point in the game. Even with all the BK, I mean, they have to BKB, otherwise they get feared, so ends up lowering their times. Really nice sidestep from XSS, gets the 2 kills they really, really need. Doesn't get any nicer than that.
It really doesn't. Oh my god.
I gotta calm myself down. Really beautiful. Really beautiful view here of XSS, XM. And a full item, the full refresher out from XM. So if you have to BKB one time to stop this SF from fearing your whole team, having to do it 2 times isn't possible. You've only got 1 BKB so far for Navi here. You're going to be sitting at 2 on XM as well. So you have to get a burst. It looks really nice at first with Melody breaking the smoke, but don't have burst damage for Ame at the moment when he's, you know, he's jumping in, having the enrage early.
Is this just going to be an Ag's blessing for Ame?
It looks like it, and that is terrifying. I mean, Ursa with Ags.
Ooh, they may not go for it.
So disgusting.
They're going to wait for them to come in towards the pit.
Very patient. The biggest thing I'm looking for here is what the roar target is going to be. It has to be on SF, in my opinion.
I'm just looking for who's going to be the hook shot target. They group up so much, and that's what causes this every time. Oh, ZQ, you mad, beautiful man. Make them wash their faces. Sit them down. Oh, my God. And you could see him. He went south on that fight. He got the Ags rocket flares going. He waits for the creeps. The illusions disappear. Hook shot right in. Catches Uragi dead immediately.
Yeah, no, I mean, and as I was saying, Ags Blessing. Ursa's one of the nicest feeling heroes to have it on. This Ags is so incredible. Reduces the... I mean, you can't burst Ame anymore. It's pretty much literally impossible, barring some really good silence. But how do you deal with XM at this point? The refresher... maybe not even necessary at this point in the fight, but for style points, certainly is. Ame's just, I mean, he's impossible to deal with. Almost has the Swift Blink, 2 charges on Earthshock, Timeless Relic onto XM now that we're getting to 37 minutes for the tier 4 neutral items. Doesn't feel like they'll have very much impact on Navi's gameplay because they won't be able to even get to the jungle to farm them. Might not on XG's either if they're just going to end the game here.
They might. They have a chance. Uragi needs to be very careful about how he plays this. Primal Roar coming through. I'm keeping eyes on Zinkyu, but they are going to lose XM. He's dead for 100 seconds, no buyback. Zinkyu's kind of off to the side. He has hookshot available, but now down goes XXS. The chase is on for DY, and all of a sudden Extreme Gaming, they're in a little bit of trouble. Gem passed off to Zinkyu. DY on the run. Axes find him. There's an Arcane Rune down there in the river as they lose 3 heroes who do not have buyback.
My blood pressure can't take this. XG, I mean, looking so commanding, and I mean, that was a huge blunder from XM. I mean, he puts himself in a position to get roared. Then the cookie is really awkward from Snapfire, pushes him further in. Not where you want to be, and using that refresher just for style points is where that starts to feel bad. Could have played it a little more patient on XG. Ame, that being said, is still pretty hard to deal with, so I don't think they'll be able to end the game by any means. On Navi, probably just going to look for this Rax and get back. Maybe take a Tormentor. Get some nice vision if they could. Not, I mean... yeah, I mean, a close game. Not hopeless by any means for either of the teams. Daedalus is coming out from Sanctity. Still failing to see a really good way to deal with the Ursa, but now last fight, if you can bring down XM, if you can nullify this Clockwork, didn't feel too hard.
Yeah. It's been back and forth. You said you're excited. I was going to quote a movie, but... I don't even think you were born when it came out, truthfully. I don't know if it's worth quoting.
You can view things that are
that old? No. Well, it's not older than me. It's older than you.
Well, so, what is it because?
It's a movie.
Now you're gatekeeping.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's one of my favorite movies. A movie called Basketball, made by the creators of South Park. Came out back in the day, and there's just a, you know, you were like, oh man, this game's getting me excited, or you said anxious, and the line from
my blood pressure.
Yeah, well, the line from the movie is, well, you're excited, feel these nipples, and that's the whole line. And it's a sports movie, whatever.
I'm not gonna admit that I haven't seen it or knew about it in any capacity.
You didn't know about it in any capacity?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it was a good movie made by the creators of South Park. Funny one. Classic movie.
I believe you. To be fair, I'm also not much of a movie connoisseur either, so it's not just because the movie is older than me. I haven't seen a lot of movies.
They also created the movie Orgasmo. Don't know if you've ever seen it.
I've not. Might be a bit out of my genre. A little bit out of my age range.
Well, it's not. What's in your genre is Dota. Yeah, definitely. 30,000 net worth lead here for Extreme Gaming. And I mean, even with the losses in Heroes going up on the high ground, they still feel in a good spot with the Aegis.
Yeah, there's going to be some really, really key timings here for Na'Vi. Ame is actually not quite capped out by any means. This refresher is going to be a pretty big deal for him. But that being said, I believe PMA, I don't know if he's electing to go for the Shivas like he had queued up. I hope that he goes straight for the Aghanims on the PMA. If he can get that, I think it'll feel really good for them. The Aegis is timed out. A lot of that net worth lead sitting in the Ag's Blessing on Ursa, which, I mean, truthfully doesn't feel like inflated net worth.
Somebody just said, I think we just found your new TI voice line. You're excited, feel these Orchid, roar. Uh-oh, Ame, no Aegis, dead, and buys back immediately. Hook shot comes through. They're going for PMA. He's gonna die. Has buyback himself. Zayats actually makes it out.
Wow. Zayats, get out of jail free card. A little bit of a TP back to base. They don't truthfully lose that much. I mean, SF had to use the BKB.
Ursa bought back though.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I mean, on the side of Na'Vi, they don't lose very much. Having the buyback on Ursa feels pretty bad. The timer doesn't even start for another 2 minutes. What do you do if you're XG here? Do you just try to play it cool? Or do you walk into the base?
I wonder if you just have to wait for your Aegis now. Or at least try for it.
That's what I would think, but they want to force this PMA buyback.
Hook shot in. Zayat's in trouble. I'll say it was down. Looking for the Requiem. That lands, and now they're going to get both supports. 3 heroes dead. How much of your base are you willing to give up?
No BKB on Ame. Used it there. Just to buy back on Zayats, thinking that they can give up a little bit more. Won't have to buy back on PMA, which feels quite nice.
Also, he buys back.
Okay, I think we have a second here. Do you mind pausing for like 2 seconds?
Yes.
I'm a tiny bit behind. I'm at 35, 36, 37, 39, 40.
All right, 43, 44, 45.
Now I'm at 47.
All right, yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, 52.
Yeah, that's as good as it's gonna get.
No. Where is Sanctity close to that 25? Pretty sure Lena still has the 25 that kind of worthless. What is it here? Oh, plus 150% crit on targets affected by spells is not worthless. That's pretty decent. She used to have really bad level 25 talents.
Mm-hmm.
You also can get a barrier equal to Laguna damage, or 125% of Laguna damage, which is not weak by any means. You're not Magic Lena, so the barrier won't be as much, but any kind of barrier feels nice. Damage mitigation. PMA working into that refresher, which is going to be absolutely massive. And XM himself, recognizing how big of an issue PMA is, he wants to go into Lincoln Sphere, which I think is a good decision here. He's probably the prime candidate for a roar. Otherwise, these 2 Requiems can be devastating for Navi's team fight. I actually finished up the Arcane Blink first. No buyback still on Ame. They don't know this Roche is going to be long, though. Pretty tough for XG. But, I mean, they want that Aegis, but it is nice that it's going to take so long to spawn, since Na'Vi is already in this portion of the map. I have no way of knowing when that's going to be up.
It makes me
XSS.
wonder where Ame's buyback's going to be at that point, but oh god. Shiva's Force Staff and the Hoof Stomp, they get the kill on a both supports. No, they actually leave Melody alive. PMA is dead, no buyback. Down goes Yuragi. They look for Sanctity with the BKB, the Force Staff onto the high ground, but XM following him. LSA Laguna Blade, but Ame's on his tail and kills off Sanctity. Wow. Again, when the executions look like that from Extreme, I feel like there's no better team at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunities that they see and the communication they have going on to them, so clean. So well played here from XG on the team fights. Na'Vi, I mean, they're going to push you. See how many buybacks they can get. Both the core buybacks. But PMA and Zayat's on the Rubik. They know they don't have buyback. How far can you push it? Can you get the end here? No BKB still from Sanctity, I believe.
Worst
Should be coming up in just a moment.
scenario, you just go and get Roche.
Yeah, or you get Megas, which they're looking to do. Tower damage isn't the highest.
Silences on a couple, 2-second stun. Ame with the BKB. Cogs around 2. If there's anybody who's your MVP for this one, it is Zinq. This guy is out of control. They clean up. GG is called. Extreme take game number 1. The hook shots, the Cogs have been perfect so many times.
I know. Somebody out there, if you're good at video editing, you should be frothing over the mouth of making a highlight reel for Zinq in this game. He really felt like, I mean, the glue for XG. It felt like every time something good happened for XG, it was off the back of Zinq getting a really nice initiation or getting really good vision for them. Undoubtedly my MVP. And then I think shortly after, XM had a really, really nice performance as well on the SF, but man, Zinq.
It really is so easy to be so Zinq-y. It is... I don't know. That was such a baller game.
Yeah, and he, I mean, looked casual from him. He's just kind of another day playing Clockwork. Hits so many different item timings on a hero that sometimes can have difficulty farming. Always hits good initiations. Felt like he was rarely out of place. Always from these weird angles that are hard to guess, and feels like a nightmare from Na'Vi to play against. Personally, I would be banning this first phase for sure. If you can't take it yourself.
The thing too is, like it's Navi's had this a couple times where you have these large leads early, and then all of a sudden it's just devastating defeats.
Yeah, they can be a bit overzealous, I think, as a team, but it's also a little bit the way they drafted. You have Lina and CK, who are heroes that can kind of just, I mean, they can do so much and they can do so little at the same time. Sometimes it can be so difficult for them to be useful in different fights. Yuragi, notably in this game, as soon as it gets, past this 40-minute mark, he's playing into XM with Ag's refresher, double Requiem. His illusions are never living past the initial jump, so you lose so much damage there and don't have damage to kill Ame, so that hero's falling off on Yuragi. Feels so hard to be useful on him that late in the game. And Sanctity, I mean, he played well, but felt like he wasn't doing enough damage at the end of the game, or the damage that he was doing just, couldn't amount to anything, couldn't be sustained long enough compared to the sheer burst that XG had.
And you could see in so many of these highlights too, just Clockwork. Hookshot Cogs around 3 heroes, 2-3 heroes, if not 2+ every time for sure.
Oh yeah, I need multiple edits to be made of Zinq's Clockwork here.
4-man Cogs, and it didn't feel like there was that initial follow up, but then these heroes start to melt. Ame comes back into the fight. He's able to run them down. I mean, it is brutal.
Absolutely brutal. This fight was also so... Oh, man. 3-man Cogs on pretty much all the most important heroes on Na'Vi. Feels like Zayat's as well. Usually he's the one that we're praising so much in these games, especially on his Rubik, but there's not that many good spells to steal this late in the game. No ice paths, nothing of the sorts. Feels like he has to kind of be in there, and gets Requiem once or twice, but isn't able to make much of it. So hard to position against a team like this with the triple rocket flares, the Shivas coming out. And that is certainly one way to shut down Zayats on the Rubik. Don't give him the best spells to steal, and certainly don't let him sit in the back of a fight and play it unchecked. Did a great job of, pretty much everything in this game on XG, but the teamfight execution is really what brought it back for them. And a few missteps here and there. Na'Vi had a decent lead at some point in the game, but it just felt like once XG really locked in and landed all these spells, it was, nothing Na'Vi could do.
Yeah, I'm hoping XinQ is the MVP. I think he deserves it.
I think they'd be criminal to not put him as the MVP here. XM and Ame had an incredible game.
There it is. Yeah. Thank God.
XinQ.
I'm so with giving supports, especially when they have moments like that.
Support usually as a role kind of, can take a back foot. Not always quite as impressive. I think, honestly, even on the same page, Malady, I think he played the Enchantress really, really well this game, but Enchantress into this kind of team fight just has nothing in her kit to deal with it. But, in this case, not in the back foot. XinQ, he really felt like the main character.
Yeah, he definitely did. Just 7, 3, and 24 assists. Just everywhere. Insane.
Yeah. And to think, too, that XinQ for so long, they were playing with only Blink on Ame and Hookshot from XinQ, which is not easy initiation, especially against a team that's expecting it. Especially with an Ursa that was, quite frankly, for a lot of the game behind. But he kept finding angle after angle, kept getting farm in the downtime. Really felt, I would say this is probably one of the closest I've seen to like a flawless performance on a hero at all. I feel like he just did so much right in this game on XinQ.
Yeah, and now it becomes a question of whether or not you're able to give up the clockwork to him, or if you're going to have to open up something else in the laning phase. So what can you do? We're going to take a quick break in between games. I'll launch up the marbles. We can play a race or two. Take my points. I'll play some ads. And if you want to sub, you can have a cool marble. There are cool marbles because of subbing. That is the truth.
That is hard to pass up.
I can shop. How many coins do I have? I don't even know how many coins I have. If I'm able to make another... I only have 25 community coins. No, I can't really do anything right now in terms of buying another skin. But we can play a random map. Turn this to... Where did I put this? This. Random. Play. Oh, hold on. There it is. And join. Easy. Exclamation point join 2 or 3 gets you the sub marble. If you're a sub. If you're not a sub, what are you doing with your life? Just saying.
The true symbol of status.
A badge
a sub
in this
to be
chat.
cup.
Yeah.
A nice pearly marble.
Hell yeah.
Heading points and marbles, no.
Oh, Rojo's getting in here. Holy shit. You didn't do 2 or 3, so you didn't get the special marble.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on, I can kick you. You can do it again.
Okay. This is pretty important for me. I appreciate you.
You got to get all the benefits and perks out of being a sub, right?
Mm-hmm. There's so many, I just gotta
Yeah, no ads
I just
is a
forget.
big one. When I press that 3-minute ads, that's a very big perk. And then there's some cool emotes that I have. I have cool emotes. You're seeing this 30 seconds previously, but I have really beautiful emotes here that are very, I think, to die for, honestly. So look at all
Allegedly.
Look at all these emotes. Look at that. We're also gonna do a prediction. We can start prediction for will I finish? I'm gonna say will I finish top 15. We're gonna
Ooh,
change it up a little bit.
switching it up.
Oh, top 15.
I will also say, I mean, genuinely, out of anything, Be Cop Sleep is such a good emote. That one is so funny.
Did you ever see that clip?
I think I have. I think
Oh
we've
my
shown it before,
god.
but
You have seen that clip. That was not here. You saw that clip. That was a Neff sent you that probably clip.
I think at one time I think it was Neff, you and I, and we were talking about it.
Oh, maybe.
Because I remember you talking about how it was funny, people putting it in reverse.
Hmm. All right, you guys have a minute before that prediction runs out. I'm actually going to press start now. So you guys have a minute, and then the prediction will close, and the marbles will drop, and everybody will start freaking out a little bit.
Naturally.
Oh, that add button's available again.
Clicking it off cooldown. Octarine core for my ads.
I'll have to hit it after this race, so everybody can see the race. And then if you want to sub after the race, you know. Oh, I could play some music at the same time as well. Let's see if I make it to top 15. There are 69 people in this one. Nice. And I am towards the front.
Nice.
I am towards the front. Just saying. I'm in a good spot right now. I hope. There's so much to this race. Oh my god. I should stop counting my chickens before they hatch. I really need to get boosted. Oh! Oh!
I
Outside
voted
line!
this one.
Outside line!
Someone took it.
Oh. Jesus. No, I went the wrong way. Oh, no. No, you stupid marble. What is this? What are you getting stopped by now? fuck. Oh, come on. Come on, this could be top 15. Go, Marble. Go, Marble. Go, little me. Go, little Marble me. Go, you fucking idiot. Please move quicker. Oh my god, you're getting stuck on everything, you dumb fucking Marble dummy. Stupid.
Oh, there is a draft.
Oh my god, you stupid dumb oh.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
I don't know if I ended top 15 or not.
Well, I'll give you a scoreboard in a second, right?
Yeah. '24th. It's just so awful, 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 awful. So dumb. I hate marbles. I don't even know why I play with my stream. I never do well.
Truly a moment of all time.
Is this a moment? Remember moments on Twitch?
This is so weird. There's this funny thing you said in our last game, but I think like something broke out while you were saying it. We had like this pause and you're like, yeah, this is another hero. And then you like paused for like 3 seconds and I thought you were just gonna like stop. That was your whole analysis.
Yeah.
This is another hero.
Yeah, I'm good like that. This is another hero. Are we ever? Are Bristles not banned? Just saying.
Bristleback is not banned. Jakira into Phoenix. You've never seen these. These ones are pretty new, right? Peek off.
Ah, never seen these once.
Please let me have this. Is Tiny still broken? Tiny is still quite strong from what these teams think. I mean, the damage is not quite there. Or in the same way, but yeah, it's still very strong as a support. It still provides a lot of value.
No, Pango, new hero. Definitely.
Definitely new hero. Right?
Big new hero. It just rained and I'm surprised. Now it's very sunny.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Very sunny now. Obviously, Phoenix gonna do better in the sun.
That's cute.
It's definitely how that works.
So Ursa was gotten rid of. Clockwork is still on the table. XG want to pick it up. I do like the Rubik Dragonite response more from Na'Vi. I think the fact that Dragonite went unchecked in this last draft is pretty criminal. I think Zayat's still incredible on the Rubik, and it's it's a much better Rubik game than it was last game. 2 incredible spells to steal, and you're definitely not sad to see a Jakiro on the enemy team. As Rubik.
Always fun to steal Dual Breath. And Macro Pyre.
And Ice Path.
I totally misread somebody's question. They said, are they playing on the new patch? And I was going to be like, no, dude, I have not played any games on the new patch yet. That's that 4 a.m. vibes happening.
That would be pretty funny.
I have not played on the new patch yet, though. They are, though.
I have not either. I was offered, but it was just as I got home.
Do have this happening now, and it is on the new patch. It should be exciting. Extreme Enchantress, so the 3-4-5 build. Unless it's a mid Jakiro, obviously. Jinkyu. Or Zinkyu questioning who he's playing, Enchantress or Jakiro. Probably Jakiro.
Sorry, let's tap up for a second here.
Puck.
End up going Puck.
All right, something a
Chi, which is
little bit different. We've seen some of it,
little
though.
bit different.
Were there any
Puck got
AA
some nice
changes?
quality of life changes.
There were not.
There were not.
There were not any Ancient Apparition changes, which sucked.
I'm a little bit worried here for XG. So they end up going for this Puck, which it's an okay Puck game. I mean, it's nice to get on these supports in the back line, but you deal no damage throughout the entire game to Dragonite, which is a little bit tragic. You do also open them up to have a pick into you. Sanctity is a pretty good mid laner, so I'd be a tiny bit scared if this isn't some really, really interesting tech like an offlane Puck or something. Puck is one of those heroes that you have to worry the most about getting counterpicked in the mid lane. There's so many rough matchups for this hero. Sure, XM can make it work either way, but I kind of wish these teams would be picking up their carry on 17. Underlord. Not as strong as he was, but still provides so much value. I think the innate as well seems like it will scale decently into the game. I believe it... let me see here. I was reading it a second ago. After an allied hero teleports, to temporarily gain damage reduction at movement speed. And it is doubled when it's done through Fiend's Gate. So actually pretty nice because teleport is now a general thing, so it's not a... It counts for like TP scrolls and stuff too under Lords Innate, which is nice.
That's interesting. Atrophy are also no longer the innate. We've talked about this. A lot of those innates that didn't really do anything early, or all those level 0 innates, I think are gone.
Yeah, I like that they got rid of those. I was not much of a fan myself. So I think it's quite nice that they decided to do that. Ends up nerfing this Underlord hero a little bit. What are we looking for? So XG seems to think that Navi is going to go for a carry, which I think is probably the correct read, considering that DK is so strong into the Puck in the mid lane. But now that you know what they're thinking on Navi, you're probably wondering if there's a way to trip them up. There definitely could be. I'm not quite sure what that is yet for them.
Broodmother.
Was Broodmother... Oh, banned. Perfect. I thought it was picked. I'm so far behind. Broodmother's a decent ban. Ame is probably not too bad at that hero. Could be annoying for them, but DK should deal with it decently. Phoenix as well. Sven is still in the pool. Very strong carry for either team. XG, I think specifically, might be looking at it for Ame, who generally tends to play this hero through thick and thin. But now that's especially strong, I'd be scared to give Ame that Sven.
Just making it through deeper and deeper into drafts.
He really is, and honestly, he's a hero that didn't receive that crazy of nerfs. So you gotta wonder where the priority is from these teams. Just looking for last pick carry. They do end up banning out the Sven and go for Ember Spirit, so opting for the DK carry. I like this. DK is really strong into Puck in the mid lane. Pretty classic counter matchup, but it's really annoying to be caught on these heroes by the Ember Spirit. Instantly go into the Alchemist, which honestly worries me as well. I think Navi has a very solid draft win here. And my biggest reason here, they did change Spirit Vessel a little bit, but Spirit Vessel is going to be very strong onto the Ember Spirit if he can get a decent lane and is laning into Puck. So should be able to do so consistently. It's not easy to run away from this Navi comp, and it's not a ton of damage either on XG when I'm looking at it. I think Puck and Alchemist can easily run into damage problems, as well as Pango. Jakiro and Enchantress are supplementing a lot of that, but Got an Underlord on the enemy team. You got a Phoenix and a DK, lots of healing, lots of sustain. Pretty good spells to steal for Zayats, who, even through a tough game last game, still felt pretty impactful with just the telekinesis, so you gotta imagine what he can do with all sorts of stuns here, Rolling Thunder, Ice Path, Macropyre. I'm a bit worried for XG, but if they can, you know, utilize the strength of this Enchantress and this Alchemist in the safe lane specifically, maybe get a nice lead. Always can use that to get forward in the game, but Na'Vi with a very, very solid draft overall.
Yeah, I definitely favor their draft more. And we'll have to see if if they can execute it to stick. Because
yeah, and
Extreme executed well enough to really do disgusting things last game, and I think if Na'Vi finds themselves struggling to deal with that, they could be in a huge work of trouble.
they definitely could. That being said, we were, I mean, generally quite impressed with the way Navi's been playing throughout this tournament. It feels like they kind of came out of the woodwork and showed us since the very first day what they can do. Very aggressive team, very mechanically gifted team. So I think that they should be able to kind of mitigate what XG wants to do and get an early advantage here. But that being said, like you mentioned, XG are pretty good at casting their spells, especially when it comes to a team fight. They have pretty good team fight spells this game. I think ultimately getting this Underlord and getting this Ember Spirit a little bit shut down is probably going to be your best bet. These two heroes can be really oppressive on their own, let alone together with Fiend's Gate coming through, being rooted for an ungodly amounts of time. I'm a big fan of this Na'Vi draft. But I'm curious to see what XG is cooking up, what theory crafting they have with this new patch.
I'm looking out to see if the Liquid Frost is there with the Blood Grenade. Because nothing's changed about Jakiro.
Yeah, which I thought was interesting. That hero is really high play rate, really high win rate. They nerfed his level 10 talent, but I think a little bit of the hero is before level 10. I'm curious to see how this Ember Spirit lanes now that the innate was changed. So now he just does damage around him in an AoE, rather than having the Flame Guard just do that on its own. Feels like a vaguely uneventful change melody. Takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, it has to be covert, and they've given Xingqiu the Enchantress, and knowing Xingqiu's playstyle, I'm going to be interested to see what he takes, because he's in aggressive 4 position, and him doing anything but being aggressive would shock me.
Yeah, I agree. I love watching Xingqiu. I mean, in this last game, I think anybody would love watching Xingqiu. But he has a pretty unique playstyle. Always in your face, always annoying, and always with the mechanics to back it up. And Enchantress is a hero that can do so much in the early game, but can fall so far behind. Feel so flat if you don't. I'd expect Xingqiu to do so.
Sanctity has shown that Ember is like his best hero. So
yeah, I mean, you've got a really consistent mid laner out of the CIS region. Generally, they'll think that they'll play Ember, but Sanctity showing that he doesn't just play Ember. He really knows pretty much the limits of everything on this hero. 11-2 versus the 6-0 of XM. So this is my worry about Puck being early picked, but as the levels go up, you just kind of clear waves. Sleight of Fist is really annoying for Puck, but you buy Tangos, you buy Magic Stick, so XM is certainly an expert. He's Grand Master on the Puck, so understandable he might want this. Ame, though, is taking so much more damage.
He is dead on his screen already.
Same thing that we saw last game with Yuragi, just stepping up a little bit too far. While the support goes to pull. Loses quite a bit of value because of it.
Yeah, he ends up dying, and we've seen Zayats in a situation like this. We have seen lanes go really well for Na'Vi, and if you're extreme, this could be a quick deficit.
Yeah, it's this Underlord Rubik too that we've seen, I think, even specifically from Na'Vi. They always do Zayats, even forcing the TP from DY with a cliff there that we just caught at the end. Always feels nice. Waste the mana, waste the TP.
Puck under his own tier 1 sanctity, just
Yeah,
no fear.
And this is also this is an annoying thing about the Puck matchup into Ember. Obviously, the best way for you to deal with Ember Spirit is to dodge a Sleight of Fist if you can help it. Most Embers are going to max the spell into Puck. But you can't always... I mean, dodging the initial cast is pretty much impossible, since the cast time is so quick, and dodging the hit is pretty much RNG. Whether it goes to your first Melody... Could go down here, yeah.
Yeah. Good play there by Zinq.
Olympic shooter. Throwing the spears here on Zinq. Throwing the blood grenades. Speaking of, blood grenade in the bot lane onto DY.
Yeah, back into the Pit of Malice. Just can't leave it. Stun landing, but not in time to save DY. And yeah, it does leave Ame here level 3 to try and get some solo experience, but you need to be very careful. And just the way the lane is working out right now, the aggression's not going to stop from the side of Na'Vi in this off lane for them.
Yeah, this is also supposed to be Underlord that is weaker in the early game. His innate is no longer the Atrophy Aura, which wasn't the strongest at level 1 or level 0, I suppose. But always nice just for getting a little more damage, a little more CS. Now he has this thing that is about teleportation, so not playing it all into the laning phase on his innate for PMA and still doing so well. Sanctity. Pressure is never ending onto this Puck. 19-1 versus 29-7, trying to dodge. And as I was saying, Sleight of Fist just kind of randomly hits wherever, in any order. That's why it's so difficult to guess where chains are going to go if you're hitting a lot of targets. It's also why it is so difficult and annoying to dodge on Puck if you get unlucky. The first bounce, if it goes to you, can make it instantly go off. Constantly getting hit by them on XM. As I said, he is going to buy a lot of regen, so oof. Totality.
Icarus dive, but that is a dead Phoenix?
Dead Phoenix? They're switching their target priority onto Uragi.
Yeah, they see that he's under half health, and they're sending these golems there, trying to get the lockdown, trying to continue the stuns. And Zinq going and enchanting and slowing him down. Do they have anything to stun him with? They do not.
Oh.
But he TP'd to the outpost, and he will burn low but not die.
He is incredibly lucky that in this patch they just changed that TP timer to be 4 seconds, otherwise he definitely died. Misclick on his end, meant to go to the tower. Still risky in general from Uragi. But it ends up fine for him. Don't get a kill on that rotation, which feels a little bit awkward, but they don't get anything on the opposite side of the map. In terms of just Ame sitting there, farming.
Which is, I guess, okay. A solo alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, it feels fine for XG. Ame sitting on the top, so it looks like there was a few stacks they weren't able to steal from him. And Underlord and Rubik weren't able to really push the tempo there. Trying to see if they can do the same thing that XG just did to them, but a little more successful. TP from Puck could come in.
Malice.
Unless they want to sacrifice DY.
Icarus dive and stun. Being thrown out by the Alchemist. That's a good kill to get. And if they can get the Underlord, these are two solid pickups for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, going under the tower to try and kill a Jakiro who already has so much HP and gets their spells off feels a bit hopeful. Ends up giving away a kill to XM. Ends up taking away space on the map from this Underlord here. This is what you want if you're Ame.
He is getting a lot of
4.2K
gold.
net worth.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is already a big issue. And you need to be very careful about how you're willing to play this. Ice Path, and then a Dream Coil and Sanctity, who's been so good with this hero before, not knowing the limits against this puck.
Yeah, it feels like, honestly, not knowing the limits even more against Jakiro. Didn't feel like he thought that damage could come out, especially DY has a point in Ice Path, which sometimes we don't see. Sometimes they go just the 302 or 202. Catches him off guard. Really nice chain stun there. Well, chain CC. Get a regen for it on XM. This is one of the best things you can do on Enchantress. Let's get this troll creep into the mid lane.
Ice Path down again. Xingqiu on the run, but the silence is there. On to Sanctity. The Slight will get the kill onto this Enchantress. XM will lose his Courier, which isn't the end of the world. But Melody needs to be careful. XM, he's off to the side as Waning Rift needs one more right click. Will get it while phase shifting. XXS is nearby, and the entire time Ame is just farming 1v1.
Yeah, Ame feeling pretty good about this one. Pretty much always want to be PvE if you can on Alchemist. Roll on to Yuragi is a bit hopeful.
Shield Crash. DY also coming over. They have XM, and they have a Dream Coil if need be. Ice Path is down. Yuragi is low. He is silenced. Ame's even in here. They get the kill on Yuragi, though. Dream Coil this Phoenix. Zayat's on the run. Fade Bolt. One shot from dead. Will kill himself to neutrals. And now Sanctity, he's in and out. Kills off XXS.
Yeah, Sanctity is still doing well, but it feels like he's not quite able to match the rotations of this puck. XM is getting a lot out of the map from really not playing much in the mid lane at all. So this is part of where his just his comfortability on the hero comes in. The early picket for him, potentially a bit open to be kind of an awkward puck game, and so far all he's done is, show up on TPs on side lanes, walk with his team. I thought that Rolling Thunder would have been a bit early, but they collapse onto him. Jakiro in the early game substitutes so much damage. That being said, it is only a 1k lead for XG, and that is entirely in the Alchemist.
Slight and not dead. Goes into the trees, trying to dodge. Can't dodge the Searing Chains. As Ame, I don't know if he's already got the...
I think he does. Oh, in the mid lane. Zayats.
Zayats is dead. We talked about the best way of saving yourself from Zayats on this Rubik is to make sure he doesn't get anything out of the game. And Sanctity taking a lot of damage forced out of there as XM ready to fight.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. Na'Vi just not quite being able to keep up with the tempo that XG has. It seems XXS, Jin Q, and DY making a pretty strong trio of ganking power. XM, I mean, I feel like we've seen this before in the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely. Ice Path again, and Sanctity chasing DY again. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and a Remnant.
Ooh.
DY survives.
Nice try by Sanctity. You gotta respect it. That being said, he's now behind the puck. XM having a great game despite a rough early game, despite an early puck pick. Now at this point, being ahead on XG, feels like this Dream Coil can make pretty much anything happen. This is the rough part about the Ember puck matchup. You usually do pretty well in the lane, but sometimes it can be hard to counter-rotate the puck because Dream Coil is so strong against you, and before you have BKB, you're always vulnerable. Melody. Looks like it should be fine.
2,000 net worth lead obviously inflated with the fact that Ame is on that Alchemist.
Yeah, inflated for, well, really doesn't feel that inflated at the start of the game, since that's just going to be raw net worth. So it doesn't quite have the radiance, but extremely, extremely close. Looking at a 13-minute timing on there, 8.2k net worth. He is going to be extremely hard to deal with once he gets these timings. Can you get a Spirit Vessel and Malady? Doesn't seem like it. It seems like you're dead to XM on this puck. Arcane Rune as well. Making so much happen around the map, and it feels like Sanctity has not had the same success.
Kills have been easy come for Extreme.
Yeah, showing how, I mean, if you're comfortable, if you're confident on a hero, you can generally make anything happen with it. XM certainly impressing me here with his puck. Xin-Q. Doing Xin-Q things, sitting at 3.6k net worth on the Enchantress, so a little bit ahead of where the other supports are. Just kind of farming the enemy jungle, knowing that there's pretty much no damage on the side of Na'Vi at the moment to get through all that healing and Chaz.
And Ame's going for that shard, like, he's got the Radiance. They might just continue to run at you. There's a smoke being used, but there is an Obs there. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and Ice Path is down with the Dream Coil. And they've pit him out, and they're behind where Ame comes in, and now this is a bit of an issue. They'll go to the Supernova. They won't even hit this egg, and Ame's getting low. He is in some trouble. Supernova pops. Ame ends up dead. Ice Path's off the mark. So PMA, he gets killed, but Ame and DY, Ame maybe getting a little bit too ahead of himself in terms of having this early Radiance, and he burns out. This team, Extreme, this is what we've seen a couple times before, where it's just the execution in these earlier fights are lacking.
Yeah, they have really good game knowledge, game awareness, but ultimately they're fighting into these timings. I think specifically they didn't get the burst on the PMA there because rather than going for this Atos build we've seen from a lot of Underlords, he goes for pipe right away. XSS does not have the pipe on the Pango, so fighting into that feels so difficult. Sanctity as well with a good timing on the Maelstrom, doesn't go for any kind of Spirit Vessel, any kind of Mage Slayer, dealing so much damage throughout the course of this fight. Rolling Thunder can't accomplish much.
Man, Ame dying so quickly in that fight.
Looks like Zayat's going to be caught here.
Yeah, Macropyre down with the Ice Path. They get that kill. Sanctity down to about half health, and you can't be giving anything back to Sanctity, I would say. I think he was struggling, but giving anything back to him to let his life off the hook a little bit is a problem.
Oh, definitely. His hero is really, really strong in this game once he can hit his item timings. Before BKB, it's going to be a little bit tough into puck if the Dream Coils are there. But ultimately, you can deal a lot of damage on this hero. Definitely see how XG can run out of damage into this pipe, into this Phoenix, as we were talking about in the draft. So kind of starting to get to that point where it feels like XG need to stay ahead. Otherwise, the game could start slipping from them. XSS not having the best time on this Pango. Should be getting close to pipe, which will even out. Oof.
Oh, God.
Gives away the Ice Path, too. That's, I mean...
Blows him up.
Worse than, I think, giving away the kill to Yuragi is giving away the Ice Path to Zayats. We've seen what he can do on this Rubik.
Yeah, the last time he got Ice Path, it was 2 to 3 hero Ice Paths every single time.
And I'm sure he took the AoE talent in this game as well. It's a really good game for that. So many things affected by it. XM does have a blink. Forces out the Underlord ulti. Ooh. Ice Path and Zayats.
Yeah, Ice Path and Dream Coil even committed here. So going to the Rolling Thunder, and I believe stolen Dream Coil, and now XM just dies. Stop giving this guy a Rubik.
I mean, that's not a spell that he should be getting by any means. So a little bit of a slip up from XM there. It looked like he didn't even realize at first that he was Dream Coiled. Thought he could just hit that second cast on the Q. Maybe blink out. Ends up giving a pretty big kill away in that mid tower. The cold lead is less than 1k when your alchemist is 3,000 net worth ahead. Not a good omen for XG. It feels like this was supposed to be their timing and haven't really been able to make much out of it.
I'm wondering if it's... I mean, it's not too far gone. It never... Alchemist doesn't work that way as much anymore, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not good for your two other cores.
Oh, no. I mean, the other thing is that you're playing... As I was kind of saying, Navi's comp just... It scales so well. It does so much with items. BKBs are going to be so strong into the side of XG that... Feels like if this game gets to a certain point, it's going to be really hard for XG to even do the kind of, you know, crazy teamfight execution we saw from them, because they don't have the same heroes. They don't have the same ways to go in. Sanctity with Gleipnir could be a really big timing. Smoke on top of it.
Will they be able to find anything here? Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Ame is the one who's chained up. Dream Coil is down. That's from Zayats once again. Macropyre, Ice Path with the dual breast. Supernova committed. They're going to get a kill here on XM as well as XXS. I don't know how you start to bring this one back if you're the side of Extreme Gaming. You're in a lot of trouble here. As it looks like Ame, he'll try to charge up a stun. He's got the BKB. He turns this around on a Malady. But how much can you get out of this? Stun stolen here from Zayats. Dual Breath is thrown down, but the stun hits, and they get the kill into DY. That's 3 heroes gone on the side of Extreme Gaming with a Pit of Malice landing, a Remnant forward. Searing Chains are there for the control, and Ench ends up dead.
I mean, full-on disaster on the side of XG here. You lose 4 heroes, only being able to get Malady with the first BKB from Ame. Goes it pretty early in the game, so this timer's going to start running low if he can't stop using it like that. And really, I mean, this just comes down to Zayats. It kept the Dream Coil. Perfect Dream Coil on 2. Area denial from Egg is massive, and they have no damage to kill off PMA on the backline. What do for the side of XG?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm starting to wonder if they've missed their timing.
Feels a little bit like it. They're going to go for this Tormentor, so injecting a bit of net worth back into the team. Navi will do the same, so not much of a gain. PMA, I think, has a Guardian Greaves as well, so still so high net worth despite going this Aura build. XXS, not quite at the same spot yet. Going into the Crimson Guard, which will be nice for them, but isn't a Guardian Greaves and isn't a Blink to help them initiate on these fights. XM has so much weight on his shoulders. Curious to see if he can carry it. He's played Puck really well this game. I think his mechanics have been very clean, but giving up that one Dream Coil, I mean, led to 2 deaths that I really don't think he was expecting. May have even forgotten it felt like that Zayats still had the Dream Coil. And I mean, every time I see Spellsteal come out on the screen, it's something bigger and better from Zayats. Sanctity. That looked pretty funny. Zinq is still relatively unbothered, so at least there's that. But you can't, I mean, you need to try to stop this Roche. But will you be able to? Actually, 2 of their important heroes on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not really sure they can. Certainly at this point they can't. And it is just problem after problem here for the side of Extreme Gaming. Definitely making it look as though we are going to get ourselves going to a game 3.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the damage is falling off here. Another reason why I don't like this initial puck pick when it was. Even though XM has done so well on it, first item that comes out from PMA and from honestly most offlaners in this patch is the pipe. Puck does not have an easy time. I mean, it takes 2 spells to break through that barrier. Pretty much the only damage you have after that is Dream Coil and your Witchblade. Everybody's buying Pavis and Magic Wand and Bracers, Mech and Guardian Greaves and Glimmer Cape. Kind of struggling to make much happen on the side of XG, and hands over the Aegis to Sanctity, who I think that's the correct choice here. Yuragi got his BKB already, so it allows Sanctity to play that much more aggressive and allows him to farm straight into his BKB timing, in which probably feel pretty much invincible outside of some crazy chain stun from Ame and DY on the Jakiro, but those are not instant stuns, not easy stuns to land either.
So, Extreme... And there's another spell going the way of Rubik. Every time we hear it, it always sounds like it could be bad. But Searing Chains now onto this Pango, and you know, Pango's got a higher net worth than Sanctity, but Sanctity seems to be doing more. That being said,
yeah,
Macropyre's down. Maybe they can get the kill this time. Unfortunately, he's able to eat so much of that damage. Right clicks in and Remnant out. Close though. Stun is there, but Supernova's used, and it's time to run again. They don't have coil. They are running out of time on this Alchemist ult as he's stunned up, trying to get into this Pit of Malice, but the telekinesis is there. He just gets his own stun off. Now his ulti's going to be gone. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Sanctity. But so much was used here by Extreme, and all they get is an Aegis.
Yeah, AC is out from Ame. He still has a BKB up and has ulti soon, so Navi choosing to respect it. No dragon form means no fight for the Dragon Knight. So managing to keep them at bay for the moment on XG, having to commit kind of a lot. But you're okay with that. Anything to, I mean, usually you'd hope Navi would be the one slowing the game down at this point. Feels like XG had to do so while the Aegis was in Sanctity's hands. Got it initially, so there's a small window here where Dream Coil onto Sanctity could do big things. PMA is not your target.
Shouldn't be, and you don't want to coil him. You're just trying to stun him up and get him to die, but the stolen stun, uh-oh, now, Ame, you're on your cliff. DY, he's going to be the first one dead. Gleipnir's here, BKB, Xinq's gone. 2 supports from the side of Extreme Gaming just can't do anything. There's no damage here for Extreme. I mean, I know it's early, but I am starting to lose out on seeing anything they can do in a situation like this. As Ame going to make a left turn, but telekinesis, charged up stun with the Dragon Tail. Gleipnir again, down goes Ame. I mean, is it too early to call it?
I think it might be a bit early to call it, but I mean, I would definitely be thinking it. After XG are kind of holding themselves back, thinking, let's play this one out and see where it goes. Last game, they were able to perform miracles, but this game they don't have the same ability to. XM, smoke breaks, he goes straight onto PMA, not the target you want at all. Navi is in such a good position, so ready for this. Especially that cliff into the stun, into the... I mean, it just feels like Zayat's doing essentially what Xinq did last game on the Clockwork, so you can see how much these supports can do when they're given free roam. 2 incredibly talented players on the position 4 role, but Xinq this game put onto Enchantress duty. Had a decent lane, has decent farm, all things considered in the game state. But you can't do as much flashy stuff on this hero. You know, maybe your occasional stun on a creep, maybe the nice Sprunk here and there, but for the most part, Enchantresses are focused around healing and the impetus. Orchid out on PMA, which is so interesting. Could be devastating for XM.
Sanctity and Xinq saw each other for a moment. Nothing doing on. And again, Puck, the net worth is there, but the execution is not. The damage still isn't.
Yeah, now you have this BKB on Sanctity, which, I mean, lets him play these fights so much easier, so much cleaner. Ame also elected not to go into a blink, so it feels like their initiation is solely relying on this puck at the moment. No blink on XXS, no blink on Ame. Gotta walk into Pit of Malice, Telekinesis, and Supernova. Hasn't really felt possible before this. Not sure it will after this. Ragi's working towards the MKB, closing in on it. Almost the same net worth as the Alchemist, which is never something you want to see.
Remnant away.
Big damage.
Hell
Zenji's
yeah.
impetus. Now he does have the MKB and 1400 gold to spare. I don't know how you, I mean, I don't know how you handle most of the Navi heroes, but especially Ragi on this DK.
Fucking trouble. Fiend's Gate. Oh, what a juke. Broken ankles.
Put the skates on him.
God damn. Put the skates on them all. They were all looking that way.
Yeah, you need to be careful of that happening when you're playing against Puck, but not the most meta hero at the moment. Not always used to playing against Puck right now. Not sure that it means that much. They mostly end up committing the Underlord ulti, which doesn't stop your ability to go high ground.
Macropyre, Ice Path, Telekinesis, back onto the low ground. Also got Sun
It's
Ray.
chemical range. I mean, he's already hard enough to kill.
Stunning himself. Ice Path down. Dual Breath used again. Telekinesis, though, onto this Pango, throwing him into the Pit of Malice.
Cool.
Not sure what
Didn't
Puck's
see
waiting
you.
for to come back.
Doesn't look like Puck wants to come back at all. Waiting for Navi to do it instead. This is a nice part of the map to play on Puck. You just end up getting so many waves, so much net worth, which is what XM desperately needs to make this hero work. Although the Orchid from PMA is a really good timing. XM a little bit wiser than that, does not get caught by the Pit of Malice or the Orchid. This is the state of the game. This is what XM has to do, it feels like, is just be kind of playing on weird parts of the map, going for Dream Coils onto Sanctity.
They break it with the Hurricane Pike. Maybe they've got the damage, but the BKB is popped by Sanctity. He'll remnant back towards the rest of his team. Shahi, thank you for the Twitch Prime subbing.
Very cheeky there from ZinQ, the Hurricane Pike. You know, those are the kind of things that brought them back into this last game. About the most playmaking potential you can have on an Enchantress, it feels like. Healing Sanctity back up. Looking for another engagement. Doesn't feel like you have much timing to fight here. On the side of XG. Roshan up in a minute 30. Was a long spawn, so they think it could be up right now. But you're split really heavily on XG. Ame is in the top lane. They're just TPing out.
Wait. Fiend's Gate. Pit of Malice, got him.
Yeah, there's the Orchid from PMA. Really smart purchase here on him. Noticing that XM went for, I mean, a pretty normal Puck build. One that he probably thought was correct for the game and was. But PMA's quick decision to go for an Orchid means no Dispel on Puck. It means that you can die at pretty much any point. Same goes for XXS, who's struggling in the net worth still. Sitting around the same as Sanctity, but Sanctity all over the map.
Yeah, Sanctity back over here all the way by DY, getting that kill, and got ourselves a hopefully quick pause. You know, it is kind of insane. Just the schedule for today.
Yeah.
We've not even, if this goes to game 3, we will not even be finished with 2 series and be 8 hours in ish.
Yeah.
which is kind of crazy.
Definitely a little bit crazy.
Ragi with this MKB, with AC. Ame, I don't even know what he farms at this point to try and bring it back.
Feels like he needs damage and survivability and utility. Feels like he needs lockdown and movement speed and spell amp and 4 ags to all of his teammates. Kind of an impossible task laid out in front of Ame. That's why I was initially skeptical about this Alchemist pick. I mean, with Puck as well, it's just these heroes can both really struggle to have damage. Especially when you're going this Radiance build on the Alchemist. PMA goes into first item pipe, they fight right around it, and ever since then, the game's felt in Navi's hands. At draft, it seemed pretty favorable for Navi, and then just making one mistake on XG that wasn't even that massive just really turned the game. Giving away a lot of valuable heroes onto the side of Navi. Yuragi on the DK probably being one of the most prominent ones. Zayat's on his Rubik. Rubik quite strong into Jakiro Pango. Even stronger when your name is W Zayat. How do you deal with this Rubik? How do you deal with this egg?
They haven't been able to kill the egg once.
Yeah, the eggs have been really on point as well from Malady. We've talked as well about how Malady is... at one point, I think he was just rank 1, being a support player in Europe. Generally always sits really high up in the leaderboard. So this guy plays his Dota, he knows his stuff. Seems to like playing Dota, seems to do it quite well. The eggs, not only is it XG who struggle to kill the eggs, but Malady who puts them in a wonderful position. Ame channeling the stun, but it's the best
So
he
tough
can
to
do.
make a move. There is an Aegis here.
Aegis is on Yuragi, and the best poke that they have in this lineup seems to only do about 400, 500 damage of Yuragi's HP. Doesn't feel like you can meaningfully cut through this at all, especially when they're just holding the pipe, holding the Guardian Greaves, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the Alchemist ulti to run out. There is an Octarine Core on Ame, so trying to have really good uptime with this facet on his stun, on his ulti, but
There's not
doesn't
really a
feel like it's
world
good enough.
where Puck forces them back, surely, right?
You wouldn't think so, but Ame's trying his best to make them do it, and one hero will go back. Sanctity is the best hero to do it, the best candidate, since he can leave a remnant there.
Which he has. And he
Nice
is
macro
not
by
left
Navi.
yet.
Yeah, he's gonna seal the Wisdom Rune, which will feel a bit nice. Still gonna trade 1 for 1, considering that Navi is not gonna... Well, they're gonna try their best to not let you have this, but XSS, Thief in the Night. Getting 2 Wisdom Runes feels good. Feels like the best you're gonna get out of this kind of situation. XM noting that there's really no point at all for him to be anywhere near the team. Hasn't been near them for probably good 5-6 minutes now, and Navi grouping his 5. Struggling to punish Puck for doing this, but don't feel like they have to.
I'm still struggling. In a world like where Puck is just pushing this, there's no way he gets away with like taking a Rax with nobody coming over. And there's a remnant ready to jump in on. But Puck, look at the bottom tier 3.
Ooh,
They're going to finally go.
thank you.
They'll get the kill on a DY. They look over for Xingqiu. DY buys back. Rolling Thunder. It's stopping them from going back to their base. At least there's that. And they haven't lost their tier 3 in this top lane just yet.
I believe they did lose the tier 3. Haven't lost Rax. Ooh, Zayats.
Is he dead? Yules.
Nice.
Hit him, Alice. Phase shift. Oh my god, no way! XM under the tower, though. He ends up dead. I mean, he is trying his darnest.
Yeah, smooth criminal on XM, almost getting away with so much, but ends up falling a little bit flat there. Syad's actually probably doesn't hate having phase shift as a steal, and it already feels so hard to punish him. His positioning has been so good in all of these fights, and now he has the option to phase shift blink out of any engagement. XXS still keeping up okay in net worth. It's getting kind of even between these bottom 4 here. That being said, he's just not the same as PMA. Not the same as Sanctity. Even with similar net worth.
And now they've sent another to go do this.
Yeah, keep it going. As long as you can keep them from getting your racks, as long as you can try to get resources off the map.
I cannot believe this is working.
It's pretty annoying. The healing is just so much. The ice.
You hear that? It's the rat. It's the game of the rat. As they get Xingqiu, they're still going to try and rack because they've got XM up in 5 seconds. Although, Alchemist can't really die when you're trying to do that. And, well, that'll happen. He buys back, and now you need to get a kill here or there. Dream Coil on it, too. Some damage on a PMA. This feels like forcing it maybe a little bit too far, but they land that Ice Path. They've got the stun. Telekinesis save from Zayats. They'll steal the stun. Charge it up, blink in, stun 2. That's going to be on the Pango. That's going to be an Ame who just bought back. And Ame is dead. It looks like the plans are all futile as it's a Fade Bolt to get the kill onto XXS. GG is called, and we're going to a game 3.
A little bit of a expected result, I think, past a certain point. Not surprising to see, but XG, they... You know, I guess they should have stayed in the sewers. Should have been rats for as long as they possibly could if they wanted to drag this one out. It was working almost, and as soon as they tried a team fight into Na'Vi there, Zayats immediately shuts it down, and they try to deal damage onto PMA, but can't do it. Try to stun lock Sanctity, and he gets telekinesis thrown out. It just felt like, really at that point in the game, there was nothing XG could do. No amount of execution in team fights that would help them. I mean, another position 4 for me is MVP this game. This time on the side of Na'Vi.
It really just ended up being a rough time there overall. And what the hell? Somebody's trying to hack into my Riot account. That's fine, take it.
No. Your pike skin. Be
Oh yeah, actually I need all those pike skins. I can't have people be doing that. That's crazy. I can't believe somebody's trying to hack into my account. But yeah,
your pike skins become.
Taking a look at these replays and taking a look here at really
this is the turning point, I think.
Yeah.
For sure.
Definitely feels that way.
And I just XG really did not put themselves in an easy position with this draft. I really liked what XM did for, I mean, pretty much all the game. I feel like he played Puck to the best of his ability. Giving away the Dream Coil that one time was a pretty big mistake, but he plays really nicely throughout this game on XM, and it just feels like his hero not only is weak, but weak into this kind of pipe first meta, weak into the Underlord, weak into DK, Phoenix. Just runs out of steam so fast, and it means that in their last pick, they end up going for Alchemist, being starved of some other carry picks, like that Ursa, like that Sven, like that Bristleback that I believe was still open at the end of the game. Almost wish they would have went into something like that, but not feeling it. Letting Zayats have the Rubik into into Pengo Jakiro were the first 2 heroes they picked, and they left Rubik open.
Yeah.
Seems like a huge oversight in the draft. I don't know what happened after this first game. I think actually had a really nice draft. I think they had a nice game plan, and then in the second game they gave away so much to Na'Vi that was so value. And not only were they strong heroes and strong players on those heroes, but they're in many ways counterpicks to what a lot of these heroes are. If I had the option to play Dragon Knight carry into Alchemist, I'd probably do it every time. Just so hard to find that damage, and I think too as well, Ame going the Radiance early, which helped him farm, but it started to fall off so heavy. Went into Octarine AC later in the game. It's just, where is the damage? Zayats having better spells than the enemy team that he's playing against as per usual. AoE talent doing so much. Sunray and Eggs for Malady. I mean, I think if not Xingqiu right behind him is PMA and Malady with so much utilities. Perfect item builds, perfect eggs from the Phoenix. Just, that feels bad for XG, but at least once you get to that post game screen, you know, hopefully somebody says on mic, let's wash our faces and focus up a little more in draft.
Yeah, and that's what they're gonna have to hope to do here. And well, we're gonna see after some marbles and some a little bit of a break. So
Yeah, sounds good. I will be back.
sure, Zayat's MVP looked very, very strong. I don't want to switch over to marbles just yet, but let's see. He definitely looked like the MVP for sure. So let's I played some ads. Let's switch it over to marbles. Get you guys listening to some music. I guess I haven't been playing music this entire time during marbles. I don't know why nobody told me. All right, guys, we're going to play. Starting 60-second countdown. 60. 50.
40. 30 seconds left. 20. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I died! I died! I'm dead! I died! Is that the Helvetica winning? Quick, everybody. Get back in here. Get in here. Everybody. Get on the ship. We're going. This is the final race. They have started the draft. I repeat, they have started the draft. 60 seconds left.
How did Marvel's go B cup?
What? What?
Marbles. Oh dear Lord. Marbles. Because there is a draft up.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying. Hold on. Wait. Video capture. No. Somebody said run more ads. That's smart. Smart. Very smart. Very smart. Smart.
That's what we need. We need free thinkers here.
Free thinkers. Smart.
Smart free thinkers.
This is a very
Let's
short
see.
race. I didn't.
So-called free thinkers on XG. Will they ban Rubik? This is like, I just saw what you were doing on your stream. This is like when you play like, those videos that have, it's like Subway Surfers on the bottom.
Yeah. We're just TikTokers.
I think that's probably the way that I think this cast should continue. We just have marbles on in the background as the main kind of luring point, and then Dota maybe on the side if anything interesting happens. If somebody builds something other than pipe first item.
I died. I died.
Live reaction, B-Cop marble. Actually, it's taking, okay. They took like 30 seconds of reserve time to press ban on Rubik, which kind of crazy to me. Go straight into the Underlord.
We're gonna switch Discords in a second, by the way.
Yes, yeah. I saw Denog's hopping in.
All right, here's your final results, you animals. Okay, 1 second. All right, we're back again.
We're so back.
We're so back. Danog's not back. We lost him.
We lost him. Somewhere in the way.
At least he could join at any time. Your draft is behind compared to the Ukraine and Russian stream.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't have you.
I think
How are you?
I'm trying to think on whether or not I'm able to discard my delay, because I think that with the live feed we have, I feel like I already have the delay added to it.
Can ask.
Yeah. I'd probably just ask, worst case. Worst case, they call you stupid. And make fun of you for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
So, new patch, Denog. What are your initial impressions here?
Haven't played a game on it. Just finished reading through the notes. Are we live, by the way? Or
Yeah,
are we
we're
just-
live. We're live.
Okay.
We've been live. We're hitting hour
Sounds
8
good.
here, and my stream just froze. Oh, no, we're back. Okay, we're in hour
And there's
8.
how many series left? Like 2.5?
How we haven't?
Yeah.
There is it. The fact that 2 series has taken. I've turned my desk into a standing desk. I rarely use it like this, but I'm dying. 7 hours,
time?
dude.
What's the time?
It's 5:40 in the morning, and we're not even in series 3 yet, dude. It's
Not even
scheduled.
halfway.
It's scheduled 10 p.m., 1 a.m., 4 a.m., 7 a.m. We're not even, and we're almost at 6 a.m. in Series 3 yet.
So let's say like you're 2.5 hours behind schedule.
I'll probably be up till about 1 in the afternoon and then have to sleep for like 6 hours and just go right into tomorrow at 10 p.m.
Dota. Let's go.
So glad I'm not traveling for this event.
Right. The patch. So I had some initial thoughts. I think Earth Spirit 4 could be very good.
Same.
Little bit of movement speed that he's able to provide. I am not a Lone Druid or Lycan player, but that new Lycan facet seems kind of bonkers. With the, what is it called, like hamstring and something else that he provides at like level 5 and 6 of his wolves. Seems kind of nutty. Nature's Prophet support. I'm always just going to call it the Ana Dogbrain style 5, and that's not like a slur. There was actually a player in Southeast Asia called Dogbrain that played Nature's Prophet 5 exclusively to hit towers, and I feel like that's even more suitable now, considering they buffed Solar Crest in terms of making it cheaper. They buffed the Treant, and it's still got that what is it called? Like the CG aspect, right? The reinforced. It's a reinforced unit, so it does a ton of damage to towers now. So I really feel like that's impactful. Plus, you can shove lanes really effectively because there's no upper limit on the Nature's Prophet ultimate. So that feels really good. I think Medusa's support could be a thing. I think that that new
Gorgon thing,
Gorgon something,
Gorgon's snare,
grasp.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that can really work, and you can actually, like, you can Venn diagram it so that 2 of the grasps hit the one person if it's in that little crossover area. So you can get really good value out of that, in my opinion. It feels kind of not stolen. I'm never going to accuse the frog of that, but it reminiscent of Forsaken Archer from Hon, which was one of my favorite heroes. So glad to see that they're slowly importing more Hon stuff into the game. What else? Omni support seems kind of good. Great shard. Good ultimate. You don't really need to be right in the thick of things to be able to cast it, which feels nice. And it still has that AoE Guardian Angel now. PA Blur, disjointing projectiles feels kind of nice. Feel like the hero needed a buff. Very happy that Weaver and Troll are no longer triple S tier laners. Tiny needed a nerf, absolutely. TA, I'm surprised that... Have we seen it at all today? I had a quick look at what's been played so far, and I was surprised at that. I think having knowledge of exactly when Roshan is spawning is so huge, and I want to see more teams look to specifically draft around it, right? Whether it be minus armor from like a TA Slardar lineup, or even potentially a Snapfire. There's a little bit from that as well. And it kind of changes the whole game a little bit as well, because you know that the enemy team knows when Rosh is spawning, right? So you need to place your vision to be able to know when they're making the move to do Roshan, right? It's like a 4D chess sort of thing. And the only other thing was, I think Visage could be very strong and snowbally if you get off to a good lane. The downside is that Visage is notoriously weak in lane generally, so it's going to take a really good player to be able to exploit that. You guys have any particular things outside of that you'd like to share?
In terms of the patch, I mean, there's nothing that's crazy. I'm surprised that Jakiro didn't get changed at all. That was one of the biggest surprises to me. Kunkka seems like there's a lot of text there. Something's got to be good. I'm hoping. I haven't exactly tested or thought about it yet. But Lycan feels good too with Alpha Wolves. That looks interesting. But those are my only thoughts right now. I haven't had too much time to like really in-depth look at it. Maybe I'll do it while I sleep tonight, or tomorrow, or at some point.
Whenever.
Yeah.
Is it rolling schedule, by the way?
Yes, but we had it rained, and they're in an outdoor venue.
Ooh.
And then, like, obviously it started with like initial land difficulties, and then it rained, so we just delayed. And then the patch, like, they were throwing updates in between games to, I guess, like, fix things.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's been a bit of a delay cluster.
I'm keen to see how it all goes down. Just looking at the draft that we're seeing as well. Kind of interesting. Like, teams don't seem to feel very experimenty. Outside of the TA
it's
who
frustrating.
has gotten... It's a lot weaker in lane, TA, than it used to be. I mean, previously it was busted. just not having Psyblades for free, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, it's still good, but it's not busted. What do you reckon, Rojo?
Well, they did pick Morana, which I think is new. Yeah, TA, I mean, it seems like the same hero that it was, which generally I think part of the big reason that we haven't been seeing much of TA is just because TA is not particularly strong into aura meta. Seeing lots of Solar Crest, seeing lots of Guardian Greaves, lots of Pipes, lots of Crimsons. TA is not great at doing these grouped objectives. Kind of struggles to get like the farm into that to be strong enough when those items start coming out. So it could be a little bit scary that her laning phase is worse, but knowing when Roche is good or when it spawns is definitely an added benefit. So I think it does a lot of the same things it did before, except a little bit nicer as you get later into the game for especially professional play. Outside of that, it's go ahead.
Oh, just on TA before you mention anything else. I very happy that Meld got nerfed the duration of it from 12 seconds to 6. I think it's been a long time coming. And I've always been a broken record with the fact that information wins games. And to be able to now have TA who not only knows exactly when Roshan is spawning, but also still has her really nice psionic traps for just being able to, with the shard, give a decent amount of vision around the map. I think it's just a really, really good hero. You can't see inside the pit anymore, but you don't need that anymore with traps because you know when he's up. You don't need to even waste a TA trap for that.
Yeah, my biggest worry, I think, information is always so important in these games. It's what, wards generally are probably one of the biggest contributing factors to winning games whenever you see a Dota game. But the thing is, right now, we're probably in the thick of this kind of like aura patch where we're seeing a lot of the same heroes just because they feel so strong on their own. TA can just, no matter how much information you get from so many games that BCOP and I have watched, it just feels like all the information in the world can't stop you from, having these damage issues. It is Sanctity on the mid TA, which I like.
He's very good on TA.
He's extremely good at TA. It has a pretty good matchup into Ember relatively. And the falling off isn't quite as bad because now you're playing mid TA. You have your Ragi on the DK to substitute the damage for you. Interesting to see the Mirana. This is a hero that we haven't seen at all. But outside of that, nothing's too strange. The Morphling is also cool. This is kind of early rotated in the draft against the Spirit Breaker, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was also wondering if, hold on, there might be a little bit of a scrimmage going on here for the Rune. Little dodge there by Yuragi. He is still going for he's going for the Fire Dragon, right? So he's got a little bit of that cleave, enables a position 1 Dragon Knight a little bit more effectively. I was wondering, would he go the Frost one just because you're going up against a Morphling, right? Is that going to be something that's worth considering just for a little bit more of that that healing reduction effect, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think it's too important to have the cleave damage later into the game.
Oh.
Just for, keeping waves pushed out, it's too important for farming. It's nice in theory, but Dragon Knight just farms so slow without this facet that it doesn't really feel like you can get it in the safe lane without it. Really nice CSing here with XM in the mid lane.
Yeah. I
so
think
nice idea, but...
With XM, I've always felt that his big weakness was spirits, basically. There were metas where spirits were super dominant and XM just never was kind of on the same page as a lot of people. Where I feel like he thrives is, when Lina and when Viper and a few more of these not unorthodox heroes, but just non-spirity playmaking flashy heroes are in the meta. So the fact that he did a pretty good job in that first wave or two is a good sign for him, but as you can see, he is getting, beaten down a little bit by the TA.
Getting a bit walloped here. Really nice side blades from Sanctity.
He's been playing so well.
Yeah, you can always tell how much somebody plays TA realistically, how well they understand the hero just by watching the side blades in lane. Very satisfying spell.
XM? He's trying to, and you know what it is too? Sanctity's a really good TA player, knows the hero really well, but also one of his best heroes is Ember, so he understands that hero almost probably as well as he, if not better, understands TA, so he has such a firm grasp on this matchup.
Yeah, and he's showing it. I mean, he's literally just standing on this hill, 7 and 7 at 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Could definitely be an issue. I mean, not even a bottle is on the courier for
Malady.
XM. Malady.
Zincu getting
good
the
stuff.
first blood. I'm interested to see how Zincu wants to build this Mirana as well. Because he played Enchantress in the last game. XM is dead on his screen, it looks
He
like.
can dodge the... Oh, but still just gets right-clicked.
Yeah. I think you're a second or two behind me, so I'm going to pause real quick.
I'm at 237.
I'm at 9,
Yeah, now I'm at 9.
2.
Yeah, alright. Me and Rojo are lined up, I'll be honest.
I think I'm pretty much aligned.
Okay. Let me know if you need my time. But yeah, so I'm interested to see how ZQ plays this because he played Enchantress last game and he wasn't aggressive with it really at all the way you kind of expect him to play.
Yeah, the game ended up being so weird for him, and he kind of tries to go like this pseudo Hurricane Pike build to be useful as the game progresses, but the draft was just so hard in this last game, so hard to think of much for Zincu to do. Mirana gives a little, like, at least the nice part is, Mirana, for such a talented player like Zincu, it gives a lot more playmaking potential. So many wacky things that you can do in this hero. Not a hero you see a lot, so Navi probably not entirely prepared for it.
DY out a
DY.
little bit far here. This is going to turn into a very easy kill.
Yeah, overstepping, and
When they get XXS and they'll trade Malady, but man, around the horn, they are getting some of these kills. We've seen this a couple times where they're just behind the tower cleaning up.
yeah, this change as well in the recent patch to make bracers give health instead of damage has not really seemed to decrease their value at all. I mean, if anything, I think a lot of heroes actually want bracers more because the 3 damage isn't... You know, the 3 damage maybe for like a Dragon Knight who's going carry is nice, but 50 health, I mean, if you're playing Underlord, playing Sand King, feels like that's going to be a little bit better outside of the laning phase. Palme's having a really nice lane at least on the Morphling, but that kill that you give away to PMA is never something you want to do. We should also touch on, for anyone who doesn't know, the Spirit Breaker did not get many changes. Oh, top lane.
Top lane again, Malady looks like he might be dead, and I'm trying to wonder what the build is going to be here for Mirana.
I think it's Guardian Greaves. Guardian Greaves or Solar Crest is generally. Maybe Atos if he's feeling wacky, maybe Yules, but
Is XM?
something Utility Sanctity.
No way XM's dead again here, right? Surely
He does have
he's...
the chance.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Jesus. Making it as close as it could ever feel, though.
Yeah. These matchups always feel tense. Generally, the only way that TA generally does quite well into these lanes, the only way that you lose very much on TA into Ember Spirit is disrespecting his level 1 or 2 and getting a really bad trade. Or being over-aggressive and getting rotated on can sometimes be difficult for TA. That being said, this matchup has gotten even worse for Ember in the sense that you don't break the refraction instantly now, since there's the base damage. So it doesn't feel particularly easy for XM, especially now down half a level on Sanctity who has the traps, not going to be able to get the rune.
Ooh.
6 heroes in this mid lane almost.
What is it now? 30 damage, I think, per refraction instance.
Yeah, roughly. So
And that's after magic resistance and all that, right? So it's going to take at least 3 seconds of just standing next to TA to break 1.
Yikes.
yeah, you still once you he is maxing the Flame Guard because he really has to even
have to,
feel it in this game at all. It still takes like 2 seconds or so, but you used to instantly break it. Iragi kind of overstepping.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here, but the Firestorm's not on him anymore, so he's able to survive.
That survives just barely. Zayats, ooh, kind of shows on the wave, gives away what he wanted to do. It's in Q. Knows the
Iragi?
games he's playing.
Still
You are
trying to
missing
get the
that.
kill.
Shinkyu?
Well played by Zayats there. 2 Wisdom Runes. pretty big deal here.
He can just charge wherever he wants.
And
Might have been a little
DY
bit
actually
slow, though.
dies to Yuragi. Meanwhile, Zayats gets away. This is... If he's able to deny himself here, that... Oh, my God.
That would have been really funny if he bashed and didn't die.
XG are kind of getting away with murder right now. With some of the moves that they made, like... Getting that wisdom rune, moving over, denying yourself to neutrals, getting the kill on a DY.
He said XG, I think, is what the...
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why
Navi's
they
getting away
confuse
with the
noise.
murder.
Yeah, Navi is definitely showing prowess in this early game. Ame is pretty much their only saving grace, but it is Ame on a Morphling, so can't be too upset about that. Playing into the Spirit Breaker.
Oh. DY's kind of stuck.
He actually can't get out. ZinQ on a killing spree.
Yeah.
Dead
Does he
man.
give that up, though? Yes.
Bash?
Doesn't even need it.
What's the, did we see what... He's gone full bore, right? On DY?
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes.
Oh
You can
my
definitely
God.
be like this real artillery style.
There we go.
He's like, please. Get me out of here.
Yeah, it feels nice, but DY in the laning phase initially, he definitely overstepped onto this kind of Navi off lane without Ami being there, so he gives away a kill to PMA. PMA still having a relatively rough time versus Ami on the Morphling, but has more than enough stacks in the triangle to make up for it if they can't contest it on XG. Can always hand those over to Sanctity as well.
I wonder what DY is actually going to go in terms of his item build as well, right? Because most of the time, I think, with the Snapfire, if you're playing it as this this full bore ranged artillery style where you just never join into team fights, the most effective way to play it, at least in my eyes, is build auras. Like, you are the aura builder, whether it be Greaves, Pipe, whatever. And I know he's a position 5, so it's going to take him a while to get there. But if you've got Underlord that's kind of fulfilling that sort of role, what then do you go? I think we mentioned Mirana potentially going for something like that Solar Crest. Maybe it's going to be Snapfire going that instead and allow Mirana to go into the Atos, but I'm not even necessarily sure that you need to go Atos as well, right? You've already got 2 roots with the Underlord and the Ember Spirit to be able to play around with, so it's not like you're lacking in control to enable a lot of these arrows, right?
Yeah, generally I think there's enough support items that you can kind of spread them around. I mean, worst case scenario, ZinQ or DY can go Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. Those kind of items you can never have enough of. So even if
actually, yeah, the Force.
yeah.
These-
So those are probably going to be the kind of items they're going into. He goes into Spirit Vessel, I think, is a decent one as well.
Yeah.
They know.
These stacks are insane. The stacks that he took before were pretty scrumptious as well.
I don't think they're really able to contest. They're just kind of fake doing it, maybe making it annoying for PMA, but Axes go so far that it doesn't really stop much. ZinQ maybe snipes 1 or 2. Steals the XP, which is quite
I feel
nice.
like Army should show up, right? Like, you've got the waveform attacking targets for half damage. You could just waveform through everything and seal it all if you time it right.
He's content on just taking the lane.
Sure. I mean, if no one's going to contest him, why not?
Yeah, and now Cookie, this turns out to be even better. Primal Roar is now wasted. But if TA can clean up, that's going to feel really bad.
Oh, okay. I thought that was an uphill miss.
Killing a ZinQ feels nice for Sanctity, especially considering there was a killing spree on ZinQ.
Ooh, and the turnaround
Ruyi.
to XXS. They don't even need the charge
deep,
to
though.
land. He's deep, but... Ooh, Zayat
He's
stopped
dead.
the charge.
Surely he's dead.
I'm a little surprised that Zayat stopped the charge there.
Maybe just feeling like he needed to deal with the Mortimer's Kisses instead.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the DK would have survived, or at least maybe gotten more of a trade out of that.
Yeah, maybe expecting a few more TPs to have already been used. I kind of... Yes, it's never good for your position 1 to be dying like that, but he also had a siege creep hitting into the tower, so it was a lot of XP and gold that was going by the wayside by taking that fight beyond the tower, and a little bit of tower damage done as well, so it's not actually the worst by Yuragi to make that play.
Yeah, it doesn't end up losing too much on that play, especially ends up taking away some pressure away from PMA, who clears up the rest of these stacks in the Ancient. It's still behind Ame by a pretty considerable amount, so kind of impressive. Ame's farm here. Yuragi's not that far behind, though.
I'm shocked that PMA is not as farmed as I thought he would be. With all those stacks that he took, like, we have seen average-wise, Beastmasters get a 12-minute Ags.
Yeah, this game not quite getting there, but thankfully his other two cores are pretty far ahead of their respective roles. I mean, no, Yuragi's in the head of the Morphling, but he's ahead of the Underlord, at least, which is nice, and the big difference here is Sanctity and XM on that Ember Spirit. Can be a little bit hard for XM to get into the game from this point, but it still has pretty good levels, so looks like the Flame Guard Max has done him a little bit of justice, and even if he doesn't have the most net worth, he at least has the levels to have presence on the map.
And a little bit more survivability as well, if he really wants to just, you know, go for these deeper attempts.
Yeah, the early CC is kind of difficult from Navi onto specifically XM. So, and especially Ame now with the Lincoln, it's gonna feel really hard to punish him on the side lanes. Gonna be kind of a game of seeing if you can just out farm the enemy team, maybe make a nice move.
Any minus healing on Navi? Like, I don't think anyone's going for Vessel. I don't think anyone's going for Shivas anytime soon.
Good arrow.
Yeah, it'll take quite a while, I think, to go towards the anti-heal. I think the best you can honestly do is probably some early Orb of Corrosion. Maybe Spirit Vessel on Spirit Breaker is doable, but so little net worth on Zayats on the Spirit Breaker. They also, notably, I was trying to talk about this a little bit earlier, they didn't change Spirit Breaker very much, but now his charge is a little bit slower at the start, and it ramps up in speed, which is a pretty big nerf for the hero. And also, interestingly, a nerf for Morphling in this matchup, just because you're always the most you spend as Spirit Breaker is generally like 4 seconds maybe. The Bulldoze is still very strong, so it's not that big of a deal, but you're missing that surprise factor on the charge. Can be hard to get that chain stun, but nice Ice Path.
And not even needing the charge to get that kill. And I wish they would click on Melody for a second, because he's level 8 and doesn't have his ult.
True. I guess feeling like they are lacking a little bit of that lockdown, I suppose. Like, he's not going to get big value out of it.
This Roshan dies in, I think that was less than 15 seconds.
Drums of
before
Psalm.
It even moves.
Drums of Psalm and Meld and...
So I don't actually know when it tells you how long is left on the Roche respawn. Does it tell you while you've still got the Aegis? Does it tell you once it's expired? Not sure.
Yuragi in trouble. Good kisses. They need a Pit of Malice here to lock him down. Cookie's gonna hit. Pit of Malice to follow it up, and a full bore Scatterblast DY on a killing spree.
Okay, DY.
I love Snapfire as a support. Like, it's so much damage from such a safer range. I was a little surprised at how many people were playing the Ricochet 2 style, but Sanctity.
Spirit Vessel.
We've got control.
Only there, but that's 5 heroes all of a sudden.
And this is what happens when Beastmaster, I get why, but he's the one taking the Aegis there.
Yeah, I mean, really big mistakes there by Navi to lose Yuragi and then Sanctity. I mean, generally really good setup by XG. The Ember Mirana is a pretty OG combo. It just feels so nice to have. Your engage range is so far. Having any hero that can kind of just give Mirana like this 3-4 second stun feels really nice. And they use it well onto Sanctity there, who has the blink but isn't able to get out of that combo.
You're definitely not lacking in damage as well with your support duo on XG either, right? As soon as Mirana gets into the shard, it's just a crazy amount of damage that you're able to output with any kind of CC, and they're not going to let them just get away with dewarding either.
Spirit Vessel.
Vessel, but will survive. I don't think he ticks out for that. Yeah, 10 health. Xingqiu now trying to run. Macropyre finally on the ground. They get the kill into DY. They need one more right click. It will be a meld strike to get the kill into Xingqiu. All of a sudden, 2 kills are there for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not as bad as giving away 2 of the core kills, but feels bad to lose that presence on the map. Feels bad to lose the warding potential. So it could be a little bit punishing for XG just to go for that play that really didn't amount to much. I think they didn't expect quite that heavy of a commitment onto the 2 supports.
Right.
Gives them the mid tower. Sanctity walks in here.
And I think the reason they went for that play is because they've got that deep ward down the bottom that saw Underlord farming the entire time. They knew when they went for that previous attempt, it was the Fiend's Gate that was used to be able to, get in, provide that +1, make that 2-for-1 turnaround happen. But without the Fiend's Gate, if Underlord's on the other side of the map, they said, hey, we can actually turn this one around, get a couple of kills, get rid of their wards, and get the tower.
And
my God.
get the Underlord just a few moments later.
He melted.
Yep.
Usually not a hero that does that.
Yeah, currently he has only 1 point in the Atrophy Aura, which is pretty normal, but he brushed Pipe, so his tankiness into the TA, the summons from Beastmaster and Yuragi is not there yet. Always got a full Manta style, so this is still your biggest problem for sure. I mean, not only do I think Morphling is in a pretty decent spot as a hero, even when it's not, some of the best Morphling players in the world are just gonna always manage to get a lead, always manage to make this hero feel strong. Ame is certainly one of them.
And you're going up against an SB, so great value out of the morph. And you also don't have those heroes, like we were mentioning before, that are going to be able to provide that healing reduction against him. So how, even if you do catch him, does he actually die?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I think I would have hoped almost that Malady would be going into a Spirit Vessel, maybe. I would kind of want, maybe even just an Orb of Corrosion on Yuragi, even later in the game. I think even at this point, it wouldn't be amiss to buy it. Because that effect of reducing the healing is so important against Morphling. The only thing that sucks is, I mean, any item that you're building into at this point, he has Manta. So anything that isn't Shiva's, isn't Scotty, isn't going to necessarily stick.
Yeah. Orb of Corrosion, I guess, is still that value item to be able to get at that stage. But I'd have to say SB probably wants to be going into, the Shadowblade, as most Spirit Breakers do, just to provide that extra little bit of surprise jump before you're able to, remnant away or leap away.
This is the first showing that Gleipnir picked up by XM, so quick kill there onto the Jakiro. Tier 3 taking damage at 20 minutes, man. Whoosh.
Yeah, and look at Sanctity here. He bought the shard early, which I think is a great decision. This shard feels really, really nice on TA. Definitely catches people off guard at first, and throughout most of the game if you're able to chain them well. Sometimes can mess up Morphling's Manta timing, sometimes just catch a hero out randomly, especially on XM, who can't get in, doesn't have the luxury of getting into a BKB or a Manta early, went straight for that Gleipnir. Not super high net worth, and it also gives bonus vision. So, I mean, look at Sanctity here, he has a little home.
It's actually an insane shard game. I'm not, it's a S tier shard for mine, but this is triple S, considering what you're going up against, for all the reasons that you mentioned. Forcing that BKB, and even going up against a Snapfire who's going to get the kisses off this time, but you've got a way to be able to disable those from range.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm kind of trying to walk onto Yuragi, but Yuragi has an Orchid, he just got off Courier.
Pretty tank.
He's
And the
tanky,
BKB,
but
they're
they're
trying to
doing a
force
good
this
job
too.
here. But the Ice Path, the Macropyre, the BKB, now the turn onto the Beastmaster. They melt PMA. Melody's going to fall with him, and this BKB is going to run out in a second, so they might be able to catch him as he goes up that high ground and will. Dragon Tail is there, but they've whipped him, they've killed him, and Ame's got himself a couple as Extreme make that look easy.
That felt like miscommunication to me. The PMA turns up trying to get a little bit of save off for him, and Yuragi just BKBs and runs. He didn't want a bar of that fight, and I'm a little surprised that PMA felt like they were ready to go, considering Sanctity wasn't really in the vicinity to be able to make too much of an impact.
Yeah, the other thing is too
auras that they're going up against, right?
Yeah, the auras are incredibly strong against TA, as I was mentioning, but you bought the shard early on TA, And all of them are in the spot side area. Your wards are in the spot side area. So when you take this like random fight in the mid lane, while Zayats is dead, it feels so unfavorable for you already, on top of the fact that 1,400 of your TA's net worth, which is a lot at this point in the game, is not very meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a Shadow Blade on Zayats. I feel like definitely feeling the nerf a little bit to the Spirit Breaker at this point, and also just how tough of a game he's had. XM.
That change to the Shadow Amulet means that he's not going to be able to just stay inside of it as well.
Yep.
Now only has that 3.5 second duration, so Zayats is going to die again.
They finally gave Chappie
They know
no
Sanctity's here.
more ways to be able to just sit there.
Never to Chappie. Yeah, this is definitely an aura moment. I mean, honestly, more than that too is the Morphling. Ame is 4,000 gold ahead of Yuragi, which we've really struggled to see most heroes keep that far ahead of the Dragon Knight, if not fall behind of the Dragon Knight carry. So convincingly ahead in net worth here. Full Hurricane Pike. They have Deso on TA, but that does not address the Morphling very well.
They don't want Q. They want to be able to grab this Underlord before he's able to get the auras off. They want to try and get the Ember Spirit. They've got the burst damage.
Pulled it
That's
off
exactly what they needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
and
going-
they know.
And, well, just PMA, just getting the kill as well. I mean, if he's not going these auras build, he's gone a lot more of the pick-off style. This Melody ends up dying. He is going to get into those Greaves a little bit more quickly, right? So now you do have a way to be able to contest against some of these roots that he's going to be going up against. You're going to have some of these auras to be able to play around with. The Sanctity, now he's playing around these traps that he's got to be able to play with. How did he not get him there?
I know, nice try there. They do know the nice part on Na'Vi, due to the most recent patch. They know that Roshan is up.
Mm-hmm.
So can try to play accordingly to that, but XG obviously knows the timer, so have a general feeling.
General feeling?
Both teams. Both teams going to be looking towards it. It's just, how do you start these fights? It's also especially annoying for Zayats. Not only is his hero a little bit nerfed, not only is it countered by the Morphling, not only is he playing into so many roots, but he's just playing into Underlord, which is, before BKB, probably one of the most nightmarish matchups for Spirit Breaker. Trying to just be annoying, as this hero is good at doing, sets up a really nice vision for what's going to be a potential Roche attempt, you'd assume.
It's so good, right? Like, they know exactly when it's up. They know Roshan is going to be on that top side. They're just preparing for it completely. So maybe even just trying to have this Spirit Breaker here as a charge interrupt.
This is not the first time we've seen Roar feel kind of wasted like that, but they already get the kill on a Xingqiu. They'll look over at the Underlord, and Guardian Greaves not feeling like it's going to keep him alive much longer after the Meld Strike again coming in from Sanctity. PMA's down to a little sliver of health. They've got the charge, they'll land it, they'll get the kill on XM, and that's going to be 3 heroes dead. They want more. It's a cookie onto the high ground, a cookie into almost certain death, but Ame...
What are you doing here, buddy?
He's silenced, and Manta's waveforming away, but there's the shard with the trap, silencing again. I mean, goddamn.
5v1, still can't kill him. Able to get away, but they'll take the prize. They'll take the tower. They'll take the 3-4-0 exchange, and absolutely they'll take Roshan.
Yeah, it picks up a gem on DY. I do like this a lot. Gem is, even in a losing position, so strong against TA to just get rid of the minefield that they set up. They're looking towards Roche, but ultimately I don't think we'll be able to get anything out of it. And yeah, one of the interesting things, they get the stun onto Xingqiu, which is massive. Takes so much impact out of that fight. XXS takes so much damage in the Macropyre, but one thing about Morphling that a lot of people fail to realize if they don't play against it a lot or haven't played it a lot themselves, it can be one of the most effective counters to force him to morph into strength early, because it takes so much time out of the fight for him. So Ame goes almost full strength, or trying to go into XM, who still has no defensive item.
Oh my god.
And he's building into Lincoln so that he can't get stunned, which is smart by XM, but it also means that these TA traps are going to continue to do the same thing this whole game.
Does provide him a ton of protection though, right? From charge, from roar, from blink dragon tail. Very necessary.
Yeah.
It's just, again, a matter of where is your A, damage coming from, and B, how are you going to be able to protect yourself if you do get silenced?
Yeah, so you...
Like Lotus territory next on Underlord.
Yeah, Lotus maybe even on Xin Q if he can get towards it. Pretty good item on Mirana in general, but they are pretty significantly losing map control on XG. Still have a really decent net worth, but it's mostly Ame. It doesn't feel like XM or XXS are much more impactful than their net worth show. Underlord, of course, with auras and pit is always going to be useful, but on XM it feels tough.
It's a little surprising to me that they only really have Ame as that big damage dealer. I felt like, honestly, they were dominating for a while.
Mm-hmm. I think Xingqiu can deal a ton of damage if he gets his first few items. This is pretty key. Not going to be him that gets the shard, going over to XXS instead.
Yeah, Xingqiu already bought his. Actually.
Okay, good. So that is a good way to be able to deal a ton of that damage. Maybe then do you go into Shiva's on the Mirana instead, just with the Veil build up for a little bit of that extra damage for the double Star Storm?
I think you're looking at probably just more utility on Xingqiu. Probably Yules is great into their team comp. DY is kind of overstepping. He has a gem. He's got to be really careful.
Yeah.
And a huge problem we're running into, and they know it as well in Navi, they give the Aegis over to PMA. Doesn't have a BKB, which would be nice, but has the Guardian Greaves almost into pipe. DY.
Oh, DY
Oh, he hit a
out
creep
in front.
instead.
That's a problem. Yuragi gets the kill on a DY. Primal Roar comes through. Underlord's gonna die. Extreme. They've pulled game one. They pulled it out from behind.
He was trying to hit that sentry with the gem, and he ended up hitting a range creep twice instead. So not only does he, not take away a little bit of that vision, but it means that they're not able to just easily get away under the cover of that Moonlight Shadow, and they give away the gem.
Yeah, huge blunder by DY. I mean, even if he gets that sentry, it just feels so unnecessary to get that sentry there. They know how strong Navi are. They know the kind of timing they're playing under. Yuragi's building into the Scotty now, so hoping to address the Morphling later in the game rather than earlier.
And they were fighting into an Aegis as well, considering you've got an Underlord for high ground. Like, that just seems like... You wait 1.5 minutes. It wasn't that long of a time to, have to wait to maybe get things back on your side as well. I think Ame at that point had picked up his butterfly, but he's, as you can see, making his way towards the Satanic, and it's going to be quite some time.
Yeah, it's also just... I mean, that's not... We're talking about how, Snapfire is this long-range nuker, does so much damage, and it's kind of crucial to the damage of XG, and walks up to hit a sentry. So even... Worst-case scenario, even if DY doesn't die, it feels like he's kind of out of position to even get usage out of his spells. So rare kind of mistake from DY there. Doesn't end up giving away, thankfully, too much. They either buy a second gem or somehow manage to get it.
I think they gave it over. Mirana bought it and gave it over to the Ember.
Yeah.
They want to take away some of this TA traps around the map, just giving them so much vision for free.
Yeah, Sanctity's been in the same part of the map for so long. Are they able to get chain stun out of the smoke? I mean, not really. Seconds. They don't have good chain stunning capabilities for the most part. Has to be some kind of cookie.
By Sanctity as well, to back off right before that Aegis is about to expire, right? He knew that this was coming.
Oh.
And there is a BKB from W Zayats. There is a pipe out from PMA. Gonna struggle to fight here.
If this fight gets won in this position, they just take the base, don't they? You're so close to just taking the base.
Don't
try
think
to
they
get
have any
Ember
buyback as well. Only TA has it.
XM. Under the Shroud of Moonlight Shadow, Sentry down, Sleight of Fist, Gleipnir used, Guardian Greaves come through, charges all the way out into XM. BKB is going to be popped as well, looking for the Nether Strike. But not
Nice
committing all the way
Linken's
over.
Ame actually, or is there different Lincolns? I swear
Mirana.
XM didn't have. Yeah, if Mirana has a Lincolns, then it was really nicely done by ZinQ. Actually stopped them from probably getting that kill that would have been on the XM. So holding on to signs of life from XG here, especially Ame, who still is convincingly the top net worth. Just feels like it's so hard for a solo Morphling to get into the team fights and really do much damage at this point, even with this net worth.
Morphling.
The thing
Going
is,
straight
like,
to the Daedalus.
it's only a 6k difference, right? Like, it's not
Yeah.
like the game is completely over just yet. And you gotta say, there is so much room for XM to grow as well. It's not like he's had, to be honest, that much impact in a lot of these team fights, right? We saw there it was a nice 3-man Gleipnir just to try and, create a little bit of space for the rest of the team. But if he is able to get into that BKB for himself and maybe just one damaging item, that's all I feel like he'll really need to really start to amp up his impact in this game.
You also have ZinQ too, right? Like, he's kind of getting a bit of farm, but I guess so is the Spirit Breaker at this point.
He's no stranger to carrying games from 4 as well. As
Yeah. I would like them to click on him to see his build, because I'd like to know if he is kind of going into that more, if he's even queuing up anything to be greedy as a Mirana.
I think I saw
Dottie
him going
is out for
BKB
me,
next as what he had queued up after the Lincolns. That was a good 5 minutes ago, though.
Knowing when Roche is up on Na'Vi, so this is the only thing that worries me, is that the map control feels so dominant from Na'Vi. They're playing really well around just dodging what anything XG wants to do, not giving any free kills, and even though the net worth is only 8k, XG, it just feels like their only source of damage is Ame. So if they can manage to, kind of mess with Ame, who doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have a Satanic at this point, it feels like you don't have any damage on XG. So there's certainly avenues for them to pull some miracle work like they did in the first game. It's just they're going to have to really find, particularly, I would have to guess it'd be Jin-Q again on the arrows, because their lockdown is another issue they have on XG, especially into these BKBs from Na'Vi. It's not really any instant stuns. So in the early game, they have a lot of lockdown because of the Underlord, because of the Ember Spirit, potentially the slows and Cookie from Snapfire. But in this later portion of the game, it feels hard to burst people without getting some kind of miracle arrow, and Na'Vi obviously are expecting them.
Look at that enormous creep wave in mid as well. I mean, XM is going to be very, very happy to farm that. I don't think we're seeing any big damage spikes coming through from them outside of this Daedalus that Ame's just picked up. XXS, he's going into an Aghanim Scepter about 1.5 components away, so that's a little bit more control, which we have been hoping for. I think I saw Shin-Q going for a Crimson Guard, so a little bit more protection, and Ember Spirit's actually the one going for BKB into the Shivas, so a way to be able to deal with a little bit of this healing coming from both the DK and the Beastmaster, but not damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if XM's going to be able to get to that Shiva's. Still decently far away, but the BKB is going to help him so much in playing these fights. That is probably one of the biggest saving graces for XG, is 10-second BKB on Ember can do a lot, but certainly you can get chain stunned into this Na'Vi lineup too.
Do they
Dragon
walk up
Tail
into this
charge.
again is the question.
And they've got the Primal Roar. They get the kill on the XM.
Not able to BKB.
Yeah, never was able to. He got charged, got stunned. BKB's
Got a
worthless
second
if he
Lincoln
can't
given
activate
as
it.
well.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is what feels so easy from the Na'Vi lineup at this point in the game. It was really well played by Yuragi. He jumps in, instantly Dragon Tail, and then breaks the Lincolns with the Orchid. So he wasn't expecting it. On XM, there wasn't a second Lincolns because they didn't think it would happen. Now you get a free Roche. This one has the Aghanim's Blessing. I would imagine it does go over to Dragonite.
I mean,
Can't really be upset.
doesn't feel as good as it used to be, right?
It doesn't, but it still is free pathing, which is always strong, and then it just kind of, you know, increases, I believe, the splash and whatnot. So
Yeah.
isn't weak. It's not the best. It isn't what it used to be for sure. Back in my day, Dragonite Axe was one of the strongest in the game. Now it just feels good. Quality of life. Walking over terrain is always going to be useful, especially just to get damage off. And yeah,
Me being a support, just give it to the Jakiro. It's pretty good.
it is quite good on the Jakiro. I wouldn't hate that either.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, XXS is getting close to an Ags, but that doesn't feel like nearly the timing that Navi is reaching. Not on the same power level for sure. Sanctity, MKB working into Daedalus.
What do you even buy on XM to be able to survive these? Because it really felt like they did everything to be able to protect him there, right? Like he had the additional armor from the Cloak of Flames. I think he had a Flame Guard up. He had his own Lincolns. He had a Lincolns given over to him. He had the pipe and greaves used to be able to heal him, and he still just melted. Does he just need a plate mail? Like, does he need that armor component of the veil into the Shivas?
Yeah, I think him building into Shivas is definitely the correct choice here. It just provides too much. The only thing is, again, I'm just worried about him getting to it. Navi are reaching such a timing, and XM doesn't have a great way to farm. Not particularly picking up that many kills on XG, considering how Navi are playing. So many traps they're sitting around, so many auras that they can't really get through on XG yet.
And they themselves are finally starting to build into a few of those heal reduction items. I think I just saw PMA having his own Shivas queued up for himself. So obviously the spell damage amplification from the Veil is going to be very nice for himself. Just a little bit of extra control as well to enable these really farmed other cores to really input their damage. But more importantly, ways to be able to minimize the effect of the Greaves, minimize the effect of Morphling and that survivability.
Yeah, I mean, the timings just feel so much stronger from Navi. The net worth is feeling really impactful with everything they have. They have Ags and XS, which is nice, but it doesn't feel akin to a lot of what you're getting on Navi. And the biggest issue here for XG is, are you able to lock down these heroes?
They're going to try. They're going to try and get PMA. Guardian Greaves are there. They've got the 4 staff back, but they get the kill into PMA. They look over at Malady. They've got themselves
All right,
2.
that's a big one.
Sanctity, BKB, but the bash and the kill, taking out Sanctity so quickly.
Well, there's
He's not
Ame.
liking in damage, yeah, and they were actually enabled to get him into that fight as well. Something as well, a bunch of people joined that fight through the Fiend's Gate, and that was something that did receive a buff in the recent patch as well, right? I think it's a 10%, maybe even 20% movement speed and some damage reduction as well, which is doubled anytime you go through the Fiend's Gate. Otherwise, it's just from a teleport in general. It was a really weird place for PMA just to be farming completely away from most of his team as well.
Yeah, Yuragi is so far from them is really what the big thing is. It just, they're lacking damage when Yuragi isn't around. They gave the Aghanims to him. He is a lot of their lockdown. He is so much of their damage at this point in the game. Yeah, so really just a strange place for PMA to be.
Oh, Arrow. Actually hit the Spirit Breaker. That gives him a chance to go for Zayats. They go to the Yules, and now all of a sudden the charge in. It hits on Yuragi. He's pretty low. He's going to die. They'll get the kill on Zayats. They lost Malady, and they don't have buyback. Did they just throw this game away? Yuragi? Oh, my God.
They're very happy to be able to get 2 core buybacks out of that, plus a Rax, plus a bunch of kills off the back of that into an Aegis. It was a 16k net worth difference there, guys. It's gone. It's gone. It's all XG right now.
Blink and you miss it. That was so quick from XG that really just the positioning error from PMA has made, we're giving them so much opportunity here, and the lockdown that they're lacking has actually been kind of compensated through Ame getting the
Lincoln's
Spirit Breaker last
Vessel
ditch.
on Yuragi, and he's just melted. Dead for 100 seconds, and that 16,000 net worth lead, it is gone, and the tier 4s are gone, and your throne is going to melt away while Extreme Gaming take game number 3 and take the series 2-1.
That was a 2-minute, 23,000 net worth swing
Wow.
when you don't have the ages. So this is what I'm surprised the crowd isn't going more bonkers than that.
Open the
this is-
curtains.
Yeah.
Open the
it's a team,
curtains.
the home team. You would imagine that there's a lot of support. Nice venue.
So
Be able to be playing in.
it's the bottom of a ski jump.
Oh.
How cool
Yeah,
is that?
I think it was because the Olympics were in China.
Yeah, in
so a few years
2022.
ago, yeah.
So it's the
Yeah.
bottom of the ski jump venue. It's actually so cool.
Super cool. And I mean, really, extremely well played by Ame throughout the entire game, just to ensure he always had that net worth. And at the end of the game, turning into the Spirit Breaker, that's pretty much the whole reason that they picked this hero for Ame so early in the draft. And it paid huge dividends, giving them the lockdown they needed. But really, I think PMA, I mean, Na'Vi just aren't going to live this one down, I bet. They were so close to having it. Uragi is far from his team. PMA just a little bit split, and he goes like full aura build, which I didn't mind, but not having that BKB on PMA meant that once they had that initial root onto him, they were able to keep him locked down, which is kind of the whole struggle of their draft up until that point. They take away the roar, they take away so many of the auras. It's just a huge error there by Na'Vi, and it ends up swinging the game in just 2 minutes. Can't be a good feeling for them.
I
No,
can't believe
man.
it got
I mean,
swapped
he's
that
a young
quick.
player, right? These are the sorts of things that he's going to learn from this. It's not like it is kind of like Dota 101. Play with your team, play with your Aegis, let them be in the most, dangerous position. And maybe just not expecting there to be a ward on that high ground. But gotta say, it's a pretty obvious spot for a ward as well. So it's just something that they're going to rue to regret. They're not out of the tournament though, right? They're just into that lower bracket. Second round of the lower bracket as well, I believe. So they're going to be playing up against the winner of Azure and Team Zero. So they get knocked down by one Chinese team and they're going to get joined by another.
Yeah, they play them, and then Nigma play the winner of the next series, Virtus Pro against Talon.
How has Nigma
Ooh.
looked, by the way? I haven't had a chance to watch too many of the games.
They looked good. They kind of threw away the game, the third game.
Kind of Nigma Galaxy fashion, I think.
Yeah.
Nigma fans are, I mean, it's so emotionally difficult because they're always so on the cusp of being this like incredible team with incredible players, and then they always fall short in just these few ways, which is kind of what happened today that we saw. But overall, I think that they looked pretty decent. It seemed like there weren't like super glaring issues that are gonna immediately throw them out of the tournament or anything that you like can't fix within the time before these games.
Yeah, I think they look good. They just are. They're not putting it all together. They're close
Yeah,
to
and
putting it
look-
all together, though.
It's
Yeah,
kinda
they've
crazy
struggled with that a lot.
I feel like the exact thing that happened to Na'Vi could have very easily happened to XG, right? But XG were just a little bit more disciplined, I suppose is the best way to put it, right? With a lot of their movements, with playing together as a team. They've obviously got the advantage of having Moonlight Shadow plus Underlord plus Ember Spirit that's a little bit more easily able to join in to a lot of these fights. So yeah, I think they just understood the strengths and weaknesses of their draft, the position that they were in, and they played around the right sort of heroes. I think XM did a great job to be able to salvage that game with being able to find a bunch of these pickoffs.
Yeah, XM played, especially towards the end of the game, once he kind of had that full item build, felt like he could play so much more confident, get so much more. And I mean, ultimately, too, a big part of it is the later and later they went into the game, the less ways they had to deal with the morphling. And Ame, he was, massive the entire game. It just felt like he wasn't able to fully join these fights without getting some kind of CC'd, without getting some kind of silenced, without having, enough damage to get through the auras. Suddenly, in this last fight, you take away Beastmaster. So you're getting rid of that aura, and more importantly, you're kind of getting rid of this roar that was kind of a threat for him. And TA, this hero, it used to feel stronger, a little bit stronger in the late game, but a big problem it's had for most of its history is eventually you kind of run out of damage a little bit. There's only so many damage items you can buy. And especially into a Morphling, your damage is so heavy into the physical. It just
Yeah,
feels like you don't
You
have
need
any
a
way to get
snowball.
through Ame. Yeah.
for sure. I feel like giving her the kit of knowing when Roshan is going to spawn, right? That is going to enable that even further, right? Because it just, even if it saves, I don't know, 30 seconds worth of guessing, that's a big deal in terms of TA. You know, that's an additional item before another person is able to get into it. Or, you know, you take the fight and you know, all right, I've got enough time to get into a tiny bit more minus armor. That'll get me a quicker Roche. That'll get me a quicker tower. That'll open up the map. And I mean, we saw how Sanctity played, right? He was unchecked on the Extreme Gaming jungle for the majority of that game. You have a look at a lot of these KDAs, and you would have to imagine, you know what, Uragi was in a good spot, Sanctity was in a good spot, PMA, not too bad of a spot. A lot of the deaths were on the supports, but it was the one that really mattered that we said they never had an answer for in Ame, that deathless the entire game.
Damn. It's crazy that he could stay deathless. It feels like he's on his heels at some points in a lot of that game.
Yeah, there's so much CC too, and they got it so early in the game, but Ame was just ahead of an item ahead pretty much the whole game, and didn't even end up going BKB into this lineup, which feels psychotic. I mean, I would never have thought to do that. He makes it seem kind of effortless. Just really clean last few minutes of gameplay there from him. So much time just being focused and concentrated. It seems like you'd think that his job is easy in this game in a sense of just, you know, kind of farming where the enemies aren't and then being so big that they can't deal with him. But it takes a lot of focus to be, you know, constantly paying attention. Probably always had his fingers, you know, on the Manta style, always TPing away from the enemies, keeping a really good just kind of thumb on where Navi is playing. And I mean, not dying once in a 40-minute game in any Dota game ever is impressive, but to do it in this kind of game is entirely different.
Yeah, he did eventually have a lot of survivability for all the reasons that we were saying. Plus, you know, he has Manta, he has Satanic, he had Hurricane Pikes or 4-staff, he had Lincolns, and he had, what was that? A Glimmer, a Solo, a Crimson Guard, a Pipe, and a Greaves, and an Underlord Atrofiora to be able to play around, and a 4-staff to be able to get him out. So he was in a pretty good spot a lot of the time, was Allmate Ame, and yeah, I'm surprised that it ended that quickly, but that's what a good team like Extreme Gaming can do to you.
Oh, for sure. And now we get an interview with XXS. Obviously, we can't hear it, which is...
How good's your lip reading?
In a language I don't know? Very,
absolutely.
yeah, so good. I actually, you know, I know everything that Marshall's going to say right now. You know, we were nervous, and Ame said he got this, and he did. Well, that's precisely right, XXS. You know, you were looking at your new jerseys, your new kit, brought to you by Onwear, sponsor, hashtag. What do you think about them? They're pretty sweet. That's right. I know they're pretty sweet. And how did you feel when you guys were down 16,000 net worth? Obviously, you didn't know that number, but I'm going to tell you right now. Were you ever scared?
Subscribe to P-Cop.
Yeah, that's
Twitch
what he
Prime
said.
if you haven't.
I just wanted to thank my biggest fan and supporter, BCop, hashtag Twitch Prime, hashtag something, donate.
Marbles.
Hashtag marbles.
Play, exclamation mark play, exclamation mark boost.
Exclamation point play. Speaking of which.
All right.
There were kind of rumors that were going around that before this game, Ame was a part of the B-Cop Marbles stream. And that's kind of what gave him the inspiration heading into this one.
Oh, those are the facts. Yeah, he's a very big marbles player. He's usually in here. It's kind of crazy. Oh, that was bright. I don't know why that just did that. The Factory. Interesting.
The Factory?
Yeah, that's the name of this marbles level.
Oh.
Yeah, they've got a 15-minute break. I can't believe they're going to play all 4 series.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 640 in China at the moment.
Yeah, I guess it's 640 at night. Yeah. I mean, starting a series at 10 at night is kind of wild.
Yeah. I mean, those are gamer hours anyway. It's fine.
Well, it's maybe curfew as well, I'm thinking, at that area.
Hey, where is Zhangjiakou. Where is that?
East of Beijing, I think.
It is northwest of Beijing, towards Mongolia.
I tried.
Beijing-esque. Where have you been in China, B-Cup?
I've never been to China.
What?
Yeah.
That's cray-cray.
Yeah. I didn't get invited to China TI. And then a lot of the Mars Media events were online for BTS. They weren't from actual China, so I never really got a chance to go to China.
Feels bad.
Oh, it's awful.
Soon.
It sucks.
Soon.
Maybe if Perfect World does an event, maybe. Or if this
Shanghai
event has a
is good.
second season, they said they might bring in English talent. And that would be pretty hype. But I don't know any tournaments that like I really had a chance of that were in China.
World Cyber Games, those sorts of things. I went to one in 2019, which was in Xi'an, which is in the center of China.
Like,
And I did go to that China TI, not as a caster. It was an event close-ish to Australia, so I was like, let's do it.
like the MDL Chengdu Major, I'm pretty sure was remote. Or was I just remote?
For some people, it was remote.
Well, it was just me then.
I remember people like, I think Kyle was there in person and a bunch of others.
He was not. It was Shiver, Cap, Fog, Gods, Redacted,
Maybe I was thinking of, like, the
LD,
Super
Lyrical, OD Pixel, Trent, and Tsunami. Yeah, those were in person as well. The Shunxing Major as well was in person. It's another one of those. This was when I was doing a lot of Intro Boy stuff. Where I would off-site commentate the group stage and then not go to the event. I know DAC, I think DAC or I believe Super Major, one of the gifts they gave people was a butterfly, or no, a Yasha mail opener.
That's sick.
And then I think Lacoste told me that they gave out shoes as well, or something.
To who?
I think to everyone at one of the events. I don't know.
Damn.
He said that was back when orgs used to give out like crazy stuff.
Which was the event that ROTK had like his Lambo stolen or something, or he lost the keys to
Oh my
it?
God, I can't remember.
I think it might have been the Shanghai Major.
That would track, honestly.
Ramsey's lost his keyboard, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I never went to any of the Mars events, even though I covered a bunch of them, which kind of sucks. I also never got invited to the Beyond the Summit House, which I find is even more ridiculous than never being to China.
Yeah. I only did it once for C in Eastern Europe.
You were in person for DPC?
For one season, and then Ukraine stuff happened.
Oh, yeah, that was the season I was in Ukraine, and then Ukraine stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like, that's one of those things that I learned to get over. I wasn't over it for a while, that I never got invited to the Beyond the Summit House, because I covered like thousands of games for them. But
yeah, but like, not to discount your stuff, but like, I don't think Ares has ever been there. I don't think Basecamp has ever been there as well, and they did a ton of stuff for them as well.
yeah,
for
but
both China
I
and
was
Southeast
I was
Asia.
working years before the two, not before Basecamp, but before Ares for sure. I was working 3-4 years before that.
Mike and John as well. They've never been to the house.
Yeah. Again, you guys have travel. I live in the country.
Hmm.
I'm a 2.5 hour flight. Why is nobody moving? Oh.
Vinonym in chat. I think New Medusa is good. I want to play it as a support, but I am not going to be doubling down.
Well, didn't WS just hit like 15,000 MMR?
It tracks and is very skilled.
Speaking of double downs. Where's anybody going in this thing? Jesus.
Rock the Ripper's going nowhere.
Quality assurance. This is so ridiculous.
Look at those boosts.
Have you made more today than that Fortnite tourney? I don't think so.
You did a Fortnite tournament?
No, I told a story. I was supposed to do Fortnite World Cup, and they were
EWC?
like, no, Fortnite World Cup, like back in the day when they had that $300 million prize pool and they had the World Cup in New York.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted me to be the second host, so like in the crowd hosting.
Yep.
And they offered me $100 a day, and they didn't even cover my parking or my food.
Did you do it?
No.
Yes, yeah, good.
I did not do it. I would have made no
It's
money.
just a three.
It was
$300
basically doing
million.
it for free.
By the way, here's $100.
Yeah. And then somebody said if I made more today on that. I mean, ads, I have no idea, but other than ads, I don't think I've made more than $100 today.
Maybe with a Prime.
I came top 10. Came top 15. That's right. Only one person had faith in me. That's what you get. Hell yeah. Dropping
There you
that
go.
Prime on me, making me feel better. Hell yeah. Be more like that, people in chat. Please, thank you. Love you. You don't have to, though.
Why in America is stuff like what is it called? Venmo and Cash App. Why are they such things? Like, is there no easy way to be able to transfer money between like different bank accounts in America?
I mean, there's technically Zelle. That's like its own thing as well.
Do these things have fees?
Some of them do. It depends. It's like a whole. It's cause capitalism, dude. That's why there's 8 options.
I'm just comparing it to here, where like it's pretty much instant to transfer between any bank, and it's free.
Yeah, banks
So
want
we
you
don't
to.
need these crazy apps and stuff.
Banks want you to struggle. Be like, oh, you like
Those
your
overdraft
money?
fees.
You like money? It's too fucking bad.
Oh, sorry, Wade Master Game, but that word is triggering. Oh, exposure. I never want to hear that word again.
Do you like being paid in Trident layers? No? And shut up about exposure.
Yeah, I'll just go to my landlord and say, hey, don't have any money this month, but how about some exposure?
No. Stop it. Wait, what?
What's up?
Just the top thing on Reddit that I was reading. While watching the men's 20-kilometer walk, I noticed that every single walker is cheating.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have like both feet off the ground, if that makes sense.
Is that an Olympic sport, walking?
Yep, speed walking. There was at the Sydney 2000 Olympics, there was an Australian in first place coming into the stadium, and they like were not technically walking, and they got DQ'd in gold medal position.
Oh, Nomad's here. VIP him? I could do that. /VIP.
Nomad casting. I got you. Obviously, I got you, Nomad. You don't get the sub balls though when you're a VIP.
What?
You get them when
Okay,
you're
neither.
you get a sub, but you have to exclamation point play and then number 2 or 3.
Nah, whatever.
I could kick you. You could redo it.
No, that's fine.
Get the fuck out. Wait, John's here? Oh, John's here. Holy shit. It's at VIP.
Wait. Oh no, never mind. I was about to say, are the games done on John's, but it's not groups anymore.
John X. Wait, is it /VIP? Slash, I'm VIP.
Whatever you did to Nomad is right.
John X Fire. Did that work? I don't know, man. It's about 7 a.m. right now. Oh my god.
9 p.m. Going smooth.
Fuck you. All right,
Yeah.
we're starting this race. I'm starting this race. I'm tired of this. Actually, wait. Hold on. Wait. I got a minute. I'm flying.
Where are you flying
in like
to,
5
Jonathan?
hours. He's here to just support Talon.
True. When's TI, by the way? I keep forgetting.
Sometime in September.
Early September, yeah.
Do you remember when
It's not going to be
TI
on the
was
21st, sadly.
in September? Aye. I said, do you remember? Does TI actually take place on the 21st of September?
Nope.
Oh, it's a missed opportunity, honestly. Do you remember when OG got eliminated on the 21st September?
Man, you are... What do they call it when you're overtired and you go insane a little bit? That's what you're at right now.
I literally live that life, though. That is me all the time. Oh, I hope I don't die in this marbles race. Ooh, Jesus. Polsky just died. Oh, I'm actually in a good spot here. Oh,
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Fucking.
Oh, I've got a little highlighty thing.
Yeah, you're pink. Oh, right in. Whoa, 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 whoa. God damn. God damn. Oh. This is anybody's race, except that guy who just died.
See ya, Polsky. Wait, am I in second? Holy.
Then comes the
Oh, yeah.
elevators, and then
Wait,
it
never mind.
goes really terrible here. It's
Maybe I'm
anybody.
dead.
It's anybody's race now.
Oh!
Do I get top 15? Please? Please? Get in there? Oh, fuck. I gotta pay out to the doubters. Fucking doubters, dude. I hate the doubters. Always
John's
doubting.
coming in.
Fucking doubters. Stupid doubters. I said, I say, do you remember? Wade will take his exposure. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, Nomad, you wanna... Do you have a VLC player and wanna ever talk about this next 2 series with us at all, ever?
Or even just the patch?
Or just the patch? We can definitely talk. I said, aye.
City, you're a man.
Come on, Christian. Get in there. Yeah.
Went from first to mega last. Holy shit. That'll happen. Ninth is good exposure. You guys are going to continue to use that word. I'm going to start banning people. I can come for a short trashing. Hell yeah. You're in, John. You're in. Let me just...
I'll invite him.
Can you add him to the call without hanging up on everybody?
Let's see.
Yeah. No, that works.
There we go.
Greetings.
Who are you here to trash
Hello,
on?
Denog. Hello, B-Cup.
Hello.
Doing okay. Doing just fine. Just fine.
I'm
Just fine.
I'm sad that Rojo is about to miss this.
I miss Mr. Rojo Fireflu.
He's deafened right now, and I told you this, but Denog doesn't know this. That Rojo is like, I really like John. John and Mike were asking me my music taste inside the lobby when we were doing NA Division 2 for DPC, and I was like, aw. And it's just like, he's like, I want to talk to John, and I don't know. It was adorable.
Yeah, I was always looking forward to like a winner's interview with Rojo, but I don't think we ever got it, unfortunately, in that tour. That's not a diss. That's just
oh
the
my
reality,
god.
You know?
Shots fired. I hope Rojo comes back. I'm going to tell him.
I love you, Rojo, but it was so close. I was so looking forward to it, you know? Every time after, I'd be like, man,
I'm telling
so
him.
close.
Oh, no.
Tell him I always wished to get that interview. See? That's why. I wanted it. How are you doing, Danog? It's been a while, buddy.
It has. I'm freezing my ass off here in Australia. It's very cold.
How cold is very cold?
Like overnight it was this morning it was like 6 degrees. Right now it's 9.
Ooh, that's pleasant.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Goddamn.
That sounds nice.
No, but that's you. I remember like you would have lived in that cold plunge if you had the opportunity.
Oh yeah, nah. I love it. God damn, that's comfy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
maybe
sounds
20
great.
to 25. That's what I want.
I'm
that's
really
awesome,
offended
man.
30 seconds ago.
How did you...
Rojo!
Hey, Denog,
Hi, John, how are you?
how did you add
Friend,
without
How are you?
it calling? Did you just add normally?
Top right, the little plusy thing.
This one?
Plus you
Okay,
can-
okay, cool. All right.
Hello, Mr. Nomad.
Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing?
I'm good. I think I'm good. I have a bagel on the way, so I'm kind of hyped, honestly.
Okay, it's
Oh,
gotten
I'm
early
okay.
enough that the deliveries have started up again.
Yeah,
Hold on,
breakfast
wait.
is open.
We are so worldwide right now, by the way, because you got me in England, we got US, we got Australia, and we got SCA, right?
And West Coast of the
Yes,
U.S.
sir.
as well.
Nice.
Rojo's
nice,
West
okay.
Coast.
I don't know what we do with this information, but it's kind of cool.
I'm closer to the event than B-Cop is, so...
We start shorting trades right here. We start figuring out what in the future is happening and then start shorting options and becoming Eternal Envy.
Yeah, I don't think that lasted for too long.
Kind of.
Didn't he say it was a scam or something? On
I don't know.
Twitter?
Yeah, but then he just
I
said
think
like
he's
2 days
trolling.
ago. Yeah, he's definitely trolling because like yesterday he was like, just made 6 figures in one day.
I mean, maybe that's the troll.
Like, what even is real at this point?
No, I kind of, I don't know. I think it's a mix. I'm pretty sure he had some very bad trades that made him say shit like that, but he probably has his good days. I don't know. It's a gamble, man. Trading, day trading especially. If you can do your research as much as possible, the market is not impacted by your decisions whatsoever. The market's huge.
it's also
One man's trades does nothing.
Yeah, it's also like a huge bait because like it's like anything where if you start with loads of money, that it's not that hard to like make a bit of profit unless you're really, really stupid and risky. But like if you start with loads of money, then you're probably fine because you're basically just investing. You know, if you have like $1 million and you put it in a decent return savings account, then you're also going to feel like you're making a full-time living from it because, you know, 4.5% or
interest,
whatever of $1 million is exactly. It's enough to live off, right? So It's a bit of a meme, I guess. But you know, if you're
Anybody have $1
making that much
million?
money a day,
I'd love
No.
to invest $1 million into just living off $1 million in an account
That's a
somewhere.
savings account.
If everybody donated, we have what 2,600 viewers right now. We do the math real quick.
here's what we do, right? Everybody in chat donates us
$400.
like $100, and then we put it all on black in a casino.
And we stream that moment
Yeah.
for
That's content
clips
right
and
there.
content.
Yeah. And then we just give it all back.
And then when we win, we give it all
Yeah.
back. Definitely, 100%.
That's how you beat the market. That's it.
That's how I've been
We
told.
did it.
That's investment advice I've heard. That's exactly it.
We're running
All
we're
on
basically running a Kickstarter for our roulette gamble.
I thought you were about to say a kick stream for a second with all this gambling.
Oh, I guess we could do that too. I thought about streaming this on Kick at the same time, and I declined. I don't want to
Is it
give
hard
any of them
to do yeah,
anything.
moral. Got it.
I mean, the best business offer I've ever had was I used to know this guy in London who worked for like I think it was the University College of London, UCL. It's like a really, really prestigious university. And he worked in the psychoactive research area. So he was basically just putting people in a room and giving them acid and seeing what happened. But he was like, dude, like there are no laws. If you invent a new drug and it hasn't been classified yet, then there's no laws about it. And he was like, I'm fairly sure I could create like a new version of acid which wouldn't be regulated. So like, and he was like, if you just give me loads of money, then we can like brand it, we can like release this to the market, and then we can sell it before it gets like criminalized. And then we just stop the moment it gets criminalized, so there's no like legal repercussions. And I was like, that doesn't sound legal, but also I'm not smart enough to know if you're telling the truth or not. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty hype idea though.
I say,
All you need is that seed money.
yeah, we need that seed
Yeah,
money,
exactly.
guys. Chop, donate. #ad.
What game's next, by the way?
Talon against Virtus Pro.
Ooh.
Nomad.
Lower bracket.
By the way, I was gonna say, speaking of bad LAN experiences, because I'm not saying this is a bad LAN experience, but they have only gotten through 2 series in 9 hours.
Oof. Okay.
What was your worst experience with something similar, if you're able to talk about it without somebody hating you?
Yeah, this is a loaded question.
I feel like it kind of is, and I didn't realize it until I started saying
no,
it.
you're good. I don't know. I haven't had any of those like really bad, you have to turn up like 3 hours before broadcast and sit around and do nothing. Like I haven't really had any of those. Obviously we've dealt with delays and stuff. Ukraine was pretty stressful. Just
Yeah, it
'cause
was.
that was no one's fault though. I mean, well, it was Putin's fault, but yeah. I've never had any like super bad LAN experiences, sadly, because I don't have any stories to tell, I guess.
I mean, even global game events or whatever we did last December wasn't
The
that
gig.
bad. Yeah, like that wasn't that bad either.
No,
In
it's
terms
kind
of
of
delays.
just those events are always just kind of like turn up and do your thing, like
Yeah. Hey, we
you
hired
know,
you.
you know
Do
that you're
it.
not going to be surrounded by like Dota heads, it's not really going to be some like like
You could have the worst cast of your life. They come in after into the room afterwards, and they're just
Great
like, "Dude, that
job."
was amazing." No,
Thank you.
You just stand there and go, "Ah, yeah, sure, dude."
I think what was it? I mean, I feel like APAC in Manila was an experience. Honestly, like everything was fine. The actual show up to cast stuff was pretty rough because of all the musical acts we'd have, and they would
The one
go
we did.
on Encore. Yeah, Manila just recently.
Oh,
there
yeah.
was a lot of downtime in that one. I enjoyed it. I mean, most of it, because I enjoyed the musical acts because they were all Filipino acts, but it was an insane amount of delays. That one was pretty rough. Even in group stage when we were in the hotel, I think that one I was doing a blacklist game. It reached the point where the player started walking around during a pause, and Tim's was yelling, on pause, and he just started screaming like, ah! He was just doing that for like a few minutes. It was something.
I think
I remember the IHC was playing another tournament from there as well because of
Yes.
the long
Yeah, they
delay,
had to
like,
forfeit.
between.
Yep, and then
Yeah.
they forfeited and then
They lost.
lost from that event. It felt so bad. They were, I want to say it was Bet Boom Dacha qualifiers,
And they were doing pretty
Yeah, I
well.
think
as
so.
well, like.
and they were like 1 or 2 rounds away from qualifying or some shit.
Yeah, same thing happened for 747, I think.
Yeah, they got
Which
a
kind of
mega
led to them
fucked.
kind of splitting apart. That was a chaotic one. Probably that. Like nothing inside the tournament's control. It's just the format. Like we had so many musical acts, and all of them wanted to keep playing. Which started to the TOs when they pay that much for musical acts. The product is the concert.
Yeah.
It's really not an esports event.
You mean all the people in the crowd weren't screaming for me?
Oh gosh, no. Oh no, they definitely were, Danog. They definitely were.
Okay.
They all turned up for you. It just so happened they were also very big fans of P-pop. I don't know what you even call it. P-pop? Tag pop?
Yeah.
Filipino pop.
Yeah.
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 And poor Gary B got like sick as a dog, poor guy.
Oh yeah, that's a rough one, yeah. At least he bounced back for the last day.
Mm.
That was an interesting time. I do miss it. I do miss it. It's the most fun I had in an event outside of like outside of waiting for the games to go. It was probably the most fun we had, I think. Honestly.
It was a fun group of people that we had there.
Oh yeah. I think it's because we had so many Australians. And one Brit got balanced out.
The best combo. It's the best combo.
What
Aussies
the
and
hell?
Brits.
Heck.
I mean, the hotel was kind of very good. So
Oh man. That dinner, man.
the
that
food
dinner
in
was-
general was insane.
Oh, breakfast was so good. The cheese room, you bring any cheese you want to the egg station, and they mix it into your eggs. It's like, it was heaven. I miss that.
Mhm.
What was the
All the
best?
cute-
The hotel's gone.
What's the best
What?
hotel you've ever stayed at? Or actually, forget that question. What was the best
I didn't
meal you've had at an event?
at
At
an
an
event.
event or in general?
At an event,
Hands
like
down,
while away
Yeah,
at an
probably.
event.
No,
Probably
dude,
this Manila
Manila.
event.
We had a dinner, dude. We had a dinner. They had foie gras. They had lobsters. They had crabs. No way. 100%.
Literally every cuisine you could possibly want, they had.
100%. Yeah, the Sofitel closed out. Renovations or change of ownership or some such.
Okay.
So it's gone for now. So it's not
I think-
there.
I really can't remember ever having like outstanding food or anything at an event. Like everything's just been, because I'm vegetarian as well. It's very difficult to like kind of get catered to properly. I usually just get like, here's our vegetarian option. You will eat this, and it's like okay, some blade of grass or something.
I can definitely. I mean, I haven't had land experience, but I am vegetarian for about 3 years now. I work at a barbecue place in the
My brother-
U.S.
Oh, ooh.
So, yeah, I can see how that is. They give you maybe a Caesar salad.
Yep.
Oh yeah, no.
Just sit in the corner.
The absolute worst was definitely when like one of our first events where we were in Moscow back in like 2017
Oh yeah.
or whatever. They had literally I remember they had fries, they had cabbage rolls, which were disgusting. They were literally just like bread with cabbage baked inside of them. Like I don't even know whoever thought that was a nice thing to eat, but apparently it's something they really, really love over there. Horrible. Everything else does just meat. I kept having to ask the kitchen to just give me something, and usually just give me like basically cheese on, or like it was cheese on bread, like basically a pizza without tomato sauce, and their cheese was also kind of disgusting as well, but whatever. That was kind of rough, and I'm not a fussy eater at all. I'll eat anything pretty much, but yeah, that was bad. And China was really bad as well. My god, that was awful.
I will say Biscuit
Yeah,
Bitch
basically
in Seattle was
mushroom
good.
noodles, no protein.
Weren't you glad though that you could get a Snickers bar, because that event in Moscow was brought to you by Twitch and they gave us basically just junk food?
Yep.
It was Snicker bars
That was my protein, though.
and
Those nuts were my protein. I was actually super grateful for that.
it was that and like Reese's cups.
Yeah,
Reese's,
yeah.
Reese's cups. Hell yeah.
When I had my first LAN, it was in Mumbai, and it was an amazing hotel. But I was just like, I can't get sick. I can't. So I was just eating the most bland things imaginable, and I still got kind of sick. So I was like, well, I would have loved to, eat all of this delicious-looking food, but not taking the risk.
Oh my gosh. My breakfast.
We need an Aussie event. That's what we need.
Get in line. We need a Philippine event again.
Get in
Proper
line.
one.
We need
That's
a
not
New York
concert.
event again.
We haven't had a single one that's like even somewhat known, right? At least you had the Manila Major.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. We had Manila Major. We had Manila Masters as well. There were at least 2. I don't think we ever talk about Galactic Arena
Galaxy
or whatever
Battles?
that was called. Galaxy Battles.
Hey, Galaxy Battles
gave
2
some
was
good
pretty
news.
hype.
Didn't it get removed from the DPC?
And that's
Yes.
why I
Yeah.
got to work it. That's the only reason I got to work that event. And
That's so funny.
I am not not scared to know my place. Once the major status was pulled, talent pulled out, and I got my opportunity.
That was
Why
what?
did
Though,
they-
like 2017,
why did they pull it?
2018? It was
The drug
to do with
testing.
drug testing, yeah. So
Whoopsie.
No Tail didn't want to go, basically.
Oh yeah. No.
Good thing there's not more delays.
Ugh.
Dude, what time is it over in China right now?
7:15.
pretty late.
It's about 7. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's not super bad. I mean, oh wait, no, Team 0 and
It's
0
an
right now.
outdoor
Okay,
venue.
still. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Yeah, it's an outdoor venue, which is kind of rough.
Huh. Outdoor venues are always such a good idea for esports. We should just do it every time. Never had issues with outdoor venues, guys.
Never.
No.
No
I mean,
problem with
it's
like
pretty
natural
cool.
weather and electrical equipment and screens and
It already rained today.
sound.
It literally rained like second series. That's why we're so delayed right now.
Is it raining
The
now?
delay because of rain.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's rain delay.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Ah,
Bless you, my child.
Weather. No precipitation, it says.
It rained earlier.
Although
No
tomorrow evening it is, apparently. As well as Saturday evening thunderstorms. Oh no.
You know what that means,
Lovely
though,
graphics.
right?
Something to do with Zeus?
Nah, more time to play ads.
Yeah, boy. Yo, shooting stars. I went out the other night. There was a meteor shower. I don't know if you guys follow the meteor shower forecast, but we got lucky with a double meteor shower in one night. Over the car. In fact, you might even see it tonight if you've got a clear sky. And but yeah,
What
it was very cool.
city are you in, Nomad?
I'm in Manchester.
If you guys have a
Is there much
VLC
light
player,
pollution
by the way.
and stuff?
Yeah, but I'm like 30 minutes out from Manchester, and I've also got the Peak District like kind of next to me, which is a big national park. So I can just drive like 10 minutes and be in the middle of nowhere.
Lucky.
nice.
Is that like mountainous as well? Or?
I wouldn't call it mountainous. It's called the Peak District, but it's like severe hills is probably as close as we get. But it is very nice. It is very like, yeah, lots of green, lots of rocks, lots of wood,
Now,
lots
are
of
you from Manchester?
climbing.
You don't sound like a Manc.
No. My partner is. So I'm from kind of like down south in between London and Oxford. which sounds very posh, but my hometown holds two very, very impressive accolades. It's got one of the most interesting museums in the world, the Chair Museum, which is all about chairs. So that one's very cool. And we're also the ketamine capital of the UK, to the point where at some point in like 2014, we had to the council had to hire a private security firm to come and put guards in at all of the veterinary centers because people kept trying to break in to steal the ketamine. So that was
got a horse. Calm down.
Yeah, it was good times. It was good times.
Ketamine capital.
If you guys,
Ketamine capital, baby.
Nomad, if you have a VLC player, that link.
Oh yeah, I'm already in. I'm
Okay.
watching this guy chef up some sea creatures right now. It's very hype. Going on, we got some fireworks.
We're doing some kind of ritual.
Chinese countryside look nice, eh?
Mm-hmm.
They're right to send the kids there.
During the pandemic, there was this channel. What's her name? Like Lizichi, I think is her name. I probably have said something very offensive there, but it was a YouTube channel that like she has this farm and it's all about her doing like things herself, like dyeing
like a homestead,
or yeah, like it's her grandma's place, and she like making fresh plums and making like a whole lots of things that they can store for the long term and stuff. And it was very, very nice, very peaceful.
Very zen. Sounds good.
Although I have a few friends that are Chinese and they're like, nah, no one has a place like this. All this professional setup and stuff, it's just propaganda.
Yeah, pretty much is, but it's fun to watch. Doesn't detract.
Exactly.
Just think of it like the ideal.
Although I'm not a country person at all.
Yeah, fair.
Country home. Take me
Top 10 again.
home.
Nice.
You're from New
Right,
York,
I'm
not West
gonna take a rest in a little bit because my flight's in 5 hours. No sleep tomorrow. I will comment one thing on Talon coming in. They looked atrocious in the group stage. WS is now 15k, so that's something. Talon looked a little bit lost. I'm not sure how serious they're taking Cider anyway, or what the underground's like, but hey.
Do you think they're gonna meme a few of the new patch changes, you reckon?
I do not know. I know PL is super effed up right now. Like he's completely bugged with Mercy and any base damage increase. It kind of bugs out his damage number. There's some weird interaction. There's a very weird interaction that my friend just told me about that Rubik Shard stealing Earthshock will give the enemy Ursa Enrage when he casts a spell. I don't know what's happening there.
That's been there for a long time.
Yeah, it's there still, and yeah. So, I think all I have to say is I do not favor Talon going in. I was full rage mode yesterday. It was very fun to bring that out, but I know WS is 15k new patch. I know. Let's see, but I will go. Hopefully you guys have a fun time.
Hang on, last question. Are Talon creative enough to take advantage of the new patch? Are they able to pull out some zingers, do you reckon?
I would say so. They play so much Dota that I'm sure if they wanted to be creative, they could be. I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think any of their heroes were directly impacted outside of maybe the Jokam Tiny, but we haven't even seen that because it's first phase banned.
Yeah.
Perhaps, again, depends on how seriously they take it. I think they can be. It's just, I couldn't even tell if they were playing the group stage seriously, not gonna lie. It looked really bad in some games. So, it is what it is. You guys have a great time. I've been enjoying it. I will catch you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Rohu.
Bye, John.
Mr. Muted Up.
Bye,
John.
There goes the best of us.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Left with a few degenerates in a Discord call.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the update on the bagel B-Cop? That's what everyone wants to know.
It's so fucking good, man. I needed this so badly. I needed this so badly.
How much did it cost? That's what I want to know.
$3.
That's cheap. What the fuck?
Dude, that's the only thing we do cheap over here. Fucking bagels.
It's New York.
Hey, Baba Ganoush.
Forget about it.
Oh, man. Nice egg bagel. A fatty as well. Such a big bagel. It's really keeping me alive these days.
Something has to.
I didn't realize you were stuck in pause hell when I joined this stream. I feel
Well, I didn't think we would be in pause hell again. I really didn't.
Yeah, B Cup just always delays the games by so much.
I mean, these
Yeah. Why
casters
don't you
won't
just
stop
start it?
fucking talking.
casters, please start the game.
Is that actually true? Like, I know people say that, but like, how much do people say that that's a meme?
It used to be really, really like, I don't know, like it used to happen a lot. Like people seem to think that the casters were also like production and TOs
We had any control over the start of the game.
back in the day. Yeah, like I mean, you remember like from like online days, like I happened at BTS all the time where people would be like
Oh,
literally in the chat
true.
like, "Could you guys please stop talking and start the game?" You know, shit like that. Just like, yeah, sure. I think it's just because like there is like a faction of people. It's not many, obviously. It's just many, but it's not many people. I think like 99% of people understand, but there is that 1% who like only like have only the information in front of them is the information they perceive, and they don't consider the fact that they don't have all the information. So they just like make dumb comments because they don't have all that information in front of them.
The loud minority.
Yep.
That being
Good
said,
show
can
would
we
never be
start the
that.
fucking game, casters?
I mean, B Cup's just eating a bagel,
Oh.
playing the game for so long.
I sure fucking am.
Yeah, he
Not
messaged
for
the
long.
men in China and said, "Guys, look, I know you're having a good time and everything, but I want to eat a bagel. Can we just wait
I got a
half an hour or
bagel.
so?"
Oh, so good. You want to know what is kind of fucked?
What's that?
I don't know if I'm allowed to just stop. I told them I'd cover every game.
I'm sure. Well, you haven't signed a. Like,
No,
what are
I
they gonna do?
haven't.
Be
Signed
like,
I don't. I'm holding my
man, like,
word.
that's the kind of side effect of not paying people is that like you can just stop whenever. You don't not. What are they gonna do? Dock your pay?
That's what I say. It's self checkout. I go, what if I just steal things? I'm like, what are they gonna do? Cut my hours? I don't work here. Big laugh, Ben. Great joke. Well done.
I didn't get it. What do you mean self checkout? You steal
We
shit?
got this supermarket.
You
like-
just steal-
it's like
you
they
go
just
to the
made- they
supermarket
just
and
ma-
steal
He
stuff?
doesn't steal
No, it's
things,
just-
he just puts in like
It's like-
Fabergé eggs as brown onions.
It's
when
just
he
like,
starts.
oh, it's like, oh, yeah, you now work here. Self checkout. Good luck. It's like, okay, well, what if I fuck up? What are you gonna do? Cut my hours?
Oh, I see. Okay.
There was a
So
lot
you're
of
saying
layers to
when
that.
you're self-checkouting, you're actually doing unpaid labor.
Yeah.
Huh, interesting.
Explain the joke,
like-
Ben. Well done. Well done.
Self-checkout
that's way
for
funnier
modern-day
after.
slavery is the take which Ben's presenting here. That's interesting. It's a deep take, bro. What do you have to say about it?
Well, capitalism is I also got a coffee.
Capitalism is when self checkout.
Oh, I came
So
to
true.
top 15. Hell yeah. When two people like each other a lot.
They give up the means of production
When two capitalists.
to the bourgeoisie.
Oh no, I didn't even start the prediction for if I was gonna take top 15. I'm so tired. Fuck. Damn it. Why are we still delayed? Start the game. Start the game. Start the game. We already did this one. Main menu. This one's stupid. You know what? We're doing something different this time. We're doing a battle royale.
Well, I want to enter the battle royale.
Yeah, it'll be. Also, I realized that they told me that the clean feed is already 30 seconds delayed. They just told me that today, and I didn't have to add my own delay. So I've had an extra 30-second delay. So tomorrow there will be no extra delay.
You should sue them.
I mean, I didn't sign a contract. Technically. Oh, wait. Hold on. They said something in the Discord. Oh, no, that was just Danog asking for updates.
Yeah.
Non-updates. Damn it! I want to get as many people in this battle royale as possible. Country home, take me home. I don't think these are the words where I belong. It's so wild that. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna comment on the beauty of your singing.
Thank you.
And excellent lyrics.
I was gonna say that it's shocking to me how little amount of chatters there might actually be. Because if you're chatting, you're probably pressing exclamation point play, right? But there's 2,500 people watching this stream. I'm playing ads, by the way. And only 55 people want to play marbles? I guess people just gamble.
I mean, people might also just
have a life. Yeah, I know.
Well, long delay, not always going to be there.
No, every single one of those viewers is staring at the stream, waiting.
At all times. They better be.
At all times, yeah. I know.
Fuckers.
I mean, there's no reward if you win, right?
I mean, maybe one of these days I decide there is a reward.
That's exactly it. Every 1 in 10, you just need to put $100 on it. And then
what kind of hold on. What kind of money do you think I'm making here?
Yeah, you're right. $500.
Yeah. Well, all right.
No, you got it all wrong.
Don't
You have
listen
to
to him,
one in
Chad,
every
okay?
10 games. You have to say in the next 10 games that you'll add a reward, and you just do that every 10 games.
And then my reward is just a kiss on the forehead. Mwah. Now, I will say this, guys, in chat. I technically have Twitch bounties here that are... It requires me to play a video game for an hour. But you guys would have to stay here after the Dota's over, which I know is a tough ask from you guys.
I mean, most of them are probably falling asleep anyway.
Yeah,
at this point.
that's what I do. I literally did it in the Discord yesterday.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, it's better. Oh, I already got a kill. Oh my god, so many people are dying. Holy shit.
What?
Jesus. It's Battle Royale this time. Oh my god.
I'm funding your ass.
Oh, the delay. Got it. Blackbite says 10 seconds left.
Is it Rojo or the British guy who asked a cringe question to Kuro? Was that...
I mean, that's definitely me.
That's so dude, alright. That's such a loaded, fucked up question. You know who the answer is. That's so fucked up.
Now, what was the cringe question? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
The question was, I do remember this because...
When was this?
It bothered me at the time. So this was,
probably, right?
Dude,
oh my
no,
god.
man, you're dominating.
This
Holy
was
fuck.
Riyadh Masters in 2019, I think, the first time it ran.
Oh, that wasn't that long ago.
Wasn't that
Riyadh
long
Master.
ago.
Yeah, what are you
22.
talking about? It wasn't game.
22. Oh shit.
No, it was the one after Gamers 8 then. So it was last year.
23.
No, it was Gamers 8. It was Gamers 8.
Was it Gamers 8? Did you?
UFO.
No, because
He did it online, maybe.
It was remote. It was remote. It was
No,
just like we
'cause-
were just casting and we like had short interviews afterwards, right?
no, because the online talent was Moxie and Jenkins for the first one.
And me. It was the
Who
three
were you
of us
with?
because I was with Jenkins because
We
Moxie didn't
have
want to
a
cast 3 series a
winner.
day. So me and Moxie shared the casting and Jenkins just powered through it all.
Oh,
It was a very weird setup, but yeah, that's what we were doing.
sorry, I was wrong. What was the?
And yeah, so basically the question was, cause I was like, oh, screw it, I'll just like write the questions like beforehand because we didn't know who we were casting by the end. And I put in because Nigma were based like boot camping in UAE. I think they're in Dubai or something next door. I asked a question like something like how like do you feel like any kind of like home crowd advantage or anything here? And he was like, I'm not Arabic. And I was like, yeah, I know. And then I got taken out of context and someone on Reddit was like, oh my god, I can't believe you asked this. And it was like, and I even talked to Kuro after, so he was just like, no, it's fine. Like, I misinterpreted the question. You're good.
If you don't mind me asking, Nomad, what is your heritage?
My hair, it's the same as Kuro's, funnily enough. I'm also Persian.
Cool.
That's
cool.
the good part about it. Yeah, I'm Indian Persian.
A few
so-
Persians in the Dota scene, right? Like Insania is
Yeah.
part Persian, isn't he? And
Sania,
Sunspan?
Kuro, Sunspan, yeah. I think
Oh, they're introducing teams.
I don't know. I mean, the Persian
finally coming
network
out.
was vast. Like, it was huge.
Mm.
And I'm also half Irish as well. So I'm half Indian, half Irish.
Mm.
I've seen one of the halves. Don't ask me which one. we shared a room at TI last year.
True.
Technically, it was me, you, and my brother.
I got the double copilo.
It wasn't that bad of an experience. We brought you to good food.
This is Starbucks.
What? Oh yeah, in Seattle. Yeah, we brought him. No, we brought him to a place called Biscuit Bitch, which was good. Except the only bad
like
part
a-
was
a-
waiting for a while.
A lot more places are trying to get away with edgy names. So you got Big Biscuit Bitch, and a bunch of places like Egg Slut apparently is a thing.
Yeah.
Excellent is a thing, but Biscuit Bitch has been
It's a new
around
thing.
for a long time. Rojo, you want to join this battle royale?
I'll get in there, B-Cop, just for you.
Hell yeah, I need you in here. There you go, Danog. Nomad, are you in here?
No. Exclamation mark. Play.
I gotta get my
I love
phone out and do live translation of these graphics that they're putting
Half
on the screen.
Indian, half Irish, half Persian. No, Indian is. I mean, Persian Empire was vast, my brother. Like it was huge. So it did go into
Was.
India at the time. Was.
Yeah, I wish you had read that quote
We're
as we're bringing it back. Oh, no.
The sun never sets on the Persian Empire.
Hell no.
I need to bring my brother to all my events. Dude, fuck that. First of all, I already did invite him if he ever wants to come again, but my brother is too good at talking to people. It's so fucking frustrating how charismatic he is and how quickly everybody likes him.
But I think
It's-
it's a cheat card to be a pilot. Like the moment you're a pilot, it's just like, oh, okay.
It's also so easy
GG.
for him to just like talk to people because he's not in the business. He doesn't have to worry about anything he's saying. And he doesn't look like me enough where people were connecting the dots that easily. Like he was just in the room and like at the after party and shit like that. So people just made assumptions that like he was there, you know, that he just was supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And so like he was also buying people beer and shit and like being all I'm pilot and I have money to burn. Fucking asshole.
What a dick.
What, that guy doesn't get paid on a net 90? Fuck that guy.
Oh.
that guy. I hate this shit. I hate this job. Oh God. Like I have a story I don't think is for the stream. Actually, now that I think about it, it's very. I don't know. No, it's not for the stream.
Tell it and find out.
No. That sounds like a bad idea, Ben.
Holy moly, a draft.
It's a top
thank-
10
What a
situation.
fortunate time to save your ass.
I've never been so happy for an event to no longer be delayed.
Black hole.
Still gonna watch the end of this Marbles though.
What are we calling the see offlane or pos for VP? Is it just Dr. Bum? Like,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Dr. Bum.
I mean, any opportunity you get to say it is a blessing. So
Mm-hmm.
We have a winner.
What the hell? They all just fall through the map at the end?
There was a China Div 2 DPC thing, couple of like second last season that it ran, and the pos ones on two different teams were MMM and MMM.
Oh, and I love and They're two great players. I love them.
Mm-hmm. Well,
We had a lot of fun with that.
great player.
Yeah, didn't one get blasted
Yes.
for cheating? Yeah.
Yeah, great players.
Great player.
Oh gosh.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh. Hello, friend.
Is that Dr. Bum who is on screen?
I think it
Hope
is.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. How have Talon look? Talon are 0-4. Oh, where you? Oh.
and
I-
Talon is trying to warn us.
Right.
I love group stage without elimination. Oy.
You can't say
They
Dylan
did-
didn't warn us.
Yeah, that's true. I really hope that oh, hi. He's waving as well. I'm really hoping that we get like Bristle back.
Why is that?
I want to see that new facet. Seeing red seems so strong. Like the numbers look insane. Am I stealing that line from Rojo? Yes, but also they do seem insane to me, someone who knows nothing.
Wait, which numbers, sorry?
The numbers for seeing red.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It looks pretty ridiculous. I'm interested. I think my main highlights, like for immediately reading the patch and seeing no gameplay or anything, the ones I immediately said look kind of messed up were Bristle, PL, and Lone Druid.
I have no idea if Lone Druid's good or not. I'm gonna need
Yeah.
to let an expert just do it for me.
Lycaners might be interesting as well with the Super Wolves.
Yeah.
I like how they just respond to people. They're like, you know, Sableye being like, oh man, it's so lame that Lycan's not micro-intensive anymore. It's like, all right, have some spells on your wolves. How about that?
Mhm.
Complain more.
I don't know why that sentence that you just said felt like it was going to go into you going, ooh, a distraction. Is that all I hear you as these days? I have no
I
idea.
guess so. I'm just a voice.
You're just a voice on my
Just a piece of meat.
key wheel.
Just give me something new, please, Talon VP. Just something new.
Can we get one new hero? Literally a new number
I mean,
patch.
this always fucking happens though, right? Like, new patch drops, everybody's like, oh, I'm too afraid to try anything new whilst we're in the middle of a tournament, and then...
The TOs literally said to
Every
us we
time.
delayed so the teams could learn the patch a little bit.
Did they actually?
They said
Interesting.
teams were learning the patch. If you look at the...
That's okay. No. Everyone's in the same boat if you don't let them learn the patch. I think that's fine. Who can adapt better?
Yeah, if you have like a staff, right, then it's slightly better, I guess.
Oh. Makoto, my idol.
Yopaj is in your idol?
Not anymore. He's in NA now. So, traitor.
Is going from SEA to NA a backward step?
Not for your bank account.
That's
You're
holy
one of those top two
fucking facts. Holy shit. Somebody asked in
Pretty
chat
much.
earlier today if I would think that they might combine NA and SA.
They should.
At this point, you might have to.
Do we really want NA getting 0 slots though? I mean,
Ooh. Nah, Nouns is competitive.
Nouns is competitive when they're in their own environment. Which is sad because I individually I love Nouns. Like I really do. And I just really want them to put it together. I just don't know what the missing link is.
like they haven't had the experience is the only thing, but like we've seen from when they're playing good that they can be super competitive, right? Like they've taken games off some really, really good teams. They absolutely deserve to be at events, and I don't blame them for messing up Riyadh, really. Like I think that was kind of inevitable in a way. I'd have been super impressed if they did any better than they did.
It sucks that they fucked it up
but
though, because they would have been at this event if they went deeper into that tournament.
Maybe.
No,
Is
that's
that
what.
they based the seeding on?
They moved to Elite League instead.
They went to Elite League because they didn't go deep enough into Riyadh because the travel was fucked up.
restrictive.
Okay.
Yeah. So they like went. They couldn't stay in Riyadh for like 2 more weeks to then come here, so they just went home and then they decided where they're
Yeah.
gonna go to Elite League.
Fair enough.
But like Nouns is always
They're
great,
in
and
the upper
it's
bracket at Elite League.
yeah, and that's and I want them
Yeah.
to finish well because like. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's all due to the
You're a
fact that
patriot.
it's me being a patriot, but it's also I feel like all the talking to Gunnar I've done recently just makes me want to root for him and that team so much.
Oh, Gunner's great.
Also, back at Betboom Dacha in February, they fucked up Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, they often take games off like the best teams in the tournament, you know, like the problem is they're just not consistent. They never take series off the best teams, you know, they drop games to some of the worst teams as well, so you know, it's a curse of an inexperienced team, and they've only been playing in NA and SA all year, so yeah.
Is this technically something
Ooh.
new?
Yeah. I want to see like Marcy with a bodyguard, how that's going to change. If you're playing together with an IO, I think that's interesting. Something a little different. I doubt this is a Snapfire core. Could be mid. Actually, maybe now that there's an Ember, it is.
Yeah, the matchup can be really annoying for Ember if you just do the max little shredder thing. Not very much counterplay to that one. But VP has like a really, I mean, they have a really solid just core draft. These heroes are the exact same ones we've been seeing in pretty much every series that we watch.
No, we saw I can't remember who it was. I think it was Thompson versus I can't remember who it was, but we watched the Snapfire versus Ember matchup there, and it was horrific for the Ember. And the Ember even said like we interviewed the Ember player afterwards, and he was just like, yeah, no, we kept tipping him because he picked Snapfire into Ember, so we were mad about that, and we wanted to make him feel bad about it. And we were like, oh damn, okay.
How
This
dare
is
he try and
something
win the matchup?
I know, right? How dare you counterpick me? So dishonorable.
Mm-hmm. At least it's not as bad as like when you're playing a puck against a Snapfire. You just cannot lane in that sort of situation.
Really?
I'm gonna say this. I'm a big fan of Underlord, and I loved that he came back into the mix. He's in too much. He's in every game. Enough. Bring me other offlaners. Nerf him. Get him out of here.
Literally, the only thing he's lacking is like a tiny bit of in-fight mobility, and even then, that's kind of solved with him changing to get that extra movement speed and damage reduction from TPing / Dark Rifting, and a stun. That's it.
Sometimes he does it during fights, though. Sometimes he's already in the fight, and then he'll fucking Fiend's Gate during a fight to the other side of the fight. Like, especially when you get the Pinamalis around your Fiend's Gate, just using that shit to lock people down again with another Pinamalis. Like, all right, enough. Get me a new offlaner. I missed Underlord for a long time, and I love this hero. Enough. I need something new. Please. He's in every game.
if he's level 18 and he Fiends Gates, he has 5 seconds of 40% increased movement speed.
That's insane.
Gotta go fast.
Okay, so I wasn't sure what they were going to do with this last pick overall. Obviously, it was going to be their position 4, but I was just trying to rack my brain as to what team fight heroes exist in that position 4 role, because going up against an IO, that's what you want. You know, you want to make it so that not everything is all input onto the one hero. And I kind of feel like with their draft that they've got outside of maybe the Jakiro, it is kind of a little single target focused, right? Like Dragon Tail, even a little bit of the Searing Chains, the Lasso as well. If you're on point with the IO, you might be able to stop that, but maybe they're just thinking that the Pit is going to be able to do enough to stop stuff like the Relocate. I don't know.
I think like one of the biggest things is just going to be, I mean, how does this Marcy IO fare into Underlord? Because I feel like there's a chance that it just completely like utterly destroys the Underlord, and there's a chance that it doesn't get off the ground, and now suddenly like kind of the core of your, you know, your entire lineup is not feeling nearly as strong as it could. Especially these heroes like just hate being rooted, Marcy, IO. So kind of annoying just to play into, I mean, not just being rooted, it's all a VP. Like they have so much lockdown on their team and so much that's reliable. Talent, it kind of, it takes them a second, you know, and a lot of actually the lockdown that they have can be disrupted via the flame break. So Marcy and Lane, if you're fast about it, you can negate the rebound, which sometimes just negates the entire hero. You can break tether, you can do a lot of things with this Bat Rider, so I really like that they took it last. And notably as well, Dr. Bum, we felt, had some iffy performances, but his Bat Rider looked like his best hero by far. He looked really confident on it and managed to just consistently get pretty much like perfect lassos in whatever situation it was.
Lassos are obviously very important, but I think Flame Break is going to decide that lane, his use of it, right? Like if you can time it to be able to stop
Big
a
Daddy
rebound,
OD, let's go.
This is
it's
new.
going to be so impactful.
Ooh.
This is
What a
different.
fucking OD pick. Shit.
Yeah, this one's really good.
Oh my god.
You know a pick's gonna be good when you get the Nomad Grunt.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good indicator. I mean, there's just a few heroes I know matchups for, and Odie is one of them. So like, you can always be like, I'll never really predict it because I'm just not that smart. But when it comes out, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, that'll do it. But yeah, like what an Astral game! Holy moly! Like someone's getting comboed down or lassoed up or anything like this, you can just Astral them away. And in general, heroes don't have like tons of mana pool in on the enemy team. You can just beat them up. I'm super excited to see what this guy does. Yeah, free lane obviously against Ember, super free, and
kind of like,
even a little IO to buff you up if you want.
Yeah, true. I mean, it kind of does go even further into what I was saying about the single target focus, right? You already had an IO to be able to deal with all this stuff, and now you've got an OD as well. Like, are they going to be dying all that quickly on Talon? I'm not so sure, but I think they might need to try and delay the game until they can get some BKBs up for themselves, because that's going to just be able to do so much to enable them to not only survive, but actually put in a bit of a fight themselves, get some damage going back the other way.
Can I, Nomad, grade me on this, on this throw attempt here? Is Virtus Pro's draft good, or is what Pili Die has done for Talon gonna do well, or will they die? To our casters, Nomad, Danog, Groho, and B-Cop, take it away.
Decent. You know, it had panache, it had flair. I liked it. I think Snares in the chat, he can give you a rating as well. I'd give it a, you know, I mean, you're tired. You didn't quite give it the
Fuck, dude, I hate this fucking job.
You're a great play-by-play B-Cop.
You got a really good play.
It's scary because I've hosted too many times. That's the problem. Some people continue.
You're so good at play-by-play. I just wouldn't want to change if
I've been contractually hired as an analyst, B-Cup, all right?
Same, so have I. At that GG event, I was hired as an analyst. By the way, this was pre-1500 MMR gain.
True.
Analyst B-Cup, so based.
Oh, Snare said it needs more workshopping.
I wasn't going to.
Yeah, that was when we messaged each other, and I said, I think I got hired as an analyst.
And you were like, what? I was just like, yeah, well, because I was like, did you get hired as a caster? And you said yes. Or no, yeah, because, you said yes. And then I asked Black, and he said he was an analyst, and I was like, what is happening, man? Also, I'm starting to realize we have not gone into the game post-draft yet.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Please send us into the game, casters. Stop talking.
Please, come on.
Always eating those damn bagels.
You need a soundboard for when it gets awkward? I do have a soundboard. I could just press things like this.
Oh, I've never heard of underground Korean hip-hop before.
I have one. I've actually accidentally hit it during a DPC cast with Nomad.
Yep. Oh, that was funny. And you're like, oops, I meant to mute. I was like, that was the opposite of muting. It's like, why do you have your mute button next to the press the loud, make the most amount of noise possible button?
Because there's a toggle. I have the toggle my mic button, which I just did right there, and then it's literally just an inch away from this.
Yeah,
literally this one.
it seems so excited.
Design that, yeah.
Who is that? Is that someone trying to be Mickey Mouse?
It's Hootie from this amazing show called The Owl House. It's on Disney Plus. Not an ad, but if Disney asks you, maybe you could be like, yeah, this streamer was talking about this amazing show, The Owl House, that he found out that you guys canceled because you allowed Christian parents to be like, we hate same-sex relationships and we want the show canceled, and then they canceled the show.
Next time I see Walt, I'll pass the message.
Oh,
on.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're on first name terms, huh?
Yeah, pretty close. Him and I.
That's pretty crazy.
But yeah, no, I mean, I'm really glad he canceled that. That whole horrible
as
show.
a devout traditional Christian parent over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with all the children I have running amok.
Amok. Pokemon? Grimer? Oh my god. Please start this game. Please.
It only gets worse.
Oh my
Long
god.
wait.
This is so wild. I can't believe this.
At least they've got some nice background art.
They do. It is pretty
It's
beautiful.
very nice. It's not very Dota-y, but we'll take. Oh, they got a tea set as well.
Yeah, and they have, I think.
Is it like half green screened out with that spout, or?
Yeah, I guess
just
it
a
is.
short spout?
Shut up, Dano. Stop ruining people's immersion.
There's also, I think those are
No, I'll
candles
continue
on
to
the left of the left caster,
It might be like a weapon rack.
Handles.
or fans.
Weapon rack.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
No.
see it as
Yeah.
being like a bunch of axes.
Maybe fans. Who knows? Is that
It is
you?
annoying
That,
how they like half cut out.
I think that's on the right. No.
Do you think they're brushes? Oh, I think they're bamboo brushes.
Calligraphy.
For like calligraphy and art in Chinese culture.
Who's on the left?
I've used those. They're really, really fun.
Oh, that's Mad on the left. Okay.
Do you have
Interesting.
any artistic merit, Nomad?
I do a lot of art. I don't know if that means I have artistic merit, but I like to do it.
That means he does. That means he does.
More
That
than the
answer
average
means he
I
person.
think it does. Huh? What'd you say, Danak?
More than the average person.
More than the average bear.
Yeah, probably. Like, I know a lot of skills, I just can't do them very well. I think
Your
I like to learn new
photography's really
things.
good,
Yeah, photography is the one thing I've kind of stuck at for a long time.
but it's really good. You should
Thanks,
be
man.
stuck at it. I like your photography.
Thank you.
I'm not going to invite you to my wedding, but I'll have you be my photographer.
Oh, okay, I'll take it. That means I get paid to come, so...
Yeah.
That's
That'd
a
be
win-win
better
for
for
me.
you.
Exposure.
No, yeah. I only pay an exposure on a net 90.
Oh, okay. A net 90 exposure contract.
Yeah. Oh, game's delayed. I guess I'll play some ads. Oh, darn.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
If people are gonna miss out on so much premium.
Oh, shit. I
conversation,
just pressed the ads button. Oh, fuck.
I can't wait for there to be like 2 rampages in the first minute.
Stop.
I feel like that
Dr.
verse
Bum.
is, like straight up taken from Street Fighter versus Screen.
It could have been. It definitely could have been.
While ads are running, I'm gonna grab water really quick.
Well,
I didn't have any time before.
Most people have ad blocker, so they all heard it. So who wins here? Virtus Pro with 2 stand-ins or a 15k player?
Is Beastmaster still OP?
Yes, he's still very strong.
Yeah, he's good then. He'll carry this. I mean, he doesn't even need to carry it though. That's the thing. He's got a really OP team, so.
You still get a 12-minute Ags, honestly, on this hero. It's kind of insane.
This is a free Talon victory. It's literally a free win.
If game goes above 30 minutes, Talon wins.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm leaving. I was going to be like, holy shit, dude, Jesus.
If
Talon
break
feed a
between the next
single
2
kill,
games
I'm
is
leaving.
more than 15 minutes, I'm leaving. I'll say that much.
If a single core on the side of Virtus Pro gets above a single core on the side of Virtus Pro, I'm leaving.
No, okay. What was I going to say? Sorry, thought process.
I really want to go.
Oh, damn. I don't think that's what I was going to say, but that's fine. Oh yeah, what do you guys think of Death Prophet?
I don't
Cool
think
and good.
With the patch, no, but like with the changes,
No,
Death Prophet.
Like,
now also gain spirits.
basically have run buff all the time.
Oh, that.
Yeah. It's insane, right?
What are the other options? Slowed, silence, spirit collector, morning ritual.
So I think
Yeah,
Spirit Collector's a huge meme anyway, so
Yeah.
giving her an incredible talent is facet, sorry, it's pretty based, so yeah, no, I think we'll see DP for sure. Like, it's still situational, but I think
enjoys
it's pretty
as
good.
well, right?
Yeah.
So I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it today.
He's such a good Shiva's hero as well. Even more so.
God, I love Snapfire support. It's just so good at harass and trading and all that stuff. See, this is a game, you know, what I was talking about before with the Underlord, where I'm like, who's going to build what? But Snapfire can easily do, like, Greaves pipe this game.
You think so?
Yeah. You're already building into Arcane Boots, so you may as well build the pipe.
No, Dr.
the
Bomb,
Greaves
run!
Oh, Ponyo? Okay, well.
I mean, you're going up against what? Flame Break, Napalm, Dual Breath, bloody Searing Chains, and Pit of Malice. You're already being able to cleanse off a bunch of that stuff with the Greaves. You're able to stay at that long range. It just feels amazing.
Okay, I'm back. What advertisements did I miss?
Breathing and water.
Ooh. I don't like those things.
Yeah, those aren't MMR gainers.
True. Speaking of, I need to get this one out. My one claim to fame here is I've played in official professional matches with Rain, who's playing the Jakiro in this game. So if VP does well,
Let's go.
I'll ride that
You
wave.
taught him everything he knew.
Wait, with or
He's
against?
actually with on the same team.
Okay.
He's actually really nice. He's a really nice dude. Noticed. Probably a nice dude as well, but getting beat down.
Yeah, it looks like Akashi is gonna die. Ponyo.
Fighting inside of a Pit of Malice is a choice.
I was gonna say that felt like an avoidable situation. You're just playing Io Marcy, and you're feeling a little bit strong.
They looked strong, and then suddenly you realize you have like 3-4 stacks of napalm, and you don't feel so strong after that.
You've been rooted 3 times each.
The Pit of Malice rooting is kind of insane, especially if you're able to maintain it with, say, somebody like the Rubik too, where it's just like building a Yules and stuff like that, or Rod of Atos in a Pit of Malice and a Telekinesis back into the Pit of Malice. OD is...
You got Flame Break, right? So that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's enough to push him back into the Pit of Malice and get that second lockdown, right?
Alright, I need to make a phone call, so I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell them I say hi.
Will do.
Thank you. Oh, so finally we got rid of that guy. I'm gonna say that for every single one of you guys who leave. It's fine. The joke will land eventually.
It'll get funnier, I think.
You know, just because I'm not in for the 15-hour haul.
It's actually you guys are laughing at me. Anyway, it looks like OD's having a really good time mid, but they're both doing decently well.
Yeah, Squad X is coming on the lane
very well.
Yeah, pretty decently. This lane actually can, I mean, it can be fine for Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit generally, if it's not like a horrible matchup, can end up doing decently. It's just annoying that, you know, you play against that World Devourer, he presses Astral and denies a creep. If you're really good at Ember Spirit, you can kind of dodge the animation with your slide or secure a few creeps, so that doesn't always happen, but inevitability of this hero. Makoto has 3 points in the Astral, which we don't always see on OD. I think sometimes this can hurt his farming speed, but ensures that he's really, really strong during the laning phase. And carry
you don't
that
feel like he should have got a
sometimes.
bit more out of it then? Like he should be further ahead than what he is? I kind of feel like that's the case.
a little
If you're
bit,
really
yeah.
going to go this lane dominating style, then if you're not A, pushing the enemy out of lane, or B,
Kashi.
a huge net worth lead.
Getting pushed out of his lane.
He's just getting
Clean break.
abused in this lane, and it looks like Dr. Bum's not even going to stop, but that might cause him to die, but they get killing Akashi first.
Yeah,
Why
Hill goes on to
move out of
Ponyo
the
as
tower
well.
range as well? That was a bit weird. Even just for the little bit of extra armor and regen it gives. Plus being able to toss him back into the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not... I think this Batrider pick was really smart by VP.
Yep.
It just I mean, it's obviously done so much already into this Marcy IO lane, which is generally so strong, and now isn't feeling that way. Even rotating onto Makoto.
Sanities? Makoto's pretty low and already dead. We loved Talon's draft, but man, they are not executing at the moment. This is a huge issue. They're going to lose Jokum, and Ponyo is dead as well. Oh, boy. This is going from bad to worse real fast in a draft where we really like that OD pick.
Yeah, somewhere out there, John X Fire just closed the stream. I don't know emotionally if he can handle this.
He didn't even close the X on the window. He literally just closed the laptop. That was it.
Yeah. I mean, what else is there to do at this point? Helen, this OD is still strong, but OD is a hero, especially when you max.
Oh, yikes. Missing that scatter blast. Oh.
Is he dead?
He doesn't die too, does he?
Right? Oh, God.
Oh, certainly.
Oh,
Dr. Bum under the tower.
Closing Dr.
Come
Bum.
on, man.
It's not even worth it to go for that kill, but it is because of the message that you send. Dr. Bum is in their heads.
I did
he
like
got
your
this follow, actually.
paging
He was already
Dr.
level
Gum.
5 as well, right? So he's fine. Might be Ember just saying, hey, just keep feeding me bottle refills as well, right?
True.
Not too bad. Yeah, Makoto not able to get the most out of this laning phase. The Squad X is actually ahead in XP by this time. Probably mostly from Makoto dying that one time, definitely set him behind. But OD just... This hero can struggle to farm always. Even when it's ahead, sometimes it can struggle to farm. The hero doesn't have very good wave clear, and really can only get super high value out of specific jungle camps. You need kind of a lot of items to start dealing damage, you need a lot of levels in your queue, and sometimes you can get walked on.
Good. Oh, that was
Fiend's
clever,
Gate.
trying to go back through.
And
No
hit a
boys are
mouse.
coming.
Yeah, nobody's coming. This is really bad. This game is just... I mean, they're not down by much, but it is devastating.
I mean, it's down by way more than you want with... I mean, your lanes are supposed to be kind of the strong point of this Talon draft, because VP has... I mean, the later that this game goes on, VP just has some of the strongest heroes of the patch, so... And, you know, that being said, they are going to build a lot of the strongest items of the patch. On the opposite end, you have kind of, you know, Marcy carry, which struggles into CC. Generally, they have a surplus of that on VP. You're playing like OD, who's the lowest net worth of any core, sitting close to where Dr. Bum is on the Batrider.
Shouldn't be happening.
It's not easy to farm your way back on OD like this. You need kills. They're trying to get one in the top lane with the Unleash.
This would be huge if they could get it. They bring a bunch of heroes here. They've got the axes. Kiritich will fall to WS, and they should be able to get the tower, too.
It's something. Something that they needed desperately to be able to open up this map a little bit, just to, you know, provide a little bit of that gotcha moving forward with the IO, of course. So the fact that he's level 6 off the back of a few of these kills, Ponyo was the one to get the first blood as well. So he's actually in not too bad of a spot on the IO. He's probably the only one on this team, to be honest, that could be relatively satisfied with how the game's gone so far.
Yeah, because mid's getting beat. Offlane's not terrible. It's not like Beastmaster's not in a awful spot.
Yeah, but he is going to be behind pace. Kiritich is ahead of pace, which is not what you want to see with how much we've seen this Dragon Knight hero do.
The thing is, though,
like this, but, Kiritich,
back-to-back deaths would be pretty bad here. And then I think you're kind of okay for the moment, but you lose Makoto, Remnant forward looking for Jokum, and they've got Beastmaster with no roar who walks into a pit of malice, but there are 4 heroes you need to be kind of careful about, with Akashi just being surrounded. Luckily, the relocate. No!
I'm not sure about all this. Like,
Now your Beastmaster's dead, and his game gets slowed down again. Oh, man, I was just about to say, if Beastmaster can get back on track to the Ags, I mean, we've seen it before, right? Drums of Psalm, you get back to the Ags, you find yourself in a situation where you can get Roche. Yeah, that is awful, too, as well. Underlord not dying.
yeah, and
no
this
excuse
is
for that nowadays either, right? Like, you could see his mana bar off of enemies, so it's not something that should have been, you know, oh, did he just not look? I mean, it's pretty easy to look these days.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly the biggest thing I think is, first of all, Marcy needs to hit a lot of item timings to be particularly useful in this game. Isn't likely to, but the biggest one is the OD. Makoto honestly has no way back into the game. I think, barring some insane team fight.
If they lose this stack, it's disaster.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to. They might even lose Beastmaster,
who's desperately looking for this Ags and is not going to get it.
Goodbye.
That is,
stack is like all
brutal.
All super low as well.
Akashi.
Akashi just can't find any space.
He's going to need
There
it.
isn't a lot.
Does he even have Omelet left?
He's either really close or I think might not. He spent a lot of money, I think, on the stat items, probably bracers.
Because he's going Omelet BKB, which is the build that he needs to go. It's just that you would expect with that lane for him to be able to get it much sooner than he's going to.
Yeah. And, I mean, on top of OD just struggling so hard to get back into the game, on top of it, you're playing into Underlord, Ember Spirit, Batrider. Feels like, I mean, everywhere you go, BP are just right there.
Another Fiend's Gate and another kill on Makoto.
And a mid tower to go with it. Nice little gift wrap bundle there.
This is without any points in Atrophy Aura, by the way. So, like, Noticed is outlast hitting. He's out surviving. He's out trading, and just using his spells to the greatest of their ability. It's just, again, goes to show the strength of this hero at this point. And, you know, you might be tired of seeing it be cop, but until he gets a severe nerf bat, we are going to keep seeing it. It just ticks way too many boxes.
Is his ult just on too short of a cooldown?
Feels a little bit like it, I think, maybe in the early game, but honestly, it's just... I mean, the amount of power that he has in the lane and Pit of Malice coming out of lane, the items that he buys are quite good right now.
You have such a choice as well with items that you want to buy. Like, you can go full aura, you can... We've even seen the occasional, like, right-click Underlord come through, like, paired together with, I don't know, a Warlock or something like that, just with the cleave facet, if you really wanted to go down that avenue. It's kind of like...
It's not easy to deal with.
it fits a similar sort of style to Beastmaster. This is a pretty big deal.
It's got to
I
be
wanna say
more
free
though.
kill.
Squadix. They've got the
Yeah.
unleash, but now the lasso and the relocate back.
All right.
It's a little bit
That's
strange.
something.
Isn't Rain supposed to see that they were reloading? I thought it. Does it not always show on the map? I thought it did, even if you
Yeah,
have
it
vision or
does.
something.
夜夜
Yeah, so a little bit aloof by Rain. I wonder if he's just looking somewhere else in the map, didn't quite catch it. Actually, a pretty big deal for Talon. I mean, you have to do that over and over again if you want to walk back into this game.
They haven't taken their own Wisdom Rune yet either, so they're going to get that additional benefit as well. It just lets you close in on a few more of these timings, right? They made space for the OD to farm. They've got a really nice Observer Ward that is actually seeing exactly where Makoto is, but for now, he's at least going to be able to get into that Witchblade. I know he needs a BKB, but do you kind of need Midas at this point just to try and, push that game that little bit further?
On Makoto? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Orchid as a last ditch. I feel like Orchid or Midas is probably the route, because you're not winning this game by going normal items, so trying to get Orchid and just like get some random team fight and get some kill streak gold isn't a horrible idea, because at this point you got to try something. And then of course I think going the Midas, just assuming that this game is not one that's being won in the next 20-30 minutes, probably could feel decent as well.
OD and probably Lifestealer are like the two heroes for me that I am totally fine with someone building Midas if they want to, just because it is actually quite a lot of attack speed that you get from the item for what you spend on it in terms of like gold efficiency, and plus the fact that they're two heroes that really do rely quite a lot on those right clicks being converted into something else, whether it be the lifesteal from the feast or the max percent damage, or from an OD's perspective, just that arcane orb and the is it Essence Font? I don't even know what the name of the ability is.
Flux, I think.
Yeah, Essence Flux.
The thing that gets me now is Beastmaster just got his Ags recently, so he's already now you've got a gauge of how far behind the ball he is, which I will say with this Ags, we've seen it before, just going into Roche. Maybe you got to think about that as Talon, just smoke up, go Roche, and try and swipe it. You've got Unleash, you have the ability to do it.
Well.
The only thing is, I mean, you're playing into Underlord, and I think VP, they've been a little bit wiser. They have this ward in the top side, the Watcher. Underlord playing around that area. So it is hard to sneak.
Value out of the Orchid if Squadix goes onto the lane again.
Oh, walking up the high ground.
Ooh, Roar. Immediately a Fiend's Gate, and they get the kill on a Squadix. That's almost 1,000 golds going their way. They are going to get Rain. That's a couple of good kills here for the side of Talon.
Yeah, they needed that really badly. They get Squad X, which is probably one of the biggest ones. You want to shut down this hero as much as you can, considering the game he was having to get Rain on the way out and don't really lose anything. So that's kind of part of the reason I think Makoto went for this last ditch Orchid, and the stats aren't bad on OD. So he's not regretting it too much, I think. There is a BKB out from Kiritich pretty early in the game if he wants to utilize that.
Oh, Dr.
another
Bum.
On to Mr. Bum.
Might also force the Ember to go into a BKB a bit earlier than he wants to as well. Like if you've got this Orchid that you're going to have to deal with, because no one's really close to buying a Lotus yet on VP. It's only 18 minutes in, so understandable. But yeah, it looks like that's the next item that he's got queued up. Might have been considering going and he had a Blightstone and a Mithril Hammer, so Deso might have been on the cards. But yeah, BKB absolutely necessary now.
Yeah, on Ember Spirit, you're like pretty much the build that you wish you could go every game would be like Gleipnir into, I mean, maybe you go like Mage Slayer into Gleipnir, but it's always Gleipnir at first if you can get away with it.
Yeah.
And then most of the time you want to go BKB after that, you're usually forced to. But if you can get away with like, some type of Manta style, like Kaya Yasha I've even seen from certain players, Blink Dagger can be really weird and actually quite effective on that hero, but going Maelstrom into BKB, it doesn't feel horrible, but it shuts down a lot of your playmaking potential. It shuts down kind of the like raw stats that you want to get out of your build with a Gleipnir. So
I do like
the
the hero has options now, right? Like, remember when we were in that 2+ year period where it was like, okay, you go phase boots into Orb of Corrosion, into Maelstrom, into BKB, and if you went any other choice, you were just straight up griefing, right? Like, it just felt way too flowcharty. So that is one thing that I'm really liking about Dota these days, is that you do have those different options that you can go for depending on the game state.
Yeah, and SquadX being quite versatile. I mean, they're smoking before he has the BKB, but they're also smoking before W's pipe on the Beastmaster. Not going to catch anything though. Looks like Talon has a pretty decent read on this one.
And they've got some of those big items that they need, right? Like, WS is nearly built into his pipe. You've got the BKB now available on Marcy, so he really wants to fight.
This could be a really, really good timing for Talon if
That
VP
wave is pushing in.
oversteps.
So, like, this becomes kind of obvious. You've got top and mid pushing in. They should know that they are going for some sort of play, so I'm expecting VP to put down some sort of vision and look to try and play around that as much as possible.
Yeah, any fight here too is probably just going to lead into Roche for the team that wins. It could be a huge swing.
It really
Just
could be.
completely backing off as well, like not going for any sort of angles where they could get cut off on. It was just
Jumping
a
into
pure
Kiritich. They've
retreat.
got the roar. They'll get the kill. They'll take the DK, Ice Path, Macropyre, and the kisses. And SquadX is starting to retreat. Flame Break hits onto Akashi, who's unleashed at the moment, and rebounding over to Noticed, and Jokum gets the kill there. That's 2 years dead on Virtus Pro. That opens up the Roche. You've got Drums of Slom, so you'll be slomming, killing, getting an Aegis, and all of a sudden the damage output from Talon feels like enough.
I think even use BKB on Akashi as well. So you've still got 9 seconds left on that. Plenty of stuff to be able to make those consistent plays. And of course, one of the advantages of playing the Marcy, especially with an IO, is that you've just got so much frequent playmaking potential to be able to move around the map. And, you know, again, as long as you've got that BKB available, if you could get another kill, for example, onto the Underlord or the DK, then, you know, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to start falling behind a little bit.
Almost has the Yasha able to take a Tormentor by themselves.
Yeah, IO having a lot of net worth is never something that you are upset about. Ponyo doing pretty decently from whatever the kill he had. Still low net worth, but for an IO, doesn't feel bad. Makoto recovering nicely. I mean, he's above the Ember Spirit in net worth, so rather than going for some kind of farm-heavy build, he goes into this Orchid and honestly paid off pretty well. I think Talon, I was worried about their CC, but Akashi just finds like this super like tight angle with the rebound to burst Kiritich, and the game, yeah, I mean, turned on a dime there. Feels like you're not quite ready to deal with the, you know, just the healing, the pipe, the, you know. Now, if you want to kill Makoto, he has an Aegis.
Ooh, nice play.
Can't kill Akashi with the BKB, and a little bit awkward as well. Kiritich went into this early BKB, which we actually don't see this as much by safe lane DKs. We've been seeing a lot of Sanjin Yasha second. But Kiritich opted to go for BKB second, and it hasn't accomplished anything. I mean, he hasn't even pressed it, I don't think. So he's going to be hitting the Sanjin Yasha, I think, without having really meaningfully used the BKB at all. Which does not feel good. It's just slowing down his farm even that much more.
I do like the BKB in terms of what it provides this game, right? Like, IO's going to do nothing, OD's going to do nothing, Beastmaster not that much, Snapfire basically nothing. It's only really the Marcy that you're concerned about in that regard. It's just that they haven't been able to find that key pickoff to be able to, again, accelerate the pace. From the beginning, we were all saying we're favoring Talon if this game gets late enough, but maybe that's just their mentality, right? They wanted to try and close it out early, and if you're looking to try and take fights, take objectives, take Roshan, BKB is probably one of the better ways to be able to do it.
Problem is, I think
but
that BKB gets, you know, you pop that BKB, you get roared, and all of a sudden it's like that duration feels pretty bad, and Unleashed does last for a long time. You jump back in there and then just blow up that DK, right?
It's part of the benefit of DK too. They are going
right onto the Underlord.
What are you doing there?
Notice just getting ripped apart.
And I mean, we were talking earlier about how it's a really good Lotus game. I mean, so many roots and so many different things you can get rid of. The Bat Rider meaningfully as well. Dragon Knight stun. There's lots of things to reflect, lots of things to dispel. Jokum already has one. He went like pretty much straight and he went Force Staff into Lotus Orb. Gonna enable this Marcy even further.
Into the tier 2 tower, opening up outposts. And that is now a 3,000 net worth lead. Like, this is really rough for the side of Virtus Pro all of a sudden. Look at that. Relocate's coming in. They'll look for Dr. Bum. They'll split it up a little bit. Scatterblast lands, and Dr. Bum, Force Staff, and a cookie, but they've got, of course, another one in Beastmaster coming around the bend. That's a little unfair.
It's so weird. I feel like VP's map movements, they were so convincingly ahead in this game. It felt like they made really, really strong early moves, but ever since they kind of died that one time on Squad X to the Orchid, it feels like they haven't done anything. We haven't seen a Fiend's Gate in so long. We've gotten this BKB on Kiritich, but no fight has come out, and partially that's because they got smoked into and then got the Roche, but they haven't really been looking much for either, and they aren't farming much faster than Talon.
I mean, I won't fault teams if they don't want to fight into an Aegis, right? A lot of what they have is kind of like one and done, right? The lasso, the macro pyre to a lesser extent, especially considering you're going up against what, double Force Staff and a cookie to be able to reposition as well. So it's like, I think they're just thinking, look, let's just try and get our items and then let's look to fight into them when they don't have this Aegis. And I mean, that's what this smoke is all about, right?
Yeah, they're going to try and get it on the time that the Aegis expires. There is no Unleash, which is probably the biggest benefit here for VP. Actually makes the Marcy feel much weaker.
Fiend's Gate.
Good positioning.
Notice is through. Pit of Malice onto the IO. Little Shredder on a Dr. Bum. The tether, the Astral Imprisonment to save this IO. Primal Roar is used. And WS needs to back up with the BKB being popped by Squad X. The chase is on to Jokum, and the rest is WS is trying to get away from this Ember. Akashi doesn't have a lot of life left. Force Staff to the other side. Jokum ends up dying. Right click's coming in from the OD. Finally takes out Squad X. Hurricane Pike. Ice Path lands. Dr. Bum is gone. Blink away. The IO is going to be sacrificed here. Does Makoto have enough to just get these kills? Firestorm is down. Kiritich is here. WS tries to show up with the drums of Slom, but that's just adding to the death total, as he will die after Makoto, and Kiritich getting an ultra kill.
I just don't think Makoto pressed his buttons there. He had the Astral up to be able to turn around and potentially use it onto the Underlord, prevent a little bit of that extra lockdown, but yeah, maybe it was the fog of war, I'm not sure what, but yeah, he just didn't do it.
Yeah, Talon covered themselves really well, I think, with the positioning here, saving this IO for quite a while. The fight looks good, but the biggest thing here is you just don't have Unleash on Akashi, and WS kind of gets caught in this weird spot. But I mean, really, it's what are you supposed to do on Akashi in this position? Ends up popping the BKB so late in the fight that feels like the Marcy, which is 15k of your net worth, did absolutely nothing. And just a good position.
The Bat Rider at the end, but that's about it, right? I think he had to pop the Unleash at the very end there to be able to do it. This is what I was talking about.
He almost comes back in off the OD, but just barely doesn't feel confident to come back in with the Beastmaster. Probably a good decision there.
Yeah.
So decent way to throw your lead there. I think these heroes, like these kind of like transformation heroes, you got Terrorblade, Dragon Knight, Marcy, they kind of need their ultis, but Marcy and DK are probably two of the like biggest ones. Like, his son is up there as well. They all really need them, and it's just they're in this position where maybe they just didn't think anything would happen. Maybe that VP wouldn't try anything, but without that Unleash, you feel like half the hero, if not less. Also, kind of greeds the BKB to attempt to maybe wait for the unleash, but ends up just taking so much damage that you can't enter the fight after that point.
I think they knew what was going on, right? They were all set up for it. You just saw how they were positioned around the trees, positioned around that wood that they had on the high ground at the time.
Here they go again.
So kill into IO doesn't feel bad, barring some absurd play by Ponyo, but that Glimmer Cape was really early.
Yeah. They have a sentry down anyway.
And Dust.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's not gonna Glimmer Cape out, but still, it was funny. The timing was so off there. So few mistakes here by Talon. I mean, VP was giving it to them earlier. Kind of gave some free map space to Talon, and they were in a really good spot in this game. Still in a pretty decent spot, but giving it back just a little bit here. Squad X almost has a Shiva's finish, which is a really good item decision here from him. I like that he goes he goes from the Maelstrom to the BKB, straight into the Shivas to reduce this healing from the Marcy from the IO. Gives the vision, gives the armor, makes him extremely tanky. Smart itemization here from Squad X.
They were about to hit a bunch of big timings though on Talon, right? It seems like they want to go for a smoke, but you're literally like 200 gold away from BKB on both the OD and the Beastmaster. Maybe just looking to try and catch them underneath their tier 2 tower while they can. Good BKB.
BKB, the chase, the ice path, the macro pyre, and the lasso. So they've got the sanities. They'll kill Dr. Bum. They'll go for Kiritich. They'll rebound off to the side to get the kill in a rain at the same time. Radavitos from Notice. That's onto the Marcy, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. They should still be able to get the kill here onto the Underlord. They can't stop the DKTP, and this should secure them Roche.
Makoto was mid-cast of the Astral there, and he was almost able to catch him out. This is no Battle Fury Marcy as well, so, you know, doing a ton of that damage, just bursting down the individual each and every time. I almost wonder if they need to be going for a bit more of these, like, you know, Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, a little bit more single target stuff to be able to protect whoever does get astraled or jumped on by the Marcy or roared or, you know, Mortimer's Kisses, just that sort of stuff. Even Force Staff might do so much to be able to protect them.
Yeah, Force Staff is quite good against this comp. I think generally really good against Marcy and Roar, and oof.
Kiritich. Dead anyway, top.
Yeah, so Relo. Pretty nice spell when you can set up like this. OD is a great hero for setting it up. Roar is a great hero for is a great spell for setting it up. Getting straight into these towers.
Loving this itemization from Akashi as well. He's kind of anticipating that these Force Staffs and stuff might come through. He's building into a Nullifier for himself, so they're not going to be able to make that gap happen.
Yeah, on top of that, I believe they already have a Yules on Rain and a Crimson Guard on the Underlord, so not going to be able to utilize those with this Nullifier coming out. Gives you good damage, gives you armor.
I forget, which of the two is like unnullifiable? It's either Pipe or Crimson. I keep forgetting.
It's Pipe. Crimson is quite easy for this spell.
Bottom lane, all of a sudden, they've got Aegis and 3.5 minutes to make a move.
And a Nullifier. Plenty of damage as well.
Yeah.
That's just plus 70 damage, I think.
Yeah, it might even be a little bit higher. 80 or 90, I think, in here or so. Always fishing for something on Akashi.
Have 2 glyphs remaining if they grab this tower before the reset.
As he should be looking to go for these sorts of plays, right? This is what Na'Vi should have done with Yuragi in that that third game that they lost against Extreme Gaming, right? Like, he had the Aegis, but he wasn't the one playing on the front lines. It was PMA getting caught out that ended up losing them that series. But, you know, if you've got that Marcy, if you've got that really solid net worth, and if you've got an IO backing you up with an Aegis and 2 people down, there really wasn't any reason for him to stop fishing. Lever's level 20 as well, off the back of this creep wave.
Easy level 20.
Yeah, and a really nice part of this Talon draft as well. OD and IO are a nice pairing in general in the sense that, I mean, reloading OD can be quite strong just because of the raw damage he can provide as an immobile hero. The overcharge always feels nice on the hero, the healing to keep him alive, but honestly one of the nicest benefits of it is just you always want to jump the IO. That's always what you want to do if that hero is on the enemy team.
Lasso.
Try to go on Akashi with BKB.
Yeah, they're going to try. BKB's going to be popped, and Akashi's going to run to the IO with the mech. Blind Scatterblast out. Kind of looks stupid when you know what's coming. Obviously, he didn't know the full extent, but nothing was coming. But still.
Yeah, force the BKB, but not the biggest deal. And just my last little bit there is Astraling IO just feels very nice. Having that save for a hero that it's always so high value, especially into a hero like Batrider. It's part of the reason that this OD felt so nice in this last pick slot. And the later and later the game goes on, the harder it is to punish this OD over the IO. They cover each other super nicely, and usually ODs end up going kind of this Aghanims or BKB. Lincoln's at least one defensive item. Dr. Bum just barely getting out.
And they're avoiding fights and not allowing them to use this Aegis to push the high ground.
They see Squad X under a ward here.
There's the roar and the sanities. Never mind. They were doing a good job at avoiding.
Yeah, wasn't expecting a ward up there, which I don't blame Squad X. It's kind of... It doesn't feel like it would accomplish much, but it's actually pretty smart in games like this where you know they're just going to be playing on-side lanes. Trying to get the most they can out of the map. What is your timing for VP? It's hard to know. This Aegis expiring is going to be a big one, but even then, the chain stun has to be really, really clean. And the healing is definitely there, even in the worst case.
30 seconds on this Aegis.
This is where you should be trying to make these plays happen, right? Like, what's the reason to not go for it? You don't have an Ember Spirit up. You've got that Aegis back up. You've got the IO backing you up. You've got double Siege Creep Wave that's kind of doing the damage for you. Ooh. I'm able to get onto the low ground.
5 seconds. Need to be careful.
They can just go Tormentor.
They ping it out immediately.
Yeah, grab the Wisdom Rune. Fall back a little bit. The easiest way to give VP a way back into this game is to give them a fight here that you're not prepared for. So Talon gonna do their best to not do so.
The lanes aren't exactly in the greatest spot as well, so they can just go back, fix them up a little bit. Get rid of the double siege as well, so not as much tower threat.
Clean up some creep waves, get some easy net worth.
Tormentor.
Even easier. Who doesn't have their shard? Beastmaster. Okay.
OD doesn't either.
Nice.
Really not a bad shot as well for OD this game specifically.
Yeah, you can walk out of the pit of mouse, which is quite nice.
Out of the pit, out of the macro, ice path, whatever it might be.
It also increases the max mana that you're stealing, so actually kind of matters for the damage, especially with the facet that the OD takes to do massive damage at this point in the game. And the pure damage is going to be huge for Makoto if they manage to get chain CC onto somebody without BKB Ws.
Oh, that ward.
Squad X. Yeah. Knew they were going to be farming, knew they were going to look for something out of the map, and went there the second that they went for it and got themselves a kill.
It is just one kill though, and again, lane's not in the greatest spot, so I don't think they should be able to instantly get something off the back of this. They're going to try and do their best to just shove out as many waves as possible on VP. Maybe with the lesser cast TP time on the outposts now, they would be able to catch him up, but not quite.
Brain does almost have a full Aghanims on Jakiro, which could be pretty massive. Having the pure damage against this kind of BKB heavy lineup with the pipe.
Yeah, but aren't they up against like 2 or 3 4 stuffs and a cookie? Like, are you really going to get caught in it that long?
Not ideally, but there is a lot of chain CC, at least from VP, so it's probably one of your best avenues to attempt to deal with Talon, or at least attempt to dissuade them from maybe going in during the time of the Marcy BKB. Full dataless on Akashi. Feels like these items just keep on coming out from Talon. And BKB on Dr. Bum might be too little too late here.
He's just about to have it though, so see if he can make it worth something, right?
Yeah, you're really running into issues.
Risen from his sleep, just feeling that Talon's back in it.
Yeah,
I would hope so.
the computer is unlocked. Finally getting rid of that vision. But in doing so, they know exactly where they were getting rid of that vision, and they might have made a jump there if they felt comfortable to do so.
Doing a decent job delaying on VP. I mean, at this point, when you're 22k net worth down, like as long as it stays 22k and it doesn't grow, you're going to become relatively stronger compared to what the enemy team's able to do, right? Like your items are just worth so much more at this stage. So if they can wait that out, get that next big item, I think, was it Satanic that someone was working on there on the bottom side? I think it might have been DK. Yeah. And then take a successful Roshan fight, you're immediately back in it.
Feels quite hard. I think one of the biggest issues you're running into is W has a ninja gear on the Beastmaster, which is already such a strong item, and the roar is not easy to deal with. Pretty much feels like you have the damage for anybody CC'd by that, even through BKBs with Akashi's dataless here.
He doesn't know if they have vision up there or not, so it's a really ballsy place to be when you don't have the boys sitting behind you. Noticed he hasn't finished up his Lotus, wanting to keep the buyback gold available in case he's the one that gets jumped on. That's why he's putting himself out there at the front. Obviously, he's incredibly tanky. He's got people playing behind him. And I think they're just going to do a very similar sort of thing. Just put him out on the front lines, dangle him there, and hope they take the bait. Seems like they might.
Noticed. There's the jump. There's the silence. Ice Path in. Trying to get him out, but still the damage is overwhelming. Sanity's kind of meh. But
Buyback, though.
Buyback into a Fiend's Gate, into a jump. They've got the BKB. The Primal Roar is there on a Kiritich. They use the lasso, but they've got the Astral Imprisonment. They get the kill on a Kiritich. They're going to look for the rest. Rain and Dr. Bum are on the run. And they both get out, and they use that Fiend's Gate. They didn't buy back on Kiritich just yet, but this should make Aegis all Talons.
Yeah, Talon is covering themselves, I think, a little bit too nicely for it to feel like there's any holes in the armor here. They have so many, Solar Crest, Glimmer, lots of Force Staffs, Holy Locket Mech on Ponyo, so Astral is always a great save. This feels like...
Makoto?
Oh.
Noticed.
Well, this will be a dieback.
Yep.
Did you see that? It was a Lotus into a Lincoln's on the Astral.
Yeah.
That damage from Akashi. Can't man-fight it on Kiritich. We saw that in the last fight. That's why he's working towards that BKB, but might not even be good enough, or the Satanic. That might not even be good enough into Primal Roar. Such a nuisance here.
Again, though, Wave just isn't there, and VP are doing a good job at trying to delay it out, let Underlord come back, have all of those auras available once again.
Squad X can actually get the Wisdom Rune if he wants to test his luck today. Refresher Shard on W's. I didn't even catch that one, but that is absolutely massive. If one Roar was ruining your team fight, then two of them, it's gonna do it even better.
Jeez.
Yeah, quick jump in, dispose, easy kill. And they do have another glyph.
Do they just... would they give Refresh to Akashi? Like another BKB and another
Unleash?
Feels like they can just get Megas right here and now.
Yeah, it does. Primal Roar. Sanity's used. Squadix is dead. Kiritich next. Another Primal Roar, and there's the control with the Dispose. The BKB's going to be popped by Kiritich. They're going for the Bat Rider. Gem on the deck if anybody wants it. Makoto getting another kill. Dr. Bum's going to be dead. He'll buy back. So did Squadix, but they'll lose Kiritich, who also has buyback.
They're not losing anyone on Talon.
No, not even close to losing anybody yet.
They're just, like Rojo's been saying, they're covering each other so well. It's why I do like this IO-OD combination so much, in that you never really are able to pick the right target to go on. Like, IO is always the right target, but as long as Makoto's in the right position to get that Astral Stave, you're really not all that concerned.
Yeah, and he's, at this point, Makoto, one of the difficult things about OD is that he farms so slow. If he doesn't get a good start, but they got a few kills that just put him kind of on par where everyone else is, and once you get into this late game, OD is definitely one of the strongest heroes at this point in the game. Just the amount of damage you can get, pure damage, feels like it's going past the ores a little bit, and amplified damage on the Kashi. They need to purchase this somehow.
That's the Aegis, remember?
And they're going with the lasso, Astral Imprisonment.
Oh, Kashi wants more.
Yeah, he really does. Aviana's feather, so he just has to fly here. Move on, go for one who's next after the next.
Still has Aegis, still has an Aya with cheese sitting behind him. This is Megas.
Damn.
This is Megas, and you gotta watch them do it. Tried to throw some poke in there, but doesn't feel meaningful.
It might get the IO. Nope, cheese.
Yeah. She's there. Primal Roar used again. Right click scene. Noticed and Rain are gone. Kiritich nullified. GG is called. Talon take game one. Hoping to win their first series so they don't get eliminated from this event. It's a good start with game number one going their way. Up 50K at the end of that game.
Notice was out of there quick. That was one of the fastest DCs I've ever seen, and pretty understandable as well, right? It really felt like they were never able to get a decent foothold past the, I want to say 18-minute mark, where the BKB finally was able to come out for the Marcy.
Yeah, BKB on Marcy is absolutely the biggest timing for this hero. Able to expand it into so much more, and really just good looks on the smokes. I think especially they just kept landing.
From this event, it's a good start.
Big commend to Makoto for having such a rough game state. And, I mean, first of all, just playing it out perfectly normal. Not seeming to be too upset about it or, you know, do anything crazy. He goes straight into that Orchid, and at that point, his Orchid is really what it felt like was kind of the turning point for the game. Even though it only seemed to get one kill in Squad X, it just took so much pressure off of the map. He was able to farm. It gave them a ton of XP and gold just from getting those kind of kill streaks, and since he was so far ahead. I really like that from Makoto. I don't know if I would give him MVP here because I think W's on Beastmaster was pretty much infallible. After that point in the game, after the initial Orchid, it feels like he didn't really make any like big mistakes, really any small mistakes either for most of the game. He had Roar on the right target almost every fight. Constant blink initiations. Felt like his item build was really good. He was getting to those timings really well, and you know, after that, it's just Talon's draft is really solid. Really solidly covering each other. Joking with a really nice item build on Snapfire.
The early game, Talon looked like they were gonna just drop this.
I'm really surprised they didn't, because we've kind of. I mean, this wouldn't be the first time of us watching these games that something like, or that a game, you know, kind of goes that way. But Talon give us a real barn burner there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It did not feel like things were nearly close to going the way that they thought they would. But
yeah, this was also really awkward. Kiritich in the top lane, he got gone on the first time by kind of a nice rotation from Talon. And you can't necessarily blame him for that one, just one death, but after that he walked straight back into the top lane and died again. They're still able to get a decent fight because of this amplified damage on Squad X, but
actually,
giving away a lot more than they were supposed to on VP, just in terms of setting Kiritich behind. And this rebound was also really, really nice, because this is Kiritich when he has his BKB as his second item. Full chain stun, true comboed. Gives them the Roche.
I felt like Dr. Bum did a lot of things right. This was that fight that they were set up for on Talon to be able to respond to VP, where they were just able to keep the IO alive for long enough. You can just see, unfortunately, the Bat Rider was able to die just so quickly because of the damage that Makoto was raining out. This is that versatility that you get when you're playing an IO with what effectively is that double core, right? Like Makoto lives for so long, deals a ton of damage. Yeah, it doesn't work out amazingly for them this entire fight, but he's still able to get away because of what Ponyo is able to do. I think he would honestly be in the discussion for any sort of MVP beyond what we saw with that death in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean Ponyo as well. As you mentioned, kind of a. I mean, I was generally kind of a like silent hero, especially in these kind of aura metas, because it's hard to tell exactly what he's doing. Everybody's healing so much, but I'm not really any key positioning errors. Gets to his item timings, attached to the hip to his OD, to his Marcy. Yeah, felt like he was very consistent. I think that's a pretty good point. And yeah, just I mean, again, VP lineup kind of once it did end up falling behind, running out of damage again, time and time again. That's what we see.
15k Dota, that's what that is.
Holy shit.
It's bloody double
The new
buy-in.
wave.
God damn.
It is kind of crazy that we see teams just run out of damage. These just lineups just don't have anything left in the tank.
It's auras, bro. That's what happens.
I'm not the biggest fan of auras.
I'm not at all.
They tried nerfing them a bit. It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're cool sometimes, but when auras are strong, they're so strong.
Right.
Like I don't mind mech's fun,
yeah.
I think.
So some of them are great, but there's also times where I'm like, man, I almost wish that these items just outright didn't exist. But
the old Wraithback treatment.
Yeah, Wraithback, of course. Pipe of Insight is also just one of those problematic ones for Valve to balance, it seems, because when it's strong, it's the first item that like somebody buys in the game on either team. If you don't, you just feel like you're so far behind the curve. And it also means that certain heroes, like when these auras are strong, it just completely deletes certain heroes from the meta. Specifically, we've seen people try to make like Zeus work. There was some other like kind of base magic damage mid that we saw a few days ago that just runs out of damage so fast into pipe. It feels like that, it just feels like Zeus isn't really playable in this kind of meta where pipe is going to be the first item every game. And, the same can be said, maybe Visage, I really like the changes that they did towards him, but can be pretty hard to play that hero if, the enemy offlaner decides to go Crimson Guard second item, or first item even.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me ask you a question. Speaking of auras, and just it feels like you can get all of them. Would you ever consider going the League of Legends route? Where, like, you know how you were only... I mean, they just got rid of this, actually, where you were only able to get one mythic item. Would you ever start to subclass items and be like, you can only get one of these?
Is this per team, per person?
It's per person.
I don't follow League at all.
So it's usually per person. You can get one mythic item.
Yeah, that's how it was.
They made mythic items, right?
Yeah, I really honestly dislike the mythic item system, so I don't think it has much of a place in Dota. I feel like whenever you have something like that, players eventually just find a way to work around it, and it feels restricting. I like that Dota is a game where like your item build kind of generally never feels restricted. You'll, very rarely you see players on the same hero between two games go the exact same build. Sometimes they go, very similar ones, but you make changes here and there, and the team around them is always doing different things, which is cool. I mean, a lot of the support items, I think, like, Glimmer and Force Staff, I think these items are awesome. I think they've given so much versatility and utility to supports in the past few years, but once you start getting to that point where it's like, you're just every game trying to assemble, like, this, Exodia of healing and max HP, it just, it really limits that versatility in its own right, because you're kind of having to match the enemy team. And like I said, it feels frustrating that so many heroes get kind of put on the back foot. And as we've seen, there hasn't been as much like deviation from the meta in this tournament as we've seen in previous times in Dota, because it's really difficult to do so. I think even like I really like the changes they made to Earth Spirit as well. I could definitely see the Rolling Boulder facet being really strong on position 4 and on mid. But again, you know, Pipe of Insight is such a problematic item for some of these heroes.
Just doesn't even make it worth it to play some of these heroes when you know a pipe's almost guaranteed to come out.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I think part of the argument against I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, but could you just say, well, you're drafting too many heroes that rely on magic damage, for example, that make pipe too good of an item? Like you need to spread your damage sources a little bit more, get some pure damage in there, so you need to buy a BKB, get some, you know, physical damage in there, so you need to buy a Crimson Guide instead of the pipe, and then those heroes can shine. Or maybe Ice Frog can just buff like other items that are a little more just interesting than pipe, I guess, right?
Yeah, there's also like I mean, certain things can just really change the dynamics of an item. For like pipe being undispellable is also part of, I think, what makes it problematic is just that there's no getting through it. As soon as the item is popped, like the only way really to fight into pipe sometimes in the early game is to not fight into it. That's pretty much the only argument I think against auras generally is like, well, a lot of times when you go them, you're sacrificing the strength of your own hero. But so far in this meta, it also feels like kills are giving you so much XP and gold and giving you so much opportunity to get these objectives like Wisdom Rune Tormentors that it doesn't feel like in order to keep up a lot of the times, like, you know, you always have to be like maximizing your pathing and killing as many jungle camps and getting all these waves. Like in this last game, we saw Talon like constantly dropping waves to VP, constantly like getting pushed in, but they kept getting consistent kills even through, you know, being behind. They got that one kill off of the Orchid, and it feels like they're also enabled that kills are just giving so much that you don't have to worry as much like, oh, my one hero is weak, because you just kind of end up getting like so much gold on everybody.
Gold on everybody. Sounds so nice. Is comeback potential just too much?
No, I don't think so. I just feel that kills being worth so much just means that like grouping as a 5-man like ball, as we've seen in so many of these games, isn't really that punishable. It means that like, yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. You just group as 5 heroes, and the other team is kind of forced to do the same or get kind of picked off over time. And generally, like when Dota is in kind of like a different state, I guess, not that aura meta is like necessarily worse, but in different patches you'll have, if you group up as 5, you just end up losing too much around the map, and so you have to have like a really delicate balance for it. It just feels like in this patch it's not really delicate, it's just kind of safe at that point to play as 5 heroes and walk around and buy this similar items, and then the enemy team kind of has to do the same thing. And it's cool that we get, you know, kind of more team fights and more engagements, but a lot of times it just feels like we're reaching these game states where it doesn't matter as much how you play. At the end of the day, it's just certain items just feel so oppressive, and certain item combos that not always really, you know, in a sense, like fightable into at all.
I'll say this, B-Cop.
Yes.
If we're not straight back when that timer is done, I might peace out. Just
I'm also quite close to thrown in the towel.
Oh no.
I just wanted to warn you. I've got my mum's birthday lunch tomorrow, so I'm not going to be staying up too late.
Too late? What do you mean? It's only 9 a.m.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. I just woke up.
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's 9 a.m.
11 p.m. here.
The day just started. Easy.
That's why you had the bagel, right?
What?
Breakfast, or early breakfast with the bagel?
Breakfast champion.
Sure. Yeah.
Get Snare in here. It's not too bad for him.
That's up to Snare. Snare wants in. He can have in.
Snare wants uppies.
Uppies! My nephew says that. Uppy!
That's so cute.
And I'm like, fuck you, dude. Stop. It's being so fucking cute.
Just to a small child.
Yeah, fuck off.
Dude, we were sitting having Chinese food today, and my nephew like was slamming his chopstick on the table, and then he started reaching my plate. I said, touch that plate. I dare you. He doesn't know what I'm saying right now, so I'm just like, it'll be the last thing you ever do.
I am the knight.
I am the knight. Where's Rachel?
How do you know that name?
No, he sent me to the wrong place. Snare, you didn't answer my question. Oh, he messaged me on Discord. That actually helps. All right, hold on.
You didn't answer my question. Literally is answering his question.
Yeah. No, Rachel. Hello, young gentleman. Or younger,
Hello, can you all hear
younger
me?
than gentleman me.
Yes, we can.
We can.
Oh no. Wait, hold on, I can't hear y'all. One second.
Was this your first time? I said it because he can't hear me. I'm a bitch
Why does
otherwise.
Discord always do this to me?
Ooh,
I hate when this
draft.
happens. Oh.
We're switching right into a draft. I'm not even going to play that thing of marbles.
Hold on, I'm gonna try something right quick.
Whoops.
The feeling of like not having audio and trying to fix it is so annoying. Because you don't know if you're like intruding on something or... nobody ever like really cares, but you just feel like... You're like, it just feels awkward.
Hello, is it me?
All right. You got me for one more game.
Hell yeah. Perfect. Who
Discord, hello?
win
Hold on, I'm gonna restart Discord
into...
again.
Okay.
Kind of similar drafts playing out, at least in terms of bans here. I do like Talon's priority onto the Coddle. I think as the tournament progresses, I think this hero might become more and more popular. I think Talon is having a pretty decent read on that. It pairs well with so many of the heroes that we've seen do well. And the flex potential is nice. It's not, I think, necessarily as strong on the 4 position as it is in mid, but knowing that you have the availability to do that feels nice, and they make sure that VP doesn't get it, but snatch the DK for themselves. This was the first overall pick in the last draft as well. Do you respond with Jakiro? Maybe you go some kind of weird route where you think DK needs to be addressed and you head into Ursa or Morphling even?
New heroes,
You see
please.
something like that.
Yeah, what up, boys?
You can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Hell
Fine.
yeah.
What's happening, y'all?
That works.
No,
Not much.
Jacob and Rojo have been enjoying the delays.
Yes, it's been a lot of delays. I gotta raise your
You know,
volumes there.
my delay in life right now isn't necessarily with games. I was supposed to have moved yesterday, but there's been some delays with the place I was supposed to move into, so I had to crash at a friend's house for like a week or two. Game is hard.
I've actually had that happen to me. When I was moving into this place, in between, I was supposed to move to North Carolina, and I gave like my deposit for the apartment and my like first month's rent, and or it was an application fee and and a deposit. So they like, I gave them the application and I never got a word back from them, and all of a sudden August 1st comes around a couple of years ago, and they call me and they're just like, hey Ben, we just want to like update you on your apartment, like you were supposed to move in today, everything's ready for you to move in. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, the apartment, it's yours, like you can move in. I'm like, you guys never responded to my application. What do you mean I could just move in? I live in New York. How much notice am I about to get on this?
A
They're
somewhat
like-
similar thing happened yesterday. While I was like literally moving, like the guys with the moving trucks were there at the crib. I'm loading shit in, and then at the other place they call me up. They're like, "Hey, by the way, the landlord just like rented out the unit to some other random person, so you're kind of fucked. Make a plan, buddy." You're like, "Oh shit, now what?"
Oh, we love landlords. Everybody remember to tip your landlord 20% at least.
Oh my
Shut
God.
up.
Tipping
Don't-
culture is insane.
There is no tipping culture for landlords. Stop that. Don't even. No. You know what? Even us Americans don't do that.
I'm just gonna ask you a few questions on this iPod really quick.
Gonna get me riled up at 9 in the morning. Jesus.
I will say American tipping culture is it's a bit much. It's a bit much.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Everywhere.
I mean, Rojo knows it because of your job, right? Your job's tipping, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm currently working in a tip-based position. Not
Same.
Like, it's not like serving, which is being tipped Twitch Primes. It's not like a serving position, so it's not like the majority of my check is coming from tips or anything, but it's still yeah, I still am asking like people all the time, groveling for $2 on their $50 order.
It's. I work in my part-time job. I work at a place called 5 Iron. Oh God. Well, you know what? Whatever. Let's continue. The clientele are some of them, and a good amount of them are not big on tipping. They just think they're above it. And what annoys me is when I see people pull out like a Amex Platinum and then just are like, "Yeah, man, like I got the bill," and then the bill's like the first day I worked there, these guys came in, they rolled up a $300 tab, and then the guy paid with his Amex Platinum and didn't tip, and I was just like, "This is terrible. I hate this."
Yeah, I mean the thing is like, because some people, I mean, a lot of people like that are just kind of like being entitled about it or blah blah blah, whatever it is. But a lot of it too is like, I think there is a genuine argument that some people have where they're like, oh, like I don't want to tip because I don't want to tip, like support tipping culture, which is basically just forcing, you know, like customers to pay your employee's wage at the end of the day. Yep. So like systematically, it's like just a horrible system that 90% of the time benefits like whatever corporation it is. But it's like you're not, when you don't tip, you're not actually fixing the problem, because unfortunately in the US, like this just exists. So at the end of the day, when you don't tip like that, you're just paying these underpaid people less, which is unfortunate. But as an individual, you can't really like not tipping isn't fixing the problem at all. And also a lot of people just come from like, I feel like they don't have that sort of like understanding or empathy of somebody who's in like a difficult situation and needs those tips to get by month to month.
I will say though, one of the most insane things was they got asked to tip at the casino, and by one of the dealers. And I was like, I've already lost $50 at this table. You think I have any money left to tip you? You already got everything I have. Yeah, no, give me a good cause next hand, then I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right, speaking of good hands, y'all, let's we still gotta talk about Dota. We gotta do the right thing. We are pretty deep in this draft. I think everybody agrees we hate tipping culture, and probably everybody agrees that we are done seeing IO Marcy. How many games has this been in a row now, seeing this combo?
Just two. Just two. Thank God.
For us.
Enough.
That's more than enough, actually. Oh, Storm
Yeah.
Spirit. I'm happy. Something new.
New.
You think it's Reflecty Storm Spirit? Or just the good-
Probably not. Probably not. Almost definitely not. Static Slide is so good. Like,
It's so
I mean, it's
good.
just so good. And the other one, honestly,
2 hops.
I mean,
this
it's
time.
like they auto attack themselves. Even like they overload themselves.
Against PA, maybe it would be good.
Yeah, maybe. It's just
We all
the
saw that
utility of
Reddit
Static Slide is
post.
so good, and the thing is, like, Storm Spirit can just, or like against Storm
Your
Spirit,
lane
you can
weakness
just
is
not attack it when he has that fast, and you can choose to not attack.
Yeah.
Also, like a lot of times you're using Vortex to disable them, so it's not like you're using it and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna get this extra damage from when they try to auto attack me. It's just it feels very counterintuitive to how the hero plays. I'm not a big fan of the talent or the facet design in general, but Static Slide as well is just like so strong on its own that kind of anything might be hard to beat. That. anti-mage right now. Talon. It's your chance. Mid Marcy, anti-mage.
For Marcy.
Nah, they're probably
anti-mage.
gonna put this DK. This DK feels like it's going mid, right?
No.
Unless they want
Yeah,
to put it in the
DK is
offlane
A lot of
somehow.
1 and 3. Like, not too much mid lately, right?
Yeah, it does, especially into Storm. DK does okay in the Storm, but not his best matchup by any means. Can get kind of dicey. I would say probably this is most likely off lane, and then you're just gonna end up putting Marcio in the safe lane. Question is, what do you want here for your mid laner? Looks like Ember Spirit, so nothing wrong with that. Pangolier was probably a solid option as well, but can be a bit annoying into Primal Beast. Go for the catch, and I mean, yeah, it's a good Searing Chains game in terms of just locking down these heroes.
Yeah. And you always wanted some degree of follow-up on the DK initiation, so he's not the only one starting fights. He can approach things in a different angle. Decent matchup into the Storm Spirit. The scaling might not be necessarily as good, but you know, they did need some magic damage as well, given the heroes that they had before this. Some kind of ways to play into the mid game. I'm fine with this. Not crazy about it, but I'm fine with it.
I
Yeah,
hate
very high tempo
predictable-
hero.
Predictable Dota is not good Dota, in my opinion. You gotta get an option.
Yeah, I agree. That's that's part of the reason too. I think that Aura meta can be boring is generally ends up being quite predictable, since it can be so limiting in those playstyles. That being said, I am kind of curious. VP, pretty obviously looking for the carry. Talon has a lot more potential to kind of move things around, but well, not really. I guess if this Marcy was support, that'd be kind of cool, but probably just looking for a support. Rubik is still in the pool, which they don't ban. Could be pretty decent into the Pulverize, into the Ice Path. Yeah, I could potentially see that. A Rubik DK offlane doesn't sound incredibly weak. Maybe something to deal with this Enchantress creep. Should be Pudge if you're Talon, if you're cool.
If you're cool and based, then you go for the Pudgy.
Who
If you're
is
not, VP.
Okay. Is
VP
there
has
any
last pick.
errors?
I will.
Like, they couldn't go like Razor, could they? Just to kind of keep them guessing still with like where everything's going, because it's not 100% confirmed where Marcy or DK are going right now.
They could. I think you just slam a support though. Honestly, I think Rubik looks really solid. It's probably what I would go for, but CM. Interesting as well. I did say it was a good root game for the Ember, so
Yeah.
now you have a point-click root.
We
Also,
wouldn't
having
have
double
hated,
root into Primal Storm is always nice.
Wouldn't have hated a Shadow Demon either.
Yeah, Shadow Demon looks okay. VP now, you don't have
Nico
that
Talon.
much time. Let's see.
Wouldn't Shadow Demon
Honestly,
be a
I
little bit
think-
of too much overlap with the IO?
Could be. They might run
Any
into
core
damage
that buys
issues with
the Blink Dagger is what I want for VP.
that. Yeah, well,
That'll do.
kind of has a built-in Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
I
Get those backlines and buy team fight against IO. That's how you win,
Yeah.
basically.
The nice thing about this VP lineup is that they don't run into like a similar issue they had last game. The later the game goes, honestly, on VP, it's probably just better, not giving that you're like similar in net worth. That being said, it could be, I mean, Faceless Void doesn't love playing into roots either. So not great into DK offlane as well if they want to play that. Could be a little bit awkward in terms of like laning and getting to that point, but Faceless Void does feel really good once you can get to that point in the game.
Also, I'm looking at this talent draft, and they have Cores, Ember, Marcy, DK. Besides, like Ember, Marcy at some portions in the mid game. When does later on? When I don't envision them being able to 100-0 the Faceless Void before he gets out of the time walk, before anybody else is there to help him. I'm really worried about talent for the late game, if I'm honest with y'all. Like, I don't think they're gonna. In the previous game, they were okay. Like, they were not doing so well early on, but the mid game team fighting was so good. And their late game scaling was fine, so they didn't have to worry that much. I don't think they have as easy of a road this time around. If they end up losing their early game again in game 2, like things start to look very, very complicated for them. Like the Storm Primal Beast can run Ram Shot over you in the mid game. Later on, the Void becomes a big, big problem. I mean, yes, they have IO, but they don't have like the Beast Monster sustain that they had in game 1 that will help tide them over in those difficult moments. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling VP for game 2.
Are you saying that there's
Yeah,
going to be another 3-game series?
I'm thinking VP for game 2, and also it doesn't start for another 15 minutes. That's
Who are
my
you?
personal prediction.
Who
here.
are you? Why?
I am the knight.
I am the knight.
He's not starting the game. That's what he's doing.
Why is this caster talking?
know.
Start the game.
Just ordered a bagel, AMA.
Hell yeah. Any questions? It was an egg bagel. It was delicious.
But yeah, I like what VP has here. I just think the biggest thing for sure is that they can't botch these really strong lanes that Talon has. So if the aggression comes out from Talon in the early game and they kind of, do the opposite of what they did last game, come out of the laning phase really well, it could be a bit difficult. The early game damage is a little bit awkward, I would say, from the side of VP, but once you get past that point, or if you at any point get like this nice smoke or this nice team fight, your lineup can really just take off.
Support players, B-Cup, Danog, how would you feel being in this game if you're playing like CMIO? You want to end this game quickly, don't you?
I feel like I'm dead. Yeah, if I'm Crystal Maiden, I'm hoping I can pull out the classic Miposhka. Die 15 times but have such a huge impact, nobody cares.
I mean, I think CM Shard is still being slept on a lot, even though people know it's very good. Like, in this game especially, right? Like, you've got a Storm who can't really control his AoE damage, so even if you're not able to explode your own Crystal Clone with your Nova, you're going to get that damage off from a Primal Beast charging through it, from a Macro Pyre being on the ground, from a Static Remnant being on the ground. Like, it will pop, and something like that early on is going to provide a whole lot of control against the likes of Primal Storm and Faceless Void that do obviously have so much of their strength is based off of their mobility.
I will say, I think Crystal Clone is such a good farming tool as well.
Yep.
Like, you get so
Anything
much
that
gold
just
as a
lets you
CM.
not show on the lane.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's great. I think it's so amazing. And it's one of those things that, like, sounding game, make it too loud. Okay, I can make it louder. I don't know if that's what they meant to make it louder or not, but yeah, I don't know. Crystal Clone just feels so good. It's one of those. What was I building when I was playing Crystal Maiden? I was going like straight shard almost. Like first item, arcane boots into shard or some shit, because you get so much farm. If you just get a free lane to yourself, you clean up.
Oh snap, I just realized that's because Mikoto's playing Ember. Do y'all remember, was it Dread Masters last year when he got like one of the MVP awards? And some crazy game he had on Ember Spirit into the Storm Spirit matchup, if I remember correctly. He owned the matchup, ended up owning the game, and already it's looking like he's going to be replicating that kind of thing. Like, I'm really scared about what VP does early mid-game against this Ember. Like, the pace that this hero can set here is going to be kind of insane.
I'll be honest, I didn't watch
his performance didn't fill me with a ton of confidence in that last game. Eventually, he fixed it up a little bit, but that laning stage and first 15, 20 minutes was real shaky.
Yeah, this mid matchup is really important. I mean, obviously generally important, but Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit are like such, finicky heroes. They can really get an advantage over the one or the other just from one misstep. Especially just like, if you're really good at like outlasting your opponent on either of these heroes, you can get this kind of small advantage turned into something big. Like Squad X is in a really difficult spot right here. He just has to pretty much wait for his bottle, so gonna end up being behind in levels, gonna be behind in regen, could be behind in like rotations, and just across the whole game. That's what this Ember Spirit is meant to offer. And that's one thing we didn't speak on too much. Oh my god, both side lanes. The CM is a position 4, so not typically what we see, not the Miposhka special. Might still die 14 times, but...
I actually like this adaptation though. I think probably the rationale was, let us just sustain Akashi, make sure that this Mossy doesn't end up dying, and down bottom, DK, you don't necessarily need the IO as the DK, but if you have the CM down there, there's a bit more pressure you can actually apply on the lane. And they don't necessarily need that kind of pressure in the top side, just need to keep Akashi alive. She like this adaptation. I'm cool with it.
I will say this.
Yeah, it also... Oh, good.
Me and Danog have experience beating a Crystal Maiden not in the 5 position.
All right, calm down.
on the main stage. It's the only thing I have to brag about, man. I got to bring it up every now and then.
Dr. Bum is in a really awkward spot for this.
In a very dead spot.
He's dead. Huh?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's no way he gets
He's
out
just
of this
trying
one.
to not give up first blood. He tried to turn and help Kiritich maybe get first blood on that Crystal Maiden.
In the top lane as well.
Dispose. And an easy kill for Akashi. Already a better Marcy start than last game. And they got noticed as courier. With the item still on it. That stinks.
Yeah, feels
being
pretty
said,
good here.
I'm not sure overall though, as much as it's going better for Akashi in the laning phase, overall in the game, I'm not sure it's as good of a Marcy game because once they get BKBs on these enemy heroes, they can always get away from you as the Marcy. In the previous game, they were playing into like what? He had a DK to contend with. Eventually, they had enough damage to blow up the Ember as well. And who was offlane again in the previous game for BP? Underlord. Yeah, the Underlord. Like, all of these heroes are much easier for a Marcy to deal with. They don't really do anything if you get on top of them. But here, Void, Storm, Primal Beast, a lot more work is going to have to come from the supporting cost to keep these heroes in place for him to hit. So I think he kind of needs this really good start. I don't think it could go any other way for the game to be successful for them.
I'm just wondering as well, like, I kind of feel like VP could be doing a little bit more in that mid lane, especially to secure it for Squad X, because you're playing against an IO, and even a CM to a lesser extent. Like, IO does not want to leave that lane. His job is just, like you mentioned before, to keep Akashi safe, basically. So you need to be securing those water runes. You need to be securing especially those power runes when it's that Spirit v Spirit matchup.
Akashi? Just body blocking, getting a Hellbear there. That feels quite nice.
Every little advantage you can get here. I mean, it also, the CM pick is also nice in a sense that it kind of shoves the Enchantress away from you. Obviously the Frostbite being quite strong against the creep, so hard to, utilize the core power of this Enchantress if CM is matching you, and Enchantress not that strong into this top lane either.
She actually might die here. She's dead for sure. Way too much damage. I don't think Notice should die. He should be
Notice
okay.
is dead.
Oh, he's actually dead.
Yep.
Oh gosh. Has no points into Onslaught, so dead man rising. He's gone. Oh, that's the saddest thing. He puts the point in just as he dies anyway. Feels bad, man.
That feels pretty bad. Am I ahead of you guys? I'm at 557. 8, 9.
I think I'm right with you.
Squadix? Jesus, Makoto just getting that help from Jokum. Oh,
yeah, Squadix was not ready, and he's so far behind in the levels here. Not even level 6. And the Storm Spirit net worth as well. Can he stop Akashi?
Not easily.
No.
Not easily. Kind of wild. That is just like you're getting some big kills around the map. It's already a 3,000 net worth lead.
And so much of that net worth going on to Marcy and Ember is really going to pick up the pace of the game. They know that
Squadix dead again?
Here.
Makoto low, but the dual breath doesn't matter. Squadix, that's back-to-back deaths in 2 seconds. This is pre-7 minutes where these supports are going to have a lot going on for them. And
he has a regen too on Makoto. He can just dive this.
Yeah, you might as well, right? I thought the Crystal Maiden might come, but they just didn't have the creeps pushing under the tower. I don't even think he needs them. Another slight. Oh, the chains, and now he'll Remnant. Okay.
Oh, so clean.
Oh, the creep wave. Made some blocks, but nice kill. Dude, Makoto Ember, I'm telling you, man, this guy, on this particular hero, I know, Matt, you weren't excited about his OD performance, but when he's playing Ember, when he's playing like Ember or Puck, for some reason, this guy just levels up. That sea magic comes through from him, man.
Similar to Sanctity, I would say, but Kiritich dying here. Dude, Jokam's doing so much in this game in the moment. It's crazy how much he's finding around the map.
Yeah, this early lockdown is, I mean, it's so much damage from the like CM route plus the Ember route. getting it onto notice as well, so looks like he'll eventually go down here.
This is the
Maybe
one.
has TP?
Dr. Bump dying. Noticed might be next. Searing Chains. Uproar is not going to help. I will say Virtus Pro, they did have a lead like this before in game number 1, but this just seems so much more one-sided.
Yeah, you're not... I mean, there's so... Like, it's so hard to do really any playmaking. There's no Chronosphere, and the lockdown is so oppressive coming out from the CM. Jokum having a really, really clean game on the CM. It just feels like he's literally everywhere.
Yeah. I will say the one thing, though, for the side of Talon that is going to be a bit of a problem, despite how massive this lead is their ability to pressure the map outside of DK being there with the ultimate is really, really limited. It's not like in game 1 where Talon could be like, all right, we're losing right now, but WS, go pressure on the other side of the map with the Beastmaster, force them to have to respond. If they're not popping the R on the DK, it does feel like Talon is limited in map moves that they can make, so VP will have a longer arc of opportunity to recover than Talon had in game 1.
Yeah, that's a good point, but at least the saving grace here on Talon as well is it's not like VP is particularly that good at taking objectives either, so no opportunity for them to really like sneak them or take them away from you. It's gonna be really hard to break these first towers with a game state like this.
Freezing Field. Kiritich. Oh, the rebound just off the mark. I don't know if this matters because they could still dispose back. Yeah, he's still dead. This is for elimination too. Like this could be a huge issue. You don't want to tap out in a game like this, but this is looking like it could be deteriorating.
Yeah, this one, so you can't.
That's the thing, though. You can't, but at the same time, do you have many choices?
Yeah, it takes a lot of mental energy to stay in games like this and stay focused. Feels so I mean, not getting any runes onto a Storm Spirit, which is kind of what this hero is built around, and Ember Spirit utilizes them perfectly too. Going into Mage Slayer, it's going to reduce the damage even further on VP, the little bit that they actually do have. Joking.
That was what I was most surprised about. Like, you've got a Jakiro and an Enchantress, pretty decent roamers, especially prior to Ember Spirit getting up onto that level 6, and they didn't really do too much of it at all.
Yeah, I wish that Rain was a little bit more... I wish that in this early game he had just done a little bit more with his creep, because the creep can do some really obnoxious things. I've seen some great Enchantress players, the likes of like Insania and whatnot. Speaking of Rain,
yeah.
Oof.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Meanwhile,
Makoto's going for Dr.
What
Bone.
Celery does every single time he plays it.
Yeah, Celery, Insania. Sometimes they do these really stupid things where they take like the mana burn creep and they just send it mid and they just like stand it around you and they deny your power rune and stuff or your water rune. I feel like Rain. I wish that he would have done a little bit more like that, because it kind of seemed like every time he got a creep in lane, it just ended up dying to IO Mercy.
I just realized something as well about this particular game relative to the previous one. Dr. Bob, when he was playing the Batrider, early on, he had a lot of presence, not just in lane, but was able to move around the map, create some chaos, force them to contest the wisdom runes, force them to have to like backtrack and fight behind tier 2 towers or whatever. But because he's now playing a much slower hero, all the pace has to come from mid and off lane, and because they're not having that great games either, just feels like they can't really do anything for the moment, right? They're waiting for like, what, 2-3 levels, maybe finish off an item on Kiritich first and foremost, so this map is free for Talon. Like, honestly, I can't actually think of a move that VP could do right now that would actually put Talon on the back foot. Feels like they can do anything on the map with pretty much no consequence at the moment.
It needs to be that Enchantress making something sneaky happen, right? Like, you need to try and give up your own game for the sake of the rest of your cause. Like, just get out there, go way too deep behind, and if a few heroes need to be able to respond to be able to kill you, that's a net win for your team, because it's just creating so much space for the rest of the boys.
Yeah, another power rune goes over to Makoto. Orchid finished on WS on this Dragonite. Feels like he's limiting your options even more, and they kind of go for a desperation smoke here. They do have the Chrono, but Kiritich is the same level as Dr. Bomb.
Chrono?
Okay, 2 heroes here.
Yeah, maybe
Macro Fire going out.
They just can't find the damage yet. Akashi, though, they got him. Got them both. Freezing Field. Oh, That was almost a solid turnaround.
There is an
Crystal
Arcane in
made it.
Mikoto. And the Orchid is here.
Yeah, here it comes. And they go. They've got this.
Ooh.
Oh, God. Frostbite, kill onto Squadix, killing Notice. Just cleaning
I don't
up
think they could
heroes.
have got much more of a perfect fight, to be honest. And that's still how it ended up.
Yeah, I mean, feels really, really rough this game. I would like to point out too that something that VP did this game in their like elimination match, and part of like a unintended consequence I think of picking the CM on Talon is Dr. Bum ended up playing in the safe lane, and Rain ended up playing in the off lane. So they switched position 4 and 5 because I think Rain wasn't quite comfortable playing into the CM as the Enchantress, which does make sense, but maybe ended up kind of affecting their lanes and the synergy they have between players, because it doesn't feel like this was necessarily, you know, I mean, it definitely wasn't.
In the role as well, right?
Yeah, it wasn't really what they, you know, wanted to happen in the lanes, and that could be a contributing factor for sure.
I know plenty of Posful players that I would never want to see play 5 because they don't have the mindset for it, for sure.
Yeah, especially when you have that hard 6 game.
Sometimes it has to happen.
Yeah.
You got to do kind of like what I was saying, right? You got to be super deep and tactically feed to make space for the rest of your team. And it's like, you tell your team, hey, gonna go do this. Do something with the space, please.
So Dana, you're happy when your 5 tactically feeds, but if I'm playing carry and I'm tactically feeding, it's a problem, I see.
Yes,
Correct.
it is. 100% correct.
I'm glad you understand.
I do love Rain. Voice lining in a game like this after taking the Wisdom Rune, he doesn't care if he dies here. This is exactly what Danog wanted.
Yep.
And
I mean,
yeah.
Unfortunately, you are going up against an IOMRC, right? So they could just go wherever the hell they want afterwards anyway. But it's the sort of thing that you have to do, right?
The squad is gonna get out of this?
Nice little,
Let's go. 1 second away from the chains. That's a pretty big deal. Like getting that support kill and dragging the IO Mossy away. Look where Kiritich was. He was cleaning out all those camps down on the bottom side of things by the wells, getting closer to actually having items. And yeah, sure, Dr. Bomb dies, but let's be honest. At this point, the Jakiro and the Enchantress are both playing 5. All the gold, all the momentum has to go towards the cause. So space created. They can actually find items now.
Yep. I did not realize how poor Kiritich was, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. And when you're sitting close in net worth to IO on any core, the game feels a little bit desperate.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on Faceless Void, who doesn't have any innate like farming steroid, so he needs Maelstrom to actually start like accelerating his farm. The later he gets in the game, just the further he falls behind. Feels like you need to miraculously make this game somehow drag out to like 40 minutes where Kiritich might actually get a few meaningful items.
But check where Kiritich is at. He's all the way there on the west-hand side. Whilst their smoke got broken here in the middle, he's gonna keep farming out these waves. Yeah, there's an observer ward right near him, but his team is positioned well enough to protect him. He's eventually... This is how... Not this reminds me of... You know, sometimes you'll watch some Faceless Void game from your Toro. He has like 4k net worth in the first 10 minutes of the game. And then you look 15 minutes later, he's at the top of everything. So he can just keep surviving. Honestly, they're going to really struggle to deal with this hero. At least a free kill, but surely... Is he going to drop bubble for this? Nah, just get the free kill. It's fine. I would have been stressed and dropped bubble on the Storm, on the Ember, but he's a better player than me.
The Orchid timing is really nice from WS there. They do still have Chrono and Macropyre.
Yeah, got both. Macropyre dropped already. We need the bubble. It doesn't come out in time. Kiritich dies beforehand, so they all need to flee. Akashi turning around right now. They get the Searing Chain stun out onto the Jakiro, and Yokam will be credited with that kill. And they're looking for more. Rain was hoping to be one of the survivors of this fight. Unfortunately, that will not happen. So 4 heroes down. And I'm honestly astonished that they decided to take that fight. They were not in position for it just yet. Kiritich wasn't there ready for the Chronosphere. They know how tanky these Talon heroes are. Like, what happened? Don't you just like comfort yourself with getting the IO kill? You say to Notice, hey man, it's tough right now, but we need you to make space. We can't actually afford to commit our lives just to try and get you out.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling super desperate here.
Yeah.
For VP, has been for quite a while. So I think, I mean, the other part too is this is an elimination match at this LAN. last game you had such a good position and then it suddenly fell apart. So I don't want to say that VP are, you know, mentally kind of struggling to figure out a way to win this one, but it's not as a player, like these kind of situations aren't easy to navigate because you had a plan. Now it's completely fallen apart. How are you supposed to fix it?
Nothing's working.
Kiritic? He jumps in. What the hell? Gets silenced up immediately. There will at least be an ice path to bail him out for now. He can't drop the bubble just yet. Time walks away, gets it off, but he's pretty much dead already. He needs to flee almost instantly. Not going to be as lucky though is going to be the offlaner of Noticed. Brought down on his Primal Beast. 3 heroes dead. And yet again, boys, I thought defending tier 2 bottom when you already know the enemy is better positioned than you is practically impossible from the Radiant side. Why the hell did they go for that fight?
Desperation, not wanting to get eliminated. Oh, Squadix dying too. They're going to just take the base here. Like, no, there's not a lot of time because they're actually so underleveled that they respawn so quickly, but, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, the other really bad feeling here as a player is, I mean, this isn't one that you can just reset from. You can't call GG and say, okay, let's, you know, try this next one. Everything that's gone wrong is culminating. It's kind of, you're thinking over it because it doesn't feel like there's much way back into this game, but you're trying. So now you're kind of on this autopilot. You think, oh, maybe we can go to this bottom fight, you know, disregarding that you're so substantially far ahead because that's just what you would do in a normal game. And kind of wondering what the team comms might be like on the side of VP. I hope they're trying to keep it up and keep positive overall, but it's, I mean, I'm only seeing 4 digits here on the side of the Virtus Pro net worths.
Oh my god, another kill on Kiritic. I can tell you exactly what the comms are like right now for VP. The comms are absolutely silent. No one's saying a goddamn thing right now. Tilt on the whole team. There's no real. You can just see how they're playing these fights that they don't.
You can
really
look at the webcams too.
Communication.
Nobody's talking.
I've been in these games, man, where it's like, well, somebody has an idea to go take a fight. You take that fight, it goes even worse, and the game state is even further behind, and you're just like, yeah. All right, guys, let's just autopilot until we end this misery, and we'll talk tomorrow. You know, definitely not talking on the bus on the way home. We'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you know, is blaming themselves and blaming everybody else in, you know, this weird way, and players usually deal with it in kind of one of 2 ways. A bunch of bounty runs from Squadix, at least. Feels nice.
Well, that's
See, Rain is clearly keeping his head up. I have played on a team with Rain, as I said before. He's incredibly nice. He's very chill. He doesn't actually get super stressed out, but you can tell these kind of games do take a toll on really anybody. And some players, they actually talk more when the game gets stressful like this, and some players just go completely silent. Kind of depends on the flavor.
Relocating. With Unleash already going.
Well, that was overkill. Definitely didn't need the reload for that one, but might as well compound the misery, inflict some emotional damage while you're here.
Yeah, and you can tell that the Talon are extremely far ahead because they're not even buying orders. They're letting Jokum just eventually build into it. You know, Ponyo's gonna have his mech and whatnot, but not actually opting for really any like Crimson or Pipe as we usually see coming out because they don't have to. Their damage is so high that they can kill anybody, and Ponyo feels like it makes it impossible to go on them. Their base stats are so good from all the items they have. 2.6k HP on the Dragonite. It feels like they can barely even do that much damage in a Chrono 5v1 at this point.
So we are what? At least 15 minutes away from Void having damage dealing items. Storm Spirit needs BKB ASAP before anything else. And of course the Primal probably needs BKB as well. So the question is, even if they do go for these smoke moves, even if they catch like 2 Talon heroes by themselves, do they actually even have the damage? Like, let's DK. Does WS even die here, even if they get directly on top of him? Let's see.
All depends on this blink reaction, I think, here. Oh, just got BKB on Courier, but the chainsaw
He does get everything out. He's taking a lot of damage, but they literally have to commit 3 ultimates to kill him, and it's not going to be enough. Io comes through with the mechanism. The turnaround fight will be on. They've killed the Chrono. They have killed the Primal Beast, and Rain will be the last one to fall in this engagement. No way out for you, buddy. Juke as much as you want. The 4 legs will help running around the trees, but it will not help keep you alive. And I think that's the game, boys. There is honestly no way back at this point.
I was shocked they didn't call it right there.
Yeah. I think I would have called it, but I guess at this point, there's probably somebody
you
in Team
take another
Farm
fight?
who is like, probably just saying there's no reason really to GG other than I guess to save everybody a little bit of time.
天灰下路兵营
Which at that point you might be thinking about doing a
天灰
courtesy.
下路兵营
Squadix does not have mana.
What do you mean? It's early in the day. It's fine.
What? For me, not for them.
Oh no. Oh no.
But
Bottom racks are
Bye-bye.
gone while
Did
we're
you know,
watching
you know you're
that.
losing the game. You're losing the game pretty hard when your mid is dying solo while the enemy carry is just taking racks uncontested. Game is completely over. I don't see a way back.
Jokum is 5th in the net worth CM.
That is insane.
Not quite 15 deaths. Not quite.
Holy based.
Lakashi's like, I'm 1v5 boys. I don't care.
Yeah, I've got Ags. They get silenced. He can't time walk away if I just hold on to him close with Unleash.
Yeah, I mean, this IO Marcy doing nasty things in this game.
加固
Did last game as well. Kashi, pretty much invincible.
天灰中塔正受到攻击
Looks like this will be the last fight. Primal gonna end up just getting brought down. No
Is it a
buyback
fight?
available. It's a slaughter, man. They're gonna
Like,
kill
is
Dr.
that-
Bomb like it's nothing.
Yeah.
That's a dieback.
This isn't a fight, Peacock. This is a massacre.
塔已被摧毁
Please, please. They're killing him.
中路兵营正
Yeah.
攻天
It's a fight in the same way that
Wild.
Tyson fighting toddlers would be a fight.
已被摧毁
Oh,
Yeah, they really
wild.
took VP out back here.
Old Yeller.
Yeah, putting them out of their
It's
misery.
about that time, Wheeler. Gleipnir after killing off Kiritich. GG is called.
Look at the flowers, Virtus Pro.
Oh no.
This one is not.
Carol,
This
no.
one not gonna be easy. Well, very unfortunate showing there from Virtus Pro. Was hoping to see a little bit more of a fight, especially after
It's kind of
how
dark
that
there.
initial game went. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit tired,
Alan's
but
back.
also,
Talon back on the menu. Hell yeah.
I mean, the big takeaway here is somewhere out there, John X Fire is popping a little bit of champagne
on that flight. Hell yeah.
on that fight,
Well, we'll tell him to
I've
pop
hitting
bloody
somebody with a
champagne.
cork.
Boink. First 2-0 of the day. Hell
VP's out
yeah.
now, right?
Yes.
VP
VP's out.
is now out. Yes.
And it's
is
0
out.
Azure is the last series, I think.
Yes.
In
Hell yeah.
questionable amount of time. Who knows?
2 hours, we'll be ready.
Y'all need to
Yeah, unfortunately,
stop.
I don't think I can stick around for that one, so I'm gonna hop
I
out
think
after
we have
this.
control over this, TB Cup.
Oh, wait, what is this? This bracket has Esports Shanghai Masters on my fucking Twitch? This is not the bracket, and the Shanghai Masters... I don't even...
That was like 2 years ago, bro.
I don't... Did I cover this on my channel? I don't remember doing that. Holy fuck. I gotta change that. Alright, well... I'll do that while we wait for the next series. Rojo, it's
1
been a
second, burst.
pleasure having you here.
As always.
It's
Yeah, I'm
over.
heading out too.
Danog, it's been a pleasure having you here.
Mm-hmm.
And right as we leave, he's gonna say, "Thank God they're gone," and everyone's gonna laugh.
Okay,
right,
shut up. You know what? You're here.
I'll
You're
take it
here for
easy.
like 4 days. This guy thinks he's a total Lacoste over here. You're making fun of my jokes.
All right,
I'll be back in a
need
second.
to sleep.
Rojo,
Yeah,
Dehanog,
cool.
take it easy, and Dehanog say happy birthday to your mom, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Happy
See
birthday
ya.
to her. Have a good night, guys, and good luck in this next series.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Bye.
Mwah.
Hold on, I need to re-up some beverages, bro. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Take your time. I gotta change that thing. Can I search? Oh, custom commands. This needs to not be there, and then this needs to be done. Best player, it's your boy Guapteezy. Who put that there? Bracket. Which one's bracket? Oh, it's Moobot. Hold up. Mubot. Okay. Oh, did I play ads? I already pressed ads. I did press ads. We got some music. I need music. I need something. God damn. Hour 12, guys. Hour 12 is it's a hard hitter. Bum 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 bum. Edit this. All right. Save. Close. Divided sky, the wind blows high. There it is. We changed it. No more games? There's another series. Are you kidding me? This stream goes hard in the paint. Danog is leaving and Rojo is leaving. It's me and Snare right now. Team 0. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta. China versus China, sure to be 60 minutes. Are you dual streaming on YouTube as well? Yes. Code Mac, what are you doing awake at this time?
Okay, but like, what was going on? Why is the loop happening? I don't know that.
TI Vex, thank you for the Twitch Prime subbing. I have a job. That's true, I forgot. You're right, you're right.
What does that mean?
It's 10 a.m. Well, what do you mean at this time? That is true, it is 10 a.m. I always forgot. Sorry, it's been a 12-hour stream. I kind of went buck silly, you know, over here. I'm going to lower Snare for a little bit. He didn't mute his mic. Oh, Comac's already dead. Am I dead? Did I die immediately?